Complete Martial Arts Attributes Chapter 1646 to Chapter 1666. Illusory Heart Tower First Level. Wang Ting stood there motionless. A full hour had passed. The internal space seemed to be extremely huge, or maybe there were some barriers, so up until now, no one had come to disturb him. Wang Ting had no idea what was going on outside. He was currently experiencing a spiritual cleansing. In fact, he had already broken free from the illusion long ago. The reason why he was like this at this moment was only because the matter of picking up attributes played too important a role in his martial arts career, causing his heart to be unable to calm down for a long time. His mind flashed with various scenes of the past, turning everything into his life experience, and no longer relying on something that he couldn't give up. Who? At a certain moment, he slowly let out a breath, his eyes becoming clear. I didn't expect that even though I constantly warned myself not to rely too much on picking up attributes, in the depths of my heart, I still couldn't help but develop a sense of dependence. Wang Ting's heart was calm, a faint smile appeared on his face, as though he was narrating something that had nothing to do with him. The illusion this time was of great help to him. Originally, he felt that he had already made preparations. Even if the system disappeared one day, he could rely on his own strength to become an absolute warrior. This was a form of mental preparation, but now, he realized that in the process of the past, he had unknowingly developed a sense of dependence. This sense of dependence, at a critical moment, could very well become his fatal flaw. Luckily, he discovered the problem in time, allowing him to face this sense of dependence, and not treat it as though he didn't see it. Going through the illusion didn't remove this sense of dependence, but rather, it made his heart stronger. Now that he had experienced a spiritual cleansing, his spiritual state had unknowingly increased by a lot. This state wasn't a state of level, but a mysterious feeling of enlightenment. Suddenly, Wang Ting felt that his universe-level pinnacle spirit seemed to show signs of loosening. This is... His eyes suddenly flashed, his heart was filled with disbelief. He had picked up so many spirit attribute bubbles, but it didn't cause this domain lord-level spirit barrier to loosen at all. Now that he had just experienced an illusion, and there was actually such a change. He suddenly raised his head, looking up. If he experienced a few more layers of the illusion, would he be able to break through the domain lord-level spirit barrier? As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, it could not be dispelled. Wang Ting took a deep breath. There was a glint in his eyes. He stepped forward and walked forward. The colorful mist in the surroundings dispersed automatically, and attribute bubbles appeared one after another. Wang Ting was slightly stunned. Then, without any hesitation, he swept his spiritual power out calmly and picked it up. Although he was picking up attribute bubbles, he was surprisingly calm, as if he was just eating and drinking. It was like a man who had seen hundreds of flowers and could finally calmly face his former goddess. They all had 2 mules and a dolphin, so what was the difference? The only difference was his state of mind. This time, the attribute bubble in front of him was no longer an illusion, but a real one. Phantom Heart Formula *300 Phantom Heart Formula *200 Phantom Mind Formula *350 Universe Level Spirit *400 Universe Level Spirit *300 One by one, the attribute bubbles flowed into Wang Ting's mind, turning into strange comprehension fragments that fused into his memories. Phantom God Technique. Wang Ting's eyes exploded with joy. It was actually a spiritual-type illusion technique. It contained the cultivation method and attack method, and it had reached the immortal rank. It was much more advanced than the spirit illusion technique he originally grasped. Phantom Heart Formula, Immortal Level 850 out of 5000. Entry Level. Wang Ting glanced at his status panel, instantly feeling like he had swapped a shotgun for a cannon. The Spirit Pierce from before had been changed to Soul Devouring Arrow, and now the Spirit Illusion technique could be changed to Phantom Heart Formula. As Wang Ting's strength level increased, if these spirit-type battle techniques were not upgraded, they would not be able to keep up with his pace. The Phantom Heart Formula in front of him was an immortal level battle technique. It could at least last until Wang Ting reached the immortal level. However, I've only just entered the entry level, I still need to improve it. Wang Ting stepped forward, his body did not stop at all, gradually turning into a streak of light, breaking through the colorful mist. One by one, the attribute bubbles were absorbed by him, all used to level up his Phantom Heart Formula, other than that, there were also many universe-level spirit attributes. Originally, Wang Ting didn't care much about them, but now that the Domain Lord level spirit barrier had loosened, he naturally had to absorb them, hoping to break through in the tower. Who knew how big the first level of the tower was? Wang Ting sped for half a day, picking up all the attribute bubbles. His Phantom Heart formula had also reached its limit, no longer increasing. Phantom Heart formula, Immortal level 3150/5000, entry level, looks like the first level can only increase this much. Wang Ting glanced at his status panel, giving up on picking up more attribute bubbles, muttering, I wonder where the entrance to the second level is? His gaze swept across the sky, and with a thought, he charged upwards. There was a layer of fog floating in the air, just like the sky here. At this moment, as he rushed through the fog, he immediately appeared in another space. So that's how it is. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he suddenly understood. If he was trapped by the illusion, it was naturally impossible to pass through the mist and enter the second level. But once he got rid of the illusion, entering the second level was a matter of course. At this moment, Wang Ting didn't think too much. His gaze swept across the surroundings. Looking around, he was curious, and even a little expectant. What kind of illusion would appear on the second level? Come on, let the illusion come more fiercely. The fiercer it was, the faster he would improve. As if sensing Wang Ting's strong desire, the second level of the illusion suddenly changed. The surrounding colorful mist suddenly turned into a very ambiguous pink color. Graceful and enchanting figures walked out of the mist. Seeing these figures, Wang Ting couldn't help but be stunned. His expression changed slightly, and his gaze became a little strange. Chao Jiao Jiao, Ling Qianxia, Rabbit Little 8, Yu Chi Chiao. As each figure walked out, Wang Ting's expression became more and more strange. Moira, Olivia, Peggy, Felia, Shozong Kaiyun, Izong Xinhua, Tunzhen, Tongya, Candle Dragon Frost, all the beauties Wang Ting had seen before, whether they were from the human clan, the rabbit human clan, or the foxman clan, at this moment, all of them appeared in front of him, wearing thin gauze clothes. Their exquisite and delicate bodies were faintly discernible under the gauze clothes, causing one's blood to boil. Most importantly, there were all kinds of beauties. Some were fat, some were thin, some were fierce, some were perky, some were childish, some were long-legged, some were big, some were as cold as ice, some were as delicate as water, some were as proud as white swans, some were as seductive as nature itself. Almost none of them were the same, each had their own characteristics, and each had their own characteristics. If they hadn't all been listed at this moment, Wang Ting wouldn't have known that he had seen so many types of beauties. It was simply amazing, it made his face a little hot. He had never seen such a scene before, it was too exciting. No, it was too insulting, Wang Ting thought seriously, despising this illusion fiercely in his heart. If the other party knew that he was insulting those beauties like this, they would tear down the illusory heart tower. Wait, F***CK. Am I such a person? Wang Ting suddenly reacted, and his face darkened. This illusion was slandering him, as a righteous, moral, and devoted genius warrior of the new universe. How could he be such a person? Impossible, absolutely impossible, Wang Ting glared fiercely, then closed his eyes. Break! The next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, as if he had seen through the mortal world, and his eyes were as calm as an ancient well. However, the beauties were still there, and they all turned a deaf ear to him, swaying their delicate bodies as they slowly walked over. In fact, there were even new silhouettes appearing in the fog. Wang Ting, F***CK, why is this fatty see? Didn't he already see through the illusion? Why haven't these beauties disappeared? Why are there new figures appearing? This doesn't make sense. Wang Ting's eyes widened. A woman wearing a black feather cloak appeared. She had purple curly hair, and her eyes were dark and deep. She sat on a throne, looking majestic, and her eyes were emitting a demonic light. Come. However, such an existence was currently lying on the throne. Her legs were crossed, and she stretched out from the black feather cloak. She opened her chest with one hand, and there seemed to be nothing inside. In an instant, a seductive and majestic aura mixed together, rushing towards Wang Ting. If it was an ordinary person, they would have already pounced on her. F***CK. Black Nightmare Devil King. Wang Ting suddenly cursed. Wasn't this the dark apparition he met in the Xingwu continent? You won't even let a dark apparition go. Illusory Heart Tower, you're not human. Although Wang Ting knew what the Black Nightmare Lord looked like after his transformation, the other party was still maintaining his human form. It was impossible for him to connect the two of them together. Moreover, he had to admit that although the Black Nightmare Devil King wasn't the strongest, he was the most special and seductive. Almost no dark apparition could compare to him. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, a sea of blood suddenly floated up into appearance from the other side, and then an enchanting figure slowly floated up into appearance. She wore light red muslin clothes, had a figure that was perfect to the extreme, and her blood-red hair hung loosely down to her upturned buttocks. Moreover, her entire body emitted a sweet aura that caused others to sink into oblivion, and it was extremely charming. Blood Demon Concubine Euphoria. Wang Ting was astounded. This was the genius vampire he met on Defense Planet number 29. He didn't expect her to appear here in this manner. Don't you want to fight with me again? Blood Demon Concubine reached out her finger and hooked it at Wang Ting. The sea of blood around them churned slightly, and the swirling blood surrounded her. It was indescribably seductive. Fight? Wang Ting's expression was extremely strange. How do you want to fight? Wait, this is fake, it's all fake. Wang Ting shook his head. He suddenly felt like he couldn't take it anymore. Who could take this? At this moment, a white holy light flashed in the sky. A large tree swayed and scattered countless light spots. A beautiful and holy figure appeared from within. Light-containing tree. Master, come and conquer me? Didn't you always want my light liquid? She wore a white dress and walked out of the tree. She was like a tree spirit, incomparably holy. No, what are you doing as a tree? Wang Ting was speechless. Although I'm only a tree, I can make juice. The incomparably holy woman revealed a charming posture. She put a hand to her mouth and gently licked it. When Wang Ting saw this, his entire body trembled and he almost surrendered. This is against the rules. Break for me. Wang Ting couldn't take it anymore. He felt like if this continued, he would die here. Seeing so many beauties walk towards him, his legs became weak. However, the illusion did not stop. Several more figures walked out of the fog. Little Qing'er, Songyu, two silhouettes dressed in light muslin slowly swayed as they approached. These were two real snake beauties. Their upper bodies were human, but their lower bodies were naked. They were both peerless beauties, but one was young and inexperienced, while the other was mature. They formed a strong contrast. Wang Ting took in a breath of cold air. He couldn't take it anymore. In the next moment, another figure walked out. Lin Chuhan. Wang Ting's body trembled. This is too much, Lin Chuxia. Holy shit. I'm not that kind of person. Wang Ting couldn't help but roar. The golden light in his eyes surged as he activated the Eye of Truth. He wanted to use this method to see through the illusion. Tan Tai Xian, another figure appeared. She was wearing battle armor and had a head of black hair. She was a peerless beauty, like a war immortal. However, the battle armor on her body was falling off piece by piece, revealing her perfect body, F***ck. Wang Ting cursed. Don't come over. Hee hee hee, bell-like laughter came from all directions. Those figures instantly arrived in front of Wang Ting and drowned him. Wang Ting wanted to struggle. He knew that this was an illusion, but he suddenly found that his body couldn't move. The force in his body seemed to have disappeared. He couldn't resist these beauties at all. This made him feel aghast and somewhat incredulous. This illusion was too real, everything was so real that he couldn't find a breakthrough. No. This isn't right. It's not like this. Voices kept ringing in Wang Ting's mind. He struggled to get up from the pile of beauties, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes. Heart like still water, heart like still water. Heart like still water, he repeated the words countless times in his heart to calm himself down completely and resist the temptation of the outside world. However, his body still reacted uncontrollably. One after another, jade-like hands gently caressed all over his body, like ants crawling, disturbing his state of mind. The sounds of debauchery reverberated in his ears. Hot air blew on his face and ears, causing the temperature of his body to rise involuntarily. Holy shit! So good. Suddenly, his body trembled. A familiar yet strange feeling surged in his heart, making him feel like a small boat bobbing in the water. 5,000 words omitted here. Hiss, Wang Ting took a deep breath of cold air. Who was it, so bold? However, he didn't dare to open his eyes at this time. He was afraid that once he opened his eyes, he would completely fall. He knew that this was an illusion, but he still couldn't resist it. This was the truly terrifying part. The horror of the illusory heart tower was completely beyond Wang Ting's imagination. He felt like he had been slapped in the face. What did he say before he came in? He could easily pass this level's test, but the result was like this. He had nowhere to cry. In the outside world, Grandmaster Huayuan and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Wang Ting enter the second level. However, before they could rejoice, they found that Wang Ting stayed on the second level for a longer time. Everyone's hearts were suddenly in their mouths again. What's going on? Grandmaster Huayuan smiled bitterly. This illusory heart tower shouldn't be a problem for Grandmaster Wang Ting. Don't worry. Don't worry. Maybe Grandmaster Wang Ting is playing inside. Grandmaster Alfred comforted. It's not like you don't know him. That guy never plays by the rules. Have you forgotten his performance in the genius competition? Grandmaster Huayuan and the others were slightly stunned. They then nodded doubtfully. Maybe that's the case. On the other side, Raging Flame Sector Lord and the others didn't look too good. They originally thought that Wang Ting was trapped on the first level. Who would have thought that he would immediately enter the second level? Fortunately, it seemed that he was trapped on the second level again. Judging from his performance, passing the third level would be even more difficult than the others. On the high platform, Elder Red Dust and the others also noticed Wang Ting's movements and were somewhat surprised. Why is this little guy spending so much time on the first and second levels? Elder Tamburi said in surprise. It is indeed a bit strange. The first and second levels shouldn't be too difficult for Grandmasters. Since he had the courage to register for the 7 subclasses, he shouldn't be so weak. However, he's taking too long, far longer than the average person. Elder Red Dust said with a frown. Could it be? Elder Baez said with some hesitation. What? Elder Red Dust asked. There is one possibility. His mind is much stronger than the average person's. Elder Baez's eyes flickered with a strange light. He muttered to himself, I remember in the records of the illusionary heart tower that some people's minds are too strong. The illusions they encounter will be far stronger than the average person's. It won't be that easy to break through. If his mind reaches the limit, he didn't continue, but the 2 elders already understood what he meant. If one's mind reached the limit, then the illusions of the illusionary heart tower would be unimaginably powerful. Even the first and second levels were no exception. This? Elder Red Dust's eyes suddenly glowed. He nodded thoughtfully and said, what you said is indeed a possibility. Could this little guy's mind really be different from the average person's? The limit is easier said than done. You've been in the Subclass Alliance headquarters for so many years, yet you've never seen anyone who can raise their mind to the limit. Elder Tambeli shook his head and exclaimed, to raise one's mind to the limit, one has to raise their soul origin to the limit. That's harder than ascending to the heavens. That little guy is only a universe-level fighter. Raising his soul origin is extremely difficult. Elder Baez nodded. Whatever, let's continue watching. Let's see how far he can go. Elder Red Dust said. That Wang Ting actually reached the second level. TCH, I thought he would be the only one to be eliminated in the first level. That would be a record. What a pity. You're too mean. You actually want him to be eliminated in the first level. This guy can't be a piece of trash, right? Coming to the exchange with such a level, what a disgrace. He has at least reached the second level. You can't say that about him. Let's wait until he gets eliminated in the second level. Many people in the plaza were paying attention to Wang Ting. They couldn't help but discuss. They didn't think highly of him. In the core family seats, many people noticed this too. However, they just shook their heads and stopped paying attention. Only the Sang family, Lu family, and Tai family who were more familiar with Wang Ting were surprised. That black-haired youth shouldn't be at this level, right? Lu Pan and Sang Ji glanced at each other from afar. They both saw surprise in each other's eyes. Looks like this Wang Ting isn't that strong? Tai family leader Tai Huai's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. Humph. My Tai family was actually scammed by this trash. Luo Long snorted coldly. His eyes flashed with darkness. He still couldn't forget that day's situation. He was threatened in front of so many people and had to pay 30,000 chaos dollars. The Tai family's face was completely lost. Now, many people in the core family were laughing at them. They all treated that day's incident as a joke. It was a pity that the Tai Jing brothers were still in the illusory heart tower. Otherwise, they would be happy to see this scene. On the second floor of the illusory heart tower, Wang Ting sat cross-legged on the ground. He frowned. His body felt as though it was hollowed out. He didn't know how many times he had experienced this. It was as though his bones were being sucked dry. He felt like a Buddha. He had never experienced this in reality. He didn't expect to experience it countless times in this illusory realm. He suddenly felt like crying. Tears almost flowed down his cheeks. F***ck, this is too scary. Wang Ting felt that he was about to be traumatized. He wouldn't be broken, right? In the future, he would never. He didn't dare to think about it. He didn't dare to think about it. Although he had been squeezed dry and was physically and mentally exhausted, he didn't give up. He persevered to find a way to break out of this situation. Time passed slowly. At a certain moment, he suddenly felt that the touch of the outside world seemed to have disappeared. The feeling of being squeezed dry also dissipated. Wang Ting was slightly stunned and became alert. What happened? Why did that feeling suddenly disappear? Something was wrong. Could it be a big move? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. But after waiting for a long time, there was no abnormality. Wang Ting finally couldn't help but open his eyes to take a look. Disappeared, all the beauties had disappeared as if they had never appeared. This is... What's going on? Wang Ting was a little confused. They came and disappeared as they wished. Did they ask him? However, he was relieved in his heart. Then, there was a kind of disappointment like, bah, so, did this count as resisting the temptation? Passed the illusory realm's test? After all, he really didn't do anything. After being criticized by his book friends yesterday, the author reflected deeply and decided to learn more. So, he might write less these 2 days to leave some time to think. In fact, the author felt quite good about the following plot, but the readers weren't happy. So, if you have any suggestions or plot, please tell the author in the comments. You tell me, I will write the second floor of the illusory heart tower. Wang Ting didn't know whether he had passed the second floor of the illusion or not. Seeing that all the beauties had disappeared, he was more or less relieved. He didn't expect that one day, he would be afraid of women. It was really terrifying. Sad, this was simply the shame of his life. To be honest, he really didn't have any confidence in whether he had passed this illusion test or not. The previous scenes were still vivid in his mind. The feeling of being unable to resist and only being able to bear it silently was not a very good experience for a man. Of course, he could actually resist. However, once he resisted, he would fall into the trap of the illusory heart tower. He was afraid that he would really be unable to extricate himself. Although there was a good saying, if you can't resist, just lie down. But, it was too much, it was really too much. 1, 2, 3 was still okay. But try counting 10, fortunately, all of this seemed to be over. Then, he tried to stand up and suddenly staggered. Within his soul, a sense of emptiness arose spontaneously. Wang Ting's expression changed slightly, and he quickly checked his body and soul. Fortunately. It was just that his soul was a little tired. He almost thought that his body had been hollowed out. That illusion was too real. Every feeling, every sound, it was as if it was real, making it impossible to distinguish. Therefore, he was afraid that it was real that he was hollowed out. Then, F***ck, he hadn't done anything yet, how could he be weak? After confirming that he was fine, Wang Ting scanned his surroundings instinctively. Suddenly, he was stunned. Attribute bubbles, they appeared again. Wang Ting wasn't in a hurry to pick up the attribute bubbles. After experiencing the first floor of the illusion, he became very calm even in the face of this attribute bubble. At this moment, an idea suddenly popped up in his mind. Didn't this mean that the illusion was indeed over? His eyes flashed, mental telekinesis swept out and picked up all the attribute bubbles. Illusory Heart Technique *360, Illusory Heart Technique *500, Universe Level Spirit *450, Universe Level Spirit *400, Illusory Heart Technique *320, one by one, the attribute bubbles gathered and merged into Wang Ting's mind, turning into pieces of comprehension. Wang Ting's comprehension of the Phantom Heart formula improved rapidly. After a while, he felt that his understanding of the Phantom Heart formula had broken through to a new level. His mind was suddenly enlightened. Many things that he didn't understand before were all understood now. Phantom Heart Technique, Immortal 1 200/10,000, Proficient. Wang Ting looked at his status panel. Phantom Heart Technique had been upgraded from beginner level to proficient level. His speed was extremely fast. I wonder how much time has passed, he muttered in his heart. There was no concept of time in the previous illusion, so he didn't know how long he had been in it. In reality, he had already stayed on the second level for 3 days and 3 nights. In other words, he was squeezed dry for 3 days and 3 nights. Wang Ting didn't know about this. He shook his head. Since the attribute bubble had appeared, he decided not to think too much about it. It seemed that he had indeed passed the second layer of the illusion. Even his domain lord level mental barrier seemed to have loosened quite a bit. This was also the best evidence. While Wang Ting was absorbing the spirit attribute, indeed, he felt a hint of a breakthrough. When he was absorbing the spirit attribute, he didn't feel this way. But ever since he experienced the illusion of the illusory heart tower, he absorbed the spirit attribute again. This faint feeling of a breakthrough appeared, and this time, the feeling was even clearer. It was at least 10 times stronger than the first level. Again. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. The joy in his heart grew. He raised his head and looked up. Suddenly, he soared into the sky. He had already picked up all the attribute bubbles on the second level. There was nothing to be nostalgic about. He directly left this sad place. He entered the third level, outside. During the 3 days and 3 nights that Wang Ting stayed on the second level, most people had already walked out of the illusory heart tower. Most people stopped at the third level. This seemed to be a watershed. However, to be able to pass the third level, they had already met the requirements to enter the next round. A small portion of them reached the fourth level. There were a total of 580 people. There were many geniuses from various forces in the universe. It wasn't surprising that more than 500 people could enter the fourth level. There were also some who reached the fifth level. There were a total of 230 people. Many of them were from core families. Those who reached the sixth level. There were more than 60 people. More than 60 people reached the sixth level of the illusory heart tower. This year's level is very good. It's a pity that they were all eliminated on the seventh level. No one can pass the seventh level. Tambelli looked at the results on the screen and said. In the Grandmaster realm, the sixth level is already at the sixth level. Reaching the sixth level was already the limit. In the past few exchanges, there might not even be a single genius who could reach the seventh level. We can't ask for too much. Next, it will depend on their secondary profession attainments. Red Dust said. After all, we are hosting this year. We always hope that some special geniuses will appear. Tambelli smiled. That's true. Red Dust nodded with a smile. If a peerless genius could appear in the exchange they hosted, they would naturally have a lot of hidden benefits. Almost all those who entered the sixth floor are geniuses in the fields of forging, runes, and alchemy. The geniuses in the other fields are slightly inferior. Grand Elder Bias's eyes flashed as he seemed to have discovered something, and he spoke indifferently. The other professions don't have as strict a mental requirement as those 3. Naturally, they are inferior. Red Dust said. The other 2 seniors nodded. They understood this and didn't find it strange. Speaking of which, why is that little guy still on the second level? He spent too much time. Bayaz looked at the screen in the sky and frowned. He spent 3 days and 3 nights. That's a bit long. Red Dust had a strange expression as he nodded. After 3 days and 3 nights, the remaining geniuses had already reached the 5th and 6th level. There were only a few people left. Most of them had already exited the illusory heart tower. Even the 3rd and 4th levels didn't have a single person left. This meant that the first 3 levels weren't too difficult for a grandmaster. But under such circumstances, there was still one person left on the 2nd level. This undoubtedly formed a strong contrast. That person was like a firefly in the dark night. He was particularly conspicuous and abrupt. What is that Wanting doing? Yeah, he's still on the 2nd level after 3 days and 3 nights. No one else can do that. To be able to stay on the 2nd level for so long, this person is also a genius. He's the only person who's had such a difficult time passing the first 3 levels. I guess I'll stop on the 2nd level. The group of people looked at the name on the screen and couldn't help but discuss it. Grandmaster Huayuan and the others didn't look good. They were abnormally anxious. Watching Wanting pass the illusory heart tower was a kind of torture. Their old bones couldn't stand this stimulation. The raging flame realm lord glanced at them and sneered. His eyes were full of ridicule. Didn't these grandmasters of the secondary professions think highly of that kid? Now, he couldn't even pass the 2nd level. Let's see how they feel. Gabriel had already walked out of the illusory heart tower and was standing beside the raging flame realm lord. He was very proud. Now that he had entered the 6th level of the illusory heart tower, he was equal to the geniuses of the core families. This proved that his talent wasn't inferior to theirs. He had the qualifications to compete with them. On the other hand, the other geniuses of the Qian Empire, they were all trash. All of them stopped on the 4th level. What future could they have? Thinking of this, Gabriel glanced at Luo Tang, Xianxia, and the others. The corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Gabriel, it seems that our Qian Empire will have to rely on you this time. The raging flame realm lord glanced at Grandmaster Huayuan and the others and smiled. As a member of the Qian Empire, I will fight for the glory of the empire, Gabriel said calmly. The people from the other 8 royal families all had strange expressions on their faces. The Pyrax family's people were showing off this time. Who would have thought that a martial arts family would have a genius with a secondary profession like Gabriel? It could only be said that the world was unpredictable. Their family had some secondary professions, but unfortunately, they didn't have strong talent. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let go of this opportunity. Speaking of which, that Wanting is still on the 2nd level. Could it be that he can't leave? The raging flame realm lord said again. As expected, he's just a grandstander. Nothing more than this. Gabriel's face showed a trace of disdain. The faces of Grandmaster Huayuan and the others were a little embarrassed. These two's words were strange and infuriating. At the core family's side, Lu Yan and Sang Yi had already come out of the illusory heart tower. Both of them had stopped on the 6th level and were considered the top geniuses. This wasn't surprising. After all, they were the geniuses of the core families. At this moment, they looked at Wanting's name on the screen and the shocking words 2nd level behind it. They couldn't help but be surprised. How could that guy still be on the 2nd level? The 2 Si brothers weren't that amazing. Si Jing was on the 5th level, and Fingdu was only on the 4th level. As a spirit chef, Si Jing's performance was quite good, and Fingdu was slightly inferior. That Wanting is still on the 2nd level? Fingdu was stunned for a moment, and then a sneer appeared on his face. Damn, I was wondering how powerful he was. It turns out that he's just a wolf. Si Jing's eyes flashed, and a trace of pleasure flashed in his eyes. Seeing Wanting stuck on the 2nd level, he was extremely happy. However, with his temperament, he didn't show it. Under everyone's attention, voices of surprise suddenly rang out. He moved, look, he moved. Hey! He actually entered the 3rd level. F***CK. I thought he was going to die. He finally entered the third level from the second level. It's really not easy. When everyone saw this scene, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This dawdling was really a kind of torture. However, they couldn't do anything to that guy, and could only watch him slowly rise. Ha ha ha, he finally reached the third level. Grandmaster Huayuan and the others immediately let out a sigh of relief and laughed. Humph. Raging Flame's real lord's face stiffened, and he snorted coldly. It's only the third level. With this efficiency, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for him to pass the third level. Gabriel shook his head and said indifferently, the third level is many times more difficult than the second level. It's hard to say until the end. Grandmaster Alfred said calmly. Raging Flame's realm lord chuckled and didn't say anything else. He had already seen that these grandmasters of the Subprofession Alliance were just forcefully holding on. Just as Gabriel said, with this efficiency, Wang Ting probably couldn't pass the third level. The third level of the Illusory Heart Tower was no different from the first two levels. At the beginning, it was filled with colorful fog, and it was hazy, making people unable to see clearly. Wang Ting wasn't in a hurry, and he looked around calmly. Boom, at this moment, the fog rolled, and a roar suddenly sounded. The surrounding fog was instantly engulfed by raging flames that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. A wave of heat instantly filled the entire space. Playing with fire with me? Wang Ting sneered and was about to mobilize the heavenly flame in his body. However, the next moment, the smile on his face stiffened. What the hell was going on? Where was his heavenly flame? At this moment, no matter how he tried to sense it, he couldn't sense the heavenly flame in his body, so naturally, he couldn't mobilize it. Wang Ting couldn't help but think of the situation he encountered on the second level. Although the form was different, the methods were the same. He couldn't use any of his strength, it wasn't just his origin power, but also his mental power, and even the Ice Drake Pearl. Boom, without waiting for Wang Ting to think, a terrifying flame swept over him, and he felt like he was about to be roasted. His clothes burned, his body cracked, and an unprecedented pain swept through his body. Hiss. Wang Ting couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Because of the pain, the muscles on his face couldn't help but twitch. However, this was just the beginning. The next moment, his soul seemed to be burning, and an indescribable burning pain instantly spread through his soul. This flame was even more terrifying than his heavenly flame. F***CK. You're playing with me. Wang Ting's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but curse. The person who played with fire ended up being played with by fire. He suddenly wanted to go back to the second level. Really, compared to the third level, the second level was simply too comfortable. Please give me another chance. He really wanted to go back and feel the pain of the second level. However, endless flames swept over and washed over Wang Ting's body. Not long after, Wang Ting completely became a man on fire, and his entire body was burning with flames. However, this flame only made him feel endless pain, but it wouldn't kill him. It was as if it wanted him to suffer endless pain in this burning. Wang Ting gradually let out a muffled groan. It was painful. Even with his willpower, he couldn't help but let out a muffled groan after being burned for a while. It was obvious how high the temperature of the flame had reached. Since he knew that he couldn't resist, he could only silently endure it. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes like an old monk. Even so, the flame still didn't disappear, and the temperature was still rising. Wang Ting's face was completely distorted. His entire body turned into pitch-black charcoal, and his flesh fell from his body piece by piece, revealing airy white bones. It was a shocking sight. Time passed again. After an unknown period of time, Wang Ting gradually felt that the pain seemed to have disappeared. His face was expressionless, because the flesh on it had long melted, leaving only a skeleton. It was the same for his body. Only a skeleton sat cross-legged on the ground, and it looked particularly strange. However, the flame still clung to the bones, and even the internal organs under the bones. And in the skull, a soul quietly floated. It was also wrapped in flames, and quietly burned. All of this was like a torture. It looked so painful that one couldn't look at it directly. However, Wang Ting really didn't feel any pain. His heart suddenly became very calm, as if he had separated himself from the pain. Ka ka ka. Suddenly, he seemed to hear a series of cracking sounds. It was as if something couldn't bear the burden, and cracks appeared. What happened? This sound caused Wang Ting to recover from the state he was in, and a white light flashed in his mind. Yes, Domain Lord level mental barrier? His Domain Lord level mental barrier loosened again, and cracks appeared. In that instant, Wang Ting seemed to see an invisible barrier, and it was covered in cracks. Am I going to break through? No, it's still lacking by quite a bit. Wang Ting was both surprised and happy. He couldn't help but shout, "Let the flames come more fiercely." He suddenly opened his eyes. Everything was calm as usual, and there was only a colorful mist. His body didn't have any injuries. The skeleton from before was just an illusion. Flames, what flames? It was all an illusion. There were no flames here at all. Mother ****. Wang Ting suddenly had the urge to curse. When I wanted you to come, you didn't come. When I didn't want you to come, you just had to torture me. Are you playing? Wang Ting stood up and pointed his middle finger at the sky. Then, as usual, he picked up the surrounding attribute bubbles. Illusion Heart Technique, Immortal Rank 6500/10,000, Proficient. His Illusion Heart Technique increased again, but it didn't break through the Proficient level. At the same time, he felt a sense of weakness from the depths of his soul. After going through 3 levels of the Illusion Heart Tower, his soul couldn't help but show a trace of exhaustion. Even if he absorbed a lot of mental energy, it couldn't make up for this exhaustion. Because this was the exhaustion of the soul. Soul power needed to be replenished by the source of the soul. However, Wang Ting didn't have the mind to pay attention to this. His eyes flashed with a fiery light. It was as if he had found a great opportunity to increase his mental energy. Soon. After a few more times, my mental energy might be able to break through. Originally, he didn't have much hope. However, after going through 3 levels of the Illusion Heart Tower, the feeling of breaking through became stronger. This aroused the impulse and desire in his heart. Break through, he had to break through here. How could he let go of such a good opportunity? Next level, maybe he could break through the next Domain Lord level mental energy barrier. Without any hesitation, Wang Ting stepped on the ground and turned into a ray of light. He was like an eagle that wanted to break through the sky. Boom, 4th level, it was already the 7th day in the outside world. Wang Ting stayed in the 3rd level for 3 whole days. Everyone in the Illusion Heart Tower had already left. There was still no one who could break through the 7th level. They all stopped at the 6th level. Perhaps there was a difference in mental energy realm among these geniuses. However, they obviously didn't meet the conditions to break through the 7th level. Now, there was only one person left in the entire Illusion Heart Tower. That was Wang Ting. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but fall on his name. Each and every one of them had different expressions. Some were indifferent, some were disdainful, and some were just watching the fun. 4th level. Suddenly, everyone saw that the level behind Wang Ting's name had changed from the 3rd level to the 4th level. They were all surprised. They originally thought that Wang Ting couldn't pass the 3rd level. They didn't expect him to break through in the end. The Raging Flame Sector Lord and the others' faces became gloomy. There was something wrong with this kid. At this point, if they still couldn't see the problem, then they were really stupid. Although the speed was slow, Wang Ting was still slowly increasing. It seemed like he hadn't reached his limit yet. At this time, they didn't say any more words of ridicule. They had already been slapped in the face twice previously. If they said anything more and got slapped in the face again, wouldn't it be a joke? Gabriel's expression was also somewhat ugly. He concluded that Wang Ting couldn't pass the 3rd level. In the end, the other party still passed. He felt that the gazes of the people around him seemed to be somewhat strange. Especially the people from the 8 great royal families. They were probably all very happy to see him make a fool of himself. Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others were naturally overjoyed. Their hearts were filled with hope for Wang Ting once again. Ha ha ha. Who said that Grandmaster Wang Ting couldn't pass the 3rd level just now? Grandmaster Emoda couldn't help laughing loudly. The muscles on the faces of the Raging Flame Sector Lord and the others twitched. They immediately couldn't hold it in. They turned their heads away and didn't open their mouths anymore. However, their gazes were still fixed on Wang Ting's name on the light screen. In Gu Hongwei's seats, Gu Luo slowly stood up with his hands behind his back. He looked at the light screen in the sky, his gaze flickering slightly. "Brother Wang Ting, don't disappoint me." "Humph." Feng Du coldly snorted with an ugly expression. This Wang Ting was really like a cockroach. He was so tenacious that it was disgusting. On the other side, Lu Yan, Sang Yi, Yu Xianxia, and the others were also paying attention to Wang Ting's movements. Interesting. On the high platform, Elder Red Dust and the others looked at each other with a trace of interest in their eyes. This Wang Ting seemed to have some ability. His speed of passing the levels was a bit slow, but it was steady. It seemed that it was worth looking forward to. Perhaps he could really become an accident in this year's competition. On the 4th level of the Illusory Heart Tower, just as Wang Ting arrived here, goose feather-like snow began to fall from the sky. Snow? Wang Ting was stunned for a moment. He stretched out his hand to catch a snowflake and guessed in his heart, could it be that this place is ice? Woo-woo, without waiting for him to think more, a wave of ghost-like wails and wolf-like howls resounded between heaven and earth. Violent gales suddenly blew in all directions, sweeping up a sky full of ice and snow, bringing along a chill that swept over. Ice and fire duel heaven. Wang Ting smiled and stood in the ice and snow, allowing the ice and snow to drown him. This time, he didn't resist at all. No amount of pain could stop his heart from breaking through. Let the ice and snow come more fiercely, Wang Ting completely let go of himself. What pain, it's not a problem. Damn. So painful, as the ice and snow violently attacked, Wang Ting felt a bone-piercing chill. That chill seeped into his body from his skin and entered through his pores. It then froze his blood, muscles, bone marrow, and so on, until his soul. Wang Ting couldn't help but shiver. His body gradually froze on the spot and turned into an ice sculpture. He had just experienced the extreme heat and now the bone-piercing chill. That kind of sour feeling didn't need to be mentioned. In order to break through to the Domain Lord level, Wang Ting could only silently endure this pain and turn it into motivation to break through. Ka ka ka, the cracking sound came out again. Only Wang Ting could hear it. In truth, even after experiencing the first 3 levels of the Illusory Heart Tower, he still couldn't get used to this kind of pain. After all, the pain was different every time. For this illusory realm to be able to reach this level, it could already be considered heaven-defying. There was no other way. Wang Ting could only brace himself and endure it. If he couldn't endure it, he naturally wouldn't be able to break through the illusory realm and would be instantly eliminated. Only Wang Ting didn't know that because his soul was exceptionally strong, the pain was doubled. His pain was at least 30 times that of others, 3 times the soul source, a whole 30 times the pain. He didn't know where this conversion rate came from. In any case, Wang Ting was currently enduring an inhuman torture that far exceeded that of ordinary people. Luckily, his soul had been baptized time and time again, gradually becoming extremely firm and strong. All of this was imperceptibly changing. This gradual increase in strength allowed him to endure the pain again and again. Time slowly passed. Another 3 days passed in the outside world. In the 4th level of the Illusory Heart Tower, Wang Ting opened his eyes in the ice. In an instant, the ice and snow disappeared. The ice around his body also instantly melted. It was as if nothing had happened. Illusory Heart Tower 4th level, passed. Not enough. Wang Ting suddenly shook his head, not enough. Again. His lips curled into a crazy arc. After picking up the attribute bubbles, he directly charged to the 5th level. He felt that the Domain Lord level mental barrier was becoming more and more loose. There were more and more cracks, as if it could shatter at any moment. Rumble. Thunder after thunder fell from the sky, forcefully striking Wang Ting's body. As soon as he arrived, he received a warm welcome. This time it was thunder, heaven's might. Compared to the flames and ice from before, it was stronger and more painful. Wang Ting's face was bitter. He had challenged the heavenly tribulation many times before, even using it to temper his body. But now, he couldn't use any of his methods, he could only take it head-on. What goes around comes around, rumble. In the sky above the fifth level of the illusory heart tower, silver snakes danced wildly. The terrifying thunder was born, crazily striking down at Wang Ting below, landing on his body. Crackle, in an instant, Wang Ting's face and body were charred black. A mouthful of black smoke came out of his mouth. His hair all stood up, looking extremely comical. Retribution. A sigh came out of Wang Ting's mouth. He shook his head, sat down cross-legged, and bitterly looked at the sky. Being struck by lightning, every time a bolt of thunder fell, Wang Ting's body would tremble. His powerful physique had already disappeared. The power of thunder invaded his body, as if every bolt of lightning was distributed to every cell in his body. Countless cells felt like they were being stabbed by needles at the same time. That kind of pain could be imagined. Wang Ting's body couldn't help but twitch. His entire face twisted. Pain mask, it was really too painful, it was so painful that he wanted to call for his mother. So when he used the thunder brick to hit people, they suffered this kind of pain? No, that's not right. His pain was definitely more intense than theirs. Wang Ting tightly closed his eyes, trying his best not to think about that kind of pain. His heart was as calm as still water. At a certain moment, the thunder suddenly stopped striking. It's over? Wang Ting was stunned. He slowly opened his eyes. When he looked at the sky, a dazzling white light illuminated his face. F***ck. A pool of lightning suddenly formed in the sky. It instantly fell, crashing down on Wang Ting's face. Before he could say F***ck, Wang Ting was instantly submerged. His entire body was rubbed against the ground. This thunder was very strange. It was obviously extremely powerful, but it didn't wear down his body. It was as if it wanted him to maintain his body and endure the pain of the thunder. Wang Ting wanted to get up, but he couldn't. His face was pressed against the ground. This was really rubbing, the kind that didn't contain any water. F***ck, F***ck. Wang Ting struggled to open his mouth and let out a muffled roar of anger. Don't hit people in the face. You F***king rubbed my face against the ground. This was too much. Even if he could tolerate this, he couldn't. Wang Ting wanted nothing more than to get up from the ground. However, he couldn't beat this lightning tribulation. He finally experienced the feeling of powerlessness, and tears almost flowed down his face. Gotcha. And in this rubbing, an extremely clear cracking sound suddenly reverberated in Wang Ting's mind. It shook his mind. The crack in the domain lord level mental barrier became bigger. Wang Ting could almost see a whole new world. It was about to unfold in front of him. He could already see a crack filled with light. Come on. Strike me. Strike me. Continue. A roar of anger came from Wang Ting's mouth. He struggled to raise his head and roared at the sky. He was like a madman. Rumble, as if responding to Wang Ting's ridiculous request, all the thunder in the sky gathered. As the power of lightning gathered, the huge pool of lightning actually started to shrink, gradually turning into a deep purple hole that was only 1 meter in size. The deep purple was extremely dense. There was even a hint of black. It was like a pitch-black eye. Rumble. In the next moment, a dark purple thunder shot out from the hole and hit Wang Ting's body. F***ck. So ruthless. Wang Ting watched as the thunder hit his body. His scalp went numb. He only had time to curse before his vision turned black. His soul shook violently, as if it was about to shatter. The extreme pain instantly drowned Wang Ting. Gotcha. Gotcha, cracking sounds could be heard. However, Wang Ting couldn't hear anything. He couldn't feel any pain. He was already numb. The 5th floor of the illusory heart tower. The sky was filled with lightning, and a dark purple lightning pillar that was almost black fell straight down from the sky. Wang Ting lay on the ground in an extremely humiliating position. His face was expressionless. He felt like he had nothing to live for. After an unknown amount of time, the thunder column gradually disappeared, and the thunder in the sky also disappeared. It seemed that everything just now was just an illusion. No, all of this was an illusion, a real illusion. There was dead silence all around. Wang Ting lay on the ground quietly. He couldn't regain his senses. It was too painful. He was too tired. He wanted to sleep. Then, he turned around like a salted fish. He stared at the sky without any light in his eyes. Then, he slowly closed his eyes. No. I can't sleep. Breakthrough, I want to break through. The next moment, he seemed to suddenly think of something, and suddenly opened his eyes. His eyeballs bulged, and his eyes were bloodshot. Continue to work. Continue to be high. Wang Ting suddenly bounced up from the ground, glanced around, and picked up all the attribute bubbles. However, he didn't have the mood to pay attention to these now, so he ignored them after picking them up. But at this moment, he didn't rush to the 6th floor, but frowned and stood in place. He was too tired, his soul was exhausted to the extreme. Glancing at the attribute panel, there was clearly no consumption of his soul origin, but he couldn't stop the exhaustion. This was a sense of exhaustion from the depths of his soul, like waves of waves, making him want to sleep. His eyelids were so heavy that it was as if 10,000 pounds of weight had been added to them. This couldn't go on, the pain was too strong. Although he could forcibly pass the test, he couldn't bear the exhaustion. If he couldn't eliminate the exhaustion, he might fall asleep on the next floor. At that time, he might really be eliminated. I wonder which floor the others have reached. Wang Ting's eyes flashed a strange color. He had now reached the 5th floor. Even if the others were stronger than him, they wouldn't be much stronger. So, the 6th floor, or the 7th floor, he frowned and pondered for a moment. Then, he stopped thinking about it. No matter what level the others reached, he had to continue until he broke through. There was already a crack in the Domain Lord level mental barrier. The opportunity was right in front of him, and he couldn't give up just like that. If he missed this opportunity, he would probably have to wait until he broke through to the Domain Lord level. However, he still wasn't able to break through to the Domain Lord level. Wang Ting thought for a moment and then took out a soul source crystal from his storage space. Now that the illusion had disappeared, he could take out something from his storage space. Perhaps this object could help him eliminate his exhaustion. Devour the heavens and earth, open. Wang Ting muttered in his heart. He activated the Devour the Heavens and the Earth divine ability, and wisps of soul source power were absorbed from the soul source crystal. With this sacred art from the void-devouring beast, Wang Ting's absorption speed was unbelievably fast. Wisps of soul origin were instantly refined and merged with his soul. Wang Ting suddenly felt a tremor coming from his soul. Then, the feeling of exhaustion disappeared a little. He immediately stopped absorbing. I won't absorb it for now. I'll use it when I can't take it anymore. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He didn't put away the soul source crystal, but held it in his hand in case the illusion was blocked and he couldn't take it out again. Actually, he didn't know if the next time he entered the illusion, the soul source crystal in his hand would be blocked or not. But it didn't matter. He just felt that now wasn't the time to use the soul source crystal. Perhaps this kind of torture would make it easier to break through. Then, he didn't think about it anymore. With a step, he rushed into the sky and entered the 6th floor of the illusory heart tower. In the outside world, 15 days had passed. Compared to the previous exchanges, 15 days in the first round of the illusory heart tower was a little too long. But at this moment, no one cared about this. Everyone couldn't help but hold their breaths, staring at the light screen in the sky without blinking. 3rd floor. 4th floor. 5th floor. 6th floor. F***CK. F***CK. This guy actually went to the 6th floor. I thought it was a bronze. I didn't expect it to be a bronze king. This Wang Ting is a little strange. He obviously spent so much time on each floor, but he still managed to reach the 6th floor. How did he do it? Something's not right. What the hell is this guy doing inside? Now that he has reached the 6th floor, if he can pass the 6th floor, he will be on the same level as those top geniuses. There's nothing wrong with a man being slow. Being fast is the problem. F***CK, there's nothing wrong with a man being slow. Everyone was discussing, and their attention to Wang Ting was undoubtedly higher and higher. At the beginning, they were disdainful, then they were surprised, and finally, they were shocked and dignified. However, when most of the people saw this scene, their attention to Wang Ting gradually rose. If Wang Ting could really pass the 6th floor, he would be on the same level as the top geniuses. Maybe he would be a strong opponent in the next competition. The 6th floor. How did this kid reach the 6th floor? The Raging Flames Realmlord's face was completely gloomy, and a trace of disbelief flashed in his eyes. In the past few days, Wang Ting's performance had completely exceeded his imagination. He had killed all the way from the 3rd floor to the 6th floor, which was simply shocking to him. Gabriel, who was standing at the side, no longer spoke. His face was stiff, as if someone owed him money. Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others were different. At this time, they could be said to have ruthlessly vented their anger, and their faces were all filled with carefree smiles. Wang Ting had entered the 5th floor. No matter what, he had already smoothly advanced to the next round of the competition. Moreover, he was only one step away from those top geniuses. If he could pass the 6th floor, it meant that Wang Ting had the qualifications to compete with them. Although there was no way to determine who was most likely to be the champion in the first round of the competition, it could still filter out the top geniuses. In fact, everyone could see that the champion was very likely to be one of the geniuses on the 6th floor. Of course, it wasn't absolute. There could also be dark horses among the geniuses on the 5th floor. It was hard to say. Some people's mental strength was slightly weaker because they didn't have good mental strength cultivation methods. However, this didn't mean that their alchemy skills were inferior to others. At this time, Ping Tianwang also opened his eyes and looked at the light screen in the sky with surprise in his eyes. His original impression of Wang Ting was gradually changing. This person might be a genius in his secondary profession that wasn't inferior to Gabriel. Everyone from the Feng clan was silent, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. How did that bastard enter the 6th floor? Feng Du's face was ugly, and his heart was filled with disbelief. He gritted his teeth and said. Next to him, Pei Jing's face gradually darkened as if he had eaten shit. The 6th floor, he was only on the 5th floor, and that bastard had reached the 6th floor. At this time, he was crazily roaring in his heart, hoping that Wang Ting wouldn't pass the 6th floor. If others had surpassed him, he wouldn't have reacted that way. However, when he saw Wang Ting surpass him, he couldn't bear it. The people from the Qian Empire paid so much attention to Wang Ting. As the opposing forces of the Qian Empire, the Namos Empire and the Kadara Freedom Federation naturally wouldn't ignore it. The appearance of Gabriel reaching the 6th floor had already made the two forces extremely wary. After all, both of them only had one genius who entered the 5th floor each. There was a big gap between them and the Qian Empire. However, now there was another genius who had entered the 6th floor. What was up with the Qian Empire this time? Two geniuses who entered the 6th floor. What kind of luck did they have? The people from the Namos Empire and the Kadara Freedom Federation didn't look too good. They could only hope that Wang Ting wouldn't pass the 6th floor. A gloomy look flashed in the eyes of the Xi family's patriarch, Lei Long. However, he was still a sacred-level existence and the patriarch of a core family. Naturally, he wouldn't show his emotions on his face like the two brothers. Both of you, restrain yourselves. It's just the first round of the competition. Even if he enters the 6th floor, he might not be able to win against the other geniuses. What's the rush? Lei Long glanced at the two brothers and said lightly. Father, if that kid enters the top 10. Pei Jing asked in a deep voice. Don't worry, he won't enter the top 10. Lei Long sneered. Father, are you already prepared? Pei Jing's expression changed and couldn't help but ask. I've already reached an agreement with the Ma family. Isn't that kid an alchemist? When the time comes, he will have to enter the Medicine Garden planet. When he gets there, the Ma family will eliminate him. A cold light flashed in Lei Long's eyes as he spoke coldly. The Ma family. Pei Jing's face was filled with joy. The Ma family was a core family of the Poison Dao. They had an unimaginable foundation in the Poison Dao lineage. The Poison Dao had always been the most dreaded method. The Poison Dao's actions were secretive, and no one dared to underestimate their Poison Dao. If one was targeted by them, one would probably suffer a fate worse than death. Father, you actually got the Ma family to make a move. This time, that bastard is dead for sure. Feng Du's face was filled with ecstasy, and the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of malevolence as he spoke. Father is still brilliant. You've already set up the medicine garden planet. Pei Jing said. Humph. Lei Long snorted softly and said resentfully, that's why I asked you to calm down. Calm down. You've all learned how to plan before taking action. You're right, Father. Pei Jing replied with an embarrassed expression. Feng Du didn't dare to say anything. He lowered his head and could only agree repeatedly. Lei Long looked at the two of them and couldn't help but sigh. He was really helpless in his heart. Of his two sons, Pei Jing was slightly better. His temperament was acceptable, and he could still grow after some training. However, Feng Du was a complete trash. Not only did he cause trouble everywhere, he didn't have any shrewdness, and his talent wasn't as good as his brother's. He would probably stop at the master level in the future. On the other side, the Tai family's patriarch, Tai Huai, looked at the changes on the screen, and his eyes gradually narrowed. He originally thought that this Wang Ting was nothing to worry about, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. Tai Lu's expression gradually stiffened, and his expression changed. It was as if a bottle of mixed feelings had been knocked over. His mood was really complicated. Little brother Wang Ting, go for it. On the Yu family's seat, Yu Xianxia couldn't help but clench her fist and cheer for Wang Ting in her heart. She didn't think too much. She just felt that Wang Ting was her friend, and she naturally hoped that he could go further. Even if he surpassed her, she would be very happy. The Lu family's and Sang family's faces turned slightly solemn. They felt a little strange from the beginning. With Wang Ting's performance on the second floor of the trade fair, he shouldn't be so weak. Now it seemed that their feeling wasn't wrong. That guy was just a little slow, and it wasn't that he wasn't strong enough. Lu Yan and Sang Yi looked at each other and sighed in relief. They didn't want the person they recognized to be just a useless guy. Not only them, but the other core members were also paying attention to Wang Ting. After all, he was a genius who reached the 6th floor. Moreover, from his previous performance, he seemed to be different from ordinary people. They felt that something was strange. On the Ma family seat, a sinister-looking young man was sitting there. He raised his eyes and looked at the name on the screen, and his eyes flickered slightly. Wang Ting. An imperceptible voice came out from his mouth. Ma Yan, do you have confidence in this person? On the Ma family seat, a middle-aged man slowly asked. According to the Ma family, this person is an alchemist. I don't know how skilled he is, but it's too early to say. Ma Yan said lightly. The Ma family's patriarch, Ma Lu, nodded and said, do what you can. If you can't, don't delay the trade fair because of the Ma family. I understand. Ma Yan said calmly. The same goes for all of you. Ma Lu turned to look at the other Ma family's younger generation and said. Yes. The Ma family's younger generation geniuses all nodded. On the high platform. The eyes of founding elder Red Dust and the others gradually showed a trace of seriousness. They looked at each other but didn't say anything. However, they understood that Wang Ting's soul power was probably far superior to ordinary people. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached the 6th floor and would have been eliminated early on. On the 6th floor of the illusory heart tower, Wang Ting arrived and glanced around. Unlike the 5th floor, the 6th floor was very quiet. There were no illusions because of Wang Ting's arrival. He furrowed his brows and looked around curiously. What exactly was the illusion of the 6th floor? Layers of fog quietly floated and completely covered the surroundings. A heart-palpitating silence filled the air. Wang Ting felt that the illusion seemed to have appeared, but no matter how he looked, he couldn't see any clues. He looked down at the spirit source crystal in his hand. Fortunately, it was still there. It seemed that this method was indeed effective. At this moment, the surroundings gradually darkened. It shrouded the space at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was so dark that he couldn't even see his own fingers. It's here. Wang Ting was slightly stunned. He immediately understood that this was probably the illusion of the 6th floor. It seemed that the sixth floor was somewhat different from the previous floors. Without much time to think, Wang Ting subconsciously opened the Eye of Truth. Unfortunately, he still couldn't see anything. The effect of the Eye of Truth was suppressed. However, he was already used to it. He held the spirit source crystal in his hand and felt relieved that it was still there. He didn't act rashly. He stood in place and waited for the illusion to come. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. If the enemy moves, I'll move, cough cough. There was nothing wrong with this tactic. Suddenly, Wang Ting felt an ominous premonition. For no reason, the hair on his back stood up and his scalp went numb. Then, a kind of pain from the inside out suddenly swept over and spread throughout his body. What's going on? Wang Ting's eyes were aghast. He felt that something was wrong, but he still couldn't figure out what was going on with this illusion. There was indeed something wrong with the illusion this time. This kind of pain was more intense than the burning flames, the piercing ice and snow, and even the thunder. It was completely indescribable. If he had to describe it, he was afraid that someone was using a small knife to stab him from the inside out. It was more terrible than being cut into 1,000 pieces. However, it was also like being bitten by thousands of ants. Every inch of his flesh and blood and every inch of his soul were in extreme pain. It was simply the most terrible torture in the world. Moreover, at this time, the surroundings were completely dark. He couldn't see anything clearly. It was completely impossible to know what was happening to his body. It was even more terrifying. Hiss. Hiss. Wang Ting sucked in 2 mouthfuls of cold air. He wanted to suck in a 3rd mouthful of cold air, but he didn't have the chance. Bang, a muffled sound suddenly came out. Wang Ting exploded. That's right, his whole body exploded. Then, in the darkness, he turned into a cloud of blood mist. Not even a piece of flesh was left. The explosion was very thorough. However, in the next moment, the cloud of blood mist suddenly converged toward the center and returned to Wang Ting's appearance. Huff, 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 Wang Ting widened his eyes and panted heavily. There was still a lingering fear in his eyes. He hadn't regained his senses from the explosion just now. He actually self-destructed. F***ck, what kind of trick is this? All kinds of torture were not enough. Now, he self-destructed. The feeling at that moment was really too horrifying. He didn't even know what had happened. He had exploded in an instant. Who could understand that kind of feeling? His whole body exploded completely. Not even a piece of flesh was left. Everything had turned into a cloud of blood mist. This feeling was really more terrifying than the previous few times. Wang Ting was somewhat impressed by the person who made this illusory heart tower. How did he come up with this? To be able to come up with such inhuman torture, he was simply not human. He didn't know that these were all hidden programs that were only open to people with strong souls. Others didn't have such treatment. What kind of illusion is this? Wang Ting frowned and wanted to find out the true face of this illusion. The previous few could be seen and touched: beauties, fire, ice, and thunder. Although it was painful, it was not horrifying. However, this time, he didn't even know what it was. In the darkness, it was really unsettling. However, the feeling of pain came again. Wang Ting's expression changed slightly. It was too fast, and it didn't give him a chance to breathe at all. Bang! After a moment, Wang Ting exploded again and turned into a cloud of blood mist. Then, he returned to his original state again, unscathed. Huff, huff, even so, Wang Ting's breathing became more and more coarse. His eyes were wide open, and there were more and more blood vessels in his eyes. This feeling gave him a great deal of psychological pressure. In the following time, Wang Ting faced the pain again, and then his whole body exploded into a cloud of blood mist and returned to his original state. Bang, bang, bang. This process kept repeating, and it made Wang Ting completely fall into pain and horror. His soul was getting more and more tired. Every time he recovered, his eyes involuntarily closed. If his willpower wasn't strong enough, he might not have been able to hold on. Hold on. I must hold on. Wang Ting clenched his teeth and clenched the soul origin crystal in his hand. He didn't use it at all, and only used it as his final trump card. It was as if as long as this trump card existed, he didn't have to worry about falling asleep. It's just self-explosion. In the future, I can go out and brag. I'm a man who is self-exploded. Wang Ting's heart was ruthless, and his face was ferocious. Again, bang. Huff, huff, huff. Bang. Huff, bang. Huff, 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 again and again, self-explosion and recovery. Wang Ting was panting like an ox, and his eyes were red. If someone could see his eyes at this moment, they would probably be frightened. That gaze was simply as if he was going to fight with his life on the line. It was just to say that he was crazy. Time slowly passed, and Wang Ting already didn't know how many times he had exploded. He was somewhat impressed that he could actually withstand such self-explosion. However, Wang Ting's soul was also exhausted to the extreme, and he felt that he couldn't hold on anymore. His eyelids were like two mountains pressing down on him, and there seemed to be a voice in his heart that kept repeating, "Sleep, sleep." Wang Ting shook his head fiercely, trying to dispel the sleepiness. However, this sleepiness came from the soul, and how could it be so easily dispelled? Have I reached my limit? Wang Ting muttered to himself in his heart, and his consciousness became somewhat blurry. No, I can't sleep yet. My spiritual realm hasn't broken through yet. Bang, with a muffled sound, Wang Ting exploded again, and then returned to his original state from a bloody mist. This time, he was no longer able to stand firmly. His body was bent, and he staggered and fell directly to the ground, his eyes slowly closing. No, I can't sleep, Wang Ting struggled desperately, clenching the spirit source crystal tightly in his hand, and was about to activate the swallow the heavens, devour the earth ability to absorb the spiritual power within. Gotcha! At this moment, he seemed to have heard Wang Ting shout. The familiar cracking sound was heard once again. Gotcha! Gotcha! Moreover, this sound was becoming more and more frequent, and it was becoming more and more concentrated, constantly reverberating in his ears. His soul, which was already unable to hold on, couldn't help but tremble, and there was an instant of clarity. Boom! Suddenly, a violent roar sounded from his mind, and Wang Ting felt as if a huge barrier in his mind had shattered, turning into countless specks of light and dissipating. Boom! A powerful spiritual fluctuation suddenly swept out from Wang Ting's mind, as if a storm suddenly set off on the calm sea, rolling up the sea and forming layers of monstrous waves. Wang Ting's body was in the middle of the huge wave, and all the seawater turned into a huge storm with him as the center. At the same time, the illusion on the 6th floor disappeared, and the surrounding darkness receded. Wang Ting's body floated from the ground uncontrollably, and a powerful invisible spiritual power surrounded his body. Wisps of the power of the origin of the soul suddenly surged out of the soul crystal in his hand. They intertwined with each other like silk threads and wrapped around Wang Ting in an instant. It seemed to have formed a huge cocoon of light. No one knew that a transformation was quietly happening on the 6th floor of the illusory heart tower at this moment. Time passed slowly, and Wang Ting stayed on the 6th floor of the illusory heart tower for 9 days, which surprised everyone. This time was much longer than the previous floors. If it weren't for the fact that Wang Ting hadn't been eliminated, they would have thought that Wang Ting was going to fail. What's going on? Why is Wang Ting staying on the 6th floor for so long? Yeah, he hasn't come out after 9 days. Is he going to stay for a long time? I don't know what that guy is doing. Why is he spending more time on each floor than the others? Everyone was speechless. Because they couldn't see the situation inside the illusory heart tower, they were itching to go in and see with their own eyes. I suddenly want to know what kind of illusion that little guy encountered inside. On the high platform, Elder Red Dust stroked his beard and said in surprise. Rumor has it that there are several very special illusions that are specially prepared for those geniuses with great talent. I think he most likely encountered one, Elder Bias said thoughtfully. We'll ask him when the time comes, Elder Tamburi said. That's true. Elder Red Dust shook his head with a smile. I didn't expect that our state of mind would be affected by this little guy. Elder Bias also couldn't help but shake his head. His slightly cold face couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. Originally, he wasn't too optimistic about Wang Ting. It was too reckless and stupid for him to sign up for 7 subprofessions at the same time. But now that he saw Wang Ting's performance in the illusory heart tower, his opinion of Wang Ting gradually changed. Maybe he really was a peerless genius in the subprofessions. Illusory Heart Tower's 6th floor. Wang Ting quietly floated in the air with his eyes closed. No one disturbed him. Only strands of invisible mental power supported him and surrounded him as if protecting him. The cocoon of light had already disappeared. Only a faint fluctuation filled the 6th floor of the Illusory Heart Tower. At a certain moment, all the mental power converged toward the center and entered Wang Ting's forehead like swallows returning to their nest. Due to the speed at which the spiritual energy flowed back was too fast, a huge vortex was formed above his head. This whirlpool was supposed to be invisible, but the colorful fog around it also started to swirl. That was why it could be seen. This was a magnificent sight. The whirlpool formed by the colorful mist was at least a few hundred feet in radius. Then, it started descending like a funnel. The opening at the bottom kept shrinking. Finally, it connected with Wang Ting's glabella. Fortunately, this process didn't last too long. In a short moment, all the mental power returned to Wang Ting's small universe. In the next moment, he slowly opened his eyes. His pupils were deep and pitch black, but they flickered with specks of light like starlight. He frowned. It seemed that he hadn't completely woken up from his coma. His consciousness was slightly sluggish. But in an instant, Wang Ting's eyes completely regained clarity. A trace of ecstasy appeared on his face, and the corners of his mouth rose crazily. Ha ha ha, I broke through. A burst of laughter echoed in the 6th floor of the Illusory Heart Tower, venting the joy in Wang Ting's heart. After enduring so much pain, he finally broke through. Damn it, it wasn't easy. The pain over and over again was simply inhuman torture. Ordinary people might not be able to bear it. Fortunately, Wang Ting held on until the end. By the way, where's my spirit source crystal? Wang Ting suddenly remembered something and quickly looked at his hand. The spirit source crystal was gone. Where did it go? Wang Ting frowned. It was absorbed by you. Yuan Gunggun's voice sounded in Wang Ting's mind with a trace of bitterness. In the end, it was absorbed, leaving nothing for him. His heart hurt. By the way, I remember that before I fell into a coma, the spirit source crystal's power seemed to have been absorbed by me. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat as he finally remembered. He asked suspiciously, so all the spirit source crystal's power was absorbed by me? Yes, it was all absorbed by you. Yuan Gungun sighed and said, You're too terrifying. You only broke through to the domain lord level and you actually absorbed so much spirit source crystal's power. I've been by your side all this time, but I don't know why you're so terrifying. Ha ha ha. Wang Ting couldn't help but laugh. Yuan Gungun naturally didn't understand some of the key points, but he didn't need to explain in detail. However, his breakthrough this time was indeed terrifying. Not only did he experience so much pain, but he also absorbed so much spirit source crystal's power. It didn't seem like the breakthrough of a universe-level fighter. The spirit source crystal's size wasn't small, and the spirit source crystal's power was terrifying. Even a sector lord-level fighter would find it hard to absorb it all at once. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat as he immediately looked at his status panel. Origin of Soul, 30,000/300000 Spirit, 60,000/600000, Domain Master Level, I actually reached the Domain Lord Level 1. Wang Ting was surprised. It seemed like the spirit source crystal wasn't absorbed for nothing. Not only did it help him break through to the Domain Lord level, it even reached the Domain Lord Level 1. It was rather stable, and didn't seem like he had just broken through. However, these stats. Wang Ting looked at the spirit and spirit attributes and felt his head hurt. Too high. The upper limits of the stats were simply too high. Compared to before, they had all doubled. If he wanted to increase them in the future, it would be harder and harder. Wang Ting suddenly had the urge to cry. His training life was truly filled with difficulties. It felt like the difficulty had doubled. Forget it. Forget it. I've at least broken through to the Domain Lord level, and completed something that was impossible to complete. Wang Ting's mood instantly turned for the better. His face was filled with joy. He reached out his hand and activated the spirit energy within, wanting to test out its power. Strands of powerful spiritual force swept out from the small universe in his body. However, at that time, Wang Ting suddenly took in a cold breath. Looking down, he saw that his body had actually exploded with cracks. Damn, what happened? Was the self-destruct not over yet? He subconsciously thought of the self-destruct from before. His eyes dilated, and his heart was filled with shock. No way, didn't the illusion end already? How could it self-destruct? That didn't make sense. What are you thinking about? Roundy was speechless. This is because your body can't withstand this powerful spiritual force. That's why there are cracks. If it was someone with a weaker body, I'm afraid your body wouldn't be able to withstand it. Wang Ting was stunned, before reacting. Right, a universe-level body definitely couldn't handle the spirit energy of a domain lord. This was also why he hadn't been able to break through to the domain lord level. Looking at his status panel, he knew that his soul origin had changed, but his life origin was still the same. This was the problem. Now that he had used this special method to forcefully break through, he didn't have time to break through his martial arts level. With one strong and one weak, it was inevitable that this would happen. It wasn't a big deal before. After all, no matter how strong his spirit energy was, it couldn't be that strong. However, with every breakthrough, his spirit energy would become extremely terrifying. A normal body wouldn't be able to handle it. Luckily, his body was already extremely strong, so he could barely use some spirit energy. However, if he used spirit energy that exceeded the universe level, it would definitely cause great damage to his body. Then I can't use the spirit energy. Wang Ting was a bit speechless. That can't be helped. Roundy shrugged. Also, you'd better seal up that spiritual power. Otherwise, I'm afraid it'll cause some damage to your body under its influence. Wang Ting was extremely depressed. Why did it feel like he had broken through for nothing? Helplessly, he could only retract his spirit energy. The wounds on his body were only small wounds, and they were slowly recovering. Roundy's eyes flashed when he saw this, and he muttered, speaking of which, with your freakish physical body, if you can prepare some pills that are extremely effective for recovery, you might be able to barely use some of the spirit of a region lord. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He suddenly remembered that when he activated his various body types, his strength had already exceeded the universe level limit, tenfold realm energy. At that time, his body's endurance should have also exceeded the universe level limit. Hence, he might have a chance to use this domain lord level spirit energy. Ha ha ha. Yuan Gun Gun, your reminder is just right. This method is feasible. Wang Ting was overjoyed. Just be careful. Yuan Gun Gun said. Don't worry, I definitely won't joke around with my body. Wang Ting said. That's good. Yuan Gun Gun nodded and asked, you are now on the 6th floor of the illusory heart tower. Do you still want to continue? Do you know which floor the others have reached? Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he asked. It's this floor, the 6th floor. No one has reached the 7th floor. You should have felt it yourself. The 6th floor is probably the limit of the Grandmaster level. Yuan Gun Gun said. That's true. Wang Ting touched his chin thoughtfully. Since they have only reached the 6th floor, I will try the 7th floor. The 7th floor will probably be very difficult. Yuan Gun Gun hesitated. Let's give it a try. Wang Ting did not say anything more. He picked up all the attribute bubbles around him and rushed to the 7th floor. In the outside world, the number behind Wang Ting's name changed instantly. It changed from the 6th floor to the 7th floor. Damn. The 7th floor, Wang Ting has passed the 6th floor. He actually passed. This Wang Ting seems to be quite powerful. I wonder if he can pass the 7th floor. Nonsense. Of course not. Didn't you see that none of the geniuses passed the 7th floor? Wang Ting is already very strong to reach the 6th floor. I would like to call him a genius. It's really impossible. I heard that the 6th floor is the limit of the Grandmaster level. No one can pass the 7th floor. I see. Everyone was in an uproar. Some looked at the changes on the light screen in disbelief. There was a lot of discussion and comments. But before they finished discussing, there was another change on the light screen. The number behind Wang Ting's name changed to the 7th floor. Everyone was confused and fell into a dead silence. Then, in an instant, there was an uproar. Seventh floor? There was an uproar in the plaza. In an instant, everyone came back to their senses. They were shocked and couldn't help but exclaim. That was unbelievable, someone had actually passed the 7th floor, and it was that guy who had been dilly-dallying. Everyone even suspected that they were hallucinating. Many people had just sworn that no one could pass the 7th floor and that the 6th floor was the limit of the Grandmaster level. But now, someone had passed the 7th floor. What was going on? It was simply a slap in the face. Now, these people's faces were green and white, and they felt their faces burning. They were silent and didn't dare to make a sound. The truth was right in front of them. How could they dare to say anything? Weren't they afraid of being drowned in saliva? On the high platform, Elder Red Dust and the others suddenly sat up straight. Their eyes shone brightly as they looked at each other. He really passed. Elder Bias couldn't hold back his expression anymore. His eyes were filled with shock and astonishment. He couldn't help but speak. How did he do it? Elder Tambouri's eyes widened. He couldn't believe it. The 6th floor is the limit of the Grandmaster level, but he passed the 7th floor. Doesn't that mean his spirit has already surpassed the Grandmaster level? Elder Red Dust's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself. That's impossible. That little guy is only a universe-level fighter. He's still far from Sector Lord level. His spirit energy definitely can't reach Sector Lord level. How can it exceed the Grandmaster level? Elder Bias's face revealed a look of contemplation as he analyzed. Universe-level martial arts. Even if his spirit energy is exceptionally strong, it can't reach Domain Lord level. Not to mention Sector Lord level spirit energy. The gap is too big. Elder Red Dust immediately dispelled his thoughts. Even with his knowledge, he couldn't imagine that Wang Ting could reach Sector Lord level spirit energy in the universe level. It was completely impossible. As sub-professionals, they were. They naturally knew that after their spirit energy reached the universe level, if their martial arts didn't increase, their spirit energy definitely couldn't follow suit. No one knew better than them how difficult it was to raise one's spirit energy. It was almost impossible. Since ancient times, the number of geniuses who could raise their spirit energy could be counted on one hand. Even if they had lived for so long, until now he had also never seen a genius with a secondary profession that could surpass realms. Such geniuses only existed in legends. It was not that there was none. But it was far too little. Moreover, it was only possible to cross one major realm at most. It was absolutely impossible to cross two major realms. Wang Ting was currently at the universe level. There was no way he could raise his spirit energy level to Sector Lord level. Even though they all hoped to meet a genius who could break through the 7th level in this year's exchange, they couldn't believe that Wang Ting was a genius who could raise his spiritual power beyond his level. In fact, there had been some geniuses who had passed through the 7th level at the Grandmaster level who had volunteered to leave relevant records. He explained how they passed the 7th floor. These geniuses' mental strength hadn't broken through Sector Lord level. It was only because his mental power was stronger than ordinary people and he had some special mental means that he could successfully pass the 7th floor of the illusory heart tower. Therefore, it was not impossible for him to pass the 7th floor at the Grandmaster level. At this moment, the three of them were at the Doyan's level. They had all thought of this situation. They all thought that Wang Ting should be similar to those geniuses. This punk is a true god genius contract holder from the Virtual Universe Company. He must have extremely high martial arts talent. Even though his martial arts level is only at the universe level, his strength is extremely strong. His spirit energy level shouldn't be too weak either. Elder Bias said. Right. His level is still at the universe level, however his soul should be much stronger than normal fighters. This is a huge advantage. Elder Red Dust nodded. Universe level. To be able to reach this level, it's already proven that he's not ordinary. What a surprising punk. Elder Tambelli exclaimed. I'm very curious now. What ranking can he achieve in the next competition? Elder Red Dust thought he had guessed the reason and let out a sigh of relief. He said, reaching the 7th level of the illusory heart tower. His spirit energy has already surpassed all the geniuses of this year. He has a huge advantage. Hee, if that's the case, the other geniuses will all be shocked. The other geniuses are going to be hopping mad. Elder Tamburi looked down at the plaza below and chuckled in schadenfreude. Now it's interesting. An anomaly has appeared. Only then can the potential of these geniuses be stimulated. Elder Bias smiled and nodded. However, did you notice, the time he took to pass the 7th level this time is much shorter. It's like he's a different person from before. Elder Tambelli suddenly thought of something, frowning in suspicion. From before, I've been thinking about this too. The time he took to pass the 7th level is too short. It's much shorter than the time he took to pass the previous levels. Even the first level wasn't that short. Elder Red Dust nodded. Could it be that the illusions of the 7th level are countered by him? Elder Bias guessed. That's possible. Even though the illusions of the illusory heart tower are born from the heart. However, if the spirit energy level is too strong, the illusory heart tower can only use the strongest illusions. It's possible for it to be countered. Elder Red Dust nodded thoughtfully. A strange look flashed across the faces of the other two elders. Was it really that simple? One had to know that it was the 7th level. To a great master, the 7th level was much harder than the 6th. However, in the end, they couldn't think of any other reason and could only nod. They tacitly agreed. At worst, they would wait for that little guy to come out and ask him. Even the 3 elders were shocked by Wang Ting passing the 7th level of the illusory heart tower, let alone the others. The geniuses of the core families were completely shocked by this scene. How proud were they? Even when facing geniuses from all over the universe, they never thought that they would lose to anyone. However, this was only the first round of the competition, and they encountered a genius who surpassed them. The 7th level of the illusory heart tower. Those who passed it all knew how terrifying and difficult it was. How did Wang Ting pass it? Moreover, the time he spent was too short. It was a sharp contrast to the previous levels. He clearly spent a lot of time to pass the previous levels. How come he only spent a little time on the 7th level? That guy couldn't have cheated, right? Many people couldn't help but have this thought. Under normal circumstances, they certainly wouldn't think in this direction. As geniuses, even if they lost, they wouldn't accuse others of cheating because they couldn't afford to lose. This time, it was mainly because the contrast was too great. They couldn't help but think so. Thinking about it, many people actually knew that it was almost impossible to cheat in the illusory heart tower. The possibility of cheating was even smaller than the possibility of making a mistake in the illusory heart tower. Of course, they couldn't guess that Wang Ting was actually another kind of cheat. After all, he absorbed such a large piece of spirit source crystal. However, to be able to pass the 7th level of the illusory heart tower, it was his real strength. He just broke through. In this regard, if others had the ability, they could also break through. The problem was, they couldn't break through. Therefore, they couldn't blame Wang Ting. At the same time, those core family members who were familiar with Wang Ting were also shocked, and their expressions instantly changed. On the Lu family's side, Lu Pan, the head of the Lu family, took a deep breath, shook his head and sighed. I really didn't expect that Wang Ting actually passed the 7th level. Dad, how did he pass the 7th level? Lu Yan asked with some disbelief. She really couldn't figure out how Wang Ting did it. This was something that was almost impossible. But he did do it. The facts were in front of her, and she couldn't help but believe it. I don't know, but according to the records of the illusory heart tower, there are indeed some people who can pass the 7th level at the Grandmaster level, but only a few. Lu Pan shook his head and said. So, there are still people who can pass? Lu Yan said. Yes, it seems that this Wang Ting really has an extremely powerful talent. The 7th level is really surprising. Lu Pan's eyes flashed with a strange light as he said. Lu Yan's expression was complicated. She originally thought that Wang Ting would at most reach the 6th level like her. She even prayed that guy would not fall behind. As a result, not only did he not fall behind, but he also directly counterattacked. This made Lu Yan have a feeling that her whole person was in a mess. You said that you would be a top student together, but you quietly became a god of study. Yan, what do you think of this boy? Lu Pan glanced at his daughter, suddenly smiled and asked. What do you mean? His talent is very good. Lu Yan didn't react and said subconsciously. I'm not just talking about his talent. Lu Pan said meaningfully. His daughter was good at everything, but sometimes her brain was not very bright. Lu Yan was slightly stunned, and then said with a dumbfounded expression, You don't want me to chase him, do you? How is that possible? If you want to chase him, it should be him chasing you. How can I let you chase him? Lu Pan was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. He instantly glared and said, My daughter is so outstanding, giving him a chance is already very good. That's more like it. Lu Yan nodded and said with her snow-white neck. What do you think? Lu Pan asked. Let me see, that guy is quite handsome, at least more handsome than those geniuses who chase me. Lu Yan touched her chin and said with narrowed eyes. Lu Pan couldn't help but roll his eyes. His daughter was only looking at looks. Too shallow. Unlike him, what he valued was talent. Core families cared the most about talent. If it weren't for that kid's talent, he wouldn't let his daughter interact with him. It was good enough that they could be ordinary friends. Dad, what's wrong? Lu Yan saw his constipated appearance and couldn't help but ask curiously. Ahem. Lu Pan coughed dryly and said earnestly, Yan, you can't just choose your other half based on looks. You have to look at his innate talent, temperament, and so on. Looks are the most unreliable thing. I know. Isn't that guy's talent and temperament okay? But since he is so handsome, why don't I pay more attention to him? Lu Yan said faintly. What you said makes sense. Lu Pan was speechless. However, we still don't know what kind of talent that guy's secondary profession has. It's too early to say this, Lu Yan said. Yes, so I just want you to get in touch with him in advance. Don't let others beat you to it. Lu Pan nodded. When we enter Medicine Garden Star, I will probably team up with him. Lu Yan said. That's a good idea. He can defeat Lu Tun with his universe-level strength. His strength is definitely not to be underestimated. Lu Pan's eyes flashed as he said. Yes, Lu Tun is a domain lord-level genius. I didn't expect him to lose to a universe-level fighter. Lu Yan's eyes flashed with a strange light as she sighed. He is a true god-level genius contract holder of the Virtual Universe Company. His martial arts talent is extremely powerful. This is also something I value very much. Lu Pan said seriously. If not, just because Wang Ting passed the 7th floor of the Illusory Heart Tower, it wasn't enough for him to give his daughter away. For core families like them, recruiting geniuses was the most important thing. To ensure the prosperity of the family, absorbing powerful bloodlines was inevitable. Lu Yan nodded. Actually, as a genius of a secondary profession core family, she was very clear about her destiny. This was almost irresistible. Not only secondary profession core families, but also those powerful martial arts families. However, there were more martial arts geniuses in the universe. So for those martial arts families, it wasn't difficult for them to multiply their bloodlines. As long as you know what to do. Seeing this, Lu Pan was very pleased. Suddenly, he remembered something and said, Right, Sang Yi from the Sang family, you have to be careful. Although you two are friends and have a good relationship since childhood, there is only one man. You can't share him with both of you. You have to be careful. I know. I know. Lu Yan listened to Lu Pan's long-winded words and suddenly felt a headache coming on. Her old father was even more long-winded than a woman. Was it because he hadn't found a partner for too many years that he became like this? No, it seemed that she, as a daughter, had to think about her old father. This father and daughter were thinking about each other's life. It was really a scene of a father being kind and a daughter being filial. On the other side, the head of the Sang family, Sang Ji, was also talking about Wang Ting with Sang Yi. They were also shocked by the fact that Wang Ting passed the 7th floor of the Illusory Heart Tower. This Wang Ting is not only very good at mining, but his soul is also very strong. It seems that his other secondary professions are also not bad. He may become a big dark horse in this exchange. Xianxia touched his chin and speculated. Old man, you are actually so optimistic about him? Xianxia has recovered from the shock. At this moment, when she heard her father's words, she couldn't help but ask in surprise. Being able to pass the 7th floor of the illusory heart tower, don't you understand what this means? Xianxia said. Xianxia nodded, looked at the holographic screen in the sky, and said, although that is the case, the competition is not only about the soul realm, but also about the various secondary professions. The stronger the soul realm, the stronger the mental power. His secondary professions probably won't be too weak. Xianxia smiled and said, do you believe that he can enter the top 10? Top 10. Xianxia was stunned for a moment and said in surprise, I didn't expect you to be so optimistic about him. There are so many geniuses, and each of them has their own unique skills. It's not so easy to enter the top 10. You don't believe it? Xianxia glanced at her and asked with a smile. It's not that I don't believe it, I just feel a little surprised. You don't know him. Xianxia shook her head. Ha ha ha, do you want to make a bet with me? Xianxia suddenly laughed. What bet? Xianxia's handsome eyebrows slightly raised and asked. If he enters the top 10, then you will take the initiative to pursue him, how about it? Xianxia said. What? Xianxia's eyes widened in an instant, looking at her father in disbelief. How can a biological father let his daughter take the initiative to pursue a man? Is he afraid that she won't be able to marry? This is too much. You don't dare? Xianxia said. Provocation doesn't work on me. I won't be fooled by you. Xianxia rolled her eyes. Xianxia coughed dryly and said, ahem, it's not that serious. It's just a game between us father and daughter. If you're not interested, then forget it. I originally wanted to use the star bone as a bet. The star bone? Xianxia's expression changed. She rolled her eyes and said, if you want to gamble, it's not that I can't play with you, but I want to change the gambling method. Oh? Xianxia was stunned and asked, then how do you want to bet? It's very simple. That guy is a grandmaster of 5 paths. In addition to runes, alchemy, and smithing, he is also a spirit chef grandmaster and seeking grandmaster. So, if we want to bet, we'll bet that he will enter the top 10 in 3 of his 5 paths. That will be more interesting. Xianxia said with a sly smile. 3 paths into the top 10 at the same time? Xianxia's face twitched and asked, isn't that a bit too difficult? His original plan was very good. As long as Wang Ting could enter the top 10 in one of his professions, it would prove that his talent was very good and worthy of their Xiang family to rope him in. Letting Xianxia chase after him would not be a grievance for her. His daughter's talent was indeed very good, but it made him very worried. As a girl, her personality was too tough and she was usually carefree like a man, so no one dared to chase after her. What would happen in the future? That was why Xianxia came up with this plan. One had to admit that Lu Yan and Xianxia were very similar in some aspects. Both of them had their eyes on the top of their heads and ordinary men could not enter their eyes. Over time, they became saintesses. That was why Li Pan and Xianxia were so anxious. They wanted to use this exchange to quickly find a pleasing man and get rid of these two as soon as possible. Of course, if they met someone better in the later rounds, they could let them choose someone else. It did not have to be Wang Ting. Cast the net wide and catch more fish. For a core family like theirs, there would definitely be many geniuses who were willing to marry into their family. If Wang Ting was not good, then they could find someone else. There would always be someone who met their requirements. However, Xianxia did not expect Xianxia to directly checkmate him. It was almost impossible to enter the top 10 in 3 professions. Even if he was very optimistic about Wang Ting, he did not think that he could succeed. Moreover, the premise was that he would sign up for multiple professions, but was that possible? It was obviously impossible. Didn't that mean that he would lose without a doubt? Then what was the point of betting? Old man, you don't dare to bet? Xianxia's eyes revealed a trace of slyness as she laughed. Every dog has its day. It was her turn to say this sentence. Didn't the old man want her to find a man? No problem. As long as the other party was good enough, she would agree. There was nothing wrong with that. Entering the top 10 in 3 professions, how dare you? Xianxia said unhappily. 5 sub-professions and 3 of them are in the top 10. That's not too difficult. Xianxia said calmly. Her tone was extremely arrogant. If he enters the top 10 in 3 professions, he won't even look at you. Xianxia muttered. What did you say? Xianxia's face turned black. She squeezed the words out from between her teeth as she glared fiercely at Xianxia. Nothing, nothing. Xianxia immediately changed his mind and said helplessly, all right, I'll bet with you. That's more like it. Xianxia nodded with satisfaction. She was very happy and proud. Entering the top 10 in 3 professions, let's see how the old man will win this time. He still wants me to take the initiative to chase someone else? Dream on. Not far away, the Feng family was completely silent. The atmosphere was so tense that it was a little scary. Lei Long, Pei Jing, and Feng Du did not say anything. They stared at the screen in the sky as if they could not believe their eyes. He. In the end, it was Feng Du who spoke first. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. All right, we all saw it. Lei Long's face was so gloomy that it looked like water was about to drip out. He directly interrupted his son. At this moment, he was inexplicably irritated. He did not want to hear a single word from his foolish son. If it was not because the occasion was not right, he would even want to beat him up. It was all because of this bastard that their Feng family provoked such a genius. To be able to reach the 7th floor of the illusory heart tower, his soul realm surpassed everyone. This was not something an ordinary person could do. Even if he did not want to believe it, he had to admit that this kid was a genius that far surpassed ordinary people. Pei Jing originally wanted to speak, but when he saw his father's expression, he suddenly did not dare to say anything. However, from his constantly flickering eyes, it could be seen that his heart was not calm at this moment. He watched as Wang Ting slowly cleared the stage at the start. In the end, he left everyone in the dust and rushed straight to the 7th level. His feelings were so complicated that he couldn't describe them. Could it be that this bastard was really an exceptional genius? This kid must not be allowed to live. After a moment, a cold voice slowly came out from Lei Long's mouth. Father, what are you planning to do? Pei Jing's expression changed slightly as he probed. I will renegotiate with the Ma family. We must get them to help us get rid of this kid. The killing intent in Lei Long's heart had never been so strong. Since he was going to do it, he had to do it to the end. Everything was nothing if he killed the other party before he grew up. A genius who did not grow up was nothing. Their Feng family had seen so many geniuses over the years. Why would they be afraid of such a prodigy who had just emerged? Niu Jing and Feng Du couldn't help but look at each other. They could already hear the intense killing intent that couldn't be concealed from their father's words. Both of them were secretly shocked. It had been a long time since they had seen their father show such an attitude. On the Qian Empire's side, Grandmaster Huayuan, Grandmaster Alfred, and the others were really surprised and delighted. They originally only hoped that Wang Ting could pass through the 6th floor of the illusory heart tower. They did not expect Wang Ting to give them such a big surprise. It was really unimaginable that he could reach the 7th floor in one go. This is too strong. Grandmaster Luo Tang's eyes revealed a trace of shock and could not help but sigh. I didn't expect Grandmaster Wang Ting's spiritual realm to be so strong. Grandmaster Susanna exclaimed. Grandmaster Xiejia's face alternated between green and red. He did not know what to say. When he thought of how he had mocked Wang Ting, he could not help but feel embarrassed and ashamed. He could not wait to find a hole to hide in. How could that guy be so strong? He had only reached the 4th floor in the illusory heart tower, but the other party had reached the 7th floor. What was there to compete with? He did not know until he compared himself. Now that he compared himself, he knew how trashy he was. The Pyrax family and the others were completely silent at this moment, especially Gabriel and the Raging Flame Sector Lord. Their faces alternated between green and white. It was extremely exciting. From the expressions on their faces, anyone could tell that they were in a bad mood. Creak, at this moment, a teeth-numbing sound suddenly came from the illusory heart tower. Everyone immediately turned their heads and saw the door of the 7th floor of the illusory heart tower slowly opening. A gray vortex hole emerged. Then a slender figure walked out step by step and appeared in front of everyone. It was Wang Ting. He's out. Everyone was shocked. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on the black-haired figure. Their expressions were extremely complicated. This person could really be said to be unremarkable when he did not make a sound. Eh? Wang Ting suddenly exclaimed and looked down in surprise. He could not help but mutter, "Why is it so quiet? Everyone, why is it so quiet?" Don't you know? Everyone was speechless. Could it be that this guy did not know what he had done? Why is he still pretending to be dumb? All right. Grandmaster Crimson Dust suddenly stood up and said slowly, "Since the last contestant has walked out of the illusory heart tower, the first round of the competition is considered over." It's over? Seems like I'm the last one. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He could not help but look at Grandmaster Crimson Dust on the high platform. Grandmaster Crimson Dust also looked over and smiled at him. Wang Ting was stunned. Why was Grandmaster Crimson Dust suddenly so kind to him? Was he up to something? He suddenly became alert and quickly landed on the Qian Empire's seat. It was quite creepy to have so many people looking at him. Grandmaster Wang Ting. Grandmaster Huayuan and the others immediately went up to him. They all looked a little excited. What's up with everyone? Wang Ting asked with a smile. You're ranking in the first round of the competition. Grandmaster Huayuan said excitedly. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. I don't think I embarrassed the Qian Empire in the first round of the competition. Wang Ting said with a smile. Everyone was stunned when they heard that. They did not know whether to laugh or cry. If this was embarrassing, the others would have to commit suicide. Grandmaster Luo Tang, Grandmaster Xianxia, and Grandmaster Susanna looked at Wang Ting with admiration. Look at him. He's so humble even though he got first place. He's really a role model for our generation. Even Grandmaster Xianxia was now sincerely convinced by Wang Ting. His original thoughts had already disappeared when Wang Ting passed the 7th level of the illusory heart tower. If Wang Ting was on par with them, he would still have some thoughts of comparison. However, Wang Ting had surpassed them by so much that he had no desire to compare at all. If he compared himself with Fang Xingzhan again, he felt that he would be beaten black and blue. He had a hunch that Grandmaster Wang Ting would definitely amaze everyone in the next round. The result is as you can see. Those who can't pass the 3rd level of the illusory heart tower will be eliminated. Grandmaster Crimson Dust's voice echoed again, echoing above the square. As soon as he finished speaking, many people's faces became extremely dejected. At least half of the people had been eliminated in the first round. These people weren't even qualified to enter the next round of the competition. All their enthusiasm had been extinguished. It was extremely sad. However, this was the current situation. The universe was vast, and there were countless geniuses. Some geniuses who thought they were not weak were instantly overshadowed by real geniuses. Their world had limited their horizons. Now, they had broadened their horizons. They might be able to achieve something in the future. The person leading this round is the Qian Empire's genius in the secondary profession. Wang Ting. He's the only genius who passed the 7th level in this year's exchange. Does anyone have any doubts? Grandmaster Crimson Dust glanced below and asked lightly. There was silence below. Even Grandmaster Crimson Dust and the others didn't question it. It was obvious that Wang Ting's result was true. There was no falsehood. If they jumped out at this time, they would be like clowns. No one was willing to do such a thing. Even if they wanted to make a comeback, they would do it in the next round of the competition. They would not yell and question something in front of everyone. That would be meaningless. Since no one has any doubts, I'll talk about the next round of the competition. Grandmaster Crimson Dust looked around and said lightly. As everyone knows, the most important secondary professions are runes, alchemy Dao, forging, or seeking, poison Dao, medicine Dao, and spirit chef. These secondary professions have their own characteristics and requirements. Therefore, the competition will be held in different places. Among them, the contestants of the three secondary professions, Alchemy Dao, Medicine Dao, and Poison Dao, will enter the Medicine Garden planet and pick the various spirit items you need to prepare for the next competition. Alchemy Dao contestants will need to refine an elixir. In the end, all the judges will judge your ranking according to the grade of the elixir and its medicinal efficacy. Poison Dao contestants will need to refine a type of poison for people to consume. We will prepare some test subjects in advance. The poison sages present will give you the fairest evaluation of your final ranking. As for the Medicine Dao contestants, they will have some relationship with the Poison Dao contestants. You will need to treat the poisons of the Poison Dao contestants. The medicine sages will judge your final ranking according to the number of poison people you treat and the degree of difficulty. Grandmaster Crimson Dust paused for a moment as though he was giving everyone time to digest. Everyone couldn't help but be taken aback. Then, they were astonished. The Alchemy Dao competition's content is not unexpected, but I didn't expect the Medicine Dao and Poison Dao competition to be like this. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. As for the Spirit Chef competition, you will need to enter the Spirit Beast planet to hunt star beasts reared by the Secondary Professions Alliance. Then, you will create a spirit food. The judges will judge your ranking according to the deliciousness of your spirit food and its effects. Ore seeking and forging require you to enter the ore planet. Forging requires you to find the materials you need to forge a weapon. The grade and quality of this weapon will determine your ranking. Ore seeking is all about finding ores. Our Secondary Professions Alliance has hidden countless ore veins on the ore planet. Your ranking will be based on the quality of the ore veins. Grandmaster Crimson Dust leisurely explained the contents of the various secondary professions, causing the expressions of the secondary professions geniuses in the plaza to gradually become serious. Every time he mentioned a secondary profession, the expressions of the geniuses would become extremely serious, fearing that they would miss out on even half a word. They have to be done at the same time. Wang Ting also listened to the contents of the competition without missing a word. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. His brows furrowed slightly, but he soon felt relieved. If they were to be done at the same time, then so be it. If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't be able to do it. But it was different for him. It wasn't like he hadn't done this before. But these competitions are really interesting. A trace of excitement gradually appeared on his face. He was completely interested in the contents of the competition. Some of the contents of the competition were within his expectations, but some were completely unexpected. Because of this, it was even more interesting. I'm determined to win the 7 secondary professions. Wang Ting's gaze swept around, his eyes flashing. Alright, if there are no more questions, prepare to enter the corresponding planets. Grandmaster Crimson Dust waved his hand. The illusory heart tower in the sky slowly merged into the void. Then the space fluctuated again, and 3 huge vortexes slowly appeared. The 3 vortexes, from left to right, lead to the Medicine Garden planet, the Spirit Beast planet, and the Ore planet. The corresponding participants will enter by themselves. Remember, after you enter the 3 planets, you can compete. Life and death are at your own risk. What? Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Life and death were at their own risk. Didn't this mean that everyone on the 3 planets could become their enemy? For a moment, everyone was in an uproar. But some people seemed to have expected this, and they sneered and mocked. Although most secondary professions weren't as strong as martial artists, they still needed to fight. Otherwise, they would be like flowers raised in a greenhouse, unable to be trained. That was why this exchange didn't care about life and death. The secondary professions were allowed to freely compete on the 3 planets. Of course, we will also give you a chance to give up. Grandmaster Crimson Dust waited for everyone to digest before waving his hand again. It turned into a dense stream of light and flew toward everyone. At the same time, he said lightly, "This is a space teleportation token. It is connected to the array on the planet. Everyone will have one. As long as you activate this token, it will be considered as giving up. The choice is in your hands." Those tokens flew accurately to everyone who passed the first round of the competition, floating in front of him. The control of a god-tier existence was evident. Everyone subconsciously reached out to grab the token in front of them, and their expressions changed. Giving up, this wasn't an easy choice for them. Wang Ting reached out to grab the token in his hand, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He suddenly understood what Lu Yan and the others meant by cooperation. In his opinion, these secondary professions were simply weak chickens. Cough cough. Keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. Maybe there were some hidden talents among these secondary professions. Wang Ting felt that he had to be cautious, lest he be slapped in the face like the illusory heart tower. In addition, you only have 1 month. From the time you enter the corresponding planet, if you can't complete the competition within a month, it will be considered a failure. That's all I have to say. Everyone, enter the 3 planets. Grandmaster Crimson Dust suddenly shouted. Boom! Everyone immediately turned into streaks of light and rushed toward the 3 huge vortexes in the sky. 1 month, that's enough time. 2 enough. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He was completely relieved. He was indeed a little slow in the first round, but he was definitely faster than everyone in the second round. In this aspect, if he claimed to be second, no one would dare to claim to be first. That's right. Wang Ting said that. Completing 7 subprofessions in a month. For most of the subprofessions, this time was just right. After all, it also included the time needed to search for various materials. Ordinary people would spend most of their time on this. 1 month seemed sufficient, but don't forget what Founding Elder Red Dust had just said. All the contestants could fight on those 3 planets, which meant the difficulty had increased. If it was just searching for materials normally, they could save a lot of time, but now they had to be on guard against others, which was a bit difficult. Therefore, as soon as Founding Elder Red Dust announced the start of the competition, almost everyone impatiently rushed towards the 3 vortexes in the sky. However, there were still some people who weren't in a hurry. They were waiting for others to move first. Especially the core family members, they were all paying attention to the movements of others. They would only move when someone moved. Obviously, these people were either collaborators or enemies. Collecting materials was undoubtedly the best time for them to make a move. After waiting for a while, Lu Yan looked suspiciously at Wang Ting and couldn't help but mutter, "Why isn't that guy moving yet? There are many people watching him now." "Entering later is the right choice," said Lu Pan. Lu Yan's eyes flashed and she nodded. She could only continue to wait. In the Sang family's seats, Sang Yi glanced at Wang Ting in the distance. She wasn't in a hurry to move. She was different from Lu Yan. She was a mind seeker, and the content of the mind seeker competition was to find ore veins. Therefore, it was impossible for her to cooperate with Wang Ting. However, she really wanted to see which subprofession that guy would choose. She knew that Wang Ting had many talents in subprofessions, but she didn't believe that Wang Ting could choose 7 subprofessions at the same time in a month. She guessed that Wang Ting would either choose to enter the Ore Star or the Medicine Garden Star. In the Ore Star, one could choose 3 subprofessions: Mind Seeker, Blacksmith, and Rune Master. In the Medicine Garden Star, one could choose 3 subprofessions: Poison Master, Pharmacist, and Alchemist. Entering the Spirit Beast Star was not worth the loss. He could only choose a Spirit Chef, which definitely didn't fit Wang Ting's situation. Therefore, she was waiting for Wang Ting to make a choice. At the same time, the Tai, Ma, and Tai families were also paying attention to Wang Ting. There were even many other core families. Wang Ting's performance in the first round had truly stunned everyone. Now, they all regarded Wang Ting as a formidable opponent. Naturally, they would pay more attention to him. Many of them wanted to get rid of Wang Ting in advance so that he wouldn't be a threat to them in the next round. Although this method was somewhat immoral, some people were willing to do anything for the championship. I really didn't expect that the Ma clan would actually be willing to pay such a price for us to make a move. On the Ma clan's side, Ma Lu's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself. Ma Yan and a group of Ma family's genius poison masters were standing behind him. They were silent and had a cold expression on their faces. The members of these core poison Dao clans had been exposed to all kinds of poisons all year round, and their personalities had become somewhat eccentric and cold. They looked like they were not to be trifled with. They were truly powerful poison masters, and they were not to be underestimated. Ma Yan, it seems like you guys still have to make a move. Ma Lu muttered to himself for a moment before he finally said. Understood. Ma Yan nodded and didn't say anything else. In the Ma clan's seats, Lan Long closed his eyes. Feng Du and Pei Jing were waiting anxiously at the side, but they didn't dare to disturb him. After a while, Lan Long slowly opened his eyes. Father, how is it? Feng Du quickly asked. Lan Long glanced at him. That gaze made Feng Du shrink his neck, and his face revealed an embarrassed expression. Lan Long snorted and said, the Ma clan has already agreed. Let's wait and see the result. That's great. Wang Ting is definitely dead this time. Feng Du couldn't help but say. Pei Jing's face also revealed a joyful expression. Alright, you guys should head to the Spirit Beast Star. Wang Ting probably won't choose the Spirit Beast Star. You guys don't have to worry about anything. Just focus on the competition. Lan Long waved his hand and said. Yes. The two of them immediately nodded and immediately led the other geniuses of the Ma clan toward the whirlpool of the Spirit Beast Star. Lan Long looked at the two of them disappearing into the whirlpool and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Then, he looked in the direction of the Qian Empire seats. His gaze fell on the black-haired young man, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. However, in the next moment, his eyes suddenly widened as if he had seen something unbelievable. He saw that Wang Ting's body in the distance suddenly had the brilliance of the force circulating around it. Then, it transformed into two identical figures beside him. Both of them looked exactly the same as him. Mother *Ker. Doppelganger. Even with Lan Long's shrewdness, he couldn't help but curse. He was really shocked. He didn't expect Wang Ting to actually use the doppelganger technique. This was King cheating, including the original body. The three figures stood together. Anyone with half a brain would know that he definitely wanted to enter the three planets at the same time. Just now, he solemnly promised that the Ma clan brothers didn't have to worry about anything. But now, it seemed that they were in danger. For a moment, Lan Long's expression kept changing. It was as if he had opened a dye house. It was extremely exciting. If Wang Ting encountered the Ma clan brothers on the Spirit Beast Star, the consequences would be unimaginable. Unfortunately, he had already let the Ma clan brothers enter the Spirit Beast Star. There was no chance to remind them at all. *CK. Lu Pan also cursed. He looked at Wang Ting in the distance with some surprise. Then, he turned to Lu Yan and asked, is he going to enter the three planets at the same time? Lu Yan was speechless. After a long time, she nodded and said, I think so. I really underestimated him. You said he's a 5 Dao Grandmaster. He's going to compete with all of them, Lu Pan said. It seems that his ambition is bigger than I thought. Lu Yan's eyes flickered as she said. Lu Pan nodded, looked at Wang Ting in the distance, and said, I wonder how far he can go? Clones. The Sang family head, Sang Ji, had a strange expression. Looking at the three identical Wang Ting, he suddenly felt that it was extremely absurd. He had never seen anyone use clones in a competition for secondary professions. After all, this was not a martial arts competition. What was the use of clones? Not everyone was as abnormal as Wang Ting, who could master multiple secondary professions at the same time. Moreover, their grades were not low either. In short, this move was simply going to break his old waist. Wang Ting could be considered a pioneer. Thinking about it carefully, this Wang Ting was really abnormal. Not only was his secondary profession talent outstanding, but his soul realm was also extremely powerful. His future was limitless. Suddenly, he had a trace of confidence in his bet with Sang Yi. Perhaps this Wang Ting could really enter the top 10 in all three professions. This guy. Sang Yi's face was filled with astonishment. She was silent for a while and did not know what to say. Over at the Ma family's side, everyone fell into a strange silence. After a while, Ma Yan could not help but ask, family head, what should we do? Ma Lu's mouth twitched. He suddenly felt like he was in a **Ketup situation. 3 Wang Ting. It was impossible to tell the real one from the fake. When they entered the 3 planets later, it would be even harder to tell which one was the real one. What should he do? As the family head, he also had a headache. Ma Lu even had the urge to reject the Sang family. This was too much. What kind of people did the Sang family want him to deal with? No, this difficulty. He had to pay more. Wait a moment. Ma Lu said to Ma Yan and closed his eyes again. No one knew what he said to the Sang family members. After a while, he opened his eyes again with an uncertain expression. Family head? Ma Yan asked. When he enters the medicine garden planet, no matter if it's his clone or his real body, kill him for me. Ma Lu snorted and said. Yes. Ma Yan and the others immediately responded. Apart from the few core families, the other people's reactions were also not small. Who would use a doppelganger to participate in a sub-profession league competition? Everyone couldn't help but talk about it. Originally, everyone was paying close attention to Wang Ting. Now that they saw his actions, they were even more shocked. On the other side, Wang Ting didn't pay attention to them. At this moment, he was standing in front of Grandmaster Huayuan and the others, causing them to fall into a state of shock. This is a clone. Grandmaster Huayuan and the others couldn't help but be stunned. They immediately reacted. They had seen Wang Ting participate in the Battle of the Geniuses. At that time, he used this clone technique to enter several major competition areas at the same time and complete the almost impossible competition. They didn't expect that Wang Ting would use a clone again in this competition of the Secondary Profession Alliance. This guy's actions were really unpredictable. Before this, they would never have thought that he would use a clone. Really, ordinary people definitely wouldn't have thought of it. I'm going to head out. Wang Ting looked at Grandmaster Huayuan and the others, his eyes flashing slightly. Grandmaster Wang Ting, there's only 1 month. Is that really enough? Grandmaster Huayuan looked at the 3 Wang Ting clones. He couldn't even tell which one was real and which one was fake. He couldn't help but shake his head and ask worriedly. In their eyes, 1 month was really too short. They couldn't imagine how Wang Ting would complete the 7 competitions of the Secondary Profession Alliance. Not to mention obtaining a relatively high ranking. The higher the ranking, the more difficult it would be. In order to enter the top 10, one would have to defeat tens of thousands of opponents. That was easier said than done. That's right, tens of thousands of people. After the first round of elimination, there were tens of thousands of participants left in each of the Secondary Profession Alliance. In reality, tens of thousands of people seemed like a lot, but when viewed from the perspective of the entire universe, it wasn't much. However, for the current competition of the Secondary Profession Alliance, it was an extremely terrifying number. Even if Wang Ting had the doppelganger technique, it would be too difficult for him to stand out from the rest. As such, Grandmaster Huayuan and the others couldn't help but worry. Yes, Grandmaster Wang Ting. Although you can use the doppelganger technique, it's only an advantage when collecting materials. In the final competition, your doppelganger technique won't be of much use, right? Grandmaster Alfred's eyes flashed as he said this. He wasn't wrong. For a doppelganger technique, whether it was mind power or mastery of the various secondary professions, it would definitely not be as good as the original. If a Secondary Profession Alliance wanted to stand out in the competition, they would have to give it their all. A doppelganger technique wouldn't be able to do that. Grandmaster Xianxia, Grandmaster Luo Tang, and the others wanted to say something but stopped. Obviously, they were also stunned by Wang Ting's actions. At that moment, they still couldn't come back to their senses. Don't worry, Grandmasters. I have a way to deal with it. Wang Ting only smiled faintly. For others, this might be a difficult task, but for him, the number of secondary professions wasn't a big deal. Grandmaster Huayuan and the others couldn't help but look at each other. In the end, they could only sigh and say, well, since you already have a plan, we can't say anything more. Just do your best. Don't force yourself. Okay. Wang Ting smiled and nodded. His body slowly rose into the air. Then I'll be leaving. Grandmaster Huayuan and the others nodded and watched the 3 Wang Ting techniques fly into the 3 vortexes in the sky. When the three figures flew into the sky, they instantly turned into three rays of light. They couldn't tell which was Wang Ting's original body and which was his doppelganger. Grandmaster Hazel reacted and quickly said to Grandmaster Xianxia and the others, "Hurry up and follow him." "Okay." Grandmaster Xianxia and the others looked at each other and immediately followed Wang Ting into the vortexes without hesitation. They turned into streams of light and followed closely behind him. In addition, a few other secondary professions geniuses also instantly followed. They all knew how powerful Wang Ting was. Following him was definitely the right choice. Not far away, the people from the Pyrax family were stunned. They looked at Wang Ting's back and didn't come back to their senses for a long time. The Raging Flame Sector Lord's expression changed slightly, and then he sneered, "That kid actually used his doppelganger to participate in the competition. He's simply courting death." "Doppelganger," Gabriel muttered. His eyes flashed as he stood up and said, "I should get going too." "Gabriel, I'm afraid your martial Dao strength is not as good as that kid's. If you meet him on the Medicine Garden planet, don't fight him head-on," the Raging Flame Sector Lord immediately warned. "Haha, he's just a universe-level warrior. With my means, can't I deal with him?" Gabriel laughed sarcastically. He hated it when the Raging Flame Sector Lord and the others kept emphasizing how powerful Wang Ting was. Hence, the more the Raging Flame Sector Lord reminded him, the more unhappy he felt. The Raging Flame Sector Lord hesitated for a moment and said, "Your strength is not bad, but that kid is somewhat strange. He's not easy to deal with. Why don't you defeat him in your own domain?" "Alright, I got it," Gabriel said impatiently. He didn't give the Raging Flame Sector Lord a chance to speak. The next moment, he rushed into the sky and charged towards the whirlpool of the Medicine Garden planet. The Raging Flame Sector Lord's expression wasn't very good. His expression changed, and he looked at the Fire Sparrow Sector Lord and the Immortal Rank Existence. "Let him go. Gabriel's strength is not bad, and the Medicine Garden planet is very big. They might not meet each other," said the Fire Sparrow Sector Lord. "Sigh, that's the only way." The Raging Flame Sector Lord sighed and said, "Gabriel is too conceited. We don't know what he's been through these years. I'm just worried that he'll fail miserably." The Fire Sparrow Sector Lord also frowned. How could he not see this point? However, Gabriel's wings were strong now, and they couldn't do anything to him. Unless the family's immortal rank ancestor was willing to speak, no one else could do anything. The two subconsciously looked at the Immortal Rank Existence resting with his eyes closed. "No worries, let him go." The Pyrax family immortal didn't even open his eyes and said indifferently. Looking at him, it was as though he didn't care about the Sub-Occupation Alliance exchange at all. The Raging Flame Sector Lord and Fire Sparrow Sector Lord heard this and could only sigh in their hearts. Gabriel's conceit was definitely related to the Immortal Rank Ancestor. As Gabriel was a genius of the Immortal Rank Ancestor's bloodline, he was highly valued. That was why he had such an arrogant personality. He didn't even put Sector Lords in his eyes. It was truly infuriating. In the distance, Lu Yan, Sang Yi, and the others immediately followed Wang Ting when they saw him moving. They didn't dare to hesitate as they were afraid that they would lose him. "Xianxia, you should go too. It's best if you listen to him on the Lingshou planet. Don't get into a conflict with others, okay?" The head of the Yu family, Yu Jing, reminded her and hurriedly urged Yu Xianxiang to follow Wang Ting's voice. "I know, Uncle Family Head." Yu Xianxiang took a step and instantly became a beam of light, rushing towards the whirlpool tunnel of Spirit Beast Star. Yu San, Yu Yin and the other Yu family younger generation geniuses also moved, becoming beams of light and following closely behind. Wang Ting didn't know that his action would affect the entire situation. Many people couldn't help but follow him. And just as Wang Ting entered the three whirlpools, the people behind him all entered within half an hour. The entire plaza below once again became lively. "Everyone, all the participants have entered their respective planets. We will now begin the live broadcast. Everyone, please witness this exciting competition." Elder Red Dust waved his hand and a huge light screen appeared in the sky, followed by a chuckle. In an instant, small images suddenly appeared on the light screen. Some were barren lands, some were lush forests, and some were dangerous swamps, and in those images, the figures of the participants appeared. It was simply unbelievable that so many images were being broadcasted at the same time. Everyone in the plaza cast their eyes on the light screen, looking for the person they were paying attention to. In addition to paying attention to the geniuses of their own forces, the various forces also paid attention to the geniuses who entered the 6th floor of the illusory heart tower. These people were all strong contenders for the championship. And as the only genius who entered the 7th floor of the illusory heart tower, Wang Ting naturally received the most attention. Not to mention the large and small forces from all over the universe, even the core families cast their eyes on Wang Ting from time to time. They quickly found Wang Ting's figure on the 3 planets, and the sound of discussion could be heard. This Wang Ting actually used a clone to enter 3 planets at the same time. It's really surprising. Yeah, this maneuver really broke my waist. But he entered 3 planets at the same time. Doesn't it mean that he signed up for multiple subprofessions at the same time? Needless to say, this must be the case. I just don't know how many subprofessions he signed up for. It's estimated to be 2 or 3. It's impossible for him to sign up for more. After all, a person's energy is limited. He can't master so many subprofessions. It makes sense. A person who can master 3 subprofessions and promote them to the grandmaster level is already a genius among geniuses. I don't believe he can master more. Based on his appearance, one of them is undoubtedly a spirit chef. I reckon the other is either the Tao of poison or the Tao of medicine. After all, only these 2 secondary professions are relatively simple. As for the last one, I can't guess. At the end of the discussion, someone suddenly broke the news. Hehe, you are too naive. This Grandmaster Wang Ting has mastered at least 4 subprofessions. 4? You must be kidding. Someone didn't believe it. A few days ago at the trade fair, Grandmaster Wang Ting competed with several geniuses in mining. Among those geniuses were Sang Yi and Tai Lu from the core families. In the end, they lost to Grandmaster Wang Ting. This means that he must be a mining master. At that time, I also saw 3 badges on his chest. Do you know what they are? The person who broke the news kept them guessing. 3 badges? F*CK, that's really a grandmaster of 4 subprofessions. Say it. Say it. What are the subprofessions of those 3 badges? Everyone urged one after another. Hehe, if you want to know, beg me. F*CK, B*TCH, say it quickly, or I'll hit you through the Skynet. Come on, come and hit me. F*CK, B*TCH, take my blade. It's runes, forging, and alchemy, these 3 subprofessions. Suddenly, someone interrupted. What? Everyone was stunned for a moment. No one expected it to be the 3 most mainstream and most difficult subprofessions. What happened to being simple? In the end, Wang Ting actually mastered the 3 most difficult subprofessions. Was it true? Is this true? Someone couldn't help but ask. Of course it's true. Many people saw it at that time. F*CK, brother, you're not being kind. That's my line. The person who broke the news was suddenly very resentful. You deserve it. Why didn't you say it earlier? In that case, Wang Ting is a grandmaster of 4 subprofessions. That's really terrifying. There's also a spirit chef. He's a martial arts grandmaster. Spirit chef? Yes. 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 I've eaten the spirit food he made. It's really delicious. I still can't forget it. F*CK, what can't this guy do? Then isn't he a grandmaster of 5 subprofessions? He might as well learn the rest of the medicine and poison and round it up. What do you mean round it up? How can you round it up like that? If not, how can I round it up? There's only 2 subprofessions left. If I keep it up, I'll feel very uncomfortable. F*CK off. A grandmaster of 5 subprofessions is already very despairing. If there's another 2 subprofessions, wouldn't it be a death sentence? Yes, a grandmaster of 7 subprofessions. I don't even dare to think about it. Since he's a grandmaster of 5 sub-professions, why don't you all guess how many sub-professions he has to enter the top 10? Or maybe none of them? Hee, 5 sub-professions. Although it's indeed amazing, it's hard to say if he can enter the top 10. I'm afraid it'll be good if he can enter the top 100. On the virtual network, everyone was simply waiting for the world to be in chaos as they discussed animatedly. Wang Ting's identity as a grandmaster of 5 sub-professions was finally exposed. During the past few days in the Sub-Professions Alliance, he hadn't been idle at all. He had been causing trouble everywhere, so it was no wonder people found out. Now, Wang Ting's poison path and medical path were the only things that no one knew about. Many people might talk about him, but they didn't think that he would be able to master these 2 paths. 7 sub-professions, it was too terrifying. No one even dared to think about it. Many people believed that Wang Ting wouldn't be able to achieve a high ranking if he divided his attention into 5 sub-professions. Even if he passed the 7th floor of the Illusory Heart Tower in the first round, it wouldn't be enough to support 5 sub-professions. Those core family members were also peeping at the screen at this moment. When they saw the discussion, they were a little surprised. They didn't expect Wang Ting to be a grandmaster of 5 sub-professions. It was really surprising. On the high platform, Elder Red Dust said in surprise, "I didn't expect him to use this method to enter 3 planets. It's really surprising." "We didn't expect him to use a cloning technique," Elder Bias said. "Cloning techniques are very rare. Ordinary people can't master them." Elder Tambelli shook his head and said, "However, he is a martial arts genius. It makes sense that he can master a cloning technique." As expected, Wang Ting is an accident. Elder Red Dust suddenly chuckled. Elder Bias and Elder Tambelli smiled. Clearly, Wang Ting's performance had made them more and more interested. This was a barren hill. Mountains that were neither high nor low were connected together. They were yellowish-brown in color and looked very desolate. Occasionally, one could still see some greenery adorning the mountain range. Only then could one feel a trace of vitality. However, there didn't seem to be any star beasts here. It looked very quiet. This silence lasted for a while. Then, the space above the mountains suddenly fluctuated. Then, a pitch-black space entrance suddenly appeared. Then, a figure flew out and stopped in the air. This person had black hair and wore a subclass uniform. There were 3 eye-catching emblems on his chest. It was Wang Ting. "This is the Medicine Garden planet." He looked around and muttered to himself with a look of surprise in his eyes. Then, he looked back at the space entrance that had disappeared. His eyes flashed. "Randomly teleporting everyone? That's a good method." With his attainments in space, he naturally understood how difficult it was to randomly teleport everyone. Even ordinary immortal rank experts couldn't do it. However, when he thought of the large number of Saint rank and even God rank Runemaster in the subclass alliance, Wang Ting understood. With their methods, it shouldn't be difficult to construct a space formation that could randomly teleport people. To think that Lian still wanted to cooperate with me. She probably didn't expect this situation. Wang Ting suddenly thought of something. The corner of his mouth curved into a smile of schadenfreude. However, that Elder Red Dust really has a bad taste. He didn't tell everyone such important information in advance. He couldn't help but shake his head. "Wang Ting, that Lian sent you a message." Yuan Gungun's voice suddenly sounded in Wang Ting's mind. "Wang Ting. Speak of the devil. Did it have to be so punctual?" "Connect me," Wang Ting said. "Okay." Yuan Gungun answered and connected Lian's communication. It didn't project a screen. Instead, it used its intelligent wristwatch to communicate. Wang Ting looked down at his intelligent wristwatch. Lian's profile picture appeared on it. "Brother Wang Ting, share your location with me," Lian said as soon as she saw Wang Ting. "What do you want to do?" Wang Ting asked. Lian rolled her eyes at him. This guy was asking the obvious. She could only say helplessly, "Do you still remember the cooperation I mentioned to you before?" "Oh." Wang Ting dragged his words as if he was thinking. Then, he said, "I think there is such a thing." Lian was speechless. She seemed a little anxious and hurriedly said, "This medicine garden planet is very dangerous. Not only are there many powerful star beasts, but there are also those participants. They will cooperate and target others. We are now separated and need to gather as soon as possible. Only then will we have the strength to protect ourselves. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous. You are the ones in danger." Wang Ting said lightly, "I think I am quite safe." "You, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. Don't tell me you don't understand this principle. How can you be a match for so many people alone? Besides, the medicine garden planet not only has alchemists, but also poison masters and pharmacists. Among them, poison masters are the most dangerous existence. In the previous exchanges, many people died in the hands of poison masters. They didn't even have time to use their tokens to teleport out," Lian explained helplessly. "Poison masters?" Wang Ting suddenly laughed. Poison masters were good. He still wanted to find those poison masters. "What are you laughing at?" Lian frowned. Why was this guy so unreliable? What happened to the cooperation? Was he going to change his mind at the last minute? "Nothing. You said so much. In fact, I really don't need to cooperate," Wang Ting said. "Are you sure?" Lian's beautiful brows furrowed deeper. She seemed to have suddenly remembered something. She looked at Wang Ting strangely and asked, "By the way, are you an avatar or a main body now?" "Guess." Wang Ting said with a smile. "I guess your head." Lu Yan was about to go crazy. "Okay, that's it. Instead of talking nonsense with me here, you might as well find someone else to cooperate with. I really don't need it." Wang Ting shook his head and said. He really didn't have much interest in Lian's so-called cooperation. With his ability, it shouldn't be too difficult to find the elixirs he needed. Cooperating with Lian was giving the other party an opportunity to take advantage of him. There were no benefits, so he wouldn't do such a thing. Lian was stunned. Just as she was about to say something, Wang Ting had already hung up the communication. "Me?" She was dumbfounded. Her beautiful face was full of confusion. That guy actually hung up on her communication. She was the Heaven's pride of the music clan. She was both beautiful and talented. She had always been an existence that those young talents wanted to curry favor with. However, when it came to Wang Ting, her communication was actually hung up on. She originally wanted to take this opportunity to get along with Wang Ting. If she had feelings for him, she might be able to get along with him. Now, she suddenly felt that she had been thinking too much. He probably didn't mean it that way. An extreme sense of shame and anger instantly crept into Lian's heart, causing her pretty face to turn red. She was half angry and half annoyed. "Wang Ting, you bastard." The next moment, a voice came out from her mouth, gnashing her teeth. "Wang Ting, you're really something. A beauty, and a Heaven's pride of the music clan, was rejected by you just like that. You're so cruel," Yuan Gungun said in a strange tone. "What do you know? I still have a lot of things to do on the medicine garden planet. There are a lot of things to find. How can I bring a burden along?" Wang Ting rolled his eyes and said. "But the other party is a Heaven's pride of the music clan. Aren't you afraid of offending her by being so ruthless?" Yuan Gungun said. "Women can't be spoiled," Wang Ting said meaningfully. "If she's really angry, that's her business. I can't control it." Yuan Gungun. "You're so brave. But she did remind me that those poison masters are likely to make a move on me. If I run into them, ha ha ha." Wang Ting stroked his chin. "Your smile is so creepy." Yuan Gungun was speechless. Wang Ting ignored him. He swept out with his psychic energy and picked up the attribute bubbles floating at the entrance of the space. Space *30, space *50, space *35, it's really a space attribute. Unfortunately, there's only so much of it. Wang Ting shook his head and then opened his eyes of truth to look around. The force fluctuations on the medicine garden planet are extremely rich. In addition, the air seems to be filled with a faint vitality. Wang Ting's eyes flashed with a strange light. No wonder it's used as a planet to cultivate spirit herbs. There's indeed something special about it. It said that the Medicine Garden planet was built by the Secondary Profession Alliance with countless manpower and resources. In order to allow spirit herbs of various attributes to grow quickly, many strange environments were built on this planet, which are very helpful for the growth of spirit herbs, Yuan Gungun said. Wang Ting nodded, then lowered his head to look down and swept his gaze. He had the eyes of truth, so it was much easier for him to find all kinds of spirit herbs than ordinary people. After a while, he saw a few rather dazzling places and immediately rushed down. In the blink of an eye, Wang Ting arrived at the mountainside of a mountain range. There were rugged rocks of strange shapes and there were no green plants. However, in the middle of those rocks, there was a spirit herb with a yellowish color, which was very similar to the surrounding rocks. Yellow cliff Ganoderma. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he immediately recognized it. He nodded slightly. It's a rather precious earth spirit herb, and from its appearance, it's at least 3,000 years old. Your eyesight is really unparalleled, Yuan Gungun exclaimed. Of course. Don't you know who I am? Wang Ting smiled proudly. However, it's useless even if you pick it. Other than the materials you need to use for alchemy, the other spirit herbs you pick will be taken away by the Secondary Profession Alliance, Yuan Gungun said. I have a way to hide it without being discovered, Wang Ting said with a sneaky smile. It's useless. Your current situation has been broadcasted. Everyone knows exactly what you picked. Yuan Gungun poured a bucket of cold water on him. What? The smile on Wang Ting's face stiffened, and he felt terrible. Why did they have to broadcast him picking spirit herbs? Wang Ting stood rooted to the ground, staring at the yellow cliff Ganoderma in front of him. He didn't know if he should dig it up or not. The Subprofession Alliance's headquarters is really calculating. They want us to do free herb picking labor. After a while, Wang Ting's resentful voice came out of his mouth. Actually, it's not that bad. The Subprofession Alliance's headquarters won't take it for free. They'll reward you with some points as contribution points. It'll be the same as when you were at the branch, Yuan Gungun said while holding back his laughter. Reward points? Wang Ting was stunned for a moment, then said, Is this also a written rule? Yes, so since you've found it, you should just pick it, Yuan Gungun said while nodding. Okay, since I can get points, I'll reluctantly do the hard work, Wang Ting said while nodding. There's one more thing. If you're interested in a certain herb, you can use your points to buy it from the Subprofession Alliance's headquarters. You'll have priority, Yuan Gungun said. So, if I find the Cloud Immortal Milk, I'll have priority to buy it? Wang Ting's eyes lit up, and his gloominess from before dissipated a lot. That's right, Yuan Gungun said. Sure. It seems like the Subprofession Alliance's headquarters is quite humane, Wang Ting said while nodding. Tanya had given him a pale sage to be's alchemy manual. He owed her a favor, so he had been looking for the Cloud Immortal Milk. If he could find it, it could be considered as returning the favor. Wang Ting didn't hesitate anymore. He used his telekinesis to control a jade shovel and skillfully dug out the yellow cliff Ganoderma. He was very experienced. He was very skilled at picking almost every herb, and he even knew the details like the back of his hand. Soon, the yellow cliff Ganoderma was completely in front of Wang Ting. The roots below were undamaged. He then took out a jade box and put it inside. The first herb is in my hands. Wang Ting smiled and was about to put away the jade box. Boom, right at this moment, a rumble suddenly came from not far away. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and a cold smile appeared on his face as he looked at the rock on his left. A giant earthworm star beast, whose color was very similar to the surrounding rocks, suddenly scuttled out from the rock wall. Its body was originally embedded in the rock wall, as if it had merged with the surrounding rock wall. It was very difficult for ordinary people to discover it. However, when Wang Ting saw the yellow cliff Ganoderma, he had already discovered the existence of this giant earthworm star beast. Boom, with a loud bang, the surrounding rocks exploded. The giant earthworm-like star beast opened its huge mouth, and a powerful suction force burst out. It wanted to suck Wang Ting into its mouth. This scene caused the expressions of many people who were watching Wang Ting to change. This is dangerous. This Wang Ting is too reckless. When encountering a spiritual herb, he should have paid attention to his surroundings. That's right. How could there be no star beasts guarding the spirit herbs? This is common sense. Get lost. However, in the midst of everyone's discussion, Wang Ting, who was on the light screen, looked extremely calm. He shouted coldly and threw out a punch. A fist print burst out from his fist, and then it directly imprinted on the head of the giant earthworm star beast. Bang! The next moment, the head of the giant earthworm star beast, which was more than 100 feet long, exploded on the spot, turning into a cloud of blood mist. The earthworm star beast didn't even have time to cry out in pain before it was killed on the spot. Its huge body suddenly fell from the rock wall and hit the rock wall below hard. Its body, which seemed hard but was extremely elastic, swayed in the air. However, its vitality was extremely tenacious. Even though its head had exploded, its body was still twitching. When the people outside saw this scene, they were stunned for a moment, and then they burst into an uproar. F***ck. F***ck. Is that Wang Ting so fierce? He blew up the earthworm star beast's head with one punch. It seems like it's a middle-level emperor star beast. Even an ordinary universe-level warrior might not be able to blow it up with one punch. Is this Wang Ting's martial arts strength very strong? So fierce, so violent. I like it. F***ck, what should I do? I seem to have become this guy's fan. That punch hit my heart. The scene that had just happened was really shocking. He was obviously a sub-professional, but his strength was so strong that it caught people off guard. This strong feeling of contrast was no doubt more shocking. Lei Long's face suddenly turned black. F***ck, how could this kid be so strong? If his two sons were to encounter him, they would be killed in a matter of minutes. Although he had prepared some tricks for Pei Jing and Pei Jing that could be brought into Spirit Beast Planet, the effect was very limited. It wouldn't be a problem to deal with ordinary sub-professionals. However, if it was Wang Ting, judging from the strength of that blow, it would be a little difficult. It was no wonder that even with the cultivation of the Fengdu region master, he was still beaten to such a state. When he thought of this, the muscles on Lei Long's face couldn't help but twitch. Now, he could only place his hopes on the Ma family. He looked in the direction of the Ma family. The 35 core family seats weren't far apart. After all, their rankings were very close, so there wouldn't be a big gap. At this moment, he clearly saw that the Ma family's head, Ma Lu, had an extremely calm expression. It was as if he didn't care about all of this. Now, he was relieved. It seemed like the Ma family was very confident. However, he didn't know, loss. Loss. Huge loss. Ma Lu's heart felt like it was F***ked, and his face was stiff. He suddenly had an ominous premonition. He felt that this business was going to be a loss. In the end, he might not even be able to get the reward. He even had to send the family's prodigy invitation to his death. No, Ma Yan is the most outstanding genius of the Ma family. With his attainments in the path of poison, I don't believe that he can't subdue Wang Ting. Although his martial arts are strong, he might not be able to withstand all kinds of strange poisons. Ma Lu immediately shook his head as if to mentally prepare himself. Once again, he picked up the confidence that he threw to the ground. Anyway, it was already like this. He had to have confidence even if he didn't have confidence. Otherwise, he could only watch as he sent the geniuses of the Ma family into the tiger's mouth. In the medicine garden star, Wang Ting slowly retracted his fist with a relaxed look. Then, he put away the jade box, looked at the giant earthworm star beast in front of him, touched his chin, and muttered, "I don't know how this thing tastes." The fire crystal red phosphorus earthworm he encountered in the fire river boundary last time tasted quite good. This star beast was also an earthworm star beast. Maybe it would have the same effect. No one thought that this guy would say such a thing. He actually wanted to eat such an ugly earthworm. As expected of a spirit chef grandmaster. His thoughts are different from ours. Someone couldn't help but sigh. Wang Ting didn't know what everyone was thinking. He waved his hand and put the giant earthworm star beast in front of him into the storage space. After that, he rushed in another direction without the slightest reluctance. In this area, there were still a lot of spirit herbs. Generally, he didn't bother to look at those with weak light. Only those spirit herbs, whose light could reach 1,000 years old or more, he would run over and pick them. In just a few minutes, Wang Ting had looted everything around him. Then, he chose a direction and dashed into the distance. Yuan Gun Gun, how is the exploration going? Wang Ting asked while flying in the air. Just now, he asked Yuan Gun Gun to help explore the terrain and environment of this planet. He wanted to save time in finding various spirit herbs. With his experience, he could infer the location of some spirit herbs by relying on some terrain and environment. In fact, this was also a necessary skill for alchemists, so the Secondary Profession Alliance headquarters did not tell them the specific location of those spirit herbs. Instead, they let all the contestants find them by themselves. It's done, Yuan Gun Gun said. Open it and let me see, Wang Ting said immediately. Yuan Gun Gun responded and opened a three-dimensional map on his intelligent wristwatch. On it was a three-dimensional planet, suspended in the air above the intelligent wristwatch's screen. It rotated slowly, allowing Wang Ting to clearly see every part of the planet's terrain. A hint of joy flashed in Wang Ting's eyes. Yuan Gun Gun was indeed reliable. With this map of the planet, he could save a lot of time. Have you chosen the elixir you want to refine? Yuan Gun Gun asked curiously. Of course. Wang Ting smiled slightly. Yuan Gun Gun would never have thought of the elixir he chose. You've chosen? Yuan Gun Gun was slightly stunned and asked, why didn't I know when you chose? You'll know when the time comes. Wang Ting smiled mysteriously. Tisk. Yuan Gun Gun could not help but roll his eyes. Although he was very curious, there was nothing he could do if Wang Ting did not tell him. Let's go. The requirements of the elixir recipe flashed in Wang Ting's mind. He immediately chose a direction and sped away. Speaking of which, the elixir recipe was recorded in the alchemy sage's handwritten letter that Tongyi gave him. At the same time, in a certain area of the medicine garden planet, far away from Wang Ting, the poison genius of the Ma family, Ma Yan, looked around and frowned. Let's go collect the poison I need first. We'll talk about Wang Ting later. If we don't meet him, the family head won't blame me. The Ma family is a bunch of trash. They provoked someone they can't deal with, and now they want the Ma family to help them. They're wasting my time. Then his eyes flashed and a trace of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. He snorted lightly and sped away in a certain direction. Actually, he didn't really care about killing Wang Ting. What he cared about the most was the exchange meat. He could only rise up if he became the champion of the poison competition. Everything else was meaningless. It had nothing to do with him. If Ma Lu knew his thoughts, he would probably be very pleased. On the other side, after Lu Yan vented her anger, she had no choice but to face the situation in front of her. She immediately contacted the other members of the Lu family and gathered them together, lest they be defeated one by one. Fortunately, the members of the Lu family had already grasped the terrain of the medicine garden planet. Everyone had the relevant information in their hands, so they were not afraid of getting lost. They quickly decided on the rendezvous point and immediately sped there. How powerful do you think you are? Even without you, I, Lu Yan, can still find the herbs I need smoothly. Go to hell, bastard. Lu Yan gritted her teeth and thought fiercely. No one had ever angered her like this, on the Ur star. Wang Ting's doppelganger appeared in a desolate wilderness. The surroundings were yellow and there were almost no animals or plants. At a glance, only a long horizontal line and a star that was about to fall could be seen in the distance. So this is the Ur star. Wang Ting's doppelganger looked around and could not help but reveal a strange look in his eyes. It was completely different from the medicine garden planet. This place was really desolate. Although there were all kinds of rich forces, it lacked a trace of vitality, like cold metal. However, he was not too surprised. The Ur star had always been like this. Some planets with a lot of minerals did not even have any life forms, only a variety of metal ores. Of course, there were also some strange planets with some very special creatures that lived in various ores for a long time. Therefore, even on such a planet, danger was always present, and one could not easily relax their vigilance. Wang Ting opened the Eye of Truth and looked down. His doppelganger also stored the ability of the Eye of Truth. With his current spiritual strength, not only could he divide his martial arts strength, but he could also store some abilities in his doppelganger. Moreover, it could be maintained for a long time and would not disappear easily. At this time, he glanced around and did not find anything strange. It seemed that his luck was not as good as it was on the Medicine Garden planet. He found a treasure as soon as he came in. Wang Ting shook his head with a smile. He did not care and was not in a hurry to find it. Instead, he asked Yuan Gungun to explore the terrain and environment of the ore star to determine where there might be mineral veins. His current ore prospecting master attainments had reached the late stage of the Grand Master level, and he was not far from perfection. Therefore, he could rely on his own attainments to determine the possible location of mineral veins. Wang Ting, Xianxia sent a message. Do you want to answer it? Yuan Gungun suddenly said. Wang Ting's two doppelgangers each had an intelligent wristwatch in their hands. They could be used at the same time as long as they were connected through their identity accounts. Yuan Gungun could also provide information assistance to the three Wang Tings at the same time through the wristwatch. She's not also here to seek cooperation, is she? Wang Ting frowned, but soon shook his head. There was no possibility of cooperation with the ore prospecting master. He immediately said, answer it. I'd like to see what she's going to do. These people are all looking for you. It seems that you're very popular. Yuan Gungun laughed. Do they like me? No, they want my body, Wang Ting said. Yuan Gungun was speechless. What do you mean they want your body? This guy's skin was unusually thick. But it seemed that he was right. Those geniuses from the core families wanted his body. The next moment, it connected Wang Ting to Xianxia. As soon as the other party saw him, she looked at him a few times and then asked, are you a doppelganger or a real body? Guess, Wang Ting said lightly. Pfft. Yuan Gungun almost couldn't hold it in. The people outside who saw the scene couldn't help but burst out laughing. Everyone who contacted Wang Ting was guessing whether this Wang Ting in front of them was a doppelganger or a real body. This scene was really funny. Especially when they heard Wang Ting's response twice in a row, guess, these two words would probably anger people to death. Of course, everyone was very curious about which one was Wang Ting's doppelganger and which one was his real body. Some people guessed that his real body should be on the Medicine Garden planet, while others guessed that it should be on the ore planet. After all, only the ore prospecting competition was held on the ore planet. The other ore prospecting competitions were equivalent to finding materials. The real competition had yet to come. As for the Spirit Chef competition, no one considered it at all. Although the status of a Spirit Chef was not low, it was still slightly inferior compared to the other ore prospecting competitions. This was a fact that almost everyone tacitly agreed in their hearts. Sure enough, after Xianxia heard these two words, she was stunned for a while. Black lines appeared on her forehead as she angrily said, if you don't want to say it, then forget it. Why are you looking for me? Wang Ting asked faintly. Let's have a competition. Xianxia's eyes flashed with an unyielding light as she said. She was very unwilling to lose to Wang Ting last time. Now that Wang Ting also wanted to participate in the ore prospecting competition, she naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to compete. You want to compete with me? Wang Ting had a strange look on his face. What's with that expression? Xianxia asked. No expression. How do you want to compete? Wang Ting shook his head and asked. It's very simple. We will compete to see who has a higher ranking. Xianxia said. And then? Wang Ting asked. And then what? Xianxia couldn't help but frown. Don't you know my habit? I won't take part in a competition without a bet, Wang Ting said. Xianxia suddenly remembered that Lu Yan was cheated before, and a corner of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. She was also afraid of being cheated, but since she was the one who proposed the competition, she couldn't refuse. She immediately glared at Wang Ting and said, if you win, I will agree to one of your conditions. If you lose, you have to agree to one of my conditions. Okay. Wang Ting was also very straightforward and directly nodded. I hope you don't lose too badly. Sang Yi looked meaningfully at Wang Ting and directly closed the communication. I will lose? Wang Ting shook his head with a smile. This woman was still too naive. However, this Sang Yi was very energetic and not pretentious at all, which was very much to his liking. Interesting. Wang Ting smiled and closed his eyes, waiting for the detection result of the Yuan Gun. In the core family seats, the Sang family's patriarch, Sang Ji, saw the scene on the hologram and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This girl was too impulsive. How could she casually agree to this kind of bet? Although he hoped that Sang Yi could have more contact with Wang Ting, he didn't want his daughter to be eaten clean. With a condition as a bet, what if Wang Ting had ulterior motives? Just thinking about it was scary, and Sang Ji didn't dare to think about it anymore. Sang Ji, your Sang family's girl and Wang Ting are already familiar with each other? At this time, a voice came from the side. Feng Hua. Sang Ji looked at the Feng family seat on the left and raised his eyebrows, showing a trace of surprise on his face. The person who spoke was the Feng family's patriarch, Feng Hua. The Feng family was the same as the Sang family, a core family in the mining industry. Various thoughts flashed through Sang Ji's mind, and he said lightly, they just met once, so they aren't too familiar with each other. However, that Wang Ting seems to have a good impression of my Sang Yi. You all know that my girl is the center of attention no matter where she goes. It's normal for that Wang Ting to be attracted to my girl. Having said that, Sang Ji's face revealed a trace of pride. Feng Hua was speechless. How could he not know what the Sang family's girl was like? Sang Ji was lying to him without batting an eyelid. Haha, as long as you're happy. He looked meaningfully at Sang Ji and said. Feng Hua, your Feng Lu seems to be quite good this time, he's qualified to be compared to my Sang Yi. Sang Ji's expression was very calm, not caring at all about Feng Hua's opinion. Feng Lu's mining skills are naturally not bad. Feng Hua couldn't help but show a trace of pride on his face. But there's still a bit of a gap between him and my Sang Yi, he still needs to work harder. Sang Ji said. Feng Hua's expression slightly froze as the corner of his mouth twitched. Ha ha ha, Sang Ji, you're still so shameless. A laugh came from the side. Yan Liang. Feng Hua and Sang Ji both turned to look at another seat, which belonged to the core family, House Yan. The Yan family was also a core family in the field of mining, and their strength was much stronger than the other two families. I'm telling the truth. You dare to say that my Sang Yi isn't strong enough? Sang Ji glanced at Yan Liang. Sang Yi's talents and strength are obvious to all, but she might not be able to beat all the geniuses. Yan Liang said. Oh? Sang Ji raised his brows and asked, does your Yan clan have someone who can surpass my Sang Yi this time? Yan Tu's reputation is not small, but I remember that he once competed with my Sang Yi and lost. For Sang Ji, Sang Yi was undoubtedly his greatest pride. She had already practiced the mysterious light bright pupils to an extremely high level. Among the younger generation, there were absolutely not many people who could compare with her. Haha, just wait and see. Don't think that just because your Sang Yi's talent is strong, she can win against everyone. Underestimating others will only cause you to suffer a setback, said Yan Liang with a smile. Humph, of course I won't underestimate others, but I have confidence in my Sang Yi. Sang Ji snorted. It seems that everyone is very confident in their geniuses. At this moment, another chuckle was heard. The person who spoke was a middle-aged woman with an extremely beautiful appearance. She wore a professional robe with a slit at the bottom of her thigh. At the same time, it vividly accentuated her voluptuous figure. At the same time, it also revealed some of her fair skin, giving off an indescribable sense of temptation. Sang Ji and the others looked over and couldn't help but reveal a trace of amazement in their eyes. As old perverts, no, as a group of old men, such a beautiful woman was undoubtedly very much to their taste. This woman is still so tasty. The three couldn't help but look at each other as if they saw the same thought in each other's eyes. Obviously, the beautiful woman in front of them was also a member of a core family, and she was the last family in the mining path, the head of the Roderick family, Ariella. I'll be shy if you all look at me like this. Ariella blinked her eyes, and a faint blush quietly appeared on her face as she smiled faintly. The three old men couldn't help but roll their eyes. As if they would believe her. If this woman could be shy, then there would be no pure girl in the world. She was obviously an old woman, but she still pretended to be a little lamb. Hatue. Haha, head of the Roderick family, Leopold of the Roderick family seems to be an extremely talented mining master, right? The seats of the Tai family were very close to the seats of the Roderick family. At this moment, when they heard Ariella speak, they couldn't help but interrupt. Leopold still needs more experience. How can he be compared with the geniuses of your family? Ariella said modestly. I heard that Leopold has quite a reputation in the outside world. Even the headquarters of the Secondary Profession Alliance, which is in charge of the headquarters, have heard of his reputation. This is not something an ordinary person can do. Feng Hua said. That's right. Last time I heard that Leopold seemed to have found an extremely precious mysterious ice fantasy gold vein for an immortal level family. It's very impressive. Sangji's eyes flashed, and he also said. There was an invisible competition between these core families, so naturally, they were all on guard against each other. Therefore, as long as there was any news about the geniuses of the other family, they would try their best to search for them, in order to grasp the other's talent and strength, so that they could be prepared to deal with them. Otherwise, if they met him, they would be caught unprepared. That would undoubtedly put them in a passive position. As they said, that Leopold was indeed an extremely talented mining master, and some of the news were not groundless. Ariella smiled faintly, and said, Heads of families, you are flattering me. If Leopold loses to you later, wouldn't it be a great shame? Seeing that she was so slippery, everyone knew that they couldn't probe anything for the time being. Therefore, they just took a deep look at this woman, especially her white and smooth thighs, and then turned their faces away, saying no more. Spirit Beast Star. As soon as another doppelganger of Wang Ting appeared, it was besieged by a group of star beasts. Hell! 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 An angry roar came from all directions, and then the ground began to shake violently. The surrounding star beasts all rushed toward Wang Ting. Damn it! Have I fallen into a pigsty? Wang Ting looked around and couldn't help swearing. At first glance, he saw that they were all F**king pigs, one by one, huge and fat pig-type star beasts, which were 3 or 4 meters tall, rushed toward Wang Ting, stirring up the dust on the ground. Huge fangs, which were like sickles, stretched out from their mouths. The surface of their fangs reflected a gloomy light, which made people's hearts palpitate. Seeing this scene, the people in the outside world almost couldn't help sweating for Wang Ting. He's so unlucky to encounter a group of pigs as soon as he came in. Ha ha ha, I don't know why, but I suddenly find it funny. This Wang Ting entered 3 planets at the same time. Obviously, he was too arrogant. Now, he is unlucky. However, this should be his doppelganger on the Spirit Beast Star. It is said that the doppelganger's strength is only a part of the original body's strength. I wonder if he can stop that group of pig-type star beasts. Everyone was in a heated discussion, and their eyes couldn't help but fall on the live broadcast of the Spirit Beast Star. Some were worried, while others were gloating. On the Spirit Beast Star, Wang Ting faced the pig-type star beasts that were rushing toward him. Although he was shocked at first, it was because he had just come in and wasn't prepared. By the time he came back to his senses, these pig-type star beasts were nothing to be afraid of. He stood quietly on the spot with a calm expression. It was as though he didn't care about the surrounding star beasts. Rumble, the ground shook violently, and the pig-type star beasts were getting closer. Wang Ting's face suddenly revealed a strange expression. These pig-type star beasts didn't have any stench on them. Instead, they had a strange fragrance. What are these, pigs? A question crept into his mind. Roar, however, these pig-type star beasts didn't give him any time to think. One of the star beasts had already pounced in front of him. It opened its huge mouth and was about to bite Wang Ting. Wang Ting shook his head. He decided to get rid of these star beasts first and then investigate further. In the next moment, he stretched out one hand and pointed his finger forward. Instantly, he tapped on the head of the pig-type star beast that had pounced in front of him. In an instant, the pig-type star beast's body stiffened. Its huge body was fixed in midair against inertia. Then, it fell hard on the ground. Damn, what happened? Many people saw the scene and couldn't figure out what had happened. However, before they could continue to be surprised, the next scene made them widen their eyes. Swish, 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 suddenly, rays of golden light burst out from Wang Ting's body and formed a golden round cover within a 10-meter radius around him. The pig-type star beasts had just crashed into him, but they all received their lunchboxes and died on the spot. In a short while, at least dozens of pig-type star beasts died under the golden light and fell around him in a disorderly manner. This is the means of a spirit reader. Many people outside saw this scene and opened their mouths wide in shock. They found it hard to believe. This Wang Ting was actually a spirit reader. On the high platform, the three elders looked at each other and saw a trace of surprise in each other's eyes. Good boy, he's actually a spirit reader. No wonder he's so fearless. Elder Tambeli shook his head and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This little fellow really surprises us time and time again, Elder Bias said with a sigh. I don't know how he cultivates. He actually has so many means. Elder Red Dust was stunned. He felt that he couldn't see through this black-haired young man in front of him. With the means of a spirit reader, as long as he doesn't provoke those terrifying existences on Spirit Beast Planet, he probably won't be a threat, Elder Tambeli said. The other two Grand Elders nodded, clearly agreeing with him. The star beasts raised on Spirit Beast Planet were basically food ingredients. Their attack power wasn't very strong, but there were some star beasts that were quite high. If a Grandmaster-level existence encountered them, they would be in danger. However, judging from the strength Wang Ting had displayed, as long as he didn't seek death, he could still escape unscathed. Unfortunately, they didn't know Wang Ting well. He's actually a spirit reader. Sangji, Lu Pan, and the others were also very surprised. Spirit readers were very rare, and there were only a few in their core families. It really surprised them that Wang Ting had such talent. Such talent was indeed the best bloodline. The two of them had ulterior motives. Their eyes flickered, and no one knew what they were thinking. A spirit reader. No wonder he could pass the 7th floor of the illusory heart tower. This person's soul must be very powerful, Feng Hua exclaimed. That's right. Being a spirit reader is an innate talent. Only people with strong soul talent can give birth to a spirit reader. Ariella's charming face couldn't help but show a trace of seriousness as she nodded. It seems that he will be our core family's biggest competitor, Sangji said. Everyone was silent for a moment. This kid. Lei Long's expression finally turned ugly. He seemed to have seen the tragic ending of Peijing and Fengdu. Wang Ting was on the spiritual beast planet with them. It was like a ferocious tiger and two little lambs locked in the same cage. How could he feel at ease? At the same time, Ma Lu's eyes finally showed a trace of shock and regret. Spirit reader, how could he be a spirit reader? He shouldn't have accepted this business. It was useless even if he offered more money. He had never wished that Ma Yan wouldn't meet Wang Ting as much as he did now. Really, just let them avoid each other, don't let them meet. No matter how strong Ma Yan's poison talent was, he wouldn't be able to kill a spirit reader. Even if the other party was poisoned, he would probably be able to kill a poison master at the last moment. Spirit Beast Planet. Under Wang Ting's massacre, more than half of the pig-type star beasts had died. The remaining pig-type star beasts finally felt fear. Although they were pigs, they weren't so stupid that they weren't afraid of death. Seeing their own kind die one by one, if they continued to charge forward, they wouldn't be stupid. They would be stupid. Roar, a piercing howl was heard. The remaining pig-type star beasts immediately turned around and ran. Trying to run? Wang Ting's lips curled into a smile. He walked forward as though he was taking a stroll. His eyes locked onto the last star beast. As the leader pig, you only know how to hide at the back. Do you have to be so afraid of death? The leader pig seemed to have felt something, and all the hair on its body stood on end. It began to howl and run wildly. Its 4 short legs seemed to be equipped with an electric motor, causing its speed to increase by many times in an instant. Do you think you can run away? However, Wang Ting just shook his head. In a flash, he appeared above the leading pig. Then, his body suddenly dropped down like a towering mountain, falling down with a loud crash. Boom, the leader pig howled. Its body was instantly pressed to the ground. Its four short legs spread apart and it struggled with all its might. Behave. A brick appeared in Wanting's hand and he threw it at the leader pig's head. Bang, crackle, the leader pig's huge body couldn't help but tremble. A big bump appeared on its head. Everyone, what kind of weapon was that? Was it a brick? Are you going to behave? Wanting asked calmly. Roar. Roar. The leader pig cowered faster than anyone else. After being hit by Wanting's brick, it immediately lay on the ground obediently and didn't dare to struggle anymore. Wanting raised the brick in his hand and was ready to hit it a second time. In the end, he encountered such a scene. He suddenly didn't know whether to continue or not. He felt depressed. Everyone, this pig was probably a coward. It was actually so obedient. Bang, crackle, Wanting finally couldn't hold it in. He threw the brick again. Thunder exploded and enveloped the leader pig's entire body. Its body couldn't help but twitch. Roar. The leader pig suddenly let out a squeal like a pig being slaughtered. Its voice was really aggrieved. Wanting, asterisk, that felt good, everyone, asterisk, the situation on Spirit Beast Planet was completely shown to the audience through the broadcast. They were shocked that a young man would actually do such a thing to a pig. Was this a loss of morals or a distortion of human nature? Looking at the situation on the screen, everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. If it were any other contestant, they would at most knock the pig out or kill it. Who would be so free as to torture a pig? Suddenly, everyone felt that they had a better understanding of Wanting. He was evil, he was even more evil. That pig-type star beast had already admitted defeat, but it was still smashed in the end. Was this something a normal person could do? Looking at the power of lightning emitted from the leader pig's body, as well as its twitching body, and listening to its squeals that sounded like a pig being slaughtered, there was no need to think to know that it was suffering from inhumane torture. It was too miserable. Many people could not help but look at the brick in Wanting's hand. It looked ordinary, but no one expected it to be so terrifying. The facial muscles of the two family heads, Ma Long and Ma Lu, twitched. If it was like this to a pig, what would it be like to deal with them? One could only imagine. On the high platform, Founding Elder Red Dust and the others had a slightly strange expression and could not help but shake their heads. This little guy was really naughty. Spirit Beast Planet. Wanting did not do such a thing in the end. He slowly put away the brick. He had specially prepared this thing for the Peijing brothers. Otherwise, it would be with his main body. At this moment, he looked at the lead pig at his feet and carefully sized it up. There was indeed a strange fragrance on its body. To be honest, it was a little like milk fragrance. Wanting's expression was a little strange. This pig actually had milk fragrance? He could not help but twitch his nose and sniff carefully. That's right, it was indeed milk fragrance. This was King ridiculous. Wait, I remember that there is a type of pig called milk fragrance pig. It is said that its body can emit milk fragrance, and its meat is plump and fragrant. It is an extremely special ingredient. Could it be these pigs in front of me? Wanting suddenly remembered something. He looked at the pig in front of him and muttered to himself. It should be. I just checked, and the characteristics are very similar, Yuan Gun chimed in. This Spirit Beast Planet is really something. To think that we would encounter such a special ingredient as soon as we enter. Aya, what a waste. Wanting sighed. He immediately reacted. Looking at the fragrant milk pigs that had been killed by him, his face was filled with regret. A dead fragrant milk pig was definitely not as good as a living one. Although he could use ice to preserve the fragrant milk pig and prevent it from losing any of its meat, if it was still alive, he would still be able to eat it. Some of its characteristics would remain. In the end, there would still be some slight differences. This was something that could not be changed. Especially to high-grade spirit chefs, these minute differences were usually extremely fatal. Fortunately, there are still a lot of them left. Wanting immediately looked at the fragrant milk pigs around him, feeling somewhat relieved. Now that he had suppressed the leader pig, the other fragrant milk pigs did not dare to act rashly. One by one, they hid in a corner and shivered. He was as cowardly as he could be. If you want to take these star beasts away, you'll have to pay points, Yuan Gungun reminded him. Wang Ting took a deep breath. He spat out a word, F***ck. However, he still could not give up on these delicious ingredients. In his eyes, these fragrant milk pigs in front of him were simply delicacies. Therefore, he waved his hand and took a few fragrant milk pigs over, throwing them into the devouring space. This was the only space that could be connected, and as long as he did not take the initiative to devour. If he did not take the initiative to devour them, living creatures would still be able to survive for a while. One had to admit that Wang Ting had too many tricks up his sleeve. If it were an ordinary spirit chef, he would not be able to take away living creatures. As for those dead fragrant milk pigs, of course, he could not waste them. He took them all. Then, Wang Ting looked at the leader fragrant milk pig under his feet. He rubbed his chin. He stretched out his hand and patted its fat buttocks. His eyes immediately lit up. Good meat. This fragrant milk pig was indeed better than the other fragrant milk pigs. It was an excellent ingredient. Awoo. The fragrant milk pig seemed to feel someone's malice, and its whole body trembled. It let out a mournful cry. Go. Wang Ting ignored it. He directly threw it into the devouring space. Wang Ting, this is the topographic map of the spirit beast planet. Take a look. Yuan Gungun projected a three-dimensional map and said. Wang Ting took a glance and understood the topography of the spirit beast planet. He immediately chose a direction and sped into the distance. Wang Ting. Xianxia wants to share her location with you, Yuan Gungun said. Then share it. I don't know how strong that little girl is. If we meet other people on the spirit beast planet, it might be a little dangerous, Wang Ting said. As for cooperating with Lu Yan, Wang Ting would consider if there were any benefits. However, he did not think so much about Xianxia. That little girl was a simple person. At the same time, she had helped him a lot. There was no need to think so much. While the people outside were paying attention to Wang Ting, they were also paying attention to the other Skyprides. As the competition began, the Skyprides from various forces finally began to stand out. They displayed their talents and abilities. They were like fish in water on the three major planets, and many people were amazed. The Skyprides from the major core families are very powerful. Yeah, they are very familiar with all kinds of spiritual herbs, minerals, and star beasts. Looking at their speed, it's as if they are in their own backyard. That's terrifying. If it were an ordinary person, they would have to search for half a day. After all, there is only 1 month. They can't spend more than half a month looking for materials. Otherwise, they won't have enough time for the later part of the competition. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The spectators were familiar with each of the Skyprides and were discussing them enthusiastically. On the Medicine Garden planet, in a dense jungle, a slender figure was walking in it. His appearance was somewhat delicate, with a sense of elegance. He was wearing a secondary profession's robe, which made him look even thinner and weaker. Walking in the forest full of danger, many spectators were worried for him. However, this person's identity was not simple. He was wearing an alchemy badge on his chest with 9 golden stars on it. Obviously, this person was a genius alchemist who was at the peak of the Grandmaster level. This was a young man who didn't look too old. His gaze was calm as he scanned his surroundings, looking for the spiritual herbs he needed. After a while, his eyes suddenly lit up, and his gaze stopped under a big tree. There were a few spiritual herbs that were shining with emerald green light. They swayed gently in the breeze as if they were alive. Emerald fluorescent grass. The young man's face lit up. He looked around and immediately walked forward. A jade spade appeared in his hand, and he picked the 2 spiritual herbs in good condition. Whoosh, at that moment, a fierce wind suddenly attacked from the right side of the young man. Just when many people thought that the young man couldn't dodge in time, his figure slowly disappeared. What was left behind was only an afterimage. In the next moment, the young man's figure appeared a few hundred meters away and ran away at an extremely fast speed. So fast. That should be the genius Dan Yuan from the core alchemy family, the Dan family, right? Yes, that's him. I've been watching him for a few days. His speed is so fast. He doesn't look like an alchemist at all. I think he has already found more than 70 kinds of spiritual herbs. It's only been 3 days. How terrifying. A person found more than 70 kinds of spiritual herbs in 3 days. Does he have a spiritual herb detector in his eyes? This is really terrifying. Another alchemy family, the genius Li Jin from the Li family, found more than 30 kinds of spiritual herbs. And the Mo family, also a core alchemy family. The genius Mo Qing from the Mo family has already found more than 50 kinds of spiritual herbs. There's not much difference. The spectators were stunned. Many people didn't expect that the seemingly thin young man would have such speed. It was unbelievable. In the seats of the core Dan family, Dan Guang, the head of the Dan family, looked a little proud. Dan Yuan was the most outstanding genius of this generation of the Dan family. He had high hopes for him. On the other side, the 2 core families of the Mo family and the Li family didn't look too good. The geniuses of their families were obviously suppressed. Especially the Li family. Their genius Li Jin had only found more than 30 kinds of spiritual herbs, which was almost half of what Dan Yuan needed. This efficiency was too shabby. This is just the beginning. We don't know what will happen next. The head of the Li family, Li Jingqing, snorted. Hee, don't worry. As long as they can find the materials they need within the stipulated time, it's not too late. The head of the Mo family, Mo Qingzhou, chuckled. He didn't seem to be worried at all. What the 2 of you said makes sense. The competition has just begun. Dan Guang glanced at them and didn't argue. He just smiled faintly. Inside a swamp on the Medicine Garden planet, a figure wrapped in a black robe slowly walked through the swamp. He even wore a hood on his head, making it impossible to see his appearance clearly. Almost all the participants were wearing secondary professional attire. Only this person wore a black robe and wrapped himself so tightly. After walking in the swamp for more than half an hour, there was suddenly a big commotion in front of him. Boom! 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 The roar reverberated above the swamp, and the aftermath of origin power swept over from the front. A figure was fighting with several lizard-like star beasts. Judging from the badge on the other party's chest, he should be an alchemist. Moreover, judging from the fluctuations emitted from his body, he was a domain lord-level powerhouse. The strength of those lizard-like star beasts was basically between middle-level emperors. Although there were more of them, there was still a big gap between them and that person. They couldn't pose a threat to him. Sure enough, the lizard-like star beasts were dealt with in a short while. Who is it? The person panted heavily, suddenly turned his head, and shouted coldly. The black-robed figure didn't respond to him. Instead, he slowly walked over from a distance. Friend, don't come any closer. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The doctor held a sword in his hand and frowned at the black-robed figure. However, the other party didn't move at all. He still walked toward him unhurriedly. You're courting death. The doctor shouted coldly. The sword in his hand suddenly slashed toward the black-robed figure. Haha. Suddenly, the black-robed figure, who had been silent all this time, suddenly let out a soft laugh. It seemed to be contemptuous and disdainful. The doctor frowned unconsciously. He looked at the other party with an even colder expression. Whoosh! At this moment, a green light suddenly burst out from under the black-robed figure's black robe. It instantly shattered the other party's sword light. Then, it sped away without slowing down. What? The doctor's expression changed drastically. He subconsciously retreated. However, it was too late. The green light was extremely fast. It arrived in front of him in an instant. A fierce wind element intent instantly hit him in the face. He was horrified to the extreme. He really couldn't understand why there was such a powerful existence among the subprofessions. However, it was too late to think. He immediately took out the token and wanted to leave this place. Poochie, the sound of a sharp blade piercing into flesh suddenly sounded. Then, he felt the world spinning as if the sky was turning upside down. Then, he saw a headless corpse, and a pillar of blood spurting high into the sky. His pupils instantly contracted to the extreme. That was his body. The next moment, endless darkness swept over. Hiss! The spectators gasped instantly. Their eyes widened. This scene was completely presented. It was even enlarged and placed in the most conspicuous place. This was an automatic function. Once there was an abnormal situation or a special situation, it would be enlarged for everyone to see. What the F***ck? Dead. His head was chopped off. That's 2F** King Cruel. This is the first person to be killed. He didn't even have the chance to forfeit. Moreover, he died so miserably. Damn it. This is a subprofessions competition, not a martial arts competition. Does it have to be so cruel? Everyone was in an uproar. They exclaimed in disbelief, unable to accept this scene. Although there would be deaths in the subclass alliances exchange, it wouldn't be this cruel. The scene just now had shocked everyone. Many of the core family members' expressions changed. This person was clearly not someone to be trifled with. With such a person around, the geniuses of their core families would also be in danger. If Wang Ting had only made the Si and Ma families feel threatened, then this person had made all the core families feel threatened. On the high platform, the three elders frowned slightly. Who is this person? How can he be so cruel? Elder Tamburi couldn't help but ask. According to the information, the other party is a genius from the Tianlan Weave. His name is Julius, and his usual behavior is very normal. There's nothing out of the ordinary about him. Elder Red Dust looked at the information, and his frown deepened. There's nothing special about him. That scene just now didn't seem like it, Bias said meaningfully. Well, that's the strangest thing. Elder Red Dust nodded. Pay close attention to this person. If there's anything unusual, immediately expel him, Bias said. If the opponent is ruthless and doesn't violate the rules, we can't act at will, Elder Red Dust said helplessly. If there's anything unusual, sooner or later, he will show his tail, Elder Tamburi said. The outside world was in an uproar because of the death of a subprofessions genius, but the people in the competition were completely unaware of it. A crisis was quietly brewing. At the same time, in a rather hidden valley in the north of Medicine, Garden Star, Lu Yan and the people of the Lu family had gathered and were preparing to set off to look for medicinal herbs. The people of the Lu family were led by her. After all, Lu Yan was the most talented alchemist in the Lu family. Compared to her, the others were slightly inferior. Moreover, Lu Yan treated everyone very kindly and didn't put on any airs. Of course, the people of the Lu family were very happy to follow her. Sister Lu Yan, we have news for you, a young man of the Lu family suddenly said. Xianxia. Lu Yan froze for a moment and asked, what news do you have? We are all members of the Lu family, so we naturally have to cooperate with each other. There's no need to be suspicious of anything. I know a genius of the Lan family, and we can cooperate with him, Xianxia said. A genius of the Lan family. Lu Yan froze for a moment and asked, is it the Lan family, one of the core poison families? Yes. Xianxia nodded. Lu Yan couldn't help but show a hint of joy on her face, but she didn't immediately agree. Instead, she asked, is he reliable? Reliable. Xianxia quickly said, he once saved my life, so I believe him. Then how strong is he? Lu Yan asked again. His strength shouldn't lose to Ma Yan of the Ma family. I once saw him take action. He directly poisoned a domain lord level martial artist to death. The opponent didn't even have the ability to resist, Xianxia said. Poisoned a domain lord level martial artist to death. Lu Yan's eyes couldn't help but show a hint of shock. What's his name? The most outstanding genius of the Lan family should be Lan Shang. Is there anyone else who can compare with him? His name is Lan Yu. He should be a branch family member of the Lan family. His status isn't very high, but in my opinion, his strength shouldn't be weaker than Lan Shang, Xianxia said with a serious expression. Your evaluation of him is actually so high. I'm a little interested. Lu Yan's pretty face couldn't help but show a hint of interest. She nodded and said, in that case, contact the other party and say that we agree to cooperate with him. Xianxia smiled happily and said, I found that he wasn't far from us. If we meet him, it shouldn't take much time. Hey, look, Lu Yan has already met up with the people of the Lu family. She seems to have only found more than 30 elixirs before. There is still a big gap between her and Dan Yuan. Lu Yan's strength shouldn't be too strong. Otherwise, she wouldn't have looked for Wang Ting to cooperate. Unfortunately, she was rejected. What a pitiful woman. Pfft, what a pitiful woman. She is the heaven's pride of the dignified Lu family. Who knows how many young talents are rushing to cooperate with her. You see, she is now cooperating with the genius of the Lan family. Wang Ting rejected her. That is definitely Wang Ting's loss, okay? Come on, Wang Ting doesn't care about this. Look at the star. Sang Yi of the Sang family took the initiative to compete with him. Also, on the Spirit Beast star, he has already met up with Yu family's Yu Xianxia. F***ck, speaking of which, why is this guy accompanied by beauties wherever he goes? Is your focus skewed? Didn't you pay attention to Wang Ting's harvesting speed? The number of elixirs he harvested is more than Dan Yuan. I just roughly calculated that there are at least more than 100 elixirs. Hiss, more than 100 elixirs. How is that possible? Nothing is impossible. Didn't you notice? He is the first person to harvest an elixir. It seems that he is indeed the first person to harvest an elixir. Previously, many people arrived at the Medicine Garden Star before him, but none of them found the elixir immediately. Only Wang Ting found it immediately. Finding it immediately? This is luck, right? It's hard to say. If it was just one elixir, of course, it could be said that he was lucky. But now, he has found more than 100 elixirs. Can this still be considered luck? Everyone couldn't help but fall silent. Finding more than 100 spirit herbs in 3 days wasn't something that could be simply described as luck. Without a certain level of eyesight and a deep understanding of elixirs, it was impossible to achieve this. Sometimes, speed was also a reflection of strength. The most important part of this round of competition seemed to be the later part, but in fact, finding the materials at the beginning was also the key. If the required materials could not be found, they would not be able to achieve their goal. Whether it was elixirs, forging, runes, poison, medicine, etc., the requirements for materials were extremely strict. Some peak Grandmaster level subprofessions would definitely want to maximize their own attainments. However, the higher the grade of the pills, medicines, poisons, weapons, and even formations, the higher the grade of the materials required and the more complicated they were. Wanting to find all of them in this kind of situation where time was tight and they didn't have a specific location wasn't an easy task. Not only that, but look at Wang Ting's performance on the star. He has found 18 kinds of minerals in just 3 days. Most people can only find a few kinds of minerals and metals, but Wang Ting has found 18 kinds. It's already close to 20 kinds. It seems that not only is his alchemy attainment very strong, but his ore-seeking attainments are also not weak. I'm really looking forward to his next performance. On the star. At this moment, Wang Ting was galloping in a wilderness. It had been 3 days since he came here, and he was still surrounded by a vast desert. It was so barren that it made people feel an unbearable sense of dead silence. In the past 3 days, Wang Ting did not find anyone, so his plan to pick up attributes had to be put on hold for the time being. This star is really big. It's 10 times bigger than ordinary supergiant planets, Wang Ting thought to himself. There's really no other way. I can only find the materials needed for forging and inscribing runes first. As for the mineral veins, I've analyzed a few places through the terrain. Those places are very likely to have the largest mineral veins on this planet. If I can further confirm it, it shouldn't be difficult for me to beat the others. Thoughts flashed through Wang Ting's mind one after another, causing his eyes to keep flickering. As he galloped, he glanced around to look for places with mineral veins. Suddenly, a soft sound of surprise came from his mouth. Just in front of his left position, the outlines of mountains appeared on the horizon. From where he was, he could only see a small part of it. It was obvious that there was still a long way to go. Let's go and take a look. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he immediately sped up toward the mountains. As he got closer, Wang Ting could see that the mountains were connected into a mountain range. There were not a few individual peaks. This place, Wang Ting slowly stopped and stood in the air with his hands behind his back. He looked at the mountain range below, and his knowledge and experience about mineral exploration surged wildly in his mind. Not enough. It's too low. Wang Ting's eyes kept flickering. This mountain range gave him a very special feeling, but he could not be sure yet. The next moment, his body kept rising and turned into a stream of light, flying higher into the sky. If he wanted to include the entire upper vein in his eyes, he had to look down from a higher place. Did Wang Ting find something? He seems to want to see the whole picture of this mountain range. This is the method of a mineral prospector. Did he find a mineral vein? No way, he found a mineral vein so quickly? The others are still searching. Is he the first one to find a mineral vein? The spectators in the outside world suddenly began to discuss in amazement. Sang Ji, Tai Huai, Feng Hua, and the other core family heads of mineral exploration were moved at this time. Their faces became serious, and their eyes narrowed slightly as they looked at the light screen. However, the light screen could only show a part of the situation, and outsiders could not see the whole picture at all. Moreover, they could not feel the aura and force fluctuations in the outside world. Therefore, even if it was a saint-level existence in the mining path, under such limited circumstances, it would be difficult for them to determine useful information. Wang Ting flew higher and higher, reaching at least tens of thousands of meters in the air. Then, he sped around the mountain range in front of him. Gradually, a huge silhouette appeared in his eyes. In an instant, the mountain range in front of his eyes seemed to have turned into a giant python that stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles. A faintly discernible earth force filled the air above the mountain range, forming an extremely strange domain. Bang! Then, a deafening roar suddenly sounded in his mind. This roar could not be heard by outsiders. Wang Ting was not surprised. Instead, he was overjoyed. It was indeed a mineral vein. The state and power of the domain condensed into one was impossible to detect from a single area. However, when he reflected the entire mountain range in his eyes, the mineral vein seemed to have come alive, like a real python. However, this python could not be seen by everyone. Ordinary mineral prospectors would not be able to see its existence at all if their attainments were not high enough. In their eyes, this might just be an ordinary mountain range. Let me see the core location of this mineral vein. Wang Ting flew toward the eyes of the python and soon arrived above the eyes of the python. It should be here. Yangming lowered his body and was about to descend. However, it was then when he paused on the spot and turned to look calmly in another direction. A figure was speeding over from afar. The person seemed to have noticed Wang Ting too. He glanced at Wang Ting's chest and landed. He cupped his hands and asked, "Your Excellency, are you a blacksmith?" "Yes." Wang Ting nodded. "I'm a prospector. Our goals shouldn't conflict." The man was a middle-aged man, and he smiled slightly. "You're right." Wang Ting suddenly smiled amiably. "You'll look for your things, and I'll look for mine. We won't interfere with each other." "That's exactly what I want." The middle-aged man nodded. "Please." Wang Ting cupped his hands and said. The middle-aged man returned the salute and ignored Wang Ting. He began to observe the surroundings. However, if one were to observe carefully, they would notice that the middle-aged man kept glancing at Wang Ting from time to time. It was obvious that he was still on guard against him. Wang Ting didn't care. He just watched from the side as if he was watching a show. Why do I feel that Wang Ting's smile is a little strange? He's obviously a mineral prospector, but he pretends to be a blacksmith. Is this guy trying to cause trouble? I don't know if he found anything. It seems like he's not worried that the other party will beat him to it. Everyone looked at the scene on the screen and was a little confused. No one could guess what Wang Ting was planning to do. In the Qin Empire seats, Grandmaster Huayuan and the others had strange expressions on their faces. Based on their understanding of Wang Ting, why do I feel that Grandmaster Wang Ting is going to cause trouble? Grandmaster Alfred whispered. I feel the same. Grandmaster Huayuan nodded and replied. The others nodded one after another. It was obvious that they felt the same. This scene was too strange. They didn't believe that Wang Ting would let the mineral prospector go so easily. "Why do you keep looking at me?" The mineral prospector couldn't help but ask after wandering around for a long time. He finally couldn't withstand Wang Ting's gaze and couldn't help but ask. Wang Ting glanced at the mineral prospector and picked up the attribute bubbles that the mineral prospector dropped. He casually said, "I've always been very interested in the methods of mineral prospectors. Since I've met you today, I couldn't help but want to take a look. Don't worry, I'm a blacksmith. I won't compete with you for anything. Don't you know that mineral prospectors can't be disturbed when they're looking for ores?" The mineral prospector's face darkened. "I didn't disturb you. Which eye of yours saw me disturbing you?" Wang Ting said indifferently, "I advise you to continue looking for ores. Don't make a mistake." The mineral prospector was speechless. "Don't make a mistake, this is a threat, a blatant threat." The mineral prospector narrowed his eyes and sized up the black-haired young man in front of him. He was only a universe-level martial artist, so there was nothing to be afraid of. "Humph." The mineral prospector snorted coldly and said, "It seems that you want to fight with me, sir?" "You want to fight with me?" Wang Ting asked with a strange expression on his face. "It's up to you whether you want to fight or not," the mineral prospector said coldly. "Really? Why don't you just focus on looking for ores?" "Fighting isn't suitable for you," Wang Ting said. The mineral prospector's mouth twitched, and he said coldly, "You're not strong, but you talk big. Since you insist on provoking me, don't blame me for being rude." Rumble. With that, he charged at Wang Ting. His domain Lord level 5 strength exploded out. A huge axe appeared in his hand. He raised it up high and smashed it at Wang Ting. "Sigh." Wang Ting shook his head and sighed, "Why do you have to do this?" The mineral prospector's face was ice cold. Earth origin power surged out and condensed on the axe, forming a huge axe gleam. A terrifying aura exploded out. Wang Ting stood where he was and looked at the axe gleam calmly. He slowly reached out a hand. "You're asking for death?" The mineral prospector's mouth curled into a mocking smile. This fellow actually wanted to use one hand to take on his axe gleam. Was there something wrong with his head? However, in the next moment, his expression froze. He opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Pong, with a muffled sound, the hand grabbed onto his axe gleam. With a light squeeze, the axe gleam shattered into countless specks of light. You. The mineral prospector looked at Wang Ting as if he had seen a ghost. "Too weak. You're just a sub-profession. It's not good for you to fight and kill. I already said it's not suitable for you, but you didn't believe me." Wang Ting shook his head. The mineral prospector's expression froze. He was speechless. He didn't expect this universe-level fighter to have such strength. Was he really a universe-level fighter? Was he a wolf in sheep's clothing? This was too perverted. At the same time, the sub-professions watching the match all had awkward expressions. They felt like they had been dissed by Wang Ting. Sub-professions weren't suited for fighting and killing, although there wasn't anything wrong with what he said. Why did it make them feel uncomfortable? This brat. Red Dust couldn't help but shake his head. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Hee, if I have the chance, I'll teach him a small lesson. He actually looks down on sub-professions. Tamburi snorted. Wang Ting didn't know that he had offended a few elders with one sentence. However, they couldn't blame him, he really wasn't acting cool. He was just saying it casually. At this moment, the flipping thunder brick appeared in his hand. He walked toward the mineral prospector in front of him. It wasn't easy to meet one. Your Excellency, I think this is a misunderstanding." The mineral prospector's expression changed drastically. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. "I don't think there's a misunderstanding." Wang Ting smiled faintly. "No, it's really a misunderstanding. I'll leave immediately. I'll give this mountain range to you. I'll never come back," the mineral prospector hurriedly promised. Wang Ting shook his head. He felt that this person was too naive. He didn't say anything else. His figure flashed and disappeared. The mineral prospector's expression changed drastically. He immediately looked around, trying to find Wang Ting's figure. Xiao, at this moment, a sudden gust of wind came from the back of his head. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. With a muffled bang, a sharp pain came from his head. At the same time, there was a numbness that spread from the back of his head to the rest of his body. His whole body involuntarily trembled. Pung pung pung, crackle, Wang Ting didn't give the mineral prospector a chance to react. He smashed the flipping thunder brick on the mineral prospector's body, causing him to continuously drop attribute bubbles. Even a martial artist couldn't block Wang Ting's flipping thunder brick, let alone a subclass holder. The mineral prospector fainted beautifully. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen. He was miserable. He didn't even have the chance to forfeit. When the people outside saw this scene, they all sucked in a cold breath. Their expressions were extremely strange. Wang Ting was too ruthless, he actually beat up an extremely honorable mineral prospector like this. He didn't leave any face for the mineral prospector at all. If the mineral prospector woke up, he would die on the spot. Subclass holders were a group of people who cared a lot about face. Now that the mineral prospector was beaten up like this, it was truly a loss of face. You really can't take a beating. Wang Ting looked at the mineral prospector who had fainted and shook his head. He used his spiritual force to scan and pick up all the attribute bubbles around him. Mineral Prospector Technique * 200 Mineral Prospector Technique * 300 Mineral Prospector Technique * 500 Domain Lord Spirit * 1200 Domain Lord Spirit * 1200 The attribute bubbles merged with Wang Ting's mind one after another. A portion of them turned into or hunting comprehension, while the other portion turned into pure spiritual power. They merged with the little universe in his body. He couldn't help but feel refreshed. My spiritual force can finally increase again. Wang Ting's eyes revealed a trace of joy. Ever since his spiritual force broke through to the Domain Lord level, he could continue to increase it. He didn't need to waste his spiritual force anymore. Spirit 64800/600000 Domain Master level. This time, he obtained a total of 4,800 points of spiritual force from the mineral prospector, which was not a small gain. Prospector 23800/30,000 Master. Additionally, his mineral prospector attribute also increased, getting closer and closer to the peak of the master level. If I scam a few mineral prospectors, I should be able to reach the peak. Wang Ting thought to himself. Then he smiled and looked at the giant python below. His heart suddenly moved, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Instead of spending time to explore, why not, thinking about it, Wang Ting immediately sat cross-legged in the sky and activated his magnetic heart talent. A strange fluctuation radiated from his body and spread in all directions. In an instant, it enveloped the entire mountain range below. What is he doing? The people outside were stunned, their heads full of question marks. Why was this guy sitting cross-legged in the sky? Was he tired? However, before they could think about it, rumble, at this moment, a violent roar suddenly came from the mountain range below. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the entire mountain range below was shaking. With Wang Ting's current strength, the power of the magnetic heart talent must be terrifying. Even if it was a mineral vein that contained a strange energy, he could still dig it out. Moreover, not only did he use the heart of magnetism talent, but he also used the magnetism field to completely envelop this area. Of course, to dig out a mineral vein from the ground, it still required a very strong control ability. Brute force alone was not enough. The mountain range below shook more and more violently, the earth shook, and terrifying cracks appeared on the ground. The mountain split open, and huge rocks rolled down. This scene was really like a terrifying natural disaster. Rise! Wang Ting unleashed the full potential of his heart of magnetism and magnetism territory. A loud shout came out of his mouth. Ong! A terrifying roar echoed between heaven and earth at this moment, and Wang Ting was no longer the only one who could hear it. The huge mountain range below was completely split open, and a yellow giant python twisted its body and slowly emerged in front of everyone. The boundless magnetic force seemed to have transformed into a giant hand, forcefully digging into the ground and pulling out a giant python. The square was suddenly plunged into silence. Everyone looked at the largest light curtain in the sky at this moment. Their eyes were filled with shock, and their faces were full of shock. Even the three elders on the high platform couldn't help but sit up straight, with a trace of astonishment on their faces. Many of the saint-level elders stood up directly, looking at the scene in the light curtain in shock. The core families, especially the core families of the mining path, were all in shock at this time. This is the pulse-searching dragon-catching method. Xianxia only felt that his mouth was dry, his throat rolled, and a slightly hoarse voice slowly came out. This is the method of a saint-level mining master. Only a few peak grandmaster-level mining masters can master this method. Feng Hua, the head of the Feng family, was shocked and stopped talking. The black-haired young man in front of the light curtain was either a top-peak mining master or a saint-level existence. He was more inclined to the former. But no matter which possibility it was, it showed that Wang Ting's mining skills had reached the peak of the grandmaster level. I really didn't expect to see the pulse-searching dragon-catching method in this year's exchange. Yan Liang took a deep breath and slowly sat down, with a complicated look in his eyes. Tai Huai, the head of the Tai family, had a complicated look. This Wang Ting's talent was more powerful than he imagined. It seemed that Tai Lu was not his opponent. Wang Ting didn't know what the pulse-searching dragon-catching method was. He just wanted to save a little time to do more things. Otherwise, if he went down to the mine to explore this vein, it would take at least half a day to a day. The vein that stretched for tens of thousands of miles was forcibly pulled out from the ground by Wang Ting. It was like a huge python twisting on the ground, struggling to escape from Wang Ting's magnetic force. However, this vein was not alive after all. The struggle at this moment was just a kind of domain, binding it underground. Rise! Wang Ting let out another loud roar, and the magnetic force from the magnetic heart, talent, under the support of the magnetic field, resisted the domain below. The two of them were in a stalemate. However, this stalemate was quickly broken. Under Wang Ting's endless supply of magnetic force, the domain in the mine below finally collapsed completely. Boom! With a loud roar, dust rose from the ground. An invisible force in the mountain range was instantly destroyed. The terrifying earthen yellow giant python was finally completely captured. Condense! Wang Ting laughed out loud. His hand suddenly opened and closed, and then he pressed down hard in the middle. The power of magnetism burst forth, acting on the entire body of the khaki-colored giant python, and a powerful pressure burst forth. Crack, 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 a series of teeth-numbing screeches reverberated between the heavens and the earth. Under everyone's gaze, the khaki-colored giant python shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. How terrifying! This Wang Ting's methods are so powerful. It's said that this is a method that only very few peak grandmaster level or seekers can use, the dragon-seeking method. Dragon-seeking method? Why does it sound so incredible? Hiss, doesn't that mean that this Wang Ting is a peak grandmaster level or seeker? Definitely. Otherwise, how could he have such a method? I've never seen a grandmaster level or seeker with such a method. The people outside were shocked, and they couldn't help but exclaim. Seeing this scene, the corners of Elder Red Dust and the others' mouths couldn't help but twitch. The domain that was set up with great difficulty was destroyed just like that. Elder Tamburi shook his head and said, "Though Saint-level Runemaster will probably complain again." Ha ha ha. Elder Red Dust seemed to have thought of something interesting and couldn't help but laugh out loud. This little guy's destructive power is really not small, Elder Bias said with emotion. Yeah, with such methods, I'm afraid the ore veins on the ore star will suffer a calamity. Elder Tamburi smiled bitterly. I wonder how many ore veins he can find. Elder Red Dust pondered and said, this ore vein should be a yellow cloudstone mine. The quality isn't low, but it's still not enough to beat the other ore seekers. Yellow cloudstone mine can only be considered a supplementary material for forging domain master level weapons. Its value isn't too high. Elder Tamburi was a blacksmith and was naturally very familiar with all kinds of ores. Looks like there's still a competition, Elder Bias said. Their gazes shifted back to the screen. Although the other geniuses hadn't displayed such amazing methods yet, no one knew who would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat on the ore star. Wang Ting's gaze was fixed on the yellow python in front of him. Under the suppression of the magnetic force, the python had shrunk from hundreds of thousands of kilometers to tens of thousands of kilometers. At this point, he couldn't shrink it any further. Unless he refined and purified it, no matter how hard he tried, it would be futile. He gave up on the idea of increasing the magnetic force and waved his hand, drawing the shrunken or vein in front of him and carefully observing it. "This is a yellow cloudstone mine," Wang Ting's eyes flashed and he stroked his chin and said, "It's barely passable." He shook his head and put the ore vein away. It was absolutely impossible to win with just this ore vein. "You're exaggerating. You directly extracted the entire ore vein," Yuan Gungun couldn't help but say at this moment. "Don't you think this can save a lot of time?" Wang Ting said. Yuan Gungun was speechless. He didn't expect this guy to cause such a big commotion just to save time. If other ore seekers knew about this, they would probably cry. Yes, they would definitely cry. This was too much of a blow. Wang Ting ignored Yuan Gungun. After putting away the ore vein, he looked down at the mountain range that had been destroyed by him. He had to admit that the destructive power of a powerful warrior was too shocking. He had only used a few tricks and directly destroyed a mountain range. For ordinary people, this was simply a natural disaster. However, his attention was quickly diverted because there were a lot of attribute bubbles floating in the ruins of the mountain range below. "Pick them up," Wang Ting's eyes flashed and he immediately used his mind power to pick up all the attribute bubbles below. Earth Domain, Reality, *200, Earth Domain, Reality, *300, Magnetism Domain *500, Magnetism Domain *600, Magnetism Domain *300, Magnetism Domain. Wang Ting was stunned for a moment. Obviously, he didn't expect to pick up a magnetism domain here. However, when he thought about it carefully, he immediately understood. When he used the magnetism domain just now, he felt that the domain below was very similar to his own. That kind of pulling force was undoubtedly the effect of the magnetism domain. However, that domain was mainly of the Earth domain, so he didn't notice it immediately and only thought of it as an ordinary Earth domain. He didn't expect the magnetism domain to exist within the Earth domain. It was a pleasant surprise. At this moment, as the attribute bubbles merged into Wang Ting's mind, pieces of domain comprehension appeared. One part was the Earth domain, and the other part was the magnetism domain. Two special domains appeared in Wang Ting's mind, each occupying half of the domain. There was a light shadow floating in each of the two domains. Day after day, he sat there and comprehended. His mind gradually flashed with understanding, and his memory gradually deepened until it was imprinted in the deepest part of his memory. Phew, in an instant, he let out a small breath and completed his comprehension. The Earth domain he obtained this time was a reality domain, and it seemed that the level of comprehension wasn't low, so it was also helpful to him. Earth domain, 7300/8000, reality level 8, magnetism domain, 1200/5000, reality level 5, there was no doubt that there were many attribute bubbles covering the mountain range. After Wang Ting picked them up, the attributes of the magnetism domain increased rapidly, from level 3 to level 5, a full 2 levels. As for his Earth domain, it didn't improve as much, perhaps due to his higher realm. It was still at the 8th order, but it wasn't bad. At the very least, it was very close to perfection. Perhaps he could break through to the 9th order in the future. Wang Ting didn't think too much about it. He turned around and sped off into the distance. Apart from the yellow cloud or vein, there was nothing else here. It wasn't worth staying. A moment later, the unconscious prospector fainted and slowly woke up. He subconsciously touched his head and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Ouch. It hurts. Then, his expression changed drastically, as if he had finally remembered something. Where am I? He climbed up from the ground and looked around. Why did the ground look like it had been gnawed by a dog? His head was full of question marks. Right, where's that demon? But soon he couldn't care about this. He immediately looked around vigilantly. Seeing that Wang Ting wasn't there, he finally let out a sigh of relief. He then flew up, trying to determine his location and quickly leave this place. In the end, the scene below shocked him. Then his eyes widened in disbelief. This is that mountain range? What happened here? Could it be him? Questions appeared in his mind one after another, causing the shock on his face to become more and more intense. No one knew what he was imagining in his mind, but in an instant, he felt terrible. He immediately turned around and ran like a panicked rooster. Time passed day by day, and the competition was in full swing. Soon, 7 or 8 days had passed. At this time, almost 3/5 of the sub-professions on the 3 planets had been eliminated. This elimination rate was terrifying, but it also proved that the difficulty of this competition was high. Normal sub-professions couldn't make it to the last round. These days, sub-professions that had never met before finally gradually met each other, and naturally, a fight broke out. Some people were eliminated purely because of the dangers on the 3 planets. There were many star beasts on the Spirit Beast planet and the Medicine Garden planet. In order to obtain higher-grade spirit herbs or ingredients, some of the secondary professions would naturally take the risk to hunt down those higher-grade star beasts. In the end, some people succeeded, but many more people were eliminated. It was a pity. On the Ore planet, although it seemed that there was no life and no danger, in fact, there were many dangers. Many people had to go deep into some mines in order to find various minerals. Occasionally, there would be 1 or 2 powerful star beasts or strange life forms in these mines. There weren't many of them. But in the complex environment of the mines, those star beasts and strange life forms were more difficult and dangerous to deal with. Many people were eliminated in this way. At the same time, there were very likely some special domains in the mines, which were also a source of danger. The slightest carelessness could lead to one being killed or trapped by those domains. Those who were trapped were better off because they could leave as long as they forfeited. However, those who were killed didn't even have the chance to forfeit. They died rather sullenly. These scenes were shown in front of the audience through the broadcast. Originally, many people didn't know how difficult the Sub-Professions Alliance exchange was. Now that they saw these scenes, they truly understood that to be able to stand out, it really required great talent and strength. Under such circumstances, the Sub-Professions geniuses who were still searching for materials on the 3 planets were admired by the audience. The popularity of these sub-professions gradually rose, and they walked into the eyes of the people of the universe's major forces. This was the way the Sub-Professions Alliance cultivated geniuses. Only when the sub-professions became famous could the major forces scramble for them, making them treat the sub-professions geniuses as guests of honor, thus expanding the influence of the Sub-Professions Alliance. During these days, Wang Ting didn't stay idle. His 2 avatars and main body were working hard to find various materials on the 3 planets. At the same time, if he encountered any sub-professions geniuses, he would very politely communicate with them and take advantage of them. Those sub-professions geniuses were also very polite. Although sometimes their tempers weren't very good, they still left behind some materials. They were really good people. It could be said that Wang Ting's main body and his 2 avatars almost went hand in hand. In these few days, the attributes of all sub-professions had increased by a lot. Runemaster, 8500/10,000, Grandmaster, Blacksmith, 10,000/10,000, Grandmaster, Prospector, 28100/30,000, Grandmaster, Poison Master, 3600/30,000, Grandmaster, Doctor, 1500/30,000, Grandmaster. On the Medicine Garden planet, Wang Ting was sitting cross-legged on a boulder to rest. His eyes were slightly closed, and his mind swept across the attribute panel. He couldn't help but feel a trace of joy in his heart. Runemaster's attributes originally still had some gaps, but now they were almost at the Grandmaster perfection level. The Blacksmith attribute had directly reached the Grandmaster perfection level, allowing Wang Ting's forging attainments to reach the peak of the Grandmaster perfection level. At this moment, he suddenly had a strong desire to forge a weapon in his heart. He wanted to forge a weapon to prove his current forging attainments. Next was his Ore-seeking attainments. Wang Ting's Ore-seeking attainments had also improved greatly in the past few days. He was not far from the Grandmaster perfection level. Finally, it was naturally the Poison Master and Doctor attributes. These 2 attributes were originally at the Master level, but now they had broken through to the Grandmaster level. Although they were only at the early stage of the Grandmaster level, it was a huge leap for Wang Ting. The other subprofessions geniuses probably wouldn't have thought that a master level like him would dare to participate in the competition of the subprofessions alliances. Headquarters. It was like a dog had sneaked into a pack of wolves, and the breed of this dog was a husky. After a while, Wang Ting slowly opened his eyes on the boulder. This was a bare mountain peak, and he was halfway up the mountain to take shelter from the wind. There were many boulders around him, so he wouldn't be discovered. I found a lot of spiritual herbs, including many poison-type spiritual herbs that can be used to refine poisons. However, according to the records on the pill formula, I still need to find a main ingredient, Wang Ting thought to himself. In addition, I also need to find the Cloud Immortal Milk. There are still 6 days left. It should be enough. However, I haven't decided on the poison formula yet. Now I'm just preparing some poisons. It would be great if I could find a saint-level pill formula. If there's no other way, I can only use the poison-type combat skills I obtained on the Scorpion King to mix those spiritual herbs into a mixed poison. With the rarity and complexity of those poisons, others may not be able to crack them. However, this is my first attempt, and there may be accidents. If it's not necessary, it's better not to try. Many thoughts flashed through Wang Ting's mind. Back then, he had obtained a lot of poison-type combat skills on the Scorpion King. Those combat skills could be used in the form of origin power, and at the same time, they could be mixed into highly toxic substances in the form of medicine. In fact, they were all the same. Spiritual herbs were a combination of origin power, and Wang Ting had just replaced origin power with spiritual herbs. However, he wouldn't try this method until the very end. After all, this was a competition. If he made the slightest mistake and lost the competition, it would be terrible. However, if he could obtain a saint-level poison formula, it would be enough to surpass everyone. Wang Ting stood up abruptly and dashed in a certain direction. According to the terrain and environment of the Medicine Garden planet, it was very likely that there was Cloud Immortal Milk there. Wang Ting increased his speed to the maximum. Within half an hour, he arrived at a strange mountain range. When he looked down from the sky, he could see lush green mountain peaks sitting on the ground. Some of them were alone, while others were in 2s and 3s. Half of these mountain peaks were covered with moss and green plants, while the other half was exposed with grayish-white rocks. They were like giant turtles carrying plants on their backs. The ground was also covered in emerald green, with many plants covering it. In addition, there were also rivers winding through the mountains, flowing into the distance. It should be here. Wang Ting immediately activated the Eye of Truth and looked around. He observed his surroundings as he moved forward. After a while, he discovered a few figures. They were the geniuses of the side professions who were participating in the competition. From the badges on their chests, some were pharmacists, some were alchemists, and some were poison masters. When others saw poison masters, they would stay far away and not be willing to get close, as if they were afraid of being attacked. Wang Ting's eyes suddenly lit up. This place was not bad. He did not expect it to be able to attract so many side professions geniuses. He thought about it and was not in a hurry to find the treasure. Instead, he landed on a mountain peak and observed the side professions. Although these side professions geniuses did not refine pills, medicines, or poisons, in the process of searching for materials, some attribute bubbles dropped. Wang Ting laughed in his heart and swept out his spiritual force, quietly sweeping toward them. Poison *150, Poison *120, Poison *160, Medical Skill *100, Medical *180, Medicine *150, Alchemy *120, Alchemy *80, one by one, the attribute bubbles entered Wang Ting's mind and turned into 3 different insights, increasing Wang Ting's 3 attainments. These attributes were mostly knowledge about various spiritual herbs, but they were also part of poison, medical, and alchemy. However, they were all side professions geniuses and had unparalleled attainments in their respective fields. Therefore, the attributes they dropped were naturally of great help to Wang Ting. However, Wang Ting was not satisfied with this. This won't do. The efficiency is too low. Moreover, these attribute values lack some core insights. Wang Ting's eyes flickered as he touched his chin and thought to himself. The next moment, he got up from the ground and disappeared on the spot. It's over. It's over. Those side professions geniuses are going to suffer. Wang Ting is going to do something underhanded again. There have been a lot of side professions geniuses that have been underhanded by him these few days. However, there is one thing that he did not disqualify those side professions geniuses. He only knocked them out and they will wake up in half an hour. It won't affect the rest of the competition. Well, it's just that he's a little underhanded. He'll probably leave an indelible psychological shadow on those side professions geniuses. Didn't Wang Ting say that this is to help those geniuses stand out in the tournament? Stand out in the tournament? I'd be a fool to believe him. When the people outside saw Wang Ting's sneaky appearance, they immediately knew what he was going to do. This was because Wang Ting had knocked out many geniuses in the past few days. He had used the brick that could discharge electricity to directly smash their heads. Those side professions geniuses were beaten black and blue, with bumps all over their heads. He even glorified it as, stand out in the tournament. Bah, shameless. Most importantly, whether it was the Medicine Garden planet, the Ore planet, or the Spirit Beast planet, all the geniuses had suffered. This was simply a disaster. If it were someone else, even if they were a little underhanded, it would only be a disaster for the geniuses on one planet. Now, they had encountered a freak like Wang Ting. All the geniuses on 3 planets had been patronized. It could be said that rain and dew had been drenched. However, for some reason, although they were fiercely spurning Wang Ting in their hearts, their attention on Wang Ting was always high, even far higher than that of other geniuses. Even the geniuses of the Dan family's Dan Yuan, the Lu family's Lu Yan, the Feng family's Feng Lu, and the Yan family's Yan Tu could not compare with Wang Ting. The only ones who could compare with Wang Ting were the black-robed people who had wantonly slaughtered on the 3 planets. That's right, a few, and they had appeared on 3 planets at the same time, not just on the Medicine Garden planet. After so many days, those black-robed people had long been known by everyone. The way they became famous was their ruthless methods. Almost all the side professions geniuses who had encountered them had died. And each of them had died extremely miserably. However, they did not violate any rules. Just like everyone else, they were looking for all kinds of materials to prepare for the final competition. It was just that some unlucky side professions geniuses had encountered them and were mercilessly beheaded by them. It looked like this, without the slightest abnormality. The only abnormality was that they all wore black robes and attacked with the same ruthless methods. It really looked a bit strange. Many people were speculating about their identities, but so far, they had no idea. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Wang Ting. Compared to the black-robed people, they obviously preferred to watch Wang Ting. After all, it was not as serious, and even a little bit of joy. Despite saying so, it was somewhat unkind for the side professions geniuses. On the holographic screen, Wang Ting was quietly approaching an alchemist. The alchemist was a woman with a very pretty appearance. She was quietly hiding behind a boulder, spying on a star beast in front of her. To be more precise, she was spying on a spirit flower beside the star beast. However, she did not notice that not far behind her, a figure was quietly approaching. Kakik. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. What a pitiful woman. I can already foresee her ending. She's obviously a pretty lady. Can Wang Ting really be so ruthless? Hee, too naive. This is a ruthless person. How many ladies have fallen into Wang Ting's hands? Oh no, I'm actually a little excited. Something's wrong with you. Many people saw this scene and actually felt a little excited. They tried to imagine a pretty female alchemist squatting in front of a black figure quietly approaching and preparing to do something bad. No. They could not continue to think about it. The more they thought about it, the more excited they became. Many people hurriedly shook their heads. They felt that they were not perverts. It was all Wang Ting's influence that led them astray. It's now. In the Medicine Garden planet, the female alchemist's eyes flashed and she suddenly launched an attack. Swish, a sword light suddenly pierced out from her hand and directly pierced the head of the star beast. Whoosh, a whoosh sounded. The star beast did not even have time to cry out before it was killed on the spot. Everyone saw this scene and was a little surprised. Even Wang Ting's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. This female alchemist was quite something. Her attack could be described as fast, accurate, ruthless. Compared to other secondary professions, she was extremely good. Many pure cultivators might not be able to surpass her. Hee, little sweetheart, this little flower is mine. At this moment, a light chuckle sounded from the female alchemist. There was a hint of joy in her voice. Everyone, they collectively mourned for 3 seconds. Many people could not bear to look directly. Wang Ting's lips curled up slightly and he disappeared on the spot. In the next instant, he quietly appeared behind the female alchemist. The lightning brick in his hand was already raised high in the air and gently smashed down. Such a cute girl, it was better to be gentle. Bam, crackle, a muffled sound accompanied by the sound of thunder suddenly sounded. The female alchemist's face was filled with shock and confusion. Then, her body began to twitch uncontrollably as if she were dancing. And it was a dance that was filled with demonic energy. Bam bam bam, crackle, after a series of ferocious maneuvers, a beautiful girl became a pig's head. Wang Ting picked up the attribute bubbles and the spirit flower. Then, he hid his abilities and disappeared without a trace. Everyone, after that, the other prodigies with secondary professions also suffered the same fate. They were all lying on the ground with their horns protruding from their heads and their bodies twitching slightly. Half an hour later, a series of mournful roars sounded in the surroundings. Who is it? Who is it? Which B** start hit me? Come out. That B** start is too cruel. Wah, the roars reverberated through the mountains and startled many star beasts. They let out roars as they thought that an enemy was about to invade. How pitiful. Everyone lamented and sympathized with these people. However, if one were to look closely, they would discover that these people's faces were inexplicably flushed, as if they had just experienced something exciting. In a dark cave, Wang Ting suddenly stopped in his tracks. He put his hand to his ear and listened carefully. I think I hear someone scolding me? Yuan Gun was speechless. Be more confident. Don't say I think. You make it sound like I'm some heinous villain, Wang Ting said sheepishly. What did you do? Don't you feel like you've lost? Yuan Gun chuckled. What do you know? I'm letting them experience the dangers of cultivation so that they can be more careful in the future. Otherwise, their lives will be taken, Wang Ting said with a serious expression. You can even turn black into white. Yuan Gun rolled his eyes. He was too lazy to continue discussing this matter. In any case, Wang Ting's conduct could not be changed. It was useless for him to say anything more. He immediately changed the topic and asked, Are you sure there's cloudy immortal milk in this place? I'm not sure. We'll see. If there's none, then forget it. I've already tried my best, Wang Ting said indifferently. Yuan Gun nodded. Wang Ting didn't make any sound. He activated the force of shadow and merged with the shadows around him. Ever since he obtained the force of shadow, he liked using it more. As for the stealth shadow, he wouldn't use it unless it was absolutely necessary. Moreover, he was currently in the middle of a broadcast. How could he use darkness energy? To be honest, shadow energy could allow him to merge with the shadows. Its effect was sometimes even better than shadow concealment. In addition, Wang Ting had grasped the Shadow Castle's shadow art. He was constantly absorbing the energy around him, allowing his aura to merge with the heavens and earth. It was a perfect match for shadow energy. Even Wang Ting himself did not expect shadow energy to work so well with shadow concealment art. With his concealment methods, even Sector Lord level fighters would find it difficult to discover his existence. At this moment, Wang Ting seemed to have completely disappeared from the cave. He had merged with the shadows. Even his footsteps had disappeared. There was no sound at all. He disappeared. Everyone was shocked. Clearly, they did not expect Wang Ting to have such a concealment method. What a mysterious concealment method. Elder Red Dust and the others watched Wang Ting disappear from the screen. Their eyebrows were slightly raised, and their eyes were filled with surprise. Elder Bias seemed to have guessed it and said indifferently, "This little fellow has extorted so many genius subclasses. Apart from the few times he showed himself, no one else discovered his existence. He must have an extremely mysterious concealment method. Otherwise, how could he do it?" Elder Crimson Dust and Elder Tambury were slightly taken aback, but they quickly reacted and nodded thoughtfully. The cave before him was very deep. Wang Ting had to increase his speed, but it still took him a few minutes to reach the interior. A huge karst cave appeared in front of Wang Ting's eyes. Dripping sounds came from all directions. This cave was extremely strange. There were stone pillars hanging down from the ceiling. There were also many stone pillars rising from the ground. The two seemed to be resonating with each other, but they were not connected. Wang Ting opened Eye of Truth and saw a few rather dazzling balls of light. Found it. He couldn't help but reveal a trace of joy in his eyes. He immediately moved in that direction very carefully. He couldn't be careless. Not only was there the light of treasures ahead, but there was also an extremely dazzling astral beast light. The light emitted by astral beasts and treasures were different. Apart from the rich origin power light, the former also had the light of life and soul. It was relatively more complex. On the other hand, the light of treasures was much purer. It looked like a combination of origin power. Of course, these were only the more obvious differences. There were even more subtle and mysterious differences that couldn't be described with words. Did Wang Ting find something? Although the people outside couldn't see Wang Ting's figure, they more or less knew his movements. At this moment, they were very curious and even faintly looking forward to it. In the past few days, Wang Ting had already found a lot of strange fays, which had broadened everyone's horizons. Now that they saw him being more careful than before, they naturally wanted to see what other strange fays he could find. Unknowingly, this exchange had almost turned into a treasure hunt. When Founding Elder Red Dust and the others saw this, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, they had to admit that they were also somewhat curious about Wang Ting's movements. They all wanted to know what he would find. After a while, Wang Ting suddenly stopped and looked ahead. In the middle of a group of stone pillars, there was something similar to a stone platform. It seemed to be surrounded by the surrounding stone platforms. Above his head, a sharp stone pillar hung upside down. It was big at the top and small at the bottom. It was snow-white in color and was different from the other stone pillars. At the same time, a faintly discernible ball of white light flickered slightly on the stone platform. It was as rhythmic as the beating of a heart. That faint white light was holy and gentle, like the first rays of the morning sun. It calmed one's mind. No matter how impetuous one's emotions were, they couldn't help but calm down when they saw such a light. That's a light attribute Fey. When the spectators saw this scene, their gazes couldn't help but be attracted, and they all revealed shocked expressions. In the dark karst cave, that holy and gentle white light might not be dazzling, but it was undoubtedly very eye-catching. Anyone with eyes would be able to see it at first glance. The spectators outside noticed the existence of the stone stage immediately. At the same time, they understood that Wang Ting must have come for this thing. It's actually a light-type Fey. What a fortune! Among so many geniuses with secondary professions, it seems like no one has found a light-type Fey. Yeah, no one else has found a light-type Fey. This type of Fey is too rare. Wang Ting is really lucky. Lucky? You think too much. I am more willing to call it strength. That makes sense. I don't believe that this is luck. Wang Ting's performance over the past few days has fully demonstrated his strength. You guys are exaggerating too much. How can a light-type Fey be so easy to find? Didn't you see that the other geniuses couldn't find it? Although I don't deny Wang Ting's strength, this is definitely luck. Is no one paying attention to what Fey it is? I am very curious. Yes, yes, yes. Let's see what Fey it is. Why don't I see the star beast guarding it? Could it be hiding? Danger! Danger! Let's see how Wang Ting is going to break out. The spectators couldn't help but discuss. Some thought that Wang Ting relied on his strength, while others thought that it was just luck. However, their attention quickly shifted back. Compared to the illusory topic of whether Wang Ting relied on luck, it was better to focus on the practical things. It was impossible for a light-type fae to not have a star beast guarding it. The atmosphere suddenly became a little tense. In the core family seats, the Lu clan's patriarch, Lu Pan, revealed a look of astonishment and muttered to himself, "This Wang Ting is quite capable. He can even find a light-type fae." On the other side, the Dan clan's patriarch, Dan Guang, muttered, "Did you guys notice that he seemed to have discovered the fae's existence long ago? He had an extremely strong purpose from the beginning." The patriarchs of the core alchemy Dao families were slightly taken aback. Then, they seemed to have reacted, and a trace of surprise appeared in their eyes. Even a saint-class existence like him was astonished. From this, one could see how rare light-type faes were. Light-type faes required extremely concentrated light-type energy and some very special terrain to be born. However, he couldn't see anything special about the cave in front of him. It didn't look like a place with rich light energy at all. It was extremely different from the environment of the light attribute that they were familiar with. On the high platform. That place. Elder Crimson Dust's heart stirred slightly as if he had discovered something. "You know what it is?" Elder Bias asked in surprise. "I'm not sure yet, but judging from the environment, it should be that thing without a doubt." As a god-grade alchemist, Elder Red Dust's vision was extraordinary. He had more or less figured out something. "What is it? Why don't you tell me about it?" Tambury asked curiously. "Cloud Immortal Milk." Elder Crimson Dust didn't hesitate any longer and slowly uttered the name. "Cloud Immortal Milk?" Elder Tambury and Elder Bias looked at each other and couldn't help but ask. "This is a light-type spirit herb that can be used to refine saint-class pills. It's extremely rare. Even on the Medicine Garden planet, I'm afraid you won't find a second one," Elder Crimson Dust explained. "A spirit herb for refining saint-class pills." Elder Tambury and Elder Bias couldn't help but be shocked. Although they didn't know much about the Cloud Immortal Milk, they knew how rare and precious it was to refine saint-class pills. Furthermore, this little guy was actually looking for a spirit herb that could refine saint-class pills. What was he planning to do? You don't have to think too much. This Cloud Immortal Milk can also be used to refine Peerless Grandmaster-class pills, although it's a bit of a waste. Elder Crimson Dust smiled faintly. His words immediately dispelled Elder Tambury and Elder Bias' suspicions. They really didn't dare to believe that Wang Ting could refine saint-class pills. So he's planning to use this Cloud Immortal Milk to refine Peerless Grandmaster-class pills? Elder Bias asked. According to my guess, that should be the case. Elder Crimson Dust stroked his white beard and solemnly said, "Refining saint-class pills requires the use of immortal substances. With his current realm, how can he use immortal substances? That's simply impossible." Elder Tambury and Elder Bias nodded. They both agreed with Elder Crimson Dust's words. This was also the reason why they still didn't believe that Wang Ting could refine saint-class pills. It wasn't just saint-class pills. It was the same for saint-class weapons and saint-class formations. Wang Ting didn't know the situation outside, nor did he know that Elder Crimson Dust guessed that there might be Cloud Immortal Milk hidden here just by looking at the surroundings. Even he had to use the Eye of Truth's ability to walk step by step to more or less confirm the existence of the Cloud Immortal Milk. It could only be said that a god-class existence was truly terrifying. At this moment, he was squatting behind a stone pillar that required 3 people to encircle. His gaze swept across the stone platform in front of him, but he didn't act rashly. In his vision, a ball of white light was entrenched above the stone platform. It was almost one with the surrounding stone pillars, so it was very difficult to see it. In addition to this dark environment, ordinary people really wouldn't be able to see it. Rumor has it that the Cloud Immortal Milk will definitely be guarded by a star beast above the Emperor class. Looks like it's true. Wang Ting couldn't help but sigh. They really didn't leave me any leeway. A peak Emperor class star beast was a powerful existence equivalent to a sector lord. Even with his current strength, if he didn't use all his methods, he wouldn't be able to deal with it. Fortunately, his true goal was to obtain the Cloud Immortal Milk. He didn't really need to kill that peak Emperor class star beast. The difficulty should be lower. At this moment, Wang Ting gradually reduced the Eye of Truth's ability to see through things. Finally, he came out of spirit vision and saw the peak Emperor-class star beast's appearance clearly. In the next moment, his expression became extremely strange. It was the first time he had encountered such a star beast, and it could be considered as a new experience. It was a type of star beast that looked like a slug. Its entire body was white, and it lay softly in the gaps between the stone pillars at the top of the cave. Its body had completely merged with the stone pillars, making it look like a puddle of liquid. However, if one looked closely, one would find that it had two antennae on its head, which were very similar to the conical stone pillars around it. This greatly enhanced its camouflage. This seems to be... Damn. Wang Ting compared the external characteristics of the star beast in front of him. Suddenly, a white light flashed through his mind. His eyes gradually widened, and a trace of disbelief appeared on his face. He couldn't help but curse. Dazzling slug. An extremely special name appeared in his mind. This related information came from the memories of the void-devouring beast, and it was engraved in the depths of the void-devouring beast's memories. It was extremely important. Otherwise, Wang Ting probably wouldn't have known about this star beast's existence. The reason for this was naturally because this star beast was too special. Giant star beast. In the void-devouring beast's memories, this was an extremely powerful giant star beast. It was not an ordinary top-notch emperor-class star beast. Don't be deceived by this small lump in front of him. Its body could be very large, so large that it could cover an entire planet. As for why there was only such a small lump in front of him, it had to be explained from the beginning. This was a light-type star beast. It was extremely rare because it was very special. It was clearly a light-type star beast, but it liked dark and humid environments. This was a very contradictory point, but it was a special characteristic of the dazzling slug. The dazzling slug would only appear under light in the early morning to absorb the weak light. This was how it got its name. However, the dazzling slug seemed to only absorb some weak light to grow. It didn't seem powerful. In fact, this star beast had extremely terrifying talent and attack power. If one underestimated it, they would definitely suffer a great loss. Any star beast that could grow into a top-notch emperor-class existence was blessed by the heavens. They had advantages and specializations that other star beasts couldn't compare to. Moreover, it was a giant star beast. This kind of dazzling slug had an extremely special, even abnormal talent, splitting. As the name implied, it could split itself into many small individuals. Not only was it very difficult to kill, but it also had a powerful absorption ability. Countless small individuals could absorb a large range of light at the same time to support their cultivation needs. This kind of talent was extremely terrifying. Moreover, the stronger it was, the more individuals it could split into. For example, this top-notch emperor-class star beast could split into enough individuals to cover an entire planet. Wang Ting's head started to hurt when he understood this information. If this was really a dazzling slug, what was he supposed to do? This was difficult. This was really difficult. Wang Ting could completely imagine what would happen if he fought this dazzling slug head-on. He would probably be crushed. Ordinary top-notch emperor-class star beasts weren't something he could contend with, let alone a giant star beast with such a strange talent. Speaking of which, isn't its ability to split itself into clones? Wang Ting stroked his chin as he sized up the dazzling slug in front of him. In that case, this lump in front of me is very likely just a split individual. Its other individuals are very likely still in various places on the Medicine Garden planet, or perhaps they aren't even on the Medicine Garden planet? A thought that surprised him suddenly appeared in his mind. However, the more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Judging from the intensity of the light, this dazzling slug's light was only the size of a top-notch emperor-class star beast. However, a giant star beast couldn't be compared to an ordinary star beast. For example, the void-devouring beast. When Wang Ting had first encountered it, it had only been a middle-level emperor-class star beast. However, the light it emitted was even greater than that of a top-notch emperor-class star beast. Wang Ting almost thought that he had encountered some terrifying existence. No, in fact, it was an extremely terrifying existence. He had almost been swallowed by the void-devouring beast and almost died. Now that he thought about it, he still had some lingering fear. No, I have to consider this at length. Wang Ting immediately rejected the idea of rushing over recklessly. That would be no different from courting death. Even though this dazzling slug before him wasn't as terrifying as the void-devouring beast, it was still a top-notch Emperor-class star beast. However, it was at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Compared to the void-devouring beast, which was at the middle-level Emperor realm, it seemed to be even more terrifying. Rushing over recklessly was no different from courting death. Even if his spiritual power had reached the Domain Lord level and could barely contend with a Sector Lord, he was still at the Domain Lord level. His body's endurance was limited, and he could only use his Domain Lord's spiritual force for a short period of time. He couldn't use it indefinitely. Then the question is, what weakness does this dazzling slug have? Wang Ting took a deep breath as all sorts of thoughts flashed through his mind. He was looking for a breakthrough. Why isn't Wang Ting moving? Yeah, I've waited for so long, but he hasn't moved at all. Could it be that he's scared? The light-type Fae is right in front of him, and you're telling me that he's scared? But it really does seem like it. Something's not right. He wasn't this scared even when he met an upper-level Emperor Star Beast. Why is he scared this time? Is it possible that there's a top-notch Emperor Star Beast there? See. A top-notch Emperor Star Beast. Is that true? Then what's the point? Let's run. No matter how precious the light-type Fae is, it's not as important as your life. Wang Ting's lack of action made the people outside extremely anxious. They didn't know what he was doing and were filled with doubts. However, someone quickly guessed Wang Ting's concerns and even guessed that he might be facing a top-notch Emperor Star Beast. On the high platform, Elder Red Dust smiled and said, "Looks like this kid isn't a reckless person. There's definitely a top-notch Emperor Star Beast beside that cloud immortal milk. If he acts rashly, he definitely won't succeed. His martial talent might be good, but there's a limit. He naturally has no chance of winning against a top-notch Emperor Star Beast at the universe level," Elder Bias said. "Let's see what he's going to do. I wonder what kind of star beast is guarding that cloud immortal milk?" Elder Tambelli asked. The cloud immortal milk is a light-type Fae, so its guardian star beast is naturally a light-type star beast. Elder Red Dust frowned. Light-type star beasts were generally very powerful and definitely not easy to deal with. With Wang Ting's strength, it would probably be very difficult for him to obtain the cloud immortal milk. What exactly are you thinking? A question appeared in Elder Red Dust's mind. In his opinion, Wang Ting should have already discovered that top-notch Emperor Star Beast, but he still hadn't left. This meant that he hadn't given up. This piqued Elder Reddist's curiosity. What method could a universe-class warrior have to obtain the cloud immortal milk from a top-notch Emperor Star Beast? Oh, right. Wang Ting thought for a while, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. The reason why the dazzling slug liked dark and moist innate talents was that it wasn't only a light-type star beast, but it also had a water-type innate talent. Furthermore, the water-type innate talent played an extremely special role in its body. However, many people didn't know about this weakness. Most people only knew that the dazzling slug was a light-type star beast. This was precisely the dazzling slug's weakness. The next moment, Wang Ting quietly retreated. After distancing himself from the dazzling slug, he used his magnetism heart to dig out the surrounding rocks and sank into the ground. The magnetism heart was a special innate talent that Wang Ting had obtained by fusing the heavy boulder heart and sand control innate talent. Therefore, he could control all kinds of soil and rocks. Soon, Wang Ting disappeared before everyone's eyes and went underground. This time, the screen completely lost Wang Ting's figure, and the broadcast couldn't broadcast the situation underground. How did he go underground? Is he going to sneak attack from underground? But this guy's digging skills are really good. Everyone's minds were filled with question marks. They had no idea what Wang Ting was doing. Even founding Elder Red Dust and the others frowned slightly, not understanding what he was doing. Then, their expressions became strange. Was he really going to sneak attack from underground? Although they were joking, they could only think of this possibility. After Wang Ting went underground, he slowly approached the dazzling slug's location, and the corners of his mouth gradually curled up. The next moment, a green flame suddenly appeared in his hand, and he stuck it to the stone wall beside him. Green jade glazed flame. Under the temperature of the strange flame, the surrounding stone walls instantly turned into lava and slowly flowed down. At the same time, the terrifying temperature spread along the stone walls and enveloped the dazzling slug. This temperature wasn't too high at the start, and it only increased the temperature of the cave by a little at most. However, the dazzling slug still sensed that something was off. It raised its head slightly, and its two antennae moved around as if it wanted to find the reason for the increase in temperature. Unfortunately, Wang Ting had already used his space concealment technique to hide himself in the crevice of space. Even a top-notch emperor star beast like the dazzling slug couldn't sense his presence. The dazzling slug slowly calmed down again. It lay on the ceiling of the cave as if it was about to fall asleep again. Strands of strange flame extended from Wang Ting's hand and fused with the surrounding stone walls, causing the temperature of the cave to slowly rise. Strands of mist actually rose from the dazzling slug's body, as if the water had evaporated. Screech! The dazzling slug suddenly woke up. It raised its head and let out a strange cry. What was going on? Just what had happened? Why was the temperature of its nest rising? It was shocked. At first, it hadn't sensed anything strange, but the surrounding temperature slowly rose, making it feel like it was in a furnace. The water energy in its body was evaporating. Its body was very strange. The majority of its body was made up of water energy, which was the basis for its splitting. However, it was precisely because of this that the water energy in its body would definitely evaporate if it was roasted by flames. For a top-notch emperor stage star beast, an ordinary flame was nothing. It couldn't evaporate the water element force in its body. However, Wang Ting's flame was extraordinary. It could be said that the mystical fire of heaven and earth could restrain its ability. Screech, screech, screech. At this moment, the dazzling slug began to cry out in a rather irritable manner. It produced a series of strange cries as its body began to squirm uneasily. Splashing sounds echoed in the surroundings, like the ripples of water. The screen of light finally fell on the dazzling slug, presenting it to everyone. The spectators outside suddenly burst into an uproar. What star beast is that? It looks so strange. It's like a pile of soft mud. It looks like a snot-nosed beast. Everyone discussed spiritedly. Most people didn't recognize the star beast at all. Even if they saw the dazzling slug's true appearance, they wouldn't know what it was. Even the three of them couldn't help but frown as a trace of doubt appeared on their faces. The dazzling slug began to squirm in the cavern before suddenly shrinking towards the ceiling. It flowed out of a hole like water. It was somewhat unable to endure the constantly rising temperature, so it instinctively wanted to leave. Only now did everyone see that there was actually a hole about a meter in diameter at the ceiling of the cavern. A tiny ray of light shone in through the hole. The star beast ran away? Why did it run away? What the hell is going on? Did Wang Ting do something? I don't know. Wang Ting hasn't even shown himself. I have no idea what he's doing. The spectators outside had no idea what was going on. They were all extremely surprised and bewildered when they saw this scene. They were completely at a loss. Underground, Wang Ting saw the dazzling slug's movements through the eye of truth, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Boiling the slug with warm water. Success, however, he saw that the dazzling slug had not completely left the cavern. Instead, it was lying in the middle of the hole, far away from the temperature inside the cavern. After all, Wang Ting did not dare to raise the temperature too high. Thus, the temperature was limited to within the cavern. Outside of this range, the temperature would return to normal. The dazzling slug clearly would not let the cloud immortal elixir out of its sight so easily. Wang Ting's eyes moved, and the green jade glass flame spread out in the direction of the dazzling slug. At this moment, the dazzling slug was within the hole that was less than a meter in diameter. It was just perfect for being cooked. The temperature in the long hole that led to the outside world gradually rose, and steam rose from the dazzling slug's body once again. Hiss, 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 strange cries rang out from its mouth, forming echoes that constantly reverberated in the cavern. Little thing, still not leaving? The smile on Wang Ting's face grew wider and wider. The temperature he was using now was not enough to cause too much damage to the dazzling slug, but it was still extremely uncomfortable. This way, he would naturally not encounter too much resistance, and he would be able to make the dazzling slug take the initiative to go out and get some fresh air. He had achieved his goal. Hiss! In the end, the dazzling slug could not take it anymore, and its body retreated out of the cavern like a tide. It's done. Wang Ting chuckled. He used the heart of magnetism to appear beside the stone platform and lowered his head to take a look. There was a medium-sized hole on the stone platform, and within the hole, there was a liquid that looked like nectar. The soft and holy white light was emitted from this liquid. This is the cloud immortal milk. Wang Ting's eyes immediately revealed a look of astonishment. Although he had seen the description of the cloud immortal milk, he had never seen it with his own eyes. Now that he had seen the real thing, he realized that the cloud immortal milk was even more miraculous than the description. Dense light origin power pervaded the air. Just by standing to the side, he could feel the light origin power in his body become slightly restless. However, this light origin power seemed to be restricted within the stone platform and did not spread out. This stone platform is a bit special. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he immediately discovered the problem. However, now was not the time to delve into it. He had to immediately take the cloud immortal milk and leave this place. Although he had forced the dazzling slug away for now, it would definitely return soon. The next moment, he took out a battle sword and slashed at the bottom of the stone platform. The stone platform was not very sturdy, and Wang Ting's immortal rank battle sword instantly cut it apart. Wang Ting waved his hand and put away the entire stone platform. At this moment, the cut was revealed, and it was as smooth as a mirror. Wang Ting raised his head and looked at the milky white stone pillar above him. With another wave of his battle sword, the conical stone pillar fell straight down. If he did not catch it, that conical stone pillar would directly pierce Wang Ting's head. However, before he could do anything, that conical stone pillar disappeared on the spot just as it was about to touch his head. After doing all this smoothly, Wang Ting used the Eye of Truth to scan the area. After confirming that he had not missed anything, he disappeared on the spot. Screech! At the same time, the dazzling slug seemed to have discovered the disappearance of the cloud immortal milk. An ear-piercing cry came from the cave above. Crack, 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 with the hole as the center, cracks spread out in all directions like a spiderweb. The dazzling slug's body flowed back into the cave like a stream of water. Wang Ting rushed out of the cave in an instant and came to the outside world. Rumble! At this moment, a loud explosion rang out. The mountain peak below instantly exploded, and countless rocks flew into the sky. Damn! It reacted so quickly. Wang Ting's expression changed slightly. He did not dare to delay and instantly turned into a ray of light, fleeing into the distance. Screech! A sharp cry rang out behind him. The dazzling slug rushed out from the exploded mountain peak and turned into a ray of light, chasing after Wang Ting. Damn! It's so fast. Wang Ting looked back, and his pupils immediately shrank. He had used the escape light skill and turned into a ray of light. His speed was incomparable to ordinary people. However, he did not expect that the dazzling slug could also turn into a ray of light. Moreover, it was a peerless emperor rank star beast and was even faster than him. Wang Ting did not have time to think. He used the holy light wings, and a pair of wings condensed from light suddenly extended from his back, causing his speed to soar. Damn! Damn! Wang Ting is in danger. Judging from its speed, that star beast is definitely a peerless emperor rank. It's too terrifying. What kind of existence did Wang Ting provoke? He really doesn't want to live anymore. The speed of light attribute star beasts is one of the fastest among all star beasts. Some star beasts with special light attribute speed skills are even faster than wind attribute star beasts. But didn't you notice? Wang Ting's speed is actually comparable to that of a peerless emperor rank star beast. Damn, Wang Ting is also light attribute, and he has mastered light attribute speed type combat skills. No wonder he dared to provoke that peerless emperor rank star beast. Amazing. That pair of holy light wings is so cool. What kind of combat skill is that? Can you explain it to me? It looks like some kind of innate skill. It seems similar to the innate skill of the Feathermen. However, Wang Ting's wings are condensed from light origin power. They are not real wings. This Wang Ting's martial strength seems to be quite strong. He's not even afraid of a peerless emperor-rank star beast. When the spectators saw this scene, they were stunned, and their eyes widened in disbelief. The speed of this man and beast was simply unbelievably fast. They turned into two rays of light in the sky, chasing each other. One could not escape, and the other could not catch up. They were in a stalemate. Screech, the dazzling slug cried out incessantly, and it was furious. At the same time, rays of white light suddenly condensed around it and shot toward Wang Ting. The white light was like an arrow, and its speed was extremely fast. It caught up with Wang Ting's figure in an instant. Wang Ting's expression changed slightly. He did not have time to think and directly used flash, causing the space to fluctuate slightly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the rays of white light instantly pierced through Wang Ting's figure. Everyone was shocked, but they soon discovered that it was just an afterimage and not the real Wang Ting. Wang Ting's figure suddenly appeared hundreds of meters away and turned into a ray of light again to escape. This is a space technique. Those who came to watch the exchange were all existences above Sector Lord level. They immediately discovered Wang Ting's technique and could not help but reveal shocked expressions. A universe-level warrior actually used a space technique. It was truly shocking. This kid's strength has increased by a lot. In the Qian Empire seats, Raging Flame Sector Lord and the others from the Pyrax family had ugly expressions. Facing a peerless emperor-rank star beast of the light element, they did not dare to provoke it easily. However, not only did Wang Ting provoke it, but he also successfully obtained the soul item from it. This kind of method caused them to feel apprehensive. The Pyrax family's immortal rank existence finally opened his eyes slowly and looked at the light screen in the sky. His eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. It was obvious that the talent and strength Wang Ting displayed had made him take him seriously. On the other side, Grandmaster Huayuan and the others were all sweating profusely for Wang Ting. This kid was too reckless, actually provoking such a terrifying existence. Although the soul item was good, if he could not escape the pursuit of a peerless emperor-rank star beast, it would not be worth it. So close. So close. In the sky, Wang Ting increased his speed to the maximum. He was also on high alert for any movements behind him. The wave of attacks just now had left a lingering fear in his heart. If he didn't have Flash, a space teleportation battle technique, he wouldn't have been able to dodge it. This dazzling slug's strength was not to be underestimated. Gee, when the dazzling slug saw that this little thief was actually able to dodge its attack, it could not help but let out an ear-piercing shriek. It was already extremely furious. Xiao xiao xiao, rays of white light congregated once again. They rained down on Wang Ting like a rain of pear blossoms. Damn. So ruthless. Wang Ting did not dare to be careless. He used flash again and moved to the side. This can't go on. Sooner or later, I'll be killed by this dazzling slug. After all, he was only at the universe level. Competing in endurance with a peerless emperor-rank star beast was simply the most foolish thing to do. Wang Ting's mind flashed with various techniques that he had mastered. In the end, he fixed his gaze on a technique that he had just obtained not long ago. You're the one. His expression froze, and he suddenly shouted in his heart. True Dragon War Body, activate, Ancient God Body, activate, Sacred Star Body, activate, 5 Elements Divine Treasure, activate. One by one, powerful body constitutions were activated at the same time, and terrifying power erupted from Wang Ting's body. Under the effect of the True Dragon War Body, the heavenly flames condensed into flaming scales on the surface of his body. However, in order to not attract too much attention, he had already put on a battle armor. To outsiders, there was naturally nothing special about it. It would be strange if he did not use his battle armor when encountering a powerful star beast. Under the cover of the battle armor, Wang Ting's movements of using the heavenly flames were completely covered. Even the mysterious golden patterns that appeared on his forehead when he used the ancient god body, the endless starlight from the sacred star body, and the 5-colored light from the 5 elements divine treasure were all covered under the battle armor. After all, this was a secondary profession competition. With so many people watching, he felt that he should keep a low profile. Under the support of several body constitutions, Wang Ting instantly felt his body become extremely powerful. Waves of terrifying power flowed through his muscles. He clenched his fists and felt as if he was about to fly. However, now was not the time to think about this. His gaze focused, and his expression became solemn. His domain master level spiritual power instantly swept out. Illusion heart technique. His spiritual power had a mysterious way of turning into an illusion. The dazzling slug, which was speeding over from behind, suddenly stopped in its tracks. Its entire body was wrapped in light, making it impossible to see its appearance clearly. What's wrong? What's wrong? Why did it stop? When everyone saw this scene, they were all extremely shocked. It's indeed effective. Wang Ting's eyes immediately revealed a trace of joy. His spiritual power had reached the domain master level, but according to his calculations, it should be comparable to a sector master's spiritual power. Now, it seemed that this was indeed the case. For most star beasts, spiritual power had always been their weakness. Wang Ting was betting on this point. At this moment, strands of spiritual power were like silk threads that trapped the dazzling slug on the spot, turning into an illusion and causing it to fall into an indescribable illusion. Even Wang Ting did not know what kind of illusion the dazzling slug had fallen into, but he knew that he had successfully trapped it. Without hesitation, a battle sword appeared in his hand. Spatial power instantly burst out from his body and condensed on the battle sword, turning into a strange sword light. Void Destruction Sword Art, the second style, Sky Smasher. Under the helmet of the battle armor, Wang Ting's expression was cold as he instantly swung his sword. Boom, a resplendent sword light instantly streaked across the sky and slashed at the dazzling slug behind him. Screech, at this critical moment, the dazzling slug finally sensed the arrival of danger. It immediately let out an ear-piercing shriek, as if it had struggled free from the illusion. However, it was too late. The battle skill Wang Ting had used was a god-level spatial battle skill. Not only was it powerful, but it also had spatial characteristics. Boom, in just an instant, the sword light landed on the dazzling slug's body. With a loud boom, the dazzling slug's body instantly exploded. The dazzling light slug's body exploded like fireworks. Its body was originally filled with white light, and the moment it exploded, it was exceptionally beautiful. The scene in the sky seemed to have stopped. Wang Ting's gaze swept, and his expression changed slightly. He didn't dare to stay any longer and rushed into the distance. Damn it, this dazzling light slug can't be killed. In his eye of truth, he could see the dense life energy of the dazzling light slug. His blade just now didn't cause much damage to it. However, that blade still had some effect. Around the dazzling light slug, there were many attribute bubbles. As Wang Ting fled, he didn't forget to sweep out with his spiritual force and pick up the attribute bubbles. Radiant Star Force * 3500, Radiant Star Origin Power * 4200, Profound Meaning of Light * 6000, Profound Truths of Light * 8000, Light Domain * 1000, Light Domain * 1200, Light Origin * 500, Light Origin * 700, Domain Master Spirit * 4500, Domain Master Spirit * 5000, Split * 2000, Fleeing Light * 1000, Dazzling Light Arrow * 3000. One by one, the attribute bubbles entered Wang Ting's body and mind, turning into pure energy and profound comprehension. There are actually so many attribute bubbles. Wang Ting was shocked, finding it hard to believe. Among them, there were 12,500 points of light star force. In an instant, Wang Ting's light star force increased by a huge margin. Light star force, 13700/30,000, Universe Level 3, Wang Ting's light star origin was only at Universe Level 3, and there was quite a gap between it and the other origin forces. Now that he had raised it a little, it was a pity that he still couldn't break through to the third level. Next was Light Profound, which actually gained a total of 14,000 points, causing Wang Ting's Light Profound to soar. Comprehension after comprehension appeared in his mind, causing his understanding of Light Profound to deepen, reaching a level that he hadn't reached before. Profound Meaning of Light, 1000/7000, 70%, in an instant, Wang Ting's Profound Truths of Light increased from 40% to 70%. His comprehension of light elemental profound had always been low, but this time it had improved significantly. After all, the dazzling slug was a supreme emperor rank existence. Every single one of its attacks naturally contained the power of profundity, which was why it was able to drop so many profundity attributes. Next was the light domain attribute. It was a total of 3,900 points, which was not a small number. Light domain, 4,300/5,000, grade 5, Wang Ting glanced at his status panel. Light domain had improved quite a bit, but it was stuck at grade 5. He was still a bit away from leveling up, which was quite awkward. He was just short of 700 attribute points, so he was also very helpless. Since he could not upgrade it for the time being, he did not pay any more attention to it and continued to look at the attribute bubble below, Light Origin, a total of 1,200 points. As a supreme light element star beast, how could it not have grasped the light origin? At this moment, the comprehension of the origin laws appeared in Wang Ting's mind. Mysterious light runes condensed, turning into specks of light that fused into the depths of his memories. His light origin had improved quite a bit. Light origin, 3,000/10,000, first stage, although it was still grade 1, it had improved quite a bit. To Wang Ting, it was quite a good harvest. Next was the domain Lord Spirit of 9,500 points, which was quite a bit. Wang Ting's spirit had increased quite a bit, and the spirit that he had consumed using the illusionary heart technique had been replenished quite a bit. Good fellow, it came at the right time. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he chuckled. However, his expression quickly became serious as he looked at the last 3 attribute bubbles. The next few attribute bubbles were the most important ones. Split, this was undoubtedly the dazzling slug's innate ability. Wang Ting's eyes exploded with joy, and he did not hesitate to absorb it. A special comprehension appeared in his mind. In his mind, Wang Ting felt as though he had turned into a slug. No, he had turned into a dazzling slug. Then, his body gradually split apart under some mysterious pattern. This feeling was extremely strange. It was as if his body had been cut apart, but there was no pain. Instead, every part that was cut off had its own consciousness. This consciousness was controlled by the main consciousness, and it was very similar to the clone technique. However, the dazzling slug's classification had its own characteristics. For example, after splitting, it could absorb the light energy between heaven and earth to provide nourishment for itself. As long as it did not retract its consciousness, it could continue to exist. Of course, if it was killed, it would be a different story. After completely absorbing the comprehension of the split skill, Wang Ting finally could not suppress the ecstasy on his face. With this split skill, his clone technique would be even more perfect and powerful. As Wang Ting's ability increased, his cloning technique would gradually be unable to keep up. If he hadn't had the sudden inspiration to merge the power of origin into his clones, he would have been eliminated long ago with his original dark clone art. Moreover, the split skill could be used to absorb origin energy and store it in his body. When it finally fused with his body, it could increase his strength. This was why the dazzling slug was so terrifying. Split, 2,000/10,000, Stage 1, this is actually an innate ability. Wang Ting was extremely surprised. However, this was even better. Innate abilities could be improved, and there was no limit to their level. For example, the split skill was only at Stage 1. For the current Wang Ting, it was naturally not enough. However, as long as it reached Stage 5, it would be a godly skill for him. Wang Ting took a deep breath to calm himself down. Then, he looked at the 2 attribute bubbles behind him. Evasive light, dazzling arrow, it also came from the dazzling slug, but it was not an innate ability. Instead, it was a battle skill inheritance. Furthermore, there was one battle skill that Wang Ting was extremely familiar with, evasive light. So this evasive light battle skill can be grasped by many light attribute star beasts. Wang Ting had some understanding at this moment. The so-called evasive light was turning one's body into light, and it could increase one's speed to the extreme. For those powerful light attribute star beasts, they could naturally grasp it. Evasive light, Sector Lord 1350/5000, proficient. As the attribute bubbles fused into his mind, Wang Ting's evasive light skill instantly improved by quite a bit. It was as if he had been training for a long time, day after day, the comprehension fused into his memory. Finally, there was the other battle skill, Dazzling Arrow. As the attribute bubbles fused into Wang Ting's mind, he immediately grasped the method to use this battle skill. This battle skill was impressively the streaks of light that the dazzling slug had used to attack him. They were densely packed together, and were indeed extremely troublesome. If it wasn't for his speed being fast enough and being able to teleport, he wouldn't have been able to block such an attack. Dazzling Arrow, Immortal Rank 3000/5000, Beginner. This Dazzling Arrow is actually an Immortal Rank battle skill. Wang Ting was stunned. Although he knew that the attack was not ordinary, he didn't expect it to reach the Immortal Rank. This dazzling slug was indeed a space beast. Not only did it have an extraordinary innate ability like Split, but it also had an Immortal Rank skill like Dazzling Arrow. If it was anyone else, they would definitely die. Even Wang Ting had barely escaped with his life. However, to be honest, the fact that there were so many attribute bubbles was a pleasant surprise. In that instant, Wang Ting even wanted to turn around and fight it out with the dazzling slug. There was so much wool, it would be a pity if he didn't harvest it. However, he didn't dare to do so. He had barely managed to stop the dazzling slug for a while. Would he be courting death if he went back? It seemed long, but in truth, it only took an instant. After Wang Ting collected all the attribute bubbles, he raised his speed to the max and instantly escaped 10,000 miles away. However, the dazzling slug didn't give up. In midair, an extremely shocking scene appeared. Rays of light gathered from all directions, once again condensing into the dazzling slug's body. This time, it was even larger than before. Xiao, in an instant, it turned into a ray of light and chased in Wang Ting's direction. Along the way, rays of light came from afar and converged into the dazzling slug's body, causing it to continuously expand. Gradually, it looked as if it could cover the sky and the sun. It swept forward like a wave, its aura terrifying to the extreme. Damn! When the spectators saw this scene, their eyes widened and their mouths dropped. Was a Peak Emperor rank star beast this terrifying? They originally thought that it was just a Peak Emperor rank star beast, but now that they saw the dazzling slug erupt, all the sector lords and immortals overthrew their previous thoughts. Was this a Peak Emperor rank star beast? Did it think they were blind? However, their hearts were filled with doubt. Why had this light-type star beast suddenly become so terrifying? From its aura, it did seem to be a Peak Emperor rank star beast. It wasn't this terrifying. Dazzling slug. On the high platform, Elder Red Dust suddenly stood up. His eyes revealed a trace of disbelief as he looked at the scene on the screen. This elder, who had been incomparably calm from the beginning, actually revealed a trace of astonishment and shock. He didn't dare to believe what he was seeing. His expression was as if he had seen something unbelievable. Dazzling slug. Elder Tamburi and Elder Bias clearly didn't recognize this star beast. Seeing Elder Red Dust's expression, they couldn't help but be stunned. They asked, "Red Dust, what star beast is this?" "Star beast." Elder Red Dust's throat moved before he spat out these words with a serious expression. "What?" The two elders stood up at the same time and looked at the screen in the sky with astonishment. To be more precise, it was the terrifying star beast on the screen. "Are you joking? How can a star beast appear on the Medicine Garden star?" Elder Bias frowned. "It can't be wrong. From its characteristics, it's a star beast, the dazzling slug." Elder Red Dust nodded solemnly. "Then how did it enter the Medicine Garden star? This doesn't make sense. It's impossible for a star beast to enter the void mustard seed formation of our Subprofession Alliance's headquarters without being discovered," Elder Tamburi asked. "Let alone a star beast, even a mosquito wouldn't be able to fly in without being discovered," Elder Bias said. "How would I know?" Elder Red Dust smiled bitterly. "But this star beast is definitely a star beast, the dazzling slug. There's no doubt about it. Why don't we ask Elder Lao Tua, who is in charge of the Medicine Garden star?" Elder Bias suggested. "Okay." Elder Red Dust nodded and immediately opened his intelligent wristwatch to contact Elder Lao Tua. "Then what about this little guy?" Elder Tamburi asked. "Don't worry, he won't die for the time being." Elder Bias glanced at the scene on the screen and smiled faintly. The guy that Elder Bias said wouldn't die for the time being was frantically running for his life. Behind him, the dazzling slug had already caught up. When Wang Ting saw the dazzling slug's current appearance, he didn't have any thoughts of taking advantage of it. Running for his life was more important. A star beast, so this was a star beast, the power that was faintly emanating from it was truly terrifying. Damn it! Wang Ting couldn't help but curse. He had never imagined that the dazzling slug would be so difficult to deal with. He had escaped with great difficulty, but in the end, the dazzling slug had caught up with him again in just a short while. It wouldn't let go no matter what. Wang Ting felt very helpless. Although he would have given it a try even if he had known this would happen, when he truly experienced how difficult it was to deal with the dazzling slug, he couldn't help but feel powerless. Asterisk screech. Asterisk when the dazzling slug saw Wang Ting, it let out an angry shriek. Then, rays of light shot towards him, almost covering the entire sky as if it was raining heavily. Flash step. Wang Ting's expression was grave. He immediately used flash step and disappeared on the spot. Faced with the airtight dazzling flowing arrows, he didn't have any better ideas. Even if he used streak light, he probably wouldn't be able to dodge them. He could only use flash step. In the next instant, he appeared several thousand meters away. This time, he increased the distance of his teleportation, hoping to use this opportunity to shake off the dazzling slug behind him. Screech, however, at this moment, his pupils suddenly shrank. He saw two rays of light shooting towards him from the left and right in front of him. They were clearly two dazzling slugs. F***ck. A type of grass, Wang Ting immediately cursed. Those were the dazzling slug's split bodies. He had long since guessed that the dazzling slug guarding the cloud immortal milk wasn't the only one, and now, his guess had come true. 1, 2. Including the one behind him, there were 3 dazzling slugs. They formed a triangle and surrounded Wang Ting. At this moment, Wang Ting was like a turtle in a jar. He had nowhere to run. He could already feel that the space around him had frozen. The dazzling slug was a peerless Emperor-class star beast and could completely seal off the space around it. This is troublesome. Wang Ting's face twitched. He stopped in place and didn't continue charging forward. It was useless. It would be very difficult for him to break through the dazzling slug's spatial seal in a short amount of time. Its intelligence was no different from a human's. During the chase just now, not only had Wang Ting grasped some of its techniques, but it had also grasped some of Wang Ting's techniques. Screech, the dazzling slug's voice seemed to contain a trace of pride. It surrounded Wang Ting very quickly and didn't give him any time to react. Also, as it surrounded Wang Ting, rays of light gathered from all directions and merged into the bodies of the 3 dazzling slugs. This caused their bodies to gradually expand until they covered the sky and the sun. In the end, they merged into one and turned into a gigantic shield that enveloped Wang Ting. Wang Ting raised his head and looked. The light above him had already been blocked. Only the white light from the dazzling slug could be seen. Although it wasn't blinding, it still made his eyes feel rather uncomfortable when the surroundings were all white. It was like an ordinary person standing in a vast expanse of white snow. If he stared at it for too long, his eyes would feel extremely uncomfortable, and some special symptoms might even appear. At the same time, the people outside lost sight of Wang Ting once again. In the seats of the Qian Empire, Grandmaster Hua Yuan couldn't help but clench his fists. His face became stern as he secretly worried for Wang Ting. This star beast is very powerful. Heavenly King Ping's solemn voice slowly rang out. Even he didn't expect such a terrifying star beast to appear on a planet that specialized in growing spiritual herbs in the Subprofession Alliance. Moreover, it was provoked by someone from their empire. He felt that the Qian Empire might become famous because of this. It didn't matter whether Wang Ting lived or died in the end. However, he still hoped that Wang Ting would live. He had to admit that Wang Ting was extremely talented in both martial arts and subprofessions. He was worth roping in. If such a genius died, it would be a great loss to the Qian Empire. Can't this guy be more stable? Why does he have to make it so frightening? Grandmaster Alfred couldn't help but complain. The other grandmasters were speechless. The Raging Flame Sector Lord, the Fire Sparrow Sector Lord, and the others of the Pyrax clan looked at each other and couldn't help but sneer. That kid better die, that way, it would save them a lot of trouble. As for whether he was a genius or not, anyone who went against the Pyrax clan would become a dead man. On the high platform. Danchin, have you contacted him? Elder Tambelli frowned and asked, if you don't hurry up, that kid will be completely swallowed by the dazzling slug. Cough cough, I don't know what Elder Lao Tua is doing. I can't get through, Elder Danchin said awkwardly. Then let the immortals from headquarters take action. This kid's talent is pretty good. We can't let him fall into the hands of the dazzling slug. This space beast is already beyond their capabilities. Even if we intervene, it won't be against the rules, Elder Bias said. Elder Danchin nodded and immediately sent out a few orders through his intelligent wristwatch. On Medicine Garden Planet. The dazzling slug's actions attracted a large number of competitors. They all looked up at the sky in shock. What's going on? What's that? What a terrifying aura. Let's go. Let's go. Stay far away so we don't get caught in the crossfire. I don't know who provoked such a terrifying guy. What an unlucky guy. Isn't that so? If you encounter such an existence, you'll definitely die. One question after another appeared in the minds of the geniuses. However, they didn't think too much about it. They immediately flew into the distance, not daring to stay in the vicinity. However, after flying for a distance, they weren't in a hurry to leave. They still looked into the distant sky, wanting to see what kind of star beast it was. Some people even wanted to see if there were any benefits to be gained. At this moment, Wang Ting was completely trapped. He was completely surrounded by the dazzling slug. Moreover, the dazzling slug's body was still slowly shrinking inwards. Strands of viscous liquid were secreted from its body, emitting a faint white light. What was it, Pa? A drop of viscous liquid the size of an adult's head suddenly dripped down. Wang Ting moved half a step to the left, perfectly dodging the drop of viscous liquid. It directly smashed onto the dazzling slug's body below, splashing everywhere. However, Wang Ting was currently floating in midair and wasn't touched by the liquid. The only thing that made him uneasy was that there was more and more of the viscous liquid. It had actually gathered into a small lake below. The water level of the lake was slowly rising. Half of it was because the dazzling slug's body was constantly shrinking, and the other half was because more and more of the viscous liquid was being secreted. What is this thing? Wang Ting frowned. Even in the memories of the void-devouring beast, there was no description of this viscous liquid. After thinking for a moment, he took out a source stone and threw it directly into the viscous liquid below. Chi, the moment the source stone touched the viscous liquid, a white light burst out, and the source stone was instantly swallowed up. It disappeared before Wang Ting's eyes at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hiss. Wang Ting sucked in a breath of cold air. His heart was filled with fear. Damn it, this viscous liquid was actually so terrifying. If a universe-level martialist fell in, their entire body would probably be swallowed up in a few seconds. Even with Wang Ting's physical strength, he couldn't guarantee that he could withstand this viscous liquid. Pa, drop after drop of viscous liquid fell from the sky. Wang Ting became especially careful. Not only did he put on his armor, but he also spread out his spiritual force. He was constantly on guard against the viscous liquid falling from the sky. As the viscous liquid fell more and more densely, Wang Ting's frown deepened. This couldn't go on. His eyes darted around as he quickly thought of a way to break out of this situation. The next moment, his eyes flashed as if he had thought of something. He suddenly extended his hand, and a pure white flame appeared on his palm. Radiant Sacred Flame, the flame that had appeared in Wang Ting's hand was none other than the Radiant Sacred Flame. Among his methods, only the power of darkness could restrain the power of light. However, he obviously couldn't use the power of darkness right now, so he could only use the power of light. After all, only magic could deal with magic. In addition to the dazzling slug's weakness of fire, using the Radiant Sacred Flame would definitely be the most effective. At this moment, he didn't hesitate any longer. The Radiant Sacred Flame in his hand instantly expanded as he poured his origin power into it, spreading out in all directions. Boom, monstrous flames filled the entire space. The viscous liquid was ignited the moment it came into contact with the radiant sacred flame, and it began to burn fiercely. Screech, an ear-piercing shriek suddenly rang out. The originally shrinking dazzling slug actually began to spread out in all directions, and the space within it instantly grew larger. It works. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. At first, he was just trying to make a Hail Mary effort. He hadn't expected the dazzling slug to be so afraid of the radiant sacred flame. He immediately increased the output of his origin power, causing the radiant sacred flame to burn even more vigorously. Then, it spread out in all directions. Screech, screech, furious shrieks rang out continuously, but the dazzling slug wasn't willing to open the seal around it. I know you can understand my words. Open the seal and let me out. We won't make things difficult for each other. Wang Ting transmitted a spiritual wave. He had experience communicating with star beasts before. Although some star beasts were of a high rank, they might not be able to understand the human language. Hence, he could only communicate with them through spiritual waves. However, he didn't receive a response even after waiting for a while. Wang Ting wasn't in a hurry either. The radiant sacred flame in his hand continued to burn. The viscous liquid was no longer a threat to him at this point. Under the scorching heat of the flame, everything was evaporated. It was even more intense than gasoline coming into contact with fire. If he were in the outside world, he would be able to see large amounts of steam rising from the dazzling slug's body. The steam even gathered into a cloud in the sky, enveloping the dazzling slug within. Bad guy. Within the dazzling slug, a voice suddenly rang out beside Wang Ting's ears. Wang Ting was stunned. His face was full of confusion. Bad guy? He had been waiting for such a long time for a response, and this was all he got. Was this really coming from the dazzling slug? It didn't look like it at all. How could a starry sky behemoth make such a feeble accusation like a child? Bad guy. However, just as Wang Ting sank into deep suspicion, the voice rang out again. This time, he finally heard it clearly. The voice didn't sound like a child's, and he couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. It was an extremely neutral voice with a hint of grievance, as if Wang Ting had done something unforgivably evil. This made Wang Ting extremely embarrassed. He couldn't help but reveal an embarrassed expression. Didn't he just take some cloud god milk? Did it have to be so resentful, as if he had just abandoned it? You're a dazzling slug? Wang Ting asked with a dry cough. Bad guy. Wang Ting was speechless. Can't you speak properly? If you can't, I'll keep burning. As he said that, the radiant sacred flame in his hand surged again, burning the viscous liquid in the surroundings. There wasn't much left of the liquid, and the dazzling slug knew that it was useless, so it didn't secrete any more. You, stop. The dazzling slug's voice was clearly rather furious. Let me out, and I won't burn you, Wang Ting said indifferently as he fiddled with the flame in his hand. Give me back my treasure, the dazzling slug said. That's mine, Wang Ting said. It's mine, the dazzling slug retorted furiously. Did you write your name on it? Wang Ting asked. The dazzling slug fell silent for a moment before furiously saying. You're shameless. Hurry up and let me out, or don't blame me for being impolite. The radiant sacred flame in Wang Ting's hand burned intensely, radiating scorching heat. Your flame is very strange, the dazzling slug suddenly said. It's all right. Have you heard of the radiant sacred flame? Wang Ting was stunned. Then, he said proudly, this is a heavenly flame of heaven and earth of the radiant sacred flame. Be careful not to burn you to a pulp. You. The dazzling slug was once again infuriated by Wang Ting. It couldn't even speak. You what? Hurry up and let me out. Wang Ting rolled his eyes and said solemnly, this is the Medicine Garden planet of the Subclass Alliance headquarters. They've definitely discovered your astral beast here. Be careful not to be killed by the powerhouses. The dazzling slug fell silent. I only have a split body. My main body isn't here. Oh? Wang Ting's eyes flashed. As expected, he immediately asked, then how did you enter this Medicine Garden planet? Why should I tell you? The dazzling slug almost told him how it had entered, but it changed its mind at the last moment. Forget it if you don't want to tell me. Wang Ting said indifferently, but if you're discovered by the powerhouses here, you won't be able to get anything. They might even discover the location of your main body. You'll be done for then. No one can discover where my main body is. The dazzling slug's voice was filled with confidence. Is that so? A hint of surprise flashed through Wang Ting's eyes. It seemed that the dazzling slug wasn't that easy to trick. After thinking about it, he directly asked, "Then what will it take for you to let me out?" The dazzling slug pondered for a moment before saying, "Lend me your radiant sacred flame, and I won't pursue the matter of you stealing my treasure." You want to borrow my radiant sacred flame? Wang Ting was stunned. He hadn't expected the dazzling slug to make such a request. Yes, the dazzling slug said. Why do you want to borrow it? Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He couldn't help but ask in confusion. He was really very curious. This dazzling slug was actually asking to borrow his radiant sacred flame. Wasn't it afraid of fire? Why was it borrowing the flame? Was it tired of living? Was it trying to roast itself? The dazzling slug had learned its lesson, and it didn't answer Wang Ting's question. Instead, it directly asked, "Are you going to lend it or not?" "What if I don't lend it?" Wang Ting asked. "If you don't lend it to me, then we'll fight to the death," the dazzling slug said. "Even if this split body of mine dies, my main body and my countless split bodies will still seek you out for revenge. Do you have to be so ruthless?" Wang Ting paused for a moment before asking, "What if I borrow it? I still have many spirit medicines stored on this planet. If you want them, I can give them all to you," the dazzling slug said. Good heavens, it was giving him a red date with a stick. "Why are you suddenly so generous?" Wang Ting hesitated for a moment before asking in surprise. "I can't take them away anyway," the dazzling slug said. You're right." Surprisingly, Wang Ting believed it. He asked again, "You're just borrowing it? You're not robbing me, are you? Why would I want to steal them? Do you think I can subdue heavenly flames with my characteristics?" the dazzling slug asked. "Oh, that's true." Wang Ting nodded thoughtfully. "If that's the case. Alright, I'll agree. Just in case, you have to sign a soul contract with me," the dazzling slug said. "Sure." Wang Ting was rather surprised. He hadn't expected the dazzling slug to be so knowledgeable. However, he was relieved now. "Someone's coming." The dazzling slug's voice suddenly became rather urgent. Its enormous body suddenly shrank at an astonishing speed, and in a flash of white light, it turned into a slug the size of a palm. It landed on Wang Ting's shoulder. "You take care of it." Wang Ting was rather stunned. Before he could react, he discovered that the dazzling slug had already shrunk. Meanwhile, a figure stepped out of space in the distance. Wang Ting turned to look at the shrunken dazzling slug on his shoulder, then at the figure that stepped out of the void in the distance. He was a little dumbfounded. It was just too shocking. The originally hostile atmosphere collapsed in an instant, catching everyone off guard. This situation was also beyond his expectations. The middle-aged man who stepped out of the void also seemed to be a little dumbfounded. Didn't they say it was very dangerous? He couldn't tell at all now. There was something wrong with this situation. An immortal rank existence. Wang Ting looked at the other's figure and sensed the aura that was faintly emitted. He immediately saw through the other's identity. It seemed like the subclass alliance headquarters valued him quite a bit. They actually sent an immortal rank existence to save him. He suddenly felt a little touched. Before he could think further, the space on his left and right suddenly fluctuated, and two more figures stepped out. Two more immortals. Wang Ting was slightly stunned, and his eyes trembled slightly. The subclass alliance headquarters sent out 3 immortals. It was truly terrifying. No wonder people always said that the subclass alliance couldn't take it. Just look at this casual lineup. At this moment, the 3 immortals appeared at the same time and surrounded Wang Ting. Then, they all looked at the dazzling slug on his shoulder. With their cultivation, they could naturally see the dazzling slug at first glance. It was useless even if it had shrunk. At this moment, Wang Ting clearly felt the dazzling slug's body seem to tremble a little. You're scared too? Wang Ting's expression was strange as he transmitted his voice. Three immortals. Are you scared? The dazzling slug said unhappily. To be honest, I'm not scared, Wang Ting said. The dazzling slug was speechless. It suddenly felt like it had asked a stupid question. These three immortals were clearly here to save him. You're Wang Ting, right? The immortal rank middle-aged man who appeared first asked. That's me. Wang Ting nodded calmly. However, the two of them were so calm that it seemed like they were just chatting. It was completely different from the current situation. This caused the immortal rank middle-aged man to be dumbfounded once more. He went silent for a moment. Then he asked again, what's the situation now? Oh. This may require some explanation. It's a little troublesome to explain, Wang Ting said. Then I'll make it short. The immortal rank middle-aged man said. Well, to put it simply. Wang Ting was stunned for a moment. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Finally, he said, we have reconciled. The three immortals, I told you to keep it short, but you didn't say it so short. Elder Red Dust and the others, they were originally quite worried about Wang Ting's safety. In the end, he did not expect to hear such a sentence. Reconcile? Reconciling with a starry sky behemoth? Why did it sound so unreal? The group of people looked at each other, feeling that their brains were not enough. Was this settlement the same as the one they understood, or were they forced to reconcile? Are you being threatened? That immortal rank middle-aged man gave Wang Ting a look. He asked telepathically. Wang Ting did not know whether to laugh or cry. Helplessly, he could only explain. Of course, he hid many things. It was impossible to tell the other party everything. Really? That immortal rank middle-aged man asked suspiciously. I won't joke with my life. Wang Ting nodded with a smile. The three immortals could not help but look at each other, a hint of surprise in their eyes. They seemed to have exchanged a few words. Finally, they nodded at Wang Ting. Then, they merged into space again. They disappeared on the spot. Finally, I managed to fool them. Wang Ting let out a sigh of relief. I didn't expect your words to be so useful. I was even prepared to give up on this split body. The dazzling slug had been silent. Only now did it look at Wang Ting with a complicated gaze. It opened its mouth. Its eyes were very strange. They were under two antennae. They did not look like the eyes of an ordinary creature. Instead, they seemed to be attached to the soft body. They looked like two flat bodies. The eyeballs flowed like liquid. Of course. My talent is so high. They definitely won't be willing to let me die, Wang Ting said proudly. Dazzling slug, hiss. Wang Ting. As the three immortals left, a commotion broke out. There was an uproar in the outside world. Everyone couldn't help but look at each other. What was going on? The three immortals had come. Then, they left. What was going on, and why was that star beast on Wang Ting's shoulder? Was it not going to kill him? Was it playing? Also, what did the immortal level existences talk to Wang Ting just now? Countless questions appeared in everyone's mind. Everything was strange. They could not make sense of it, but they were also very curious. It was like 100 claws scratching at their hearts. That little fellow seems to have reached some kind of agreement with the dazzling slug. On the high platform, Elder Red Dust said thoughtfully. He reached an agreement with the dazzling slug. Both Elder Tamburi and Elder Baez were astonished. Xiaochen revealed a probing expression as he looked at Primogenitor Red Dust. Don't look at me. I don't know what it is either. Elder Red Dust shook his head. This. Elder Tamburi and Elder Baez were astonished. Forget it. That's his own business. It has nothing to do with us. As long as it's not against the subclass alliance, we don't need to care, Elder Red Dust said. Are we going to deal with that dazzling slug? Elder Baez asked. It's just a split body. There's no point in killing it. It's better to let it go. We didn't lose anything anyway, Elder Red Dust said. If you didn't say it, we wouldn't have known that such a strange star beast existed in the universe, Elder Tamburi said with emotion. It can split infinitely. It's indeed very difficult to kill. Letting it go is also a choice. Elder Bayaz nodded with a solemn expression. That Wan Ting is a member of our subclass alliance. If he can become a core member, his status will be even more different. With him, we'll have a connection with the dazzling slug. Elder Red Dust's eyes flashed as he said with a smile. I feel like you're scheming something. Elder Tamburi curled his lips and said, You have a lot of ideas. Heart. Elder Red Dust. Elder Bias glanced at Elder Red Dust with a strange smile on his face. You too. Elder Red Dust pointed at the two and said, That dazzling slug, aside from having the ability to split, also has a great effect on the growth of spirit herbs. That's why I'm thinking that if it can leave a split body on Medicine Garden Planet, it might not be a bad thing for us. There's actually such a thing? Elder Tamburi was surprised. Then why don't you leave the split body? Elder Bayaz asked. We can force it to stay, but it's not as good as leaving it willingly, Elder Red Dust said with a smile. Indeed, I should stay away from you in the future. Elder Tamburi stroked his chin. Elder Red Dust. The three elders stopped talking and thought about their own matters. When they looked at Wan Ting's figure on the screen, they were more or less curious. Just now, when the dazzling slug had wrapped around Wan Ting, what had happened, in the end, not only had he come out unscathed, but he had also reached some kind of agreement with the dazzling slug. This was not something ordinary people could do. In the Qian Empire seats, Heavenly King Ping and the other immortals were also extremely surprised. Their eyes flickered and they looked at Wan Ting in a different light. Being chased by a star beast that far surpassed the emperor rank, not only did he come out unscathed in the end, but he also seemed to have smoothly resolved the matter. All of this showed how extraordinary this child was. Especially at the end, when the subclass alliance headquarters sent out 3 immortals, they were even more shocked. Although that star beast looked very strong, 1 immortal rank should be able to deal with it. Sending out 3 immortals was a bit excessive. This also showed how much the subclass alliance valued Wan Ting. To be able to send out 3 immortals was definitely not something an ordinary person would receive. The expressions of the Raging Flame Sector Lord and the Fire Sparrow Sector Lord froze. They looked at the black-haired youth on the screen in shock. He still didn't die. Was this kid a cockroach? That star beast was clearly very terrifying, but it was still dealt with by Wan Ting. It felt like a strong start but a weak finish. Even the immortals from the Pyrax family had a slightly gloomy expression. That Wan Ting made them feel a sense of dread. Although those 3 immortals were from the subclass alliance headquarters and had nothing to do with Wan Ting, the fact that the subclass alliance had sent out 3 immortals for him was already enough to prove his value. This child had indeed grown up and had the strength to threaten the Pyrax family. Grandmaster Huayuan and the others couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. They still felt a lingering fear. That star beast just now was truly terrifying. They didn't expect the outcome to be like this. The leaders of the core families all let out a sigh of relief. They couldn't help but reveal looks of shock and surprise. This kid. Lu Pan, Sang Ji, and the others couldn't believe it. They were clearly in a desperate situation, yet he was able to resolve it so easily. Even they, as saints, found it unreal. They exchanged glances and couldn't help but have the same thought. No wonder Wan Ting was valued by the Virtual Universe Company and became a true God genius contract holder. Such strength and ability was definitely not something an ordinary fighter could have. It's over just like that? On Medicine Garden Star, the distant spectators were filled with questions. They hadn't even reacted and it was already over. There wasn't even a fight. Why did it feel like a game? Some of them were prepared to take advantage of the situation. Now that there wasn't a fight, they didn't even get to take advantage of it. However, for 3 immortals to come out, that star beast seems to be something. That star beast seems to still be on that kid's shoulder. Could it have been subdued? How is that possible? Didn't you see how terrifying that star beast was? How could it have been subdued? However, if that's the case, we can't afford to offend that kid. While they were discussing, Wang Ting had already transformed into a beam of light with the dazzling slug and sped off into the distance. They quickly disappeared before their eyes. The spectators, seeing that there was nothing to gain, shook their heads and left in disappointment. In the sky, Wang Ting flew while taking stock of his gains. Although it had been dangerous before, he had gained quite a few attribute bubbles from the dazzling slug, which had raised his various attributes by quite a bit. Spirit, 71,000/600000, Domain Lord level, Light Star Origin, 5/200/40,000, Universe level 4, Light Profound, 3/500/8000, 80%, Light Domain, 1/300/6000, level 6, Light Erosion Domain, 2/300/6000, level 6, Wink with a Frown Light Origin, 4,300/10,000, first stage, split, 1/500/30,000, level 3, Fleeing Light, Sector Lord level 3 500/10,000, small success, Dazzling Arrow, Undying level 2 500/8000, proficient. Wang Ting's gaze swept past his stats, and he couldn't help but reveal an undetectable look of joy. His Domain Lord mental strength increased by a little, reaching 70,000, which was a good start. This gave him a feeling that raising his Domain Lord level spirit wasn't that hard, even though he was risking his life. His light force finally rose from the 3rd level of the universe level to the 4th level. This allowed Wang Ting's ability to improve further. Light Profound had gone from 70% to 80%, which was another level. It seemed that he would be able to reach 100% soon. If only he could pluck the dazzling slug's fur. Wang Ting couldn't help but glance at the dazzling slug on his shoulder. "What are you looking at me for?" The dazzling slug was extremely sensitive as it felt Wang Ting's gaze, and felt that there was something wrong with it, hence it asked coldly. "Nothing." Wang Ting turned back and continued to check his stats. After the Profound was his domain, and it had also risen a level, from level 5 to level 6, allowing Wang Ting's control of the light domain to rise greatly. It had even given birth to another light domain, the Light Erosion domain. This domain was actually the one that the dazzling slug had used to wrap Wang Ting up. At that time it seemed like it was only wrapping around Wang Ting, but in truth, it was a type of domain. The viscous liquid within contained the power of the domain, otherwise it wouldn't have been so terrifying. And this domain, Wang Ting had directly reached level 6 in one go, saving a lot of time and effort. Next was the Light Origin energy. Even though it was still level 1, to Wang Ting, it had already risen by quite a bit. What Wang Ting cared about the most was the innate skill, Split. And its rise didn't disappoint Wang Ting, as it had risen from level 1 to level 3, a full 2 levels. Level 3, Split, should be just right for Wang Ting's current universe rank. Wang Ting immersed himself in comprehending it, and he instantly experienced a mysterious feeling. To him, this skill naturally couldn't split his body like the dazzling slug, but it wasn't too far off. He only needed to use the various types of Star Origin energy and Light Star Origin energy as a medium, and then add some blood to achieve the same effect of split. The difference was that the dazzling slug had used its own body as a medium to split, while Wang Ting had switched to Origin energy and blood. However, the clones created through this innate skill, Split, were indeed more mysterious than ordinary clones, as they possessed abilities and strength that ordinary clones didn't possess. Currently, Wang Ting's control over clones had already reached level 3. He felt that if he could create clones, they would possess universe rank strength and wouldn't be too different from his main body. Moreover, they would be able to carry his various innate skills to the greatest extent. This was what Wang Ting was most satisfied with. Even though his previous clones had been modified by him, the process of carrying his innate skills was much more complicated, and they couldn't carry his innate skills 100%. But now, things were different. As long as he used this, Split, innate skill to create clones, they would be able to carry his innate skills perfectly. This was the reason why the dazzling slug had been able to achieve the same level as its main body. As for the last 2 battle skills, Evasive Light had already reached small success from the proficient level, which could be considered a qualitative leap. After reaching small success, the speed of Wang Ting's Evasive Light would definitely be much faster than before. Additionally, Dazzling Arrow had also reached the proficient level, which allowed Wang Ting to use this battle skill with great proficiency. Although he might not be able to use it as freely as the dazzling slug, he was no longer a rookie. After taking stock of his attribute points, Wang Ting's mood became extremely good. This dazzling slug was truly his lucky star. He hadn't expected to obtain so many attribute points from it. It was truly a blessing in disguise. "You seem very happy," the dazzling slug suddenly said. "It's all right." "Is it that obvious?" Wang Ting was astonished. "I'm very sensitive to the emotions of you humans, and I'm so close to you, so of course I can clearly sense it," the dazzling slug said. "That's amazing." Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly had a new understanding of the dazzling slug's abilities, and he couldn't help but ask, "Do you have any other abilities?" The dazzling slug was silent for a moment before saying, "I'm not telling you." Wang Ting was speechless. "Ha ha ha, Wang Ting, so there are times when you're defeated as well." Yuan Gungun's hearty laughter rang out in Wang Ting's mind. "Piss off," Wang Ting snapped. "I've just found some information about the dazzling slug." "Don't you want to know?" Yuan Gungun teased. Cough, cough. "Please tell me," Wang Ting coughed and said politely. "I'm not telling you," Yuan Gungun said. Wang Ting's face darkened. He said, "Yuan Gungun, do you still want to advance?" Cough, cough. "Alright, I'm just messing with you. I've sent you the information." Yuan Gungun coughed awkwardly and didn't waste any more words. He sent some information about the dazzling slug to Wang Ting. Wang Ting snorted and immediately browsed through the information. He couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. He said to the dazzling slug, "Your ability can actually help the growth of spiritual herbs." "How did you know?" The dazzling slug was suddenly stunned. "Hee, I just casually looked it up," Wang Ting said nonchalantly. Yuan Gungun, the dazzling slug, was immediately surprised. It said, "So what if I know?" "Nothing much. I'm just a little curious." "You have quite a few abilities," Wang Ting said. "I'm an astral beast." "Do you think ordinary astral beasts can compare to me?" the dazzling slug said nonchalantly with a hint of arrogance. "Be careful not to be captured and used to plant spiritual herbs," Wang Ting said on purpose to scare it. "No one can capture me," the dazzling slug said confidently. "It's not good to be too confident," Wang Ting said with a deeper meaning. "So what if I'm captured?" "Astral beasts will never submit," the dazzling slug said. "Oh, you're quite arrogant," Wang Ting said. "Humph," the dazzling slug snorted. "Wang Ting, this dazzling slug is so arrogant." "Give it a lesson," Yuan Gungun said. "There's no rush. Let's get its collection first." "The competition is more important," Wang Ting rolled his eyes and asked, "Where are your spiritual herbs? Hurry up and show me the way." "What about the soul contract?" the dazzling slug asked. "Heh, you really don't act until you see a rabbit." Wang Ting was a little helpless. He could only take out a soul contract from his space ring and write down the contents before leaving his soul imprint. The dazzling slug's small body suddenly flickered with white light, and then a small white ray of light separated and landed on the soul contract, transforming into another soul imprint. This soul imprint was rather peculiar. It actually looked like a small dazzling slug. Wang Ting glanced at the soul imprint left by the dazzling slug in astonishment, then said, "Alright, you can tell me now, right? Follow me." The dazzling slug didn't hesitate. It flew up from Wang Ting's shoulder and transformed into a white ray of light, then changed direction and charged toward the northeast. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he immediately used the evasion light ability to follow it. The man and the slug transformed into two rays of light, one large and one small, and quickly sped through the air. "Your speed seems to have increased?" The dazzling slug's voice rang out in Wang Ting's mind. "Actually, I didn't use my full strength just now," Wang Ting said. "That's impossible. The speed at which you dodged my attacks back then is on a completely different level," the dazzling slug said. "Believe it or not," Wang Ting said indifferently. The dazzling slug could not help but feel gloomy. Every time it spoke to this fellow, it would always lose out. This human was simply too evil. He really wasn't a good person. For the rest of the journey, Wang Ting and the dazzling slug bickered. The two of them tacitly agreed not to bring up the previous matter again. As for the cloud immortal milk, it successfully fell into Wang Ting's hands. After roughly half a day of traveling, Wang Ting finally entered a mountain range in the northeast under the dazzling slug's lead. The temperature there had begun to become rather cold, especially after entering the mountain range, where it became even more gloomy and cold. "Is your collection all hidden here?" Wang Ting asked curiously. "There's still some way to go," the dazzling slug said. Wang Ting did not ask any more questions. They flew for roughly 10 more minutes, and suddenly, there was a disturbance up ahead. "There's someone here." Wang Ting paused and said in surprise. "Should we go around it?" the dazzling slug asked, "or should we just kill our way over?" "Aren't you afraid of trouble from the Profession Alliance?" Wang Ting asked speechlessly. "That's why I'm asking you," the dazzling slug said. "So you want me to take the blame?" Wang Ting rolled his eyes in annoyance and ignored it. He directly swept out with his spiritual force, and after sensing for a while, his expression immediately became strange. "It's actually someone I know." "An acquaintance?" The dazzling slug was a little surprised. "Let's go over and take a look." Wang Ting took the lead and moved forward. His figure was hidden in the shadows, and it was as if he had disappeared. The dazzling slug was a little surprised, and asked, "Did you use this method to deceive my senses before?" "That's only one of them," Wang Ting replied indifferently. The dazzling slug fell silent and didn't ask any more questions. Wang Ting quickly saw the situation up ahead. A group of people was fighting in the forest, and the scene was quite tragic. One side had many people, while the other side only had one person. However, the side with the advantage wasn't the side with more people. Instead, it was the side with only one person. That was a black-robed person who was extremely powerful. He held a battle sword in his hand, and streaks of green sword light erupted from the battle sword, firmly suppressing the person opposite him. Meanwhile, several people had already fallen in the surroundings, and all of them had their heads chopped off. They couldn't be more dead, and they didn't even have the chance to forfeit. So ruthless? Wang Ting's eyes narrowed. This scene truly made his heart tremble slightly. Although he had experienced many scenes of slaughter, and there were even quite a few that were more terrifying than this, he could be considered experienced and knowledgeable, so he wouldn't be frightened. However, this was clearly a competition of the secondary professions, yet such a brutal scene had actually appeared. This was somewhat surprising. Then, his gaze turned toward another group of people who were continuously retreating. He saw a familiar figure in that group. It was Lu Yan. This was really an ill-fated relationship. Wang Ting couldn't help but feel a little speechless. He had already deliberately avoided her, and he didn't expect to still encounter her here. How could it be so coincidental? Just as Wang Ting couldn't help but grumble inwardly, the people of the Lu family outside could be said to be completely tense. Their expressions were quite unsightly as they looked at the situation on the light screen. In particular, Lu Pan's expression was completely gloomy at this moment, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. Everyone knew that the black-robed person was a murderous star. Everyone who came into contact with him died, and they all had their heads chopped off. It was extremely brutal. Thus, the people of the core family clans were all praying that the prodigies of their families wouldn't encounter this person. In the end, the Lu family still encountered him. Just how unlucky was he? The other core family members could not help but look at Lu Pan with sympathy. Not only were all the geniuses of the Lu family there was also his biological daughter, Lu Yan. Most importantly, Lu Yan was the top genius of this generation of the Lu clan. If she died just like that, it would be the greatest loss to the Lu clan. There were also many core families who were secretly gloating. Not far from the Lu family's seats, Patriarch Xavier of the Ruskin family, one of the core families of alchemy, sneered. The head of the Ruskin family had always been at odds with the Yu family. Now that they saw this scene, they were naturally secretly happy. When the members of the Feng family saw this, they were shocked. Similarly, they were gloating. They hadn't forgotten the situation in the trading hall. Didn't the Lu clan look down on their C clan? Now, let's see how unlucky they are. Lu Pan. You don't have to worry too much. After all, your Lu clan has a lot of people, and there are also a few poison geniuses from the Lan clan. I think their strength is pretty good. The Dan clan's patriarch, Dan Guang, comforted. Indeed. That Lan Yu was truly surprising. I didn't think that the Lan clan would be able to produce a genius on par with Lan Shang. The Li clan's patriarch, Li Jingqing, nodded. Even so, they didn't think highly of the geniuses from the Lu clan and the Lan clan. Because the opponent was too strange. He was ridiculously powerful. Many geniuses with secondary professions had already died at his hands. That Lan Yu's poison Dao strength was indeed not bad. However, in the face of a true martial arts expert, it was still a little difficult. In this regard, the secondary professions were also very helpless. After all, what they were good at was their secondary professions. No matter what, their martial arts strength was their weak point. Of course, there was still a glimmer of hope. So at this moment, they were all nervously watching the scene on the light screen. They were waiting for the final result. Could the geniuses of the Lu clan and the Lan clan escape with their lives? Lu Pan heard the comforting words of the two patriarchs. He just shook his head and didn't say anything. He was very clear about the situation. It was easier said than done to escape from the hands of that black-robed man. At this moment, he even wished that Lu Yan could give up. But he knew Lu Yan very well. At the last moment, with her pride, she would never give up. On the other side, the Lan clan's patriarch, Lan Ji, didn't look too good. Originally, he should have been happy that a genius who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Lan Shang had appeared in the Lan clan. But under such circumstances, he couldn't be happy. Damn it. Lan Ji looked at the situation on the light screen, gritted his teeth, and couldn't help but curse. He even complained about the Lu clan. After all, in his opinion, if they didn't cooperate with the Lu clan, their Lan Yu wouldn't have fallen into such a desperate situation. In short, it was all a woman's fault. Facing Lan Ji's gaze, the corner of Lu Pan's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He felt that the expressionless Lan clan's patriarch was looking at him, and his eyes were quite unfriendly. The situation outside. Wang Ting and the others naturally didn't know anything. Boom. Boom. Boom, in the forest, the roaring sound kept coming out. The aftermath of the force spread out, pushing down the big trees one by one. The ground was also blown into holes, and sword marks were plowed out. The black-robed man was obviously a wind attribute martial artist. The sword light he emitted was cyan and contained rich wind attribute force. Wang Ting could feel it from afar. Lu Yan and the others were in an extremely difficult situation. They didn't even have the chance to rush into the sky. They were covered and sealed by the opponent's domain. Ah! A scream suddenly came out. A genius with a secondary profession was beheaded. Blood spurted out from his neck, more than 10 meters long. It's really high. Wang Ting raised his head and muttered uncontrollably. Could an ordinary person's blood spurt so high? Anyway, a martial artist could. Suddenly, his expression became a little strange. Because the martial artist who was just killed was very close to Lu Yan, a lot of blood splashed on her pretty face, causing her to fall into a momentary daze. To be able to reach this point, she must have seen life and death, but it was probably the first time she saw a companion beheaded at such a close distance. It was inevitable that she would be a little absent-minded. But in such an environment, this trace of absent-mindedness was enough to take her life. Be careful. A soft shout sounded. Lu Yan's expression changed drastically as she saw a cyan sword light coming at her. Fortunately, a young man beside her acted in time and pulled her to the side, allowing her to avoid this fatal blow. This woman is still absent-minded at such a critical moment. Wang Ting was speechless. In the outside world, Lu Pan was sweating profusely. His back was instantly soaked in sweat. Lu Yan came back to her senses, and her pale face became even paler. But after all, she was a heaven's pride, and her temperament was far better than ordinary people. She immediately calmed down and transmitted her voice to a young man in the distance. Brother Lan Yu, is there a way to deal with this person? I need 30 seconds. The young man called Lan Yu had an indifferent expression, and he transmitted his voice while dodging the opponent's attack. Okay, we'll buy you 30 seconds. Lu Yan gritted her teeth and transmitted her voice to the others, "Be sure to block this black-robed man for 30 seconds. Lan Yu has a way to deal with it. If everyone works together, there's still a chance of survival." Hearing this, everyone knew that there was no better way. They immediately nodded with a serious expression. "People of the Lu family, follow me and form a formation." Lu Yan shouted softly. She suddenly took out a disc in her hand and injected her force into it. The remaining people of the Lu family seemed to understand what she was going to do. Immediately, they were overjoyed and immediately changed their positions. In an instant, everyone formed a strange formation, and Lu Yan happened to be in the center of the crowd. "This is a human formation." Wang Teng was a little surprised. He was originally prepared to retreat, but he did not expect to see this scene. It suddenly piqued his interest. The so-called human formation was actually using humans as the formation patterns to set up a slightly simple formation. From there, one could unleash strength far beyond one's own. This method was much easier than setting up a large formation. Moreover, it could be set up and used quickly without much time. However, there was a crucial item, and that was the disc in Lu Yan's hand. This item was called a formation disc. It was a disc inscribed with a formation in a runemaster. There was a miniature version of the formation on it. With it as the foundation and a martial artist as the core to drive it, one could achieve the goal of using humans to set up a formation. As a Grandmaster Runemaster, Wang Ting naturally understood this method. However, he did not dabble in it. This was because the knowledge in this area was relatively mysterious and rare. Moreover, the so-called formation disc was a part of the ancient runes. Very few runemasters could come into contact with it. Even the few grandmasters of runes in the Qian Empire might not have knowledge in this area. The fact that Lu Yan could have this formation disc was probably related to the core family of the runes. The Lu family was a core family of alchemy. However, it was difficult to guarantee that they would not be related to one of the core families of the runes. Even if these core families were independent, they were still inextricably linked. At this moment, Wang Ting stopped and prepared to wait to see if he could pick up some related attribute bubbles. To him, picking up attribute bubbles was the most important thing. Everything else had to be put aside. Buzz, as the people of the Lu family were in position, Lu Yan immediately activated the formation disc in her hand. A buzzing sound was heard. Then, with Lu Yan as the center, a circular formation suddenly rose and enveloped the people of the Lu family. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it only took a moment. The battle sword in the black-robed man's hand had already slashed out several times. Boom! Streaks of cyan sword chi instantly bombarded the array formed by Lu Yan and the others, causing a loud boom to erupt. The formation that had just been formed suddenly fluctuated violently. Lu Yan and the others were still too hasty. As the formation fluctuated violently, the people who set up the formation could not help but take a few steps back. They were almost unable to maintain the formation. Lu Yan's expression was solemn. She did not dare to be negligent and immediately activated the formation disc. Streaks of fire pillars suddenly rose from the formation and condensed into a terrifying fire python. It circled around the formation and emitted a shocking fluctuation. Interesting. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and a trace of interest appeared on his face. The power of this formation was at least comparable to a peak domain lord-level expert. Moreover, it was an extremely powerful peak domain lord-level expert. It was not weak like Lu Yan and the others, who only had martial arts cultivation but could not even display 10% or 20% of it. In his opinion, they were really a fighter among weaklings. Go! As the fire python condensed, Lu Yan suddenly let out a soft shout and pointed a finger forward. Boom! The fire python was like a living creature. It let out a hiss and then shot out explosively towards the black-robed man. This formation had condensed the origin power of several geniuses of the Lu family, and its power was indeed extraordinary. However, the black-robed man only let out a contemptuous laugh and said in a hoarse voice, "A mantis trying to stop a chariot." Boom! In the next moment, a resplendent green light condensed on the tip of his sword and turned into an extremely terrifying sword ray. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the sword collided with the fire python, and a terrifying explosion of origin power erupted. Wind and fire origin power swept out in all directions, and wherever it passed, the trees were either cut into pieces or set ablaze, instantly turning into ashes. Lu Yan stared ahead, but at this moment, the fire python suddenly collapsed and was slashed apart by the green sword ray. This scene caused her expression to change greatly, and her eyes were filled with extreme shock. She really did not expect the black-robed man to be so strong. Even if she used the formation disc, she could not block the other party's attack. Retreat! Lu Yan did not care about anything else at this time and hurriedly shouted at everyone. Everyone was still in a daze and could not dodge in time. They could only watch as the sword ray sped over. Lu Yan's expression was ugly. She knew that it was too late. She immediately gritted her teeth and could only try her best to activate the formation disc in her hand. Buzz buzz buzz, with the injection of origin power, the formation enveloping everyone became brighter and brighter. Boom, the sword ray arrived in the blink of an eye and bombarded the formation. Gotcha! In just an instant, the formation collapsed under the sword ray, and everyone in the formation spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Puff! Lu Yan's complexion instantly turned as pale as a sheet of paper and she retreated several steps. The disc array in her hand was unable to withstand the impact and instantly shattered into 8 pieces, unable to break any further. However, she could not care so much at this time. She immediately looked at Lan Yu and shouted, "Brother Lan Yu." The indifferent youth's eyes flashed, and without the slightest hesitation, he instantly threw a grayish-green ball in his hand at the black-robed man. The grayish-green ball instantly turned into a stream of light and arrived in front of the black-robed man in the blink of an eye. Humph! The black-robed man snorted and casually slashed with the sword in his hand. The grayish-green ball was immediately cut in half, but an unexpected situation occurred. Boom! The grayish-green ball actually exploded and turned into a dense grayish-green mist. Swept up by the origin power shockwaves, the mist spread out in all directions and enveloped everyone within. Lu Yan was stunned. She saw Lan Yu withdraw and disappear into the forest in the blink of an eye. Ran away? In an instant, despair welled up in her heart. She was even unwilling to accept this fact, but when she turned her head, she saw that Xianxia, who was not far away, also had a look of despair. Thus, she had no choice but to accept the fact that the other party had abandoned them and ran away. A bitter smile suddenly appeared on her pretty face. Puff! Wang Ting almost laughed out loud. This woman is too stupid. She actually trusts others so much. I don't know how she has lived to this day. Based on their previous contact, she shouldn't be such a brainless person. I didn't expect to gain experience today. Aren't you going to save her? The dazzling slug's voice suddenly sounded. Why should I save her? Wang Ting asked in reply. Isn't she an acquaintance of yours? The dazzling slug was startled. Acquaintances are acquaintances, but we aren't life and death friends. Also, the man in the black robe is troublesome. I don't want to find trouble for myself, Wang Ting said calmly. Also, she has one last choice, forfeit. So it won't be my turn no matter what, right? Ah, is that so? What a heartless human. The dazzling slug was silent for a moment, then sighed with emotion. Wang Ting. Hey, where did you get this emotion from? I just don't want to cause trouble. How is that heartless? Wang Ting expressed his dissatisfaction. The grayish-green mist remained for a while, then slowly dissipated, revealing the situation inside. The black-robed man stood in place. His face was covered by a hood, and his expression couldn't be seen clearly. Not far in front of him, more than half of the Lu family's people had fallen unconscious, and their faces were ashen. It was obvious that they had been poisoned. Lu Yan sat cross-legged on the ground. Her pretty face was also ashen, but she hadn't fallen unconscious. Instead, she quickly took out a pill and swallowed it, temporarily suppressing the ashen color. Her eyes were fixed on the black-robed man in front of her. As long as this person was also poisoned, they still had a glimmer of hope. However, reality gave her a ruthless blow. The black-robed man didn't seem to be poisoned. He slowly walked toward Lu Yan and the others, and the sword in his hand was slowly raised, like a butcher walking toward his prey on the chopping board. A look of despair appeared on Lu Yan's pretty face again. In the outside world, Lu Pan clenched his fists and couldn't help but glare fiercely at the Lan family's patriarch, Lan Ji. What are you looking at me for? In that situation, Lan Yu chose to protect herself. There shouldn't be any problems, right? Lan Ji said indifferently. The surrounding patriarchs of the core families had strange expressions and couldn't help but look at Lu Pan with sympathy. Lu Pan took a deep breath and didn't say anything in the end. His gaze once again returned to the light screen and looked at Lu Yan. Quickly forfeit, Yan'er, quickly forfeit. On the medicine garden planet, Lu Yan looked at the people of the Lu family lying around her, and the despair on her face grew stronger. She could take out the token and choose to forfeit. However, she was the one who led the Lu family into a desperate situation. What qualifications did she have to escape? This woman actually didn't choose to forfeit? Wang Ting was a little speechless. The black-robed man slowly raised the sword in his hand. He seemed to like to see his prey struggling. A green sword light condensed on the sword, and the sword light suddenly fell. Boom, however, the sword light was not heading towards Lu Yan. Instead, it made a turn and slashed towards somewhere behind her. Huh? Wang Ting's expression changed slightly. He immediately dodged and appeared hundreds of meters away. Bang! The big tree he was hiding in was instantly cut in half and slowly fell to the ground with a creaking sound. I've been discovered. Wang Ting's face showed a trace of surprise. How could he have been discovered? Your concealment technique is very good. How did you get discovered? The dazzling slug was also surprised. You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? Wang Ting said unhappily. On the other side, Lu Yan was already waiting for death. The moment the black-robed man's sword fell, she even closed her eyes and silently savored the feeling of despair in her heart. Then, when the roar sounded, the pain she expected did not appear. Instead, it was as if nothing had happened, so she had no choice but to open her eyes. In the end, she actually saw someone she had never expected. Wang Ting. In the distance, a figure slowly walked out of the forest as if he was taking a stroll in the park. It was as if he didn't care about the danger here. Am I seeing things? Lu Yan blinked and couldn't help but think to herself. Wang Ting. There was also an uproar in the outside world. F***ck, why is he there? That's not right. Why wasn't it broadcasted just now? I know, the screens have overlapped. Wang Ting and Lu Yan's screens are in the same region, so only one image was shown. We didn't discover his existence. F***ck, that's possible. Lu Pan couldn't help but show a trace of astonishment and shock on his face. Then, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. This Wang Ting was a true god genius contract holder of the Virtual Universe Company's contract. His martial arts ability was definitely extraordinary. With him around, Lu Yan still had a trace of hope. On Medicine Garden Planet, Wang Ting looked at the black-robed man and couldn't help but ask, "How did you discover me?" The black-robed man didn't answer. He turned to face Wang Ting, and the battle sword in his hand exploded with dazzling sword light. It was as if he felt a trace of threat from Wang Ting. Wang Ting, he seemed to have glanced at me just now, the dazzling slug suddenly said. Glanced at you? What do you mean? Wait. Wang Ting was slightly taken aback. Then, he seemed to have thought of something. He squinted his eyes and activated his eye of truth to look at the black-robed man before him. However, a scene that shocked him appeared. The black robe seemed to have the ability to block detection, and he couldn't see through it. A black robe was actually able to block his eye of truth. This was the first time he had encountered something like this. There's something strange about this black-robed man. Wang Ting muttered to himself. The black-robed man didn't waste any time. He suddenly waved the battle sword in his hand and slashed toward Wang Ting. Hong, the green sword light was as fast as lightning and shot toward Wang Ting. Don't be so nervous. Wang Ting's body flashed, and he once again dodged the sword. He laughed and said, I was just passing by. I didn't see anything just now. Why don't you continue? I won't disturb you anymore. Lu Yan, the trace of hope that had just arisen was suddenly doused with cold water. She immediately clenched her teeth. This bastard. Bastard, thank you for your understanding. Thank you very much. I've browsed through the comments of my readers today, and I'm quite gratified to see that there are readers who really understand the author's writing style. To be honest, if I had to finish it all in one go, I could also do it, but it would definitely be dry and boring. If I were to finish it all in one go, you guys would instantly lose interest. I'm also a person like that. Once this kind of situation occurs, I basically can't stand it anymore. Thus, I chose this writing style to make the plot as rich as possible and not dry and boring. However, it's actually a process, not a result. If I were to finish it all in one go, it would really be boring. Also, I've updated with 12,000 words today to make up for yesterday's update. I could have written more, but I've moved some of the plot from yesterday to the end. It's about 1,000 words, so I can't release it now. I can only release it later. At this moment, Lu Yan really hated Wang Ting to death. He clearly had the ability to save her, yet he acted like a coward. What kind of man was he? Let that black-robed man continue. Continue what? Continue to chop off her head. Wasn't it a pity for such a beautiful head to be chopped off like this? Bastard. At this moment, she was cursing Wang Ting in her heart. She wanted to rush up and argue with him, but unfortunately, she couldn't stand up. The people outside were also speechless. What was this Wang Ting doing here? Lu Yan was the Lu clan's beauty and genius, and he was actually willing to not save her. What if a hero came and she secretly fell in love with him? At that time, if he became the Lu clan's son-in-law, wouldn't he be able to marry a beautiful woman and reach the peak of his life? This was simply something that others couldn't even be envious of. If it were other people, they definitely wouldn't think this way. After all, that black-robed man was too cruel. A hero needed strength to save a beauty. Without strength, it was just courting death. But Wang Ting was different. His strength was there for all to see. Although his battle with the dazzling slug had ended in a weak manner, it had been a strong start. But if it were an ordinary person, they would have died long ago. How could they be as lively as Wang Ting? This showed that he had strength that ordinary people didn't have. Coupled with his performance these days, if they still couldn't see his strength, then they were really blind. They all felt that Wang Ting had the strength to fight against that black-robed man, but he was unwilling to do so. Lu Pan was one of those who had such thoughts. At this moment, his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. This bastard, was his daughter so unworthy of his eyes? It was fine if he didn't agree to cooperate before. After all, after these days, he also knew that if Wang Ting agreed to cooperate, it would be Lu Yan taking advantage. But at this critical moment, what was wrong with lending a helping hand? Could it be that the Lu clan would let him help for free? The more Lu Pan thought about it, the angrier he became. He wanted nothing more than to rush in and teach Wang Ting a lesson. On the Medicine Garden planet, that black-robed man didn't care about Wang Ting's words at all. He continued to attack as if he was determined to kill Wang Ting. You're really unreasonable. I already said I'm leaving, but you still want to kill me, Wang Ting said helplessly. Aren't you just looking for trouble? As he spoke, he picked up all the attribute bubbles that Lu Yan and the others had dropped. Firestar Force * 8700, Firestar Force * 7500, Firestar Force * 7200, Great Flame Primal Python Formation Disc * 3000, Poison Star Force, Blue Loach Goo Poison * 1800, Wind Star Force * 12,000. Wang Ting's attention was instantly attracted by one of the attribute bubbles. The Great Flame Primal Python's Formation Disc. A piece of comprehension instantly appeared in Wang Ting's mind, turning into mysterious ancient runes. These ancient runes intertwined with each other and finally gathered together, turning into a huge circular array. The Great Flame Primal Python's Formation Disc. This is the construction method of Lu Yan's array disc. Wang Ting's heart was filled with joy. He stayed behind just now to see if he could pick up the attribute bubbles of this disc array. In the end, he was discovered by the black-robed man. Fortunately, the outcome did not disappoint him. Otherwise, he would have been screwed. Now that Wang Ting had obtained the enlightenment of the Great Flame Primal Python's formation disc, he immediately grasped the method to construct the formation. There were still many differences between the construction of this formation and that of ordinary formations. The most important ones were the formation disk core and the formation base. The formation disk core referred to the formation disk itself. This was the core of the formation. When constructing it, some ancient runes connection methods and engraving methods would be used. It was different from the construction of ordinary formations. The formation base was the auxiliary part of the formation. It was also engraved with ancient runes. The materials used to construct it were the same as the formation disk, and it had to be connected to the runes on the formation disk. When many people were needed to set up the formation, they had to hold the formation base at the same time and activate it. This way, the formation in the formation disk could be activated. For example, when Lu Yan activated the formation in the Great Flame Primal Python's formation disk, she needed the cooperation of many people from the Lu family. Those people from the Lu family all had a formation base in their hands. It was given to them by Lu Yan in advance so that they could use it when necessary. Another very strange thing was that the number of formation bases did not affect the activation of the formation disk. It only affected the power of the formation. This meant that even if there were no formation bases, the formation disk could still be activated. However, the number of formation bases was related to the power of the formation. The more formation bases there were, the stronger the formation would be. Lu Yan had gathered the force of several people from the Lu family to activate the Great Flame Primal Python formation. Its power was not weak at all. However, the people from the Lu family were only secondary professions. Their strength was limited. Moreover, they were facing a powerhouse like the black-robed man. Naturally, they were at a disadvantage. If a few powerful martial artists were to hold the formation bases and activate the Great Flame Primal Python's formation disk, the power would probably reach an extremely terrifying level. The black-robed man might even be blasted into pieces in a matter of minutes. In short, the Great Flame Primal Python's formation disk could definitely display a stronger power in Wang Ting's hands than in Lu Yan's. Of course, he would need to find the materials to construct a formation disk. Great Flame Primal Python Formation Disk, 1/5,000, Proficient, 3000 attribute points allowed Wang Ting's mastery of the formation disk to reach the proficient level. If he wanted to construct a formation disk, it was barely enough. Next was another attribute bubble that surprised Wang Ting, the blue loach parasite poison. This was the recipe for a poison. Moreover, it was the poison contained in the ball that Lan Yu from the Lan family had thrown out. At this moment, as the attribute bubble merged with his mind, the relevant knowledge emerged. Wang Ting immediately grasped the recipe for this poison. At the same time, he also gained some understanding of it. This poison was very unique. It was different from any poison that Wang Ting had mastered before. Parasite poison. The so-called parasite poison was a mysterious object that poison masters cultivated using a special method. It could be a living thing or a plant. Normally, poison masters would cultivate and raise highly toxic objects, allowing them to possess highly toxic powers. Then, when used, this plant or living thing would quietly enter the enemy's body, making it impossible to guard against. It was very terrifying. Moreover, this parasite poison was not only difficult to expel, but it was also very difficult to find an antidote. It was very troublesome to deal with. If an ordinary person was poisoned by a parasite poison, it was almost impossible to save them. It's actually a parasite poison. A glint flashed past Wang Ting's eyes. The exchange meeting of the Secondary Profession Alliance was getting more and more interesting. All sorts of people had appeared. He was looking forward to it. That's right, that Lan Yu should be from the core poison Dao family, the Lan family. Wang Ting suddenly thought of something and became even more interested. It seemed like this Lan family was worth paying attention to. This kind of fat sheep's wool, how could he let it go so easily? Blue loach parasite poison, Sector Lord 1800/3000, entry. Wang Ting glanced at the attribute panel. 1800 attribute points could only allow him to control this parasite poison to the entry level. And from the information, it was actually a Sector Lord level poison. In other words, its highly toxic power was extremely effective against Sector Lord level fighters. No wonder Lu Yan and the others were unable to resist it. Finally, it was the upgrade of the 3 types of star force. The fire star force came from the Lu family. Unfortunately, Wang Ting's fire star force had already reached perfection. It was not of much help to him. The poison star force came from the Lan family, a total of 5,500 points. It gave Wang Ting a slight upgrade. Poison star force, 60,000/90,000, universe level 9, just 30,000 points away from perfection. Wang Ting muttered in his heart and no longer paid attention to it. 30,000 points was a very short amount of time, and this exchange should be complete. The last attribute bubble was the wind star force. There was a total of 12,000 points. It was not a small amount. Wind elemental star energy, 12300/50,000, universe level 5, 12,000 points allowed Wang Ting's wind star force to rise by quite a bit. It was not a small gain. All of this took a long time to describe. In truth, Wang Ting only took an instant to pick up the attributes. Rumble, a cyan sword light slashed out at an extremely fast speed. It contained an extraordinary domain power. Mixed in with the other sword lights, it was originally very inconspicuous. However, with the sudden burst of speed, if it was an ordinary person, they would not be able to dodge it at all. Wang Ting did not let down his guard. His eyes flashed slightly. His body instantly transformed into a ray of light. He took a step to the left and dodged the sword light. Pung, a huge crater appeared on the ground, causing dust to fly in all directions. Wang Ting appeared 100 meters away. He glanced at the crater and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. He said indifferently, "Seems like you don't want me to leave. Since that is the case, I will play with you." Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Ting transformed into an afterimage and charged towards the black-robed man. Ancient God body, open. True Dragon War body, open. Star Saint body, open. 5 Elements Divine Treasure, open. As Wang Ting charged forward, various body constitutions opened. Waves of powerful aura burst out from his body one after another. In an instant, Wang Ting seemed to have changed into another person. He transformed from a little sheep into a violent giant dragon. He did not even take out a weapon. He only swung his fist at his opponent. When his fist landed, a strong wind swept out and directly crushed the air. Pung, a muffled sound was heard. Wang Ting's fist condensed a fist print and fiercely blasted towards the black-robed man. The black-robed man's expression was unclear. However, he retreated for the first time. He swept out the battle sword in his hand, wanting to force Wang Ting to retreat. However, rumble, a loud sound was heard. Wang Ting's fist print directly bombarded the sword light, causing it to collapse. Then, without losing any momentum, it smashed onto the opponent's battle sword. Dang, the sound of metal vibrating was heard. Although the battle sword did not crack, it shook violently. The black-robed man could not help but fly backward under the influence of a huge force. Lu Yen saw this scene and was so shocked that her small mouth gaped. She did not have time to criticize Wang Ting in her mind. She only had a strong sense of shock left in her heart. They knew best how strong the black-robed man was. After all, they had almost died at his hands. However, now, Wang Ting had sent him flying with just one punch. It was simply unbelievable. Not only her, but even the people outside were all staring with their eyes wide open as if they had seen a ghost. Many people could see that Wang Ting's strength was indeed not bad, but they really did not expect him to be able to send the black-robed man flying with just one punch. No wonder he is a true god genius contract holder of the Virtual Universe Company. On the high platform, even the 3 elders of red dust could not help but let out a slight sigh of relief. Seeing the black-robed man go on a killing spree on Medicine Garden Planet, they were extremely anxious. The reason they were allowed to fight on Medicine Garden Planet was to test the abilities of these geniuses in all aspects. It wasn't purely for the sake of killing, nor was it for the sake of these geniuses dying. Now, seeing so many geniuses die, even the elders of red dust and the others felt extremely pained. Luckily, among those geniuses, there was still a special existence like Wang Ting. Medicine Garden Star. Pung, the black-robed man flew backward a few hundred meters before he could stop himself and land on the ground. The black robe on his body was not damaged at all. It was impossible to tell whether he was injured or not. Wang Ting stood in the distance, his expression extremely calm. He slowly withdrew his fist. He did not care whether his punch had injured the opponent or not. He said indifferently, "I don't know if you can take my second punch." Lu Yan. This guy really knows how to show off. Your strength is not bad. The black-robed man said in a hoarse voice, surprising everyone. This was the first time he had expressed his appreciation for someone else's strength. Previously, even when facing those secondary occupations, his tone was full of disdain. However, you still have to die. Boom, as soon as he said that, the black-robed man instantly turned into a black afterimage and rushed directly toward Wang Ting. Green origin power bloomed from his body and condensed into a huge wind blade that plowed the ground and slashed toward Wang Ting. The black robe fluttered in the wind, as if it had turned into a huge black net that shrouded over. Lu Yan's expression tensed up, and a look of horror appeared on her pretty face. The strength that the black-robed man erupted with at this moment was twice as strong as before. Suddenly, she felt a sense of defeat in her heart. Could it be that their group could not even force out half of the opponent's strength? This was too much of a blow to their morale. Heh. Wang Ting let out a chuckle and still did not take out a weapon. His fists condensed into fists and brazenly met the attack. Five-element fist, a huge five-color fist print slammed into the cyan light and collided with the black-robed man. Boom, a roar followed, and the origin power rolled back to both sides. Under everyone's horrified gaze, Wang Ting blasted out one punch after another, like a real human-shaped tyrannosaurus, pinning the black-robed man to the ground and hammering him. The black-robed man kept retreating, and the battle sword in his hand kept slashing out. Unfortunately, he was forced back by Wang Ting, and the sword light on his body kept collapsing. He could not hurt Wang Ting at all, which made him feel extremely aggrieved. Damn. So fierce. Is this Wang Ting really a genius of secondary occupations? It's getting less and less like it. I keep feeling that something strange is mixed in. Watching the situation on the screen, the spectators all widened their eyes in disbelief. A genius of secondary occupations had strength that ordinary martial artists did not possess. This caused a huge impact on the spectators. However, there were also some people who already knew about Wang Ting's situation, such as the people from the Qian Empire. Grandmaster Huayuan and the others faced the strange gazes around them and could not help but wipe the cold sweat on their foreheads, feeling a little embarrassed. They did not know whether they should be happy or cry. After all, Wang Ting's way of showing off was too violent. It was completely inconsistent with the secondary occupations. Especially the two opposing forces of the Namos Empire and the Freedom Federation, both of whom cast strange gazes. Grandmaster Huayuan, is this your Qian Empire's genius of secondary occupations? Grandmaster Doban of the Namos Empire could not help but ask. Did you guys make a mistake? This is a subclass exchange. A Grandmaster from the Freedom Federation, Zadara, couldn't help but chuckle. This immediately made Grandmaster Huayuan and the others blush. However, they quickly returned the glare and said, "What, is there a problem? Can't a secondary occupations have powerful martial arts strength?" That's right. If we were like the others and met the man in the black robe, wouldn't it be a dead end? Grandmaster Alfred echoed. Grandmaster Wang Ting's martial arts strength is powerful. This proves that he has great talent. Do you have such a genius? Even Grandmaster Hazel, who had a gentle temperament, could not help but ask. The Grandmasters of the Namos Empire and the Freedom Federation suddenly stiffened. They were quite embarrassed. In particular, Grandmaster Hazel's unhurried words were like a soft knife fiercely stabbing into their hearts, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. On the other side, the people from the Pyrax family looked at the situation on the screen with solemn expressions. The strength displayed by Wang Ting at this moment was truly shocking. A universe-level martial artist was actually suppressing a powerful domain master. Wang Ting's strength was growing too fast, he was too monstrous, many geniuses could not achieve such strength to fight above their level. The difference between the two sides was too great. The black-robed man was at least at the pinnacle of the domain master level. How did Wang Ting do it? Many people had the same doubts. They could not figure out how Wang Ting could be so strong. Boom, there was a loud explosion, and the black-robed man was sent flying again. The two of them had already rushed into the sky, and it was like two balls of light colliding. The black-robed man, who had transformed into a green ball of light, was sent flying thousands of meters away like a sandbag. The next moment, the green light dissipated, and the black-robed man's figure was revealed. At this moment, the black robe on his body was extremely messy, and there were even scorch marks and traces of damage. It seems that your black robe is not indestructible. Wang Ting looked at him from afar and chuckled. Humph. A cold snort suddenly came from under the black robe. He did not speak nonsense, and suddenly raised the battle sword in his hand. A dazzling green light bloomed, and instantly spread out in all directions, forming a huge green domain. Woo woo woo, green wind blades appeared out of nowhere. Strong gusts of wind started blowing on the spot. The wind swept across the area and engulfed Wang Ting in a green domain. Below, Lu Yan looked up and saw that Wang Ting was enveloped by the green domain. Her beautiful face revealed a trace of worry. Could this guy do it? Why don't I just run away first? But thinking that he was holding the black-robed man back for her, it was not good to just run away. In the end, she did not leave. She took out a pill and gave it to the Lu family member. Just now, after she took the antidote pill she refined, she had recovered quite a bit and temporarily suppressed Lan Yu's poison. Thinking of Lan Yu, Lu Yan was even angrier. Compared to her, Wang Ting was still a human. Playing domain with me. In the sky, Wang Ting looked around, and his face revealed a trace of strangeness. The black-robed man did not make a sound. He raised the battle sword in his hand, and an endless amount of wind origin power gathered, forming a dazzling huge sword light that soared into the sky. Endless wind blades surrounded the sword light, and merged with the domain power. Even within the sword light, there were strands of origin law power that spread out, and then wrapped around the surface of the sword light, condensing into law engravings that emitted a mysterious aura. Wang Ting's eyes narrowed. Feeling the aura emitted by the sword light, even if he looked like he did not care, he would not underestimate it. In the next moment, a Sector Lord level Earth-type battle sword appeared in his hand, and his body emitted a special aura. Earth domain, dazzling light instantly bloomed on the battle saber, spreading out in all directions. It was as if a yellow sky had been formed, covering the top of his head. The surrounding wind blades were all repelled, and the yellow sky blocked all the wind elemental power, and no gale could blow through. Die. The black-robed man knew he could not wait any longer. He slashed out with the battle sword in his hand. The sword light contained the domain power and origin law power, and instantly slashed towards Wang Ting. Boom, the entire domain seemed to have merged with the sword light, and it pressed down on Wang Ting. If an ordinary domain lord level fighter saw this, they would be shocked, but Wang Ting was calm as usual, and the battle sword in his hand slashed out. Rumble, the sword slashed across the sky, and the yellow sky pressed down, colliding with the opponent's sword light. A deafening sound reverberated in the void, and clear cracks appeared in the surrounding space. With such a huge commotion, not only were Lu Yan and the members of the Yu family who had already woken up shocked, even the people outside were shocked. Such power. Many Sector Lord level fighters couldn't help but reveal a trace of solemnity. They could feel how terrifying the domain power contained within the attack was. In the sky, the two sides' attacks did not stay in a stalemate for long, and a shattering sound suddenly erupted under everyone's attention. Kacha! Kacha! The sound was extremely clear, and it seemed particularly abrupt as it reverberated between heaven and earth. Everyone was shocked, and they immediately looked in the direction of the sound, and suddenly found that cracks had appeared on the cyan sword light. Good! Lu Pan was overjoyed, and he could not help but shout. Although Wang Ting was somewhat infuriating, he was indeed strong. If he could defeat the black-robed man, Lu Yan would naturally be safe. Pong! At this moment, a muffled sound suddenly rang out. The cyan sword light shattered with a loud bang, turning into cyan light that filled the sky. The yellow sword light slashed out without losing momentum, and instantly submerged the black-robed man. The black-robed man was uncontrollably slammed into a mountain behind him. Boom! A roar suddenly sounded. The mountain in the distance shook violently, and a terrifying sword mark appeared on the mountain, and the black-robed man was slammed into the mountain. In the next moment, the mountain exploded. Boom! 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 The black-robed man slammed into several mountains. in a row, and the terrifying destructive power alarmed countless star beasts in the mountain range. The two domains in the sky disappeared in a flash, as if they had never appeared. Wang Ting stood in the air, holding the sword in one hand and blocking his eyes with the other, and looked into the distance. Wow, he flew far away. Below, Lu Yan's little mouth had never closed, and at this time it was so wide open that a large ham sausage could be stuffed in. She looked at the somewhat cynical black-haired figure in the sky, and the expression in her eyes gradually became complicated. This guy was really different from others. Perhaps this was the reason he was so proud. Even in the face of a beauty like her, he could be very indifferent and not even take it to heart. At this moment, she could not help but compare herself with Wang Ting, and suddenly felt a little overshadowed. I wonder if he's dead. Wang Ting opened the eye of truth and looked into the distance, and suddenly his expression changed. Roar. At this moment, an inhuman roar suddenly sounded from the front, echoing in the sky. A buzzing sound followed, and then a dazzling dark green light burst out from the mountain range, rushed into the sky, and formed a terrifying light pillar. What is that? Lu Yan's expression changed abruptly, and she looked at the light pillar in shock. The people outside also seemed to have seen something unbelievable, and they all stood up from their seats. F***CK. This force isn't right. Why did it become dark green? Why do I feel an evil intent? This can't be. Darkness force, right? Darkness force. These two short words caused everyone to fall into a strange silence, and the atmosphere became extremely tense. On the high platform, the three elders had serious expressions, and their eyes revealed a trace of coldness. Damn it, the dark apparition actually dared to send someone into our sub-profession alliance. Elder Tambouri's eyes burned with anger as he said coldly. Simply courting death. Elder Bias was also unable to restrain his anger. They never thought that the black-robed man would actually be a dark apparition. The sub-profession alliance headquarters was known as one of the safest places in the universe, but now, a dark apparition had actually snuck in. Moreover, it had snuck in during the exchange to hunt down their sub-profession geniuses. To them, this was simply an insult and a slap in the face. Good. What a good dark apparition. Does he really think that there's no one in our sub-profession alliance? Elder Crimson Dust laughed from extreme anger, but his eyes were extremely cold. His voice was forcefully squeezed out from his throat. Immediately let the immortal rank take action. We must immediately suppress this black-robed man. There are dark apparitions even on the Ore planet and Spirit Beast planet. We must get rid of them, Elder Bias said. Yes, we must not let these dark apparitions escape. Elder Tambouri nodded in agreement. Wait. Elder Crimson Dust suddenly looked at Wang Ting on the screen. He saw that Wang Ting's expression was extremely calm, as though even when he saw the dark apparition appear, he didn't have the slightest shock or fear. This made him see a trace of hope. What's wrong? Elder Bias asked. Elder Crimson Dust took a deep breath and said, Look at that Wang Ting. This little guy is quite brave, Elder Tambouri said in surprise. Even if his strength is not bad, facing a dark apparition, I'm afraid he won't have much of a chance of winning. Elder Bias seemed to already know what Elder Crimson Dust was thinking and couldn't help but frown. Let's wait and see first. If Wang Ting can deal with it, that's naturally the best. Otherwise, where will our sub-profession alliance's face be? Elder Crimson Dust sighed. Dark apparitions were different in nature from star beasts. Previously, when the star beasts appeared, they sent an immortal rank to deal with them. The various factions would definitely understand. At most, they would think that they valued Wang Ting so much that they didn't hesitate to send an immortal rank existence. Moreover, the immortal rank existence didn't do much. In the end, it was Wang Ting who dealt with the star beasts by himself. Now that a dark apparition had appeared, if they couldn't deal with it satisfactorily, the various factions would only think that the sub-profession alliance was incompetent. The reputation they had painstakingly built would be destroyed. This matter involved the reputation of the sub-profession alliance. If they let a contestant deal with this matter without even sending an immortal rank existence, wouldn't that prove the sub-profession alliance's generosity and confidence? Let the 3 immortal rank existences from before stand guard outside the 3 planets. If things don't go well, let them take action. Elder Crimson Dust saw that the two elders were still a little worried. That's good too. Elder Bias nodded. Finally, the fox's tail is revealed. In the sky, Wang Ting looked at the dark green pillar of light in front of him and muttered to himself. I feel a very disgusting aura, the dazzling slug suddenly said. This person should have been infected by darkness origin power, Wang Ting said. Darkness origin power, huh? No wonder, the dazzling slug said. You don't seem surprised at all. Previously, you said that he glanced at you, so I guessed it. Wang Ting said indifferently. He should have sensed the light aura emitted from your body. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been discovered. So that's how it is. The dazzling slug was astonished. Otherwise, with my methods, how could I have been discovered? Wang Ting glanced at it and said confidently. The dazzling slug was speechless. It felt as though it had been despised. Wang Ting. At this time, Li Yan's voice suddenly rang out beside Wang Ting's ears. Wang Ting looked down and saw Li Yan flying up from below. Although her face was still a little ashen, she had recovered quite a bit and could at least fly. What are you doing here? Wang Ting asked. I'm here to help you, Li Yan said. You? Wang Ting glanced at her strangely. What's with that look? Lu Yan flew into a rage out of humiliation. Why don't you go down? You can't even beat him before he goes all out, let alone now that he's erupted with darkness origin power. Wang Ting was speechless. This little girl, didn't she know how much she was worth? Help? It would be good enough if she didn't cause trouble. Lu Yan's face darkened, but she found that she couldn't refute at all. The feeling of being looked down on made her feel uncomfortable, and she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Cough, cough, don't think too much. I can handle it myself, there's no need to trouble you. Wang Ting saw that her expression wasn't right, so he quickly coughed and tried to remedy the situation. Lu Yan glanced at him until he looked away guiltily. Only then did her expression soften a little. She didn't say anything else and retreated to the back. Although this fellow was hateful, he was right. She would only be a burden here. When she saw the dark apparition just now, she didn't think too much and only wanted to do her part. Now that she thought about it, she decided to forget about it lest she be despised again. Wang Ting saw that she wasn't being unreasonable and heaved a sigh of relief. He then looked at the dark green pillar of light in front of him. The man in the black robe was slowly rising from the pillar of light. The black robe on his body had disappeared, revealing the bulging muscles under his body and the strange black patterns on his skin. Just by looking at them, one could feel the evil intent from them. Domain Master level, that was a middle-level Demon Emperor level existence. Wang Ting's eyes flashed slightly, and he said, You should be a human, right? Why did you make yourself look like neither a human nor a ghost? He he he. A deep laughter came from the man in the black robe, echoing in the sky. He suddenly opened his hands, and his long hair danced wildly. He said crazily, Of course, it's for the powerful strength. Forgive me for being blunt, but you don't look very strong. Wang Ting curled his lips and said straightforwardly. The man in the black robe. His laughter stopped abruptly, and he looked at Wang Ting gloomily, as if he was sizing him up and trying to figure out his depth. Lu Yan at the back was also speechless. This guy doesn't even care about the dark apparition, he's really brave. If ordinary warriors saw the dark apparition, even if they didn't run away, they would be on high alert. Yet, he actually looked down on the dark apparition. She was suddenly a little curious. How strong was this guy? Medicine Garden Planet. A thick dark green pillar of light shot into the sky like a pillar connecting heaven and earth. Many geniuses with secondary professions saw this scene from afar. They all stopped and looked at the dark green pillar of light with surprise. Then, they seemed to feel something and their expressions became extremely solemn. That seems to be darkness force. Some people even exclaimed and widened their eyes in disbelief. How could darkness force appear on Medicine Garden Planet? Many people couldn't believe what they saw and even suspected that they were hallucinating. They couldn't help but blink their eyes hard. In the end, reality hit them hard. It was indeed darkness force. Some people subconsciously retreated with fear and horror on their faces. They didn't dare to get close to the front. Run, this was the first thought that appeared in their minds when they saw Darkness Force. However, they were people who had reached the Grandmaster level. Their hearts weren't that weak. Therefore, not many people really ran away. Many people even moved closer to the front to see what was happening. Or to see what they could do. After all, to all people in the light faction, darkness apparitions were their greatest enemy. Even if they were afraid, they had to do their best to eliminate them. Otherwise, the danger would be endless. Not everyone had this awareness, but at least most people had this awareness. This is darkness corruption. Someone has been corrupted by Darkness Force. Hey, look. It seems that someone is confronting the warrior who has been corrupted by Darkness Force. That seems to be Wang Ting. It's him. The genius who broke through to the 7th floor of the Illusory Heart Tower. Voices came from all around. After everyone saw the situation in front of them clearly, they were shocked. None of them had expected that someone would dare to confront the Darkness Tainter. Under everyone's gaze, Wang Ting turned a deaf ear. His eyes were fixed on the dark green pillar of light in front of him. After this person was corrupted by Darkness Force, no one knew how strong he would be. Roar, the black-robed man didn't talk nonsense anymore. He opened his mouth and let out a roar. The dark green pillar of light suddenly disappeared. It entered his body. The next moment, a strange change occurred. The black-robed man's body began to swell. The black patterns on his body seemed to be alive. They kept wriggling. Like small snakes, they wrapped around his body. Under the entanglement of these black patterns, his body began to change. Poochie, a sound as if something had broken out of his body suddenly came out. Wang Ting couldn't help but frown. He looked at the forehead of the black-robed man. He saw a pair of black horns on his forehead. Flesh and blood. Blood. It was extremely horrifying. And it wasn't over. After the pair of sharp horns appeared, his face. Many sarcoma-like things swelled and wriggled. And turned black. That face no longer resembled a human's. It gave off an extremely disgusting feeling. Lu Yen frowned. He had the urge to turn his head away. Was this the dark corruption? The so-called dark corruption was actually a type of demonic change. It was related to the race of the dark apparition that cast the dark corruption. But for those who have been infected by the darkness, some people would become neither human nor ghost. Some people were lucky. Maybe some dark patterns appeared. And this black-robed man belonged to the former. Generally speaking, this change was irreversible. In other words, in order to obtain power, he couldn't go back. If there were only dark patterns, it would be better. After the power of darkness was expelled, he might be able to recover. As for the change in front of him, it was the type that couldn't be recovered. The onlookers couldn't bear to look at him. Many people turned their heads away. At this moment, not only did the black-robed man have sarcomas on his face, but his body also began to expand. Larger sarcomas began to grow, covering his entire body. In an instant, the black-robed man's body expanded to 4 to 5 meters. The surface of his body was covered by sarcomas. It looked even more horrifying. Crack, crack, crack. At this moment, the sound of bones rubbing against each other seemed to come from the black-robed man's body. Then, his back suddenly bulged. It was as if something was about to break out of his body. Rip, the sound of flesh tearing suddenly came out. The black-robed man let out a shrill scream. Blood spurted out. Then, a pair of dark green bat-like wings slowly spread out. This change didn't last long. Before many people could come back to their senses, the black-robed man had completely changed into this appearance. It was shocking. The onlookers all widened their eyes in disbelief. What a terrifying change. Is this the dark corruption? Exclamations came out. Those who were originally close to the black-robed man couldn't help but retreat. They seemed to be frightened by the black-robed man's change. Chi. Wang Ting couldn't help but shake his head. He said indifferently, "Is this your so-called power?" Roar. The black-robed man let out a roar. He looked at Wang Ting with a pair of crazy and chaotic eyes and roared, "What do you know? You so-called geniuses don't know anything at all. I finally reached the guru level, but I'm not as good as a person who has cultivated for more than 100 years. Isn't it just a difference of a few decades? Why do you look down on me? Why do you look down on me? What can a few decades mean? Even if I fall behind a little, it's still unknown who will be the winner in the end. Why are you so arrogant? You're all people who act according to the wind. When you see that someone is more talented than you all run to flatter him. Ha ha ha. Sooner or later, I'll kill all of you. Kill them all." The black-robed man roared furiously, causing the onlookers to fall silent. The black-robed man's words were still clear, and it wasn't hard to guess. Many people seemed to see themselves in miniature. They had been called geniuses since they were young, but after cultivating for a few decades, or even 100 years, they suddenly realized that there was always someone better than them. Reality had mercilessly given them a heavy blow. Some people who weren't determined enough could easily break down. This was especially true for those who were extremely conceited. This black-robed man was obviously one of them. Moreover, he broke down even more thoroughly and directly became a slave to the dark corruption. This situation had happened countless times in human history. Even among the martial artists in the light faction, there were many who were oppressed and excluded. The trauma in these people's hearts was easily magnified, and the dark apparitions had an opportunity to take advantage of it. Therefore, when the light faction and the dark faction fought, the most terrifying thing was that the light faction would be disintegrated from the inside. In the outside world. In the seats of the Tianfeng Empire, which belonged to the Tianlan Weave, a group of people fell silent. Their expressions were both awkward and ugly. "Julius. It's Julius. How did he become like this?" A veteran grandmaster said with a trembling voice. Who can he blame for his own downfall?" Another grandmaster snorted coldly. The eyes of the other people in the Tianfeng Empire flickered. They didn't say much, but from the expressions on their faces, it was obvious that they weren't calm at all. A person they were once familiar with had become like this. They couldn't help but sigh. Kill. The black-robed man had completely gone mad. His anger and hatred had completely drowned his rationality. With a loud roar, he suddenly charged toward Wang Ting. Endless dark force erupted from his body and filled the air around him. It covered half of the sky like a huge black cloud. The dark green wings on his back flapped. Darkness origin power and wind origin power mixed together and seemed to have turned into a tornado that twined around his wings, causing his speed to reach an extremely terrifying level. In an instant, the black-robed man appeared in front of Wang Ting. An evil aura rushed toward him. His face was ferocious, and his pair of blood-red eyes stared at Wang Ting. Die. Boom, the black-robed man's hands had turned into sharp claws. He clawed at Wang Ting. The dark force condensed and turned into a huge claw. Wang Ting squinted his eyes. He didn't expect the black-robed man to be so fast. He didn't have time to think and punched out. A loud boom rang out as the two attacks collided. The fist and claw collided fiercely in the sky. Wang Ting and the black-robed man were both pushed back a few hundred meters. Then, they charged forward again. Wang Ting stepped in the air and punched his fists furiously. He punched his opponent repeatedly. However, the black-robed man wasn't afraid at all. The dark force swept out, and the claw was also attacking wildly. It collided with Wang Ting's fist. "Even if you've become like this, you're still too weak." Wang Ting's voice was extremely calm. Roar. The black-robed man became more and more furious. With the support of the dark force, he found that he still couldn't do anything to his opponent. It was driving him crazy. That's why the force of darkness is useless. Why don't you just cultivate properly? Wang Ting continued to speak as he attacked. It's true. Believe it. I've seen many people like you who surrendered to the dark force. In the end, they were all weaklings. The dark force isn't as good as you think. After being infected by the dark force, you'll become like a ghost. You won't even be able to find a wife. It's very pitiful. Only a fool would choose to be infected by the dark force. It's human nature to want to become stronger, but it's a bit unreasonable to surrender to the dark force. You're a traitor, you know that. He tried to make his voice sound sincere, as if he was persuading a little lamb that had gone astray. Is it really good to provoke him like this? Lu Yan was a little speechless. The more Wang Ting spoke, the crazier the black-robed man became. The power of his attacks kept increasing, bombarding him as if they were free. Boom! 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 A series of deafening roars reverberated in the sky, and the onlookers in the distance couldn't help but be a little shocked. Too strong, the existence after being infected by the dark force was really ridiculously strong. Many people who were originally prepared to go forward to help, but when they saw this scene, they all became dispirited. They really couldn't. If they went forward, they might not even be able to withstand a single claw. After thinking about it, they decided not to go up and cause trouble. At the same time, many people were also astonished by Wang Ting's strength. Wang Ting's strength must be terrifyingly strong to be able to fight evenly with the person who had been infected by darkness. What's going on with that Wang Ting? Why is he so strong? How the hell would I know? That guy is simply a freak. Damn, a sub-profession has such strong strength, how did he cultivate? A group of people whispered in the distance, and their expressions became a little strange. That Wang Ting didn't look like a sub-profession at all, but more like a powerful martial artist. This guy. Lu Yan stood at the back, and her pretty face was full of shock. Wang Ting's strength was simply beyond her imagination. She felt that she had overestimated the other party's strength, but she didn't expect that it was still not enough. From the battle between Wang Ting and the black-robed man at this moment, he was definitely a monstrous genius in martial arts. Even she had never met such a martial arts prodigy before. Those young talents around her in the past couldn't be compared with this guy at all. Outside. This little guy is so strong? On the high platform, Patriarch Tamburi was somewhat stunned. Although he knew that Wang Ting's strength should be good, he really didn't expect it to be so outrageous. After being infected by the dark force, Julius was extremely powerful, far stronger than before. However, Wang Ting didn't seem to be at a disadvantage at all, and was still able to fight evenly with Julius, who had been infected by the dark force. It was really surprising. If that's the case, I'm afraid there really isn't a need for an immortal rank existence. Patriarch Bias glanced at Patriarch Red Dust and said. Patriarch Red Dust breathed a sigh of relief, but his eyes were still fixed on the light screen in the sky. This was his first suggestion, and he only hoped that Wang Ting really wouldn't disappoint him. At the same time, everyone on the square was closely watching the battle on the light screen, and their minds were extremely tense. At this moment, Wang Ting completely became the focus, although the focus was a little off track. Medicine Garden Planet. Boom! Julius instantly appeared in front of Wang Ting and changed his strategy. A battle sword appeared in his hand, and he fiercely slashed down at Wang Ting from above. Wang Ting's expression changed slightly, and he directly raised his hand and sent out 2 punches. He was wearing battle armor, so he wasn't afraid of the opponent's battle sword. Moreover, he had the support of his fist, so the sword might not necessarily injure him. Pung, however, his fist was instantly shattered, turning into light and dissipating in the air. Wang Ting was forced back several thousand meters by the aftershock of the origin power, and only then did he manage to stop himself, and a cold expression appeared on his face. I'm not going to play with you anymore. As his voice fell, a battle sword also appeared in Wang Ting's hand. In the next moment, a pair of pure white wings spread out from his back. After the other party spread out those dark green wings, he couldn't keep up with his speed. Even if he used escape light, it was still the same, so he had no choice but to use holy light wings. Using both battle techniques, his speed instantly exploded, and he disappeared from his spot, turning into a white light that charged at Julius. Roar! Julius let out a roar, and also turned into a dark cyan light that charged out. Dang! In that instant, the 2 swords clashed in the air, letting out a crisp metallic sound that reverberated in the air for a long time. Wang Ting and Julius both turned into lights that clashed in the air, separated, and then clashed again. Dang! 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 The sound of metal clashing could be heard. At the same time, Wang Ting's other hand wasn't idle. He used a sword technique with one hand and a fist technique with the other, turning into a pure white fist that fiercely punched out. Radiant Fist, this was a Sector Lord level light-type battle technique, and it was extremely powerful. It couldn't be any more suitable to deal with someone infected by darkness. Fist after fist filled the air, and like a holy mountain, it suppressed Julius. This scene was extremely majestic, adding on the holy wings behind his back, as well as the armor on his body. It made him look like a radiant war god, noble, holy, and inviolable. He was like an angel that walked out of a divine kingdom. Boom, in the end, Julius was no match for Wang Ting, who was using both his hands. Even though he managed to block Wang Ting's sword glow, he couldn't block Wang Ting's fists. After a short while, he was pushed down by the light fist and smashed onto the ground. The darkness origin power on his body constantly let out sizzling sounds, as if it was being purified, and emitted white smoke. The darkness origin power was being countered. This Wang Ting's light-type battle technique is so strong. That's right. That person who was infected by the darkness was instantly suppressed. I didn't expect him to not only be an extremely rare light-type fighter, but also be so strong. This talent is truly unbelievable. Looks like Wang Ting has grasped many light-type battle techniques, both in terms of speed and attack. Very comprehensive. In the distance, Lu Yan's eyes couldn't help but flash with a strange light. That figure standing in the air had left an extremely deep impression in her heart. When the people outside saw this scene, they were also indescribably shocked. They couldn't help but sigh at Wang Ting's strength. That kid actually has such a strong light-type talent. In the Qian Empire's seats, the Raging Flames Sector Lord of the Pyrax family couldn't help but clench his fists, his expression extremely gloomy. Light-type fighters had an extremely special position in the universe. This was because light-type fighters played an extremely important role in dealing with dark apparitions. And light-type fighters with strong talents played an irreplaceable role in the war against dark apparitions. Now that Wang Ting displayed such a strong light-type talent, he naturally couldn't accept it. In fact, the stronger Wang Ting was, and the better his talent, the more, he couldn't eat or sleep in peace. Not only him, even the immortal rank existence of the Pyrax family was deeply frowning, unable to relax. All of this showed that his heart was not calm. A universe-level fighter could actually make him, an immortal rank existence, feel so uneasy. This showed how shocking Wang Ting's strength and talent were. He should be dealt with by now, right? On the other side, in the Lu family's seats, Lu Pan's expression was solemn as he thought to himself. His daughter was still there, which made him particularly worried. He only hoped that Wang Ting could deal with the person infected by darkness as soon as possible. On the Medicine Garden planet, Julius was suppressed, smashing a huge crater in the ground. Wisps of white smoke were emitted from it. Everyone looked at the huge crater, wondering if the opponent had been completely dealt with. Wang Ting also looked down and couldn't help but frown. In his eyes, in the crater below, not only did the fluctuations of darkness origin power not subside at all, but they became even more intense as if they were about to erupt. Roar! At this moment, a furious roar sounded, shaking the heavens and the earth. The surrounding mountains were shattered by the shock, and huge rocks rolled down. The same thing happened to the ground. Huge cracks appeared as countless trees fell. Then, a ray of black light shot out. It was like a huge black half-sphere. It spread towards Wang Ting at lightning speed. Be careful. Lu Yan's expression suddenly changed when she saw the scene, and she shouted loudly. Umbral Domain. The expressions of the people outside also changed drastically, and their eyes were filled with shock. Everyone knew that the Umbral Domain was the most strange and difficult domain to deal with. Once one entered, it was very difficult to escape. Many warriors had fallen because of it. This was why many warriors of the Light faction did not have the upper hand in the war against the dark apparitions. Compared to the Umbral Domain, an ordinary warrior's domain was indeed at a disadvantage. He actually mastered the Umbral Domain. Wang Ting was unmoved. His expression was still calm, but there was a trace of surprise in his eyes. He stood where he was and did not dodge. Facing the Umbral Domain, he did not need to dodge at all. In terms of understanding of the Umbral Domain, he was more familiar with it than his opponent. He was simply bold because he was skilled. An ordinary warrior would naturally not dare to enter another's domain. Especially this strange and evil umbral domain. Who knew what was inside? In an instant, Wang Ting was enveloped by the umbral domain, and endless darkness swept toward him. Kakik. Julius rose from the ground, his entire body emitting black light as he laughed sinisterly. What are you laughing at? Wang Ting asked indifferently. Julius suddenly raised his head and looked at Wang Ting, his eyes filled with evil madness. I didn't expect that my first battle after using the umbral domain would be against a light faction prodigy like you. This is really exciting. Let me die with you. If you don't want to live, don't drag me down, okay? Besides, do you think you can kill me? Wang Ting asked with a strange expression. Who gave you the confidence? The dark apparition's so-called demon god? Humph. Julius snorted coldly, his eyes filled with fanaticism. The name of demon god is not something you can casually mention. You've really changed completely. Wang Ting was speechless. Cut the crap. You'll definitely die if you enter my umbral domain. Julius exuded the umbral domain, merging with the surrounding domain and slowly disappearing. His voice echoed in it. When I kill you, the higher-ups of the Secondary Profession Alliance will definitely be heartbroken. Ha ha ha, fool. Wang Ting could not help but shake his head, but he was not in a hurry to make a move. He just stood there, waiting to see what kind of umbral domain his opponent had mastered that made him so confident. Swoosh, at this moment, an almost imperceptible sound of something breaking through the air rang out in the domain. However, Wang Ting was already prepared. Coupled with his saint-level umbral domain talent, no matter how subtle the sound was, it could not escape his perception. The next moment, he took a slight step to the side and easily dodged the fatal blow. He opened the Eye of Truth to take a look and found that it was just a dark green wind blade. To other warriors, it might indeed be fatal, but to him, it was really not enough. That's it? Wang Ting looked at where Julius was hiding and said indifferently. Julius? This scene was completely beyond his imagination. In his expectations, this guy in front of him should not be able to dodge his attack. After all, it was a wind blade that had merged with the umbral domain's power. With the two powerful characteristics fused, ordinary warriors would not even be able to discover it, let alone dodge it. However, not only did the other party dodge it, but he also appeared to be so relaxed and casual. It was as if the wind blade had shot out right under his nose. And how did the other party know where he was hiding? Coincidence? Or could the other party discover his existence? Impossible. This was absolutely impossible. This was the umbral domain's power. How could ordinary warriors discover his existence through the umbral domain's umbral domain? Even light-based warriors could not do it. Don't be complacent too early. Julius immediately changed his position. He felt that all this was a coincidence, and that Wang Ting could not discover his existence. However, Wang Ting tilted his head slightly and looked in that direction, speechless. His gaze was fixed on Julius. Julius. Coincidence, this must be a coincidence. Julius changed his position again, but when Wang Ting's gaze fell on his position again, he was completely silent. Damn it, how could this guy find him? This was not martial arts. A deep sense of powerlessness instantly welled up in his heart. Stop fooling around. If you have any tricks, hurry up and use them, Wang Ting said impatiently. The red light in Julius' eyes grew brighter and brighter, and a ferocious look almost rushed out of his eyes. He no longer spoke and released all the umbral domain's umbral domain. Xiao xiao xiao, a strong sense of danger instantly brewed in the domain, and the slight sound of something breaking through the air rang out again. This time, it was no longer just one or two, but densely packed in the entire domain. This is a little interesting. Wang Ting nodded to himself. Die. Julius no longer hesitated and completely released the domain's umbral domain's power, driving all the dark green wind blades in the domain to form a terrifying tornado that swept towards Wang Ting and instantly submerged him. It's time to end this. Wang Ting whispered to himself. He suddenly raised his head, and a powerful domain's umbral domain's power suddenly erupted from his body and spread out in all directions. Boom, an explosion suddenly rang out in the opponent's umbral domain, and then a strong scarlet light suddenly burst out. From the outside, it looked as if a great sun had broken through the seal in that pitch-black domain. Crimson rays of light broke through the darkness and shot out from all directions. Many people were still worried about Wanting, but when they saw this scene, they couldn't help but open their mouths wide and look at the umbral domain in the sky in shock. "What is that?" someone swallowed and asked in a dry voice. But no one could answer him. Within the umbral domain, a scarlet domain rose like a sun, erupting with brilliant light in the darkness. The dark green tornado was instantly blocked outside, unable to approach Wanting in the slightest. "You." Julius' eyes widened in disbelief, and the madness in his eyes even subsided a little due to the shock. Then, he couldn't help but feel a trace of fear and palpitations. "What domain is this?" "You'll know soon enough." Wanting was in the red territory. He opened his arms, and countless huge rocks floated around him. Then, they gathered in the sky and turned into a huge ball at a speed visible to the naked eye. It looked like a star in the universe. "Damn it! Kill him." When Julius saw the huge sphere, his heart was filled with fear. He didn't dare to wait any longer and immediately pushed the power of the umbral domain to the limit, wanting to kill Wanting first. Rumble, the tornado formed by the dark green wind blades started spinning furiously, causing the red domain around Wanting to emit cracking sounds. It seemed as though it couldn't withstand the pressure of the tornado. Even the area covered by the scarlet domain was slowly shrinking under the crushing force of the tornado. "It's working." Julius' expression was fierce, and his eyes revealed a trace of ecstasy. Then, he exerted even more strength to push the power of the domain. Wanting's expression was calm, and a hint of mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth. He looked up at the sphere that was constantly growing larger. "It's about time." The next moment, he stretched out his finger and pointed forward. "Go!" Wanting softly shouted. The huge sphere moved in response and rumbled forward, carrying terrifying flames like a falling meteor. Julius' eyes were filled with shock, and his pupils reflected the huge sphere of burning flames. His heart was gradually replaced by horror. Boom! The next moment, the huge sphere slammed into the dark green tornado, erupting with a violent roar. Crack! The dark green tornado suddenly paused, as if it had stopped rotating. The wind blades within it fiercely bombarded the sphere, leaving deep marks on its surface. However, under the tremendous force and scorching flames of the sphere, it could only melt and collapse in the end. "Block it for me." Julius' pupils violently contracted, and he let out a roar in a final struggle. Unfortunately, the two sides were in a deadlock for only a few breaths before the dark green tornado could no longer hold on. Rumble! In an instant, the entire dark green tornado collapsed, and the countless wind blades dissipated in the domain. Puff! Julius spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes were filled with extreme horror. "I said, you're too weak." Wanting shook his head, and his eyes were extremely indifferent as he pointed at the other party. "You." Julius seemed to have suffered the greatest insult, and his eyes were filled with resentment. Even a universe-rank warrior dared to humiliate him like this. He was filled with hatred, however, this trace of resentment was quickly replaced by panic. Rumble! Under Wanting's finger, the huge fireball's momentum did not decrease, and it dragged a long flame tail as it bombarded down. "No!" A roar of despair and unwillingness burst out from Julius' mouth. He wanted to dodge, but it was of no use. In front of that huge fireball, there was nowhere to hide. In an instant, his body was submerged, and the surrounding darkness was also torn apart. Outside the domain, the spectating geniuses of sub-occupations even forgot to breathe as they watched the terrifying domain of darkness being torn apart. Then, a huge fireball crashed out and fell to the ground like a falling sun. At the bottom of the sun, there was a ball of light emitting darkness origin force. The darkness origin force ball of light flickered and struggled under the burning flames, and it let out miserable cries. This scene made even the sector lords and immortals in the plaza outside reveal strange expressions, and they felt shocked. Rumble! A loud rumble resounded as the fireball smashed into the ground. Countless clouds of dust rose up from the ground as origin power swept out in reverse. It was as though the end of the world had arrived. Large swathes of mountains and forests were destroyed in a single moment and turned into a sea of flames. Silence. When the crowd saw this scene, they all fell into silence. The dark domain was broken open, moreover, it was smashed open in such a crude and barbaric manner. It was truly a great shock to those who saw it. The raging flames and the destroyed mountain range seemed to indicate the great battle that had just taken place. At this time, the domain in the sky completely dissipated, revealing a tall black-haired silhouette. It was Wang Ting. On Medicine Garden Planet, all the geniuses turned their gazes over, gazing at the silhouette in the sky, their emotions complicated. This fellow's strength was ridiculously strong. A universe-level fighter actually defeated a domain lord pinnacle being that had been infected by the darkness. It was unbelievable. The main thing was, he was a subclass fighter. What kind of subclass fighter would have such sick strength? Many geniuses with secondary professions wanted to curse when they saw this scene. It was too much of a blow. They were all subclass fighters. Why were they the weakest while this fellow was ridiculously strong? Was there any justice left? However, the truth was right in front of them. These geniuses had no choice but to believe it. Everything they saw with their own eyes, it couldn't be any more real. Even the scene from before would become an unforgettable memory in many of their hearts. In the outside world, even the sector lords and undyings, seeing this left a deep impression in their hearts. For a universe-level fighter to be able to do such a thing, this could be considered unprecedented in history. At this moment, all the major core families had fallen into complete silence. Gazing at each other, their expressions were complicated to the extreme. This kid is an anomaly. A voice filled with endless emotions came from the Dan family head Dan Guang's mouth. The other patriarchs all nodded in agreement. They agreed with Dan Guang's evaluation. This was an anomaly. It doesn't matter if he's an anomaly. Our Lu family will definitely make friends with this kid. Lu Pan suddenly laughed. You really know how to climb up a pole. The Mo family head Mo Qingzhou rolled his eyes, speechless. Such a genius, let's compete fairly. Not bad. It's rare to meet such a genius. Even though we can't confirm his subclass level, but to be able to participate in the exchange, it definitely wouldn't be too bad. In addition to his talent in martial arts, it's already worth roping him in. Li family patriarch Li Jingqing nodded. You old fogies are the ones who are counting your chickens before they hatch. He is the benefactor of my Yu clan. I just want to thank him. Lu Pan said without changing his expression. As if we'd believe you. The surrounding patriarchs immediately looked at him from the corner of their eyes. His face was filled with disdain. Ha ha ha, on the other side. The core family of mining. The head of the Roderick family, Ariella, couldn't help but chuckle. Take a look at the patriarchs of those core alchemy clans. They're already fighting over it. Wang Ting has displayed such strength. Of course those guys can't sit still. Sang Ji glanced at Lu Pan and the others. He shook his head speechlessly. Then, he looked meaningfully at Ariella and the other core mining families. He said, I presume you all are the same, right? It's just one person. It's not enough for so many of us. Ariella laughed. The patriarchs exchanged glances. They didn't say anything else and looked at each other's eyes. They all became a little vigilant. They were smiling on the surface, but they were cursing in their hearts. Among the many patriarchs there were two patriarchs who looked as if they had eaten sh*t. One of them was naturally the head of the Feng family, Lu Long. A deep sense of powerlessness suddenly emerged in his heart. He only felt that his head was a little dizzy. He almost fell to the ground. Fengdu, that evil creature, what kind of enemy did he provoke for the Feng family? At the same time, his killing intent towards Wang Ting became stronger and stronger. He couldn't wait to kill him immediately. Eliminate all future troubles. In his mind, various thoughts flashed crazily. It was obvious that he couldn't rely on the Ma family. Wang Ting's strength was far beyond their expectations. Those poison path geniuses of the Ma family were probably not enough to kill Wang Ting. So, he could only think of another way. No one knew that these patriarchs of the Feng family were actually thinking of how to kill Wang Ting at this moment. On the other side, the patriarch of the Ma family, Ma Lu, was the one who was truly aggrieved. The Ma family and Wang Ting didn't have any grudges, but because of his greed, it was very likely that both sides would become enemies. Wang Ting's strength and talent were too strong. Such a person, if he had known earlier, he definitely wouldn't have made an enemy out of him. At this moment, Ma Lu only hoped that Ma Yan and the others wouldn't encounter Wang Ting. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the seats of the Qian Empire, Grandmaster Huayuan and the others were shocked and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Grandmaster Wang Ting's strength is really amazing. Grandmaster Hazel sighed slightly and exclaimed. Isn't that so? I don't know how many hardships and experiences he had to go through to reach this level of strength. Grandmaster Huayuan shook his head and said with a sigh on his face. Everyone was silent. The people of the Pyrax family glanced at them and didn't say anything. However, their gloomy faces could be seen by anyone. The rest of the 7 royal clans glanced at them and couldn't help but gloat in their hearts. The Pyrax family was high up and had always suppressed the weak. Now, they had encountered a bone that was difficult to chew. They didn't know if it would hurt their teeth. Facing those mocking gazes, with the temper of the raging flame sector lord, he almost couldn't hold it in. However, in the end, he held it in. A trace of grievance appeared in his heart for no reason. The source of all this, it was all that brat's fault. He looked at Wang Ting in the sky. His gaze was extremely cold. To be honest, up until now, even he felt a trace of threat from this brat. Thinking back, he could have easily killed this brat, but now, this brat had grown at a jaw-dropping speed and had a trace of strength that was enough to threaten him. The raging flame sector lord could no longer suppress the intense killing intent in his heart. He couldn't let this brat continue to grow. Otherwise, he would be the one to die. With what they had done, he wasn't naive enough to think that this brat would easily forget. This kind of enmity was absolutely impossible to resolve. On the high platform, the 3 elders finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Ting's strength had surprised them. However, being able to smoothly resolve this matter was already the best result. Our sub-profession alliance's headquarters owes him a favor, said Elder Danshan. You're treating him as an outsider. Isn't he also a member of our sub-profession alliance? Elder Bias smiled like a fox. Elder Danshan was slightly taken aback. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You. Ha ha ha. Elder Tamburi couldn't help but laugh. There was a trace of relief in his voice. Don't be happy too early. Don't forget that there are other black-robed people on the Ur Star and Spirit Beast Star. From their style of doing things, I'm afraid they're also infected by the darkness. Elder Danshan's expression became serious again. The Wang Ting on those 2 planets is probably just a clone. I wonder if he can deal with the people infected by the darkness? Elder Tamburi and Elder Bias were immediately taken aback. Their expressions became serious again. The battle just now gave them a more direct understanding of the strength of the darkness infected. At first, they thought that Wang Ting's 2 clones should be enough to deal with this matter, but now, it seemed that this might not be the case. Why don't we ask him? Elder Bias said. That's what I was thinking. Elder Danshan nodded. Medicine Garden Planet. Wang Ting looked at the huge pit below. His figure slowly descended until he was hovering above the pit. The pit was still burning with raging flames, making it almost impossible to see the situation below. However, this wasn't a problem for Wang Ting. Under his eye of truth, nothing could hide. That martial artist who was infected by the darkness was already weak to the extreme at this moment and no longer posed any threat. Wang Ting. At this moment, a voice came from afar. It was Lu Yan. Wang Ting turned to look at her. Is that guy dead? Lu Yan flew over from afar and looked at Wang Ting with a complicated gaze. Even if he's not dead, he's close, Wang Ting said indifferently. He's not dead? Lu Yan was slightly shocked. Under such a powerful attack, the other party was still alive? After being infected by the darkness, there are still some redeeming qualities. For example, his vitality is much more tenacious than ordinary martial artists. If it was an ordinary peak domain lord, he would have died long ago, Wang Ting said calmly as if he was talking about something very ordinary. Lu Yan was speechless. Although she knew this fellow was acting cool, she couldn't refute him. After seeing that huge battle, even though she still had some resentment towards Wang Ting, she didn't dare to doubt his strength. Wang Ting didn't bother about her. He looked around and his spiritual force swept out, picking up the attribute bubbles that the black-robed man dropped. Wind Star Force * 38,500, Wind Domain, Level 8, * 2000, Origin of Wind * 1200, Dark Star Force * 42,000 Black Wind Domain, Level 8, * 4500 Devil Change * 2800 Origin of Darkness * 1600, one by one, the attribute bubbles gathered towards Wang Ting. Some turned into origin power, some turned into comprehension, and they were all quickly absorbed by him. What made him extremely surprised was that this time, he had picked up a total of 38,500 points of wind attribute star force. In the blink of an eye, Wang Ting's wind-type origin energy surged explosively. Wind star genetic energy, 800/60,000, universe level 6, rumble. A rumble resounded within his body, causing him to instantly jump from the 5th level to the 6th level. Not bad, I've finally risen. Wang Ting's eyes lit up, feeling extremely happy. It was a pity that the other attribute wasn't of much help to Wang Ting, because his Dark Star Force had already reached level 9. Absorbing the Dark Star Force now would only be icing on the cake. Following which, a series of comprehension appeared in Wang Ting's mind. Wind Domain. Level 8, that. Black-robed man was after all a Domain Lord Pinnacle fighter. His control of the Wind Domain wasn't low, actually reaching level 8. In this aspect, his strength was indeed much stronger than the other subprofessions. No wonder those subprofessions were like vegetables in his hands, killing them one by one. There was simply no comparison. This level 8 Wind Domain was of great help to Wang Ting, because his Wind Domain was only level 5. Even his normal domain was only level 5. Wind Domain, 2000/8000, normal level 8. In just an instant, a large amount of Wind Domain knowledge appeared in Wang Ting's mind. His mastery of the Wind Element Domain increased rapidly. He reached the 8th stage from the 5th stage directly. After absorbing the insights of these domains, another piece of insight emerged. Origin of Wind, 1200 points. Wang Ting's mind suddenly trembled, green engravings of heaven and earth appeared, merging into his memories. His comprehension of the Wind Domain suddenly reached a whole new level. Origin of Wind, 1000/20,000, Stage 2. Wang Ting's comprehension of the origin of wind was originally only a bit away from reaching level 2. Now that he had absorbed the 1200 points, his stats finally reached the upper limit of level 1, allowing his comprehension of the origin of wind to reach level 2. At this moment, there seemed to be traces of green light flickering in his eyes. These green lights were extremely small, and if one could see their appearance, they would discover that no matter what kind of light they were actually strange green engravings. I really didn't expect that my origin of wind would reach level 2 here. Wang Ting was a little surprised, and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Next was the comprehension of the darkness attribute, one of which was a domain. As the attribute bubbles entered his mind, Wang Ting immediately comprehended a new domain, Black Wind Domain. This was a hybrid domain formed from the fusion of the darkness and wind attributes, possessing two characteristics at the same time. Its might was indeed not weak, not to mention that it had reached level 8. If not for the fact that Wang Ting had grasped the reality domain, as well as the meteor domain formed from the combination of 3 different domains, he might not have been a match for the Black Wind Domain. Black Wind Domain, 4500/8000, level 8, I've grasped another darkness domain. Wang Ting couldn't help but rub his chin, feeling that his skin was a little white and his heart was a little black. Who would have thought that he, who was like a radiant war god just a moment ago, would actually be raising his darkness attribute here? Next was another comprehension, Devil Change. Wang Ting hadn't had this kind of comprehension for a long time, to the point that his Devil Change had yet to reach perfection. Devil Change, Growth Type 8000/50,000, Perfection. Wang Ting's Devil Change had already reached the perfected stage. However, from the looks of it, it wasn't perfected yet. The upper limit of perfection was 50,000 points, and he was currently only at 8,000 points. There was still a long way to go. Wang Ting couldn't help but clench his fists, feeling the strange and wondrous comprehension that appeared in his mind. His brows furrowed slightly. This, Devil Change, was no joke. The appearance of that black-robed person after Devil Change was still vivid in his mind. He didn't know what he would look like if he used devil change. I hope I don't turn into that ghastly appearance. No, I hope I never have to use it, Wang Ting thought to himself. Actually, he almost didn't have the opportunity to use devil change. This was because his light attribute origin power was already above his darkness attribute origin power. Wang Ting couldn't think of any situation that would force him to use devil change. Moreover, with his darkness attribute origin power, even if he used devil change, he should be able to recover. After all, he didn't have darkness corrosion, but cultivated the purest darkness energy, which was even purer than the darkness apparitions. However, he hadn't used devil change before, so he couldn't be sure. He felt somewhat nervous. Inwardly shaking his head, Wang Ting didn't think too much about it, looking at the last attribute bubble. Darkness origin. 1600 points, black runes suddenly appeared in Wang Ting's mind. They were so black that it made one's heart palpitate. They were filled with strangeness and chaos, as if they wanted to confuse his mind and make him fall into eternal darkness. However, he had long since gotten used to it. Even in the face of this darkness origin power, he could still maintain his mental fortitude and not be affected in the slightest. Moreover, he had the light attribute origin power in his body to contend with it, forming a kind of balance. When the darkness origin power tried to affect Wang Ting, the light attribute origin power automatically emitted fluctuations. Darkness origin, 9,700/10,000, Tier 1, I'm actually about to break through to Tier 2. Wang Ting was slightly stunned. He hadn't expected the darkness origin power to increase so quickly. As his attribute points increased, he was actually only 300 points away from breaking through to Tier 2. However, thinking of the enlightenment he had just experienced, he frowned. It seems that I have to quickly increase my light attribute origin power. I can't let the difference between the two origins be too great. Wang Ting thought inwardly. Currently, his light attribute origin power had only reached the intermediate Tier 1 standard. He still needed at least 5,000 attribute points to break through to Tier 2. After collecting all the attribute bubbles, only a few breaths had passed. Wang Ting frowned as he looked at the crater below him. How tenacious. Shifeng grew somewhat impatient. He wanted to give the other party the final blow and send him to the afterlife. Otherwise, if he continued burning like this, how long would it take? In any case, after being infected by darkness, he would have to be purified. It was impossible to leave his body behind. He could be considered to have contributed to the subclass alliance's headquarters. Otherwise, if such a corpse containing darkness origin power was left on the Medicine Garden planet, the entire planet would suffer a calamity. Boom! However, just as Shifeng was about to make his move, a figure covered in flames suddenly rushed out. Lu Yan, who stood beside him, jumped in fright. She could not help but take a step back and hide behind Wang Ting. What are you afraid of? Wang Ting turned around and gave her a strange look. I'm not afraid. Lu Yan was a little embarrassed. She said stubbornly, I was just shocked. Is that so? Wang Ting chuckled. Of course, I've seen a dark apparition before. Don't look down on me. Lu Yan heard his slightly contemptuous laughter. Her face instantly darkened, and she could not help but retort. Roar. Wang Ting was about to reply when the figure in flames in front of him let out a furious roar. This is not the end. This is just the beginning. Ha ha ha, the figure in the flames shifted his gaze to Wang Ting and glared at him. His eyes were filled with hatred and madness as he laughed out loud. Boom, the next moment, his entire body actually exploded with a loud bang. Wang Ting, quickly stop him. Otherwise, this area will be infected by the darkness origin power, Lu Yan said in shock. Humph, insignificant skill. Wang Ting frowned and snorted coldly. Then, he waved his hand, and a holy light suddenly swept out. It was faster than the aftermath of the explosion. It swept across, and the remaining darkness origin power was instantly purified and disappeared into the void. Lu Yan had just spoken when she realized that the trouble in front of her had been resolved. Her eyes flashed with surprise. For other warriors, this was simply a huge trouble. However, in the hands of a light realm warrior, it was just a piece of cake. No wonder light realm warriors were so important. In the outside world, when Red Dust Realm and the others saw that Julius was about to self-destruct, they were shocked. However, they did not expect Wang Ting to resolve it directly. He did not give them a chance to be surprised at all. The three elders looked at each other. The feeling of being neither up nor down made them feel extremely uncomfortable. They sat down awkwardly. Cough cough. Calm down. Calm down, look at that little guy Wang Ting. He did not take the darkness origin power seriously at all. As god-level existences, how could they not be compared to him, who was only at the Grandmaster level? Wang Ting activated the Eye of Truth, and swept his gaze across the sky. No darkness origin power could hide from his eyes. Done. He clapped his hands, shook his head, and said, "What a waste of my time." What did he mean by that? Lu Yan could not help but frown. Wang Ting also frowned and said, he should be referring to the other darkness origin entities. There are probably other darkness origin entities on the other two planets. Could the darkness origin entities be plotting something? Lu Yan said uneasily. Who knows? Wang Ting shook his head and said, don't think too much. Even if the sky falls, there will be someone tall to hold it up. It won't be up to a small universe-level warrior like me. Let's continue with our competition. Lu Yan was a little speechless. This guy really dared to say that if he was a small universe-level warrior, then what were they? They were not even comparable to universe-level warriors. However, Wang Ting was right. For them, the competition was the most important thing. She could only nod helplessly and stop thinking about it. In the outside world, Elder Red Dust and the others also heard Julius's words before he self-destructed and frowned. The three elders looked at each other and saw a trace of suspicion in each other's eyes. I'm afraid there's something fishy about this. We have to let the headquarters be more vigilant, Elder Bias said with a serious expression. When facing the darkness origin entities, regardless of whether it was a lie or not, they had to treat it seriously. There was no room for carelessness. Elder Red Dust nodded and immediately sent the message back. The Vice Professional Alliance headquarters would naturally have other strong beings to deal with this matter. The exchange still had to go on and could not be stopped because of these groundless words. At the same time, the others were also discussing this matter. The appearance of the darkness origin entities was too sudden, and no one could be at ease. Medicine Garden Planet. After Wang Ting finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to Lu Yan and prepared to leave. Wait, where are you going? Lu Yan was speechless when she saw him leave just like that. She hurriedly called out to Wang Ting. I'm going to look for spirit herbs, of course. You've already wasted a lot of my time, Wang Ting said. If it were not for the great flame python's disarray, he would not be so good-tempered now. However, he could only say this in his heart. He could not really say it out loud. Lu Yan. Why do I feel like I'm being despised? This bastard, he's always despising me. Am I that annoying? Lu Yan clenched her teeth. She felt helpless and aggrieved, but she still said sincerely, thank you for just now. If it were not for you, I'm afraid the Lu family and I would have been in deep trouble. It's okay. It's nothing. Wang Ting was a little surprised. This prodigy of the music family had been as arrogant as a white swan from the very beginning. He didn't expect her to reveal such a delicate and weak demeanor at this moment. He didn't say any more offensive words and just waved his hand as he spoke calmly. Lu Yan was a little speechless. Will this guy die if he doesn't show off? It's nothing? Does the battle just now look like it's nothing? Does he think we're blind? However, she still said, don't worry, Lu Yan, will definitely repay your kindness in the future. How will you repay me? Wang Ting was interested. Lu Yan glanced at him and said, I owe you a favor. If you need anything, just say the word. It's just a favor to you. I thought it was a favor to the Lu family. Wang Ting shook his head. Lu Yan wanted to hit him. This guy actually despised her. In the past, many people wanted her favor but could not get it. However, this guy did not take it seriously. Lu Yan took a deep breath and said, you already have a favor to the Lu family. The more favors, the better, Wang Ting chuckled and replied. Then do you want it? Lu Yan said, if you don't want it, I can change it. Forget it, your favor is yours. Wang Ting waved his hand and said, "Anyway, it's nothing. It doesn't matter." Lu Yan took a deep breath again and said, "I have a presumptuous request. Since it's a presumptuous request, then don't say it." Wang Ting quickly interrupted her. "Lu Yan. Am I so annoying to you?" Lu Yan's tone at this moment could not help but reveal a trace of resentment. Cough, cough, no, it's just that I still have something to do. It's really inconvenient. Wang Ting felt a little guilty under her gaze and coughed dryly. "We won't disturb you." Lu Yan quickly said, "I just want to make a deal with you." "Deal? What kind of deal?" Wang Ting was stunned for a moment and asked curiously. "Actually, we've already found almost all of the spirit herbs. We're only missing a few. Originally, with our strength, we should be able to find them. But look at our current situation. Almost everyone has been poisoned. I'm afraid we won't be able to find any more spirit herbs. So, I want you to help us find those spirit herbs." Lu Yan said, "Of course, I won't let you find them for free. I will pay you double the value of those spirit herbs." "Oh?" Wang Ting's eyes showed a trace of interest, touched his chin and said, "If the value of the spirit herbs is very high, you can also pay double?" "Yes." Lu Yan said proudly, "Don't underestimate my Lu family." "Okay, it's settled, but I want the points of the secondary profession alliance." Wang Ting said. "Okay." Lu Yan nodded. "Then let's go." Wang Ting said. "Wait a minute, can you not be so anxious? The poison in my Lu family people has not been cured." Lu Yan said helplessly. "Oh." Wang Ting was also a little helpless, secretly thinking that women were really troublesome, but thinking that he still had to earn her points, he endured it. The two landed on the ground. The Lu family people in the distance had already woken up and avoided the battle circle of Wang Ting and the black-robed man, so they were not affected. However, looking at their appearance, they were not very good. Their complexions were ashen, and their auras were weak. Obviously, they were still poisoned. These people were different from Lu Yan. Lu Yan had taken the detoxification pill refined by herself in advance, so the effect was better. They had taken it later, so they were probably deeply poisoned. "Sister Lu Yan." Xianxia and the other Lu family people saw Lu Yan and Wang Ting flying down and immediately greeted them. They first greeted Lu Yan, and then looked at Wang Ting with a trace of admiration in their eyes. "Thank you for saving us, Your Excellency Wang Ting." The young man named Xianxia cupped his fists towards Wang Ting and said. "You're welcome. Lu Yan and I are familiar with each other, so how could I not save you?" Wang Ting said with a smile. Hearing this, Lu Yan couldn't help but roll her eyes. This guy almost didn't save them before. If he hadn't been forced out by the black-robed man, I'm afraid he would have really pretended not to see it. However, Xianxia and the others were unconscious and didn't know this. When they heard Wang Ting's words, they were very grateful. At the same time, they couldn't help but secretly guess the relationship between Wang Ting and Lu Yan. Facing the existence infected by darkness, Wang Ting was still able to save them. His relationship with Lu Yan was definitely not ordinary. For a time, the Lu family people's gazes towards Wang Ting and Lu Yan became somewhat ambiguous. Enough. Lu Yan immediately sensed something and quickly interrupted their reverie. She asked, "How's your recovery?" "After taking the detoxification pill you gave us, we suppressed some of the poison, but we may have been poisoned for too long and missed the best opportunity. Now, the poison in our body has almost spread all over our body." A trace of bitterness appeared at the corner of Yamcha's mouth as he said, "It seems that we can no longer continue the competition. Let me see your hand." Lu Yan's beautiful brows wrinkled deeper as she said. Xianxia immediately stretched out his hand. Lu Yan's fingers rested on his wrist and carefully sensed it. Her brows wrinkled deeper and deeper as she said to the other Lu family people, "Let me see it too." The rest of the people stepped forward and handed their wrists to Lu Yan, letting her examine them. Wang Ting watched the fun from the side. He naturally knew what kind of poison it was and how to detoxify it, but he wanted to see if Lu Yan had a way to detoxify it. Lu Yan looked at the situation of the Lu family people. Her complexion was a bit ugly as she said helplessly, "The poison is too deep. the effect of my detoxification pill will definitely be greatly reduced. Moreover, it's not suitable for the disease, so it can only temporarily suppress it. If you want to refine the corresponding antidote, you will need to go through a period of research. The Lan family's poison is really extraordinary. That Lan Yu, I didn't expect him to be such a villain. Not only did he run for his life, he even dragged us down with him, a Lu family person said angrily. I think he just wanted us to be his scapegoat so that he could escape on his own, another Lu family person also said angrily. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have trusted an outsider. Xianxia looked ashamed. Lu Yan thought of how much she had trusted Lan Yu before, and her complexion was also a bit ugly. The feeling of being betrayed was not good. This matter had caused a big blow to her. Well, now that things have come to this, it's useless to say more. If I meet him next time, I will definitely not let him have an easy time, Lu Yan said coldly. Yes, put him on my Lu family's blacklist. We must get back at him. Everyone echoed. Lu Yan suddenly noticed Wang Ting's calm complexion. Thinking of the other party's endless means, her heart slightly moved, and she asked, Brother Wang Ting, do you have a way to deal with the Lan family's poison? Just sprinkle some water, Wang Ting said flatly. Can you really detoxify this poison? Lu Yan was slightly taken aback, and then her eyes burst out with surprise. She was just trying to make a Hail Mary effort. She didn't expect that she would actually get such a positive answer. This poison is called blue lochgu poison. In fact, it is a kind of poison called blue loach that entered your body, causing you to be highly toxic, Wang Ting explained indifferently. Blue lochgu poison. When Lu Yan and others heard Wang Ting's explanation, their complexions changed slightly, and they suddenly felt uncomfortable all over. This poison was actually caused by a kind of poison that entered their bodies. Thinking of countless poisonous creatures crawling in their bodies, they felt their hair stand on end, and their hair stood on end. Especially Lu Yan, she was a girl. No matter what kind of mentality she had, when faced with such a disgusting thing, she would feel a little scared. Then, do you have a way to detoxify this blue lochgu poison? Lu Yan asked hurriedly. It's very simple, Wang Ting said with a chuckle. As soon as these words came out, Lu Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. She grabbed Wang Ting's arm, stared at him with burning eyes, and said impatiently, Quick, quick, help me. Lu Yan's words caused the surrounding people to suddenly fall into a strange atmosphere. Xianxia and others looked at her strangely. Why did the urging words just now sound like a courtship? On the Lu family's seats, Lu Pan's complexion couldn't help but turn black. How can my daughter be so stupid? So many people are watching, can't she be a little more reserved? He had completely lost all of his old face. Although he also knew that Lu Yan was so anxious because the people of the Lu family were poisoned, her words just now were really ambiguous, making him, her father, unable to endure it. On the other side, Lan Ji, the head of the Lan family, couldn't help but be a little surprised when he heard Wang Ting say the name of the poison. How does this Wang Ting know about the blue lochgu poison of the Lan family? And looking at his appearance, it seems that he also knows the detoxification method. On the medicine garden star, Wang Ting glanced at Lu Yan with a strange expression. He couldn't help but think of his experience on the second floor of the illusory heart tower. Lu Yan's voice just now and at that time. Cough, cough, I can't think about it anymore. I'm not that kind of person. Wang Ting coughed and said, Well, the detoxification also needs to be paid. Lu Yan found that she had lost her composure a little and couldn't help but blush, but when she heard Wang Ting's words, the shyness in her heart suddenly disappeared. She glared at Wang Ting and said, What do you want? It's still points, 1,000,000 points per person. It's not a lot, Wang Ting said. 1,000,000 points. Why don't you just rob me? Lu Yan's voice suddenly rose by an octave, and her beautiful eyes glared fiercely at Wang Ting. Even a 7th stage Grandmaster grade detoxification pill was not so expensive. This guy really dared to ask for it. You don't have to detoxify, Wang Ting said indifferently. Lu Yan felt that she had been completely taken advantage of. Her heart was extremely sullen. Didn't you just tell me not to look down on your Lu family? The price I gave should be in line with your identity, Wang Ting said. Lu Yan rolled her eyes. What the *ck did he mean by fitting his status? She didn't need to use this method to prove her identity. 1 million is too expensive. Lu Yan took a deep breath to calm herself down and said. I'm not bargaining, Wang Ting said calmly. You. Lu Yan glared at him fiercely, gritted her teeth and said, fine. So be it. Detoxify it immediately. Sooner or later, she would get her revenge. Let's go then. Wang Ting nodded with satisfaction. Hee. This brother really has a good plan. As soon as Wang Ting finished speaking, a burst of laughter suddenly came from the nearby forest. Then, a figure with an indifferent expression slowly walked out and stood a few hundred meters away from the crowd. Lan Yu. It's you. Lu Yan looked coldly at the newcomer. He said coldly, you still dare to appear before us. The other members of the Lu clan were also glaring at him. This person was the culprit of their poisoning, and now he actually dared to appear so brazenly. Wang Ting's lips curled into a mocking smile. He looked at the other party and said calmly, why, after watching for so long you're finally willing to come out? Lan Yu heard this. He couldn't help but frown. Wang Ting had already discovered him. What? Lu Yan's expression changed. She asked, he hasn't left just now? Yes. When he saw the dark infestor, he hid. Now that I've killed the dark infestor, he ran out again. He probably thinks he can do it again, Wang Ting said with a chuckle. He had already discovered this guy's existence. That was why he said that he knew how to cure the blue loach goo poison. It was to make this person unable to help but come out. After all, he was still very interested in the Lan family's goo poison technique. The opportunity was right in front of him. He couldn't miss it. Lan Yu's expression stiffened. He stared coldly at Wang Ting. At first, he wondered if the other party was bluffing him. Now that he heard the other party say this, he knew that he hadn't been able to hide from the other party's eyes from the beginning. This person was really not simple. No wonder he could kill the dark infestor. However, he was afraid of the dark infestor, but he wasn't afraid of this person. He didn't want to go against the dark infestor because the power of darkness was very troublesome. It was extremely fatal to warriors. However, this Wang Ting was at most a little stronger. He had seen the other party's entire battle. Even though he couldn't beat the other party, he believed that the other party couldn't do anything to his goo poison. That was why he dared to come out. Otherwise, he would have retreated quietly. Just as Wang Ting said, he felt that he could do it again. Shameless. When the members of the Lu family heard Wang Ting's words and saw Lan Yu's silence, their faces revealed disgust. They didn't dare to come out when facing the dark infestor. Now that the dark infestor was killed, they stood up again. This action was really disgusting. Not only the members of the Lu family, but even the spectators couldn't help but feel a trace of disgust for Lan Yu. The Lan family's patriarch, Lan Ji, frowned. What was wrong with Lan Yu? Since he had already escaped, why did he come out again? Now that the truth was exposed, it was not only his face that was lost, but also the face of the Lan family. Originally, he was happy that Lan Yu's talent was comparable to Lan Shang's, but now he couldn't help but feel disappointed. Lan Yu looked at the disgust in everyone's eyes and seemed to sense that something was wrong. His expression changed slightly, and he suddenly regretted coming out at this time. It was all Wang Ting's fault. If the other party didn't say that he could cure his blue loach goo poison, he wouldn't have walked out so easily. However, it was too late to say anything now. He looked coldly at Wang Ting and said solemnly, facing the dark infestor, I can't do anything. Naturally, I had to retreat and avoid the danger. As for hiding at the side, it was only because I was worried about Lu Yan and the others. Shameless. Lu Yan and the others didn't believe his words at all. Looking at his face, they felt more and more disgusted. And I remember that you were also hiding at the side. If the dark infestor didn't force you out, I'm afraid you would have ignored it. Lan Yu ignored Lu Yan and the others and looked at Wang Ting with a sneer. So, what right do you have to criticize me? The corner of Wang Ting's mouth twitched. He didn't expect the other party to use this to attack him. He laughed and said, what do you know? That was a strategy. I attacked when he was unprepared. It's scary to be uncultured. Lan Yu. This guy was a little thick-skinned. He could even say that black was white. For a moment, he was speechless. Even Lu Yan looked at Wang Ting speechlessly. She was very sure that this guy definitely didn't think that way. He just thought it was troublesome. However, compared to Lan Yu, she couldn't bring herself to blame Wang Ting. Unlike Lan Yu, this matter had nothing to do with Wang Ting. Even if he didn't make a move, no one could say anything. As for Lan Yu, they were originally in a cooperative relationship. In the end, this bastard tricked them and used them as a shield. In the end, he ran away. Unless she was a fool, she wouldn't believe the other party's actions. Seeing that Wang Ting couldn't be reasoned with, Lan Yu turned to look at Lu Yan and said, "Just now, I thought you were ready to escape, so I released the blue loach parasite poison. I didn't expect to accidentally injure you. I came out now because I can't stand this person's extortion." The corner of Lu Yan's mouth twitched. She secretly thought that this person was shameless. Who would believe his words? "So, you want to detoxify them?" Wang Ting suddenly asked curiously. "Yes." Lan Yu nodded and said, "And I won't charge any fee." "No need, we don't trust you." Lu Yan's voice was cold, then she turned around and said to Wang Ting, "Let's go, we can still afford 1 million points." Lan Yu's face suddenly turned green and white. Lu Yan would rather spend 1 million points than believe him. This was simply a slap in the face. Especially with so many spectators watching, no one would dare to believe him in the future. Wang Ting was a little surprised, but soon a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He glanced at the other party and said to Lu Yan and the others, "Don't be in a hurry to leave. This guy poisoned you, are you going to let him go just like that? What do you want?" Lu Yan stopped and frowned. "Why don't you hire me? I only need 1 million points, and I'll teach him a lesson for you." Wang Ting said with a smile. "Humph." Lan Yu's face changed and he snorted coldly, "Shameless boasting. Whether I'm boasting shamelessly or not, you'll know in a while. Just wait." Wang Ting curled his lips and ignored him. He looked at Lu Yan and the others and said, "How about it? 1 million points won't make you lose out, and you won't be cheated. Try it, I'll definitely let you know what it means to be worth more." Lu Yan was speechless. The Lu family members listened to Wang Ting's words that sounded like a promotion, and their faces gradually became strange. Worth more? How was it worth more? They were suddenly very curious. "Ha ha ha. This Lan Yu is finished. I think I know what Wang Ting is going to do. If Lu Yan and the others are willing to pay 1 million points, it might really be worth more." 666, Wang Ting's business is too good. He really doesn't let go of any opportunity. Wang Ting is really mean. Lu Yan is already preparing to leave, but he still won't let Lan Yu go. When the crowd saw this scene, they were all gloating. Almost no one had a good impression of Lan Yu, so when they saw that he was about to be unlucky, everyone was happy to see. As for whether Wang Ting could defeat the other party, it was not within their consideration at all. Even the Dark Infestor was not Wang Ting's opponent. This Lan Yu was just a subprofession. How could he beat Wang Ting? The muscles on Lan Ji's face twitched. No matter what, Lan Yu was their Lan family's genius. He felt a little uncomfortable when Wang Ting treated him as a money-making business. However, he could not do anything to Wang Ting. Now, he could only watch the situation develop. He even couldn't help but blame Lan Yu in his heart. Why did he have to provoke that guy for no reason? Did he have nothing better to do? "Are you sure?" Lu Yan looked at Wang Ting. She was a little tempted, but she still confirmed it again. One must know that this money was not so easy to earn. Beating up Lan Yu was a small matter, but embarrassing the Lan family was a big matter. As long as the money is in place, everything is negotiable. Wang Ting said. Lu Yan couldn't help but roll her eyes. This guy was really greedy. The moment he opened his mouth, it was money, money, money. How many lifetimes had he not seen? Money? Ahem. Then she coughed dryly and said, 1 million points is too expensive. The points needed to detoxify the poison and the points needed to find the spiritual herbs. Even if she had the Lu family as her backer, she still felt pressure at this time. Fixed price. Wang Ting said. Okay, as long as the matter is done well, I will pay 1 million points. Lu Yan was extremely helpless and could only agree in the end. Very good. I like straightforward people like you. Wang Ting sniggered. His gaze turned dangerous as he looked at Lan Yu. Lan Yu looked at Wang Ting's eyes, and the muscles on his face couldn't help but twitch. Although he always felt that he was not afraid of the other party, when he thought of this person's strength, he still felt a little scared. However, at this moment, he was already riding a tiger and could not back down. He could only pretend to be calm and said coldly, "Are you sure you want to be enemies with my Lan family? Anyway, I have offended a lot of core families. Your Lan family won't make a difference." Wang Ting said, "Moreover, I took the money to solve the problem. If you want to blame someone, blame the Lu family. I am just doing things for the money. Please be clear about who you are dealing with." Lan Yu. Did this bastard take him for a fool? Just now, he was still bargaining in front of him. Moreover, it was clearly this bastard who took the initiative to propose, otherwise Lu Yan would have left long ago. Lu Yan was also speechless. This guy used her Lu family as a shield. Could he still be a little shameless? Humph. Lan Yu snorted and said, "You think you have me? My Lan family's poison is not to be trifled with. You can try." Wang Ting laughed lightly and didn't talk nonsense. His figure flashed and disappeared from the place. Lan Yu's expression drastically changed. She didn't expect Wang Ting to act so abruptly. She didn't even have the time to react. She hurriedly waved her hands, activating her poison-attributed astral force, transforming it into a gray mist that enveloped her surroundings. With the appearance of the fog, he felt a sense of security. Then, he looked around with a dignified expression. Xiao, an ear-piercing sound was heard. In the gray fog, a figure flashed and appeared behind Lan Yu. Back off. The corners of Lan Yu's mouth curled into a sneer. It was as if he had eyes on his back. Several green afterimages suddenly shot out from his body. Eh? A soft sound of surprise suddenly came from Wang Ting's mouth. He reached out and caught the few green afterimages in his hand. Lan Yu retreated quickly and appeared hundreds of meters away. He looked at Wang Ting and sneered, "You actually caught my goose snakes with your bare hands. You really don't know what death is." Wang Ting stood in the same place, not in a hurry to pursue. He looked at the so-called goose snakes in his hand calmly and sized them up with interest. "Sorry to disappoint you. They don't dare to bite me." Wang Ting stretched out his hand and smiled faintly. "How is that possible?" Lan Yu's expression changed slightly. He saw the few goose snakes trembling in Wang Ting's hand and curled up into a ball. They did not dare to attack Wang Ting at all. "This thing is not bad. Let me study it." Wang Ting grabbed and a jade bottle appeared. Without the command of Wang Ting, the few goose snakes automatically crawled into the jade bottle as if he was their master. "You." Lan Yu saw this scene and instantly widened his eyes. He could not believe his eyes. Those were the goose snakes that he had cultivated for many years. Now, they actually bowed down to a stranger. What the hell? Even Lu Yan and the other members of the Yu family felt incredulous at this time. Although they did not know much about goo poison, they knew that the poisonous creatures cultivated by the major core families were extremely dangerous. Ordinary warriors would not dare to provoke them. However, at this moment, Wang Ting actually controlled Lan Yu's goose snakes casually. Moreover, the goose snakes even treated him as their master. It was really shocking. "Impossible. How can you control my goose snakes?" Lan Yu could not accept this. He waved his hand again and a large number of goose snakes appeared on the ground. They crawled out of the fog surrounding his body and rushed towards Wang Ting. The bodies of the snakes rubbed against the ground and made a series of rustling sounds that made one's scalp tingle. Hiss, at the same time, there were bursts of hissing sounds. "I won't give up until I reach the Yellow River." Wang Ting shook his head and did not move. He just stood there with his hands behind his back. Using snakes and poison were all things that he was best at. This guy in front of him was really unlucky. Not to mention his demon lotus poison body, his ancient great python bloodline was enough to make these goose snakes submit. They did not dare to have the slightest thought of resisting him. At this moment, Wang Ting was only slightly emitting the aura of the ancient great python bloodline. He did not even exert the full power of this bloodline. His ancient great python bloodline had been upgraded to the 4th level when he was on the Scorpion King star. Even the upper-level Emperor Black Mamba Python could not resist. Later, in the ancient land of the Naga Serpent clan, he absorbed a lot of bloodline power from the blood pool, which made his ancient great python bloodline even more powerful. Although these goose snakes in front of him were highly poisonous, their levels were not too high. They could not resist his ancient great python bloodline. Sure enough, the goose snakes on the ground all froze, just like the previous goose snakes, as if they had seen their nemesis. They all curled up on the ground and shivered, not daring to take another step forward. My goose snakes! Lan Yu's pupils contracted and his face was extremely horrified. He roared, "Bastard, attack! Stop shouting! Your goose snakes are mine now." Wang Ting smiled faintly. A strange light flashed in his eyes, and his pupils turned into golden vertical pupils. Hiss! Those goose snakes immediately hissed and turned around, crawling towards Lan Yu at high speed. How is this possible? Lan Yu's face was pale. He could not help but take a few steps back. He was obviously frightened by the scene in front of him. Lu Yan and the others were also surprised. They all looked at Wang Ting. What did that guy do to make these goose snakes turn against him? This was something that was almost impossible, but he had managed to do it. For a moment, everyone was extremely curious. However, at this moment, the vertical pupils in Wang Ting's eyes had disappeared, and no one saw the change in him. Little guys, serve your original master well. Wang Ting stood in place and looked at Lan Yu with a smile. What did you do? Lan Yu stared at Wang Ting. He was no longer as calm and indifferent as before. He looked at him as if he was a monster. It's nothing. I just had a heart-to-heart talk with your goose snakes. In the end, they were very sensible. All of them abandoned the darkness and joined the light. Is there a problem? Wang Ting crossed his arms and made up a story casually. Lan Yu, everyone, what the hell was this about abandoning the dark for the light? Lan Yu was about to go crazy. They were just some goose snakes. What was this about abandoning the dark for the light? Moreover, why was he the dark while the other party was the light? What nonsense. Hiss, the goose snakes hissed continuously. They had already arrived in front of Lan Yu. They bared their ferocious fangs and spat out venom. Lan Yu did not expect that he would be forced to such a state by his own goose snakes. It was really laughable. Don't think you can beat me like this. His expression was ugly. With a wave of his hand, his force erupted and blocked the venom. At the same time, a yellow powder scattered from his hand. In an instant, those goose snakes seemed to have met their nemesis. They did not dare to come any closer. Interesting, Wang Ting said in surprise. These goose snakes were all raised by me. You want to use them against me? Dream on, Lan Yu said coldly as he looked at Wang Ting. Forget it. Come back, Wang Ting ordered. Those venomous snakes instantly crawled toward him and were put away. Now that these goose snakes were all his, it would be a pity if they died. Lan Yu could only watch as Wang Ting put away all the goose snakes he had painstakingly raised. He could not do anything. His heart was bleeding. Do you have any other tricks? Hurry up and use them. I'm in a hurry, Wang Ting urged. He did not expect this to be so easy. It just took some time. He hoped that this Lan Yu could be tactful and use all his tricks. He did not want to be ungrateful. Utensil, Lan Yu was simply fuming with rage. Although he did not know what Wang Ting wanted to do, the other party's contemptuous look was truly infuriating. He took a deep breath, and a resentful light flashed in his eyes as he waved his hand again. Buzz buzz buzz, suddenly, there was a buzzing sound in the air. Then, a red mist appeared in the air and circled around Lan Yu. This is... Wang Ting looked surprised. He opened his eyes of true vision and took a look. In the end, he discovered that the red mist was actually a type of ferocious flying insect. Its entire body was crimson red, and it had a pair of extremely thin and transparent wings. Its speed was extremely fast. If one or two of them flapped their wings, they probably wouldn't make any sound. However, when this group of insects appeared at the same time, it was densely packed with these insects. The sound of flapping wings naturally converged together. "Can you block my red unicorn insects?" Lan Yu sneered and pointed at Wang Ting. He shouted softly, "Go." In an instant, countless red insects rushed toward Wang Ting. It was as if a red mist was about to swallow him. Red unicorn insects. This is even more interesting. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He was not in a hurry to make a move and allowed the red insects to fly over. Buzz buzz buzz, the buzzing sound reverberated in the surroundings, causing the expressions of Lu Yan and the others to change slightly. "Be careful." Lu Yan could not help but shout. "Don't worry, I won't die." Wang Ting replied faintly. At this moment, the mist formed by the red worms finally arrived in front of Wang Ting. He could already see the worms. They surrounded him in an instant and bit towards his body. A scorching and poisonous force spread out, causing his skin to feel a slight prickling pain. "You're dead." Lan Yu saw this scene and the corners of her mouth could not help but curl into a sinister smile. Lu Yan and the others could not help but clench their fists and looked at Wang Ting worriedly. "So that's how it is." Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He already understood the ability of the red unicorn insects. He smiled faintly and the ice force in his body suddenly burst out. Boom, a rumbling sound followed, and a wave of origin power carrying a strange cold energy swept out in all directions, wrapping around the scarlet scale insect. "Ice martial artist." Lan Yu frowned. She suddenly had an ominous premonition in her heart. Wasn't this Wang Ting a light martial artist? How did he suddenly become an ice martial artist? So what if he's an ice martial artist? An ordinary ice martial artist will definitely not be able to block my red unicorn insects. Lan Yu immediately dispelled her doubts and secretly thought. He's actually an ice martial artist. Lu Yan's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. She felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. How many trump cards did this fellow have that he had yet to reveal? Every time she thought that she had seen through the other party, something new would immediately appear from the other party's body. It really made her feel a sense of surprise. Ka ka ka, just at this moment, waves of freezing sound suddenly sounded out. How is this possible? Lan Yu instantly opened her eyes wide. She looked at the scene in front of her as if she had seen a ghost. Her red unicorn insects were actually frozen. The red mist was frozen within a layer of ice, completely unable to move. Wang Ting's ice attribute star force was only at universe level 4. This was also why Lan Yu was so confident that a universe level 4 ice attribute star force wasn't enough to pose a threat to the red unicorn bug. What's more, Lan Yu herself had the strength of a domain lord. The red unicorn insects she controlled could at least pose a threat to a domain lord. And Wang Ting's ice was not ordinary ice. That was the ice force emitted from within the ice dragon pearl. It could only be said that Lan Yu had underestimated Wang Ting's strength from the start. No, it should be said that any domain lord fighter with a normal brain would not be able to think of Wang Ting's methods. Because they were not something a normal fighter could grasp. Your red unicorn insects are not bad. I'll kindly accept them. Wang Ting's voice sounded from behind the ice. No. Lan Yu seemed to have thought of something. Her face immediately changed, becoming extremely pale. It was a pity that just as she said that, the frozen red mist instantly disappeared before her eyes. She couldn't even stop it in time. Speaking of which, she couldn't stop it at all. In front of a strong fighter, other than these poisonous creatures, her strength was nothing. What other methods do you have? Wang Ting appeared in front of Lan Yu and asked indifferently. The muscles on Lan Yu's face twitched crazily. She was now very afraid of hearing those words. What kind of monster was this fellow? Why were all her methods useless against him? Why were they so easily dealt with? At this moment, she suddenly felt a deep sense of helplessness. She was too naive. She thought that she didn't fear the person in front of her. In the end, reality gave her the cruelest lesson. It was obvious that she had kicked an iron plate. Her confidence and pride, in front of the other party, was simply too laughable. Lu Yan and the rest had a weird expression. They felt that Wang Ting was taking advantage of Lan Yu. Lan Yu's methods had all been taken away. How would he dare to take out any other methods? That's right, who knew if he had any other methods? Lu Yan and the rest hated Lan Yu. At this moment, they couldn't help but sympathize with him. Too miserable. Now, they finally understood what Wang Ting meant when he said that it was more than worth it. Even if they sympathized with the other party, they still felt very good. Really, it was the kind of feeling that chilled their hearts. If Wang Ting knew what they were thinking, he would definitely think that they were too naive. This was only the beginning. Bastard, return my red unicorn insects to me. Lan Yu finally couldn't take it anymore. Her mentality collapsed as she shouted in rage. What are you thinking about? Wang Ting looked at her as if he was looking at a silly deer. That red unicorn insect is obviously mine. Why are you still saying that? Nonsense, that's obviously mine. Lan Yu cried out helplessly. Did you write your name? Wang Ting asked. You. Lan Yu pointed her finger at Wang Ting. She was so angry that she couldn't speak. Looking at you, it seems like you don't have any other methods. Wang Ting shook his head in disappointment. The flipping thunder brick suddenly appeared in his hand as he walked towards Lan Yu. It's here. It's here. It's that brick that can discharge electricity. The prodigy is going to appear again. I don't know why, but I'm a little excited. Everyone, come and watch. The prodigy of the Lan family is going to show off. The spectators were all excited at this moment. When they saw Wang Ting take out the brick, they already knew what he was going to do. For many subprofessions with mediocre talent, when they saw the prodigy of the subprofessions being prodigy, they inexplicably felt very comfortable in their hearts. The Lan family head's expression wasn't good. He sighed in his heart and couldn't bear to look at it. The other core family members all cast sympathetic gazes towards the Lan family. It wasn't easy for them to produce a prodigy that could stand shoulder to shoulder with Lan Shang, but now he was going to be crippled. What are you doing? Lan Yu suddenly felt a deep sense of malice. She looked at the brick in Wang Ting's hand and couldn't help but retreat. Don't be nervous. It will be over soon. Wang Ting laughed. You. Lan Yu clenched her teeth. She couldn't care less about the red unicorn insect anymore. Where there's life, there's hope. She turned around and was about to escape. You want to run now? It's too late. Wang Ting shook his head. His figure flashed and appeared behind Lan Yu. Whoosh, a gust of wind attacked the back of Lan Yu's head, causing his soul to leave his body. His pupils shrank as he shouted, "Stop!" Bang, crackle. Unfortunately, the reply he got wasn't Wang Ting's words. Instead, it was the muffled sound and the sound of thunder. In an instant, Lan Yu felt a sharp pain at the back of his head. His whole body twitched as if it was struck by lightning. His eyes couldn't help but roll up as his vision turned black. Bang bang bang, crackle, Wang Ting didn't hold back at all. The flipping thunder brick in his hand left after images in the air as it fiercely landed on Lan Yu's head and face. Bang, after a while, Lan Yu couldn't take it anymore and fell to the ground. His head was full of bumps and bruises. Blood flowed out from his nose and mouth, making him look extremely comical. At the same time, his body was twitching non-stop. There was still some residual power of thunder on his body. It would erupt from time to time, causing him to twitch even more violently. Sub-occupations can't take a beating. Wang Ting shook his head and picked up the surrounding attribute bubbles. Domain Lord Spirit * 1200, Domain Lord Spirit * 1000, Poison Technique * 5600, Poison Technique * 6500, Poison Technique * 4800, Poison Attribute Star Force * 3200, Poison Attribute Star Force * 2800, Poison Attribute Star Force * 3600. Poison Goo Secret Technique * 2500, Poison Goo Secret Technique * 3000. Secret Art of Goo Poison. As the attribute bubbles entered Wang Ting's brain, his eyes lit up. A smile appeared at the corner of his lips uncontrollably. He attacked Lan Yu because he wanted the Lan family's secret art of Goo Poison. He did not expect to get it. Indeed, hard work pays off for those who work hard. He did not hesitate to offend the Lan family for it. He did not think too much about it. Instead, he carefully comprehended the knowledge that came from the attribute bubbles. Pieces of comprehension entered Wang Ting's memory. Goo worms, the cultivation of poisonous creatures, the method of making goo poison, the mix of various poison skills, the application, etc. The knowledge was extremely complicated. Without a certain talent in poison, one might not be able to understand it. However, under the enlightenment of this attribute bubble, Wang Ting felt as though he had practiced for years, day after day. He immediately grasped it. Secret Art of Goo Poison, 7500/10,000, Level 1. Wang Ting looked at the attribute panel and was surprised. The secret art of Goo Poison was divided into levels like talents. It could be divided into levels from level 1 to 9. There were many strange and magical goo worms recorded in it. They were all extremely rare and precious in the universe. Even Wang Ting had not heard of many of them. These goo worms had their own abilities. If they were cultivated to level 9, they could even threaten a true god. It was unbelievable. For example, there was a type of goo poison described in it. It was called the golden cicada goo. It was refined from a mutated insect called the golden cicada. According to the secret art of goo poison, this kind of goo had the ability to penetrate space and kill immortals after being refined in a special way. It was terrifying. This secret art of goo poison is terrifying. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He was overjoyed. He did not expect Lan Yu to give him such a big surprise. However, the attribute points he obtained from Lan Yu only allowed him to grasp level 1 secret art of goo poison. It was still far from level 9. It's too low. Wang Ting looked at Lan Yu, who was twitching on the ground. He squinted his eyes and became dangerous again. However, he shook his head immediately. He did not attack again. There were no more attribute bubbles from the attack just now. This was probably the limit, at least for the time being. Sub-professions couldn't hold on for long. If Wang Ting attacked again, he would be defeated. He would probably kill him directly. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill him. Instead, it was like this. It would be better to leave the other party here and take advantage of him. After all, in comparison, only these geniuses with secondary occupations. He was the one who could afford to offend him. If it was a saint-level existence of the Lan family, he reckoned that he would not be able to do anything to the other party for the time being. They needed to think about it at length. In addition to the secret art of goo poison, Wang Ting also received a lot of poison attribute points, a total of 16,900 points. This caused his poison attribute to soar instantly. Poison Master, 21500/30,000, Master, not bad, just 8,500 points away. My poison path will reach the perfected Grandmaster stage. Wang Ting was elated. This Lan Yu's poison Dao realm was indeed not weak. She had provided him with so many attribute points. Next was the Domain Lord level spirit attribute. He had obtained a total of 4,600 points, which was not a small amount. Spirit, 105000/600000, Domain Lord level. During this period of time, the Domain Lord level spirit attribute had increased very quickly. Originally, when he came out of the illusory heart tower, it was only 60,000 attribute points. But now it had exceeded 100,000 attribute points. He had to admit that the spirit realm of the geniuses with secondary occupations was not weak. Any one of them. They could give him quite a lot of wool. Unfortunately, his martial arts realm was too low. Every time he leveled up, he had to seal these spirit attributes. If they were accidentally leaked, his body wouldn't be able to hold on. Wang Ting shook his head. In the small universe in his body, the spirit energy formed a small seal mark in a mysterious trajectory, sealing the spirit energy in the center of the small universe in the black hole. It couldn't leak out at all, leaving only a small portion of the spirit energy outside the black hole for him to use at any time. This sealing technique was the same sealing technique that came from the Feather Cloud Immortal. He didn't expect that it would come in handy on him now. Fate really made fools of people. This type of seal could not only be used to seal the darkness origin force, but it could also be used to seal any form of energy. Hence it was effective on his spirit energy too. After quietly doing all this, Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief, his lips curling into a bitter smile. He really didn't expect that he would be troubled by leveling up too quickly. Fate really made fools of people. The last attribute bubble was the Poison Star Origin Force. He obtained a total of 13,500 points, causing Wang Ting's Poison Star Origin Force to rise by a level. Poison Star Origin Force, 73500/90,000, Universe Level 9. After collecting all the attribute bubbles, Wang Ting nodded his head in satisfaction. Overall, this fat sheep was not bad, the attribute bubbles were all useful. Oh right, where did the other members of the Lan family go? Wang Ting suddenly remembered something and looked around him abruptly. He remembered that there were a few Lan family subprofessionals following Lan Yu. Why were they all gone now? He didn't know that after those Lan family subprofessionals saw Lan Yu's miserable state, they had already fled. They didn't dare to stay behind. Even Lan Yu was under Wang Ting's control. What were they staying behind for? Were they here to make up the numbers for Wang Ting? Wang Ting searched for a long time and even opened the Eye of Truth. He couldn't find those Lan family subprofessionals and couldn't help but sigh in disappointment. Forget it, if they ran away then so be it. After sorting out his emotions, Wang Ting looked at Lu Yan and the others and smiled. How is it? I said it's worth it. Lu Yan, everyone from the Lu family, is it still not enough? Wang Ting said in surprise. Enough. Enough. Lu Yan's mouth twitched. What was this guy thinking? Was it not enough to beat her up like this? Were they that cruel? This Lan Yu was already miserable enough. If they continued to beat her up, she was afraid that she would really die. That's fine then. 1,000,000 points, thank you. Wang Ting reached out his hand. I'll give it to you when we get out, Li Yan said awkwardly. What, you want to pay on credit? Wang Ting's eyes widened as he looked at the guy in front of him in disbelief. She was a beauty after all. How could she pay on credit? This didn't fit her status. Why are you looking at me? My Lu family can't owe you money. Lu Yan's face flashed a trace of embarrassment, but it quickly disappeared. She raised her neck and said proudly. I hope so. If not. Wang Ting glanced at Lan Yu, who was on the ground. Lu Yan stared at Wang Ting with her beautiful eyes wide open. She couldn't believe it. Could it be that this guy wants to beat her up? In an instant, this beautiful prodigy seemed to feel a deep sense of malice. This guy in front of her was simply not human. Cough cough. Wang Ting felt a little guilty under her gaze. He coughed dryly and changed the topic, saying, then, let me search. This guy should have the antidote on him. This way, we don't have to look for the antidote anymore. As he spoke, he squatted down beside Lan Yu. His gaze landed on a space ring on Lan Yu's hand. He then took it off without any hesitation. Such a robber's action caused the eyebrows of the Lu family members to jump. They couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. This Wang Ting was really ruthless. This space ring can't be opened without the owner's spiritual energy. Lu Yan was speechless. She naturally knew what Wang Ting wanted to do, but it was too unrealistic. Otherwise, she would have done it herself. Why would she spend 1,000,000 points for Wang Ting to cure the antidote? Isn't this very simple? Wang Ting smiled. His spiritual energy rushed out and attacked the spiritual imprint on the ring. He didn't even need to use his domain lord level spiritual energy. He only needed to use spiritual energy equivalent to the pinnacle of the universe level to break open the spiritual imprint. After all, when his spiritual energy was at the pinnacle of the universe level, it was already 3 times that of a normal universe level fighter. It was comparable to a domain lord's spiritual energy. Hong, there was a loud explosion. Then, there seemed to be a series of caw-caw sounds coming from the space ring. Finally, something seemed to shatter. With a pung, there were no more obstacles in front of him. Wang Ting's spiritual energy smoothly entered the space ring. Pooh! The unconscious Lan Yu instantly spat out a mouthful of blood uncontrollably. She actually woke up. She opened her eyes wide and looked around in confusion. It broke open. Lu Yan looked at Wang Ting in disbelief. Just how strong was this guy's spiritual energy? He actually broke open Lan Yu's spiritual imprint. A spiritual imprint left on a space equipment wasn't that easy to break. One's spiritual energy had to be stronger than the owner. Otherwise, she wouldn't have warned Wang Ting. She didn't expect him to actually break open Lan Yu's spiritual imprint. No wonder he could pass the 7th floor of the illusory heart tower. His spiritual energy was probably really strong. It was just that she really couldn't understand how a universe-level fighter could have such strong spiritual energy. Lu Yan took a deep breath and tried her best to calm herself down. Her gaze when she looked at Wang Ting became even more complicated. It's you. At this time, Lan Yu also recovered and finally knew what happened. She looked at Wang Ting in horror and shouted, "Give me back the space ring." Wait a moment. Wang Ting said as he probed the space ring with his spiritual energy. Lu Yan. What's with this negotiating tone of voice? It's as if no one knows you're robbing. You. Lan Yu was furious, but there was nothing she could do. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Pooh, how is it? Lu Yan glanced at Lan Yu and then asked Wang Ting. I didn't expect this guy to find a lot of precious spirit herbs. Wang Ting's eyes showed a trace of surprise, then he unceremoniously took them for himself. One by one, the spirit herbs were taken out of Lan Yu's space ring and put into his own space equipment. Pooh. Lan Yu looked at this scene and spat out another mouthful of blood. Her eyes were about to spit fire. Lu Yan looked at Wang Ting's robbing behavior and couldn't help but be speechless, but there was also a trace of envy in her heart for no reason. It would take a lot of time to find those stalks of spiritual herbs. Some of them were even extremely precious spiritual herbs. No one expected Wang Ting to get them for free. It was really enviable. You want it? Wang Ting glanced at her and asked. No, I don't want it. Lu Yan said. Pretentious. Wang Ting rolled his eyes. Lu Yan was depressed and asked in a bad mood, Did you find the antidote? Wait. Wang Ting replied, then continued to look through Lan Yu's space ring. Almost everything valuable had been taken by him. Besides the spirit herbs, there were also many poisons, antidotes, and even origin stones. After a while, the space ring was almost empty by Wang Ting. He looked at Lan Yu and said with a smile, I didn't expect you to be so rich. Wang Ting, aren't you afraid that my Lan clan will? Lan Yu gritted her teeth, but before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted. We are competitors now. What's wrong with me taking some of your things? It's completely within the rules. Could it be that your Lan clan can't afford to lose? If the young one loses, the old one will bully me? Wang Ting laughed. Lan Yu's eyes widened, and she was suddenly speechless. This bastard was too shameless. Did he just take some things? It was practically emptied, all right? And what did he mean by if the young one loses, the old one will bully him? Who said he would let the old one bully him? This bastard deliberately said such words in front of so many people to block her path. She couldn't even threaten him. In the future, the elders of the Lan clan would definitely not dare to make a move on her. Otherwise, who knew what others would say? For these core clans, all of them were extremely concerned about their reputation. At least on the surface, they wouldn't do anything to this guy. Lan Yu was so aggrieved that she wanted to vomit blood. This Wang Ting really doesn't care about his life. Lan Yu is really unlucky to have met him. It's too tragic. The space ring has been emptied. How can she compete in the future? Compete? It's good enough that she's not eliminated. She still wants to continue in the next round. That's right. Wang Ting definitely won't let her off easily. Do you think Lan Yu will be killed? Probably not. She's a genius of the Lan clan after all. Wang Ting will probably be wary. Outside, everyone looked at the situation on the screen. While gloating, they couldn't help but sympathize with Lan Yu. Not only was this guy beaten up until even his parents couldn't recognize him, but he was also robbed clean. He was simply the most miserable of all the secondary occupation geniuses participating in the competition. In the Lan clan seats, the Lan clan head's face was dark. He couldn't bear to look at it anymore. This Lan Yu really brought this upon herself. He couldn't help but sigh. There was nothing he could do. He felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Medicine Garden Planet. Wang Ting threw the space ring to Lan Yu. He held a jade bottle in his hand, opened the bottle cap, and sniffed. He said, "This should be the antidote." "Are you sure?" Lu Yan saw that he only sniffed and was a little suspicious. So careless. Was this guy reliable? Lan Yu's expression changed slightly. She was somewhat incredulous. How did this bastard know that this was the antidote for the blue loach goo poison? Could it be that what he said before was true? He knew how to cure the blue loach goo poison. Anyway, I'll say it here. Are you guys going to eat it or not? Wang Ting didn't explain anything and said lightly. Eat. Lu Yan gritted her teeth and finally chose to believe in Wang Ting. She stretched out her hand and said, "Give it to me. Since this is Lan Yu's antidote, I don't want 1,000,000 points from you guys. Break a bone, 500,000 points per person." Wang Ting didn't rush to hand the jade bottle to Lu Yan. Instead, he said with a smile. 500,000 points. Lu Yan's outstretched hand couldn't help but clench into a fist. It was obviously a ready-made antidote, but this guy wanted to charge them 500,000 points. He was simply too greedy. Lan Yu's face was even darker. This bastard was using her antidote to earn points. Could he be any more shameless? It was really hateful. However, he couldn't do anything about it. He could only watch it all happen. The only thing he could do was to hope that Lu Yan and the others wouldn't agree to Wang Ting and ruin his plan. However, all right. 500,000 it is. Give it to me. Lu Yan took a deep breath. She didn't want to waste any more time and directly said. Heh, isn't that right? Wang Ting didn't speak any more nonsense and directly threw the jade bottle to Lu Yan. Lu Yan poured out a pill from the inside and smelled it in her palm. She was an alchemist, so she could more or less smell something. After confirming that there was no big problem, she glanced at Wang Ting again and took a pill first. Then, she sat cross-legged to digest the medicinal power and get rid of the goo poison in her body. Xianxia and the other Lu family members didn't dare to say anything. They all stood at the side and looked at Lu Yan worriedly. They didn't know if the pill was really the antidote. Only Wang Ting's expression was very calm. He crossed his arms and stood at the side, waiting quietly. Lan Yu's eyes flickered. He held the token in his hand and looked at Wang Ting vigilantly. It seemed that he was ready to give up at any time. Don't worry, I won't kill you, Wang Ting glanced at him and said with a chuckle, if I want to kill you, you won't have the chance to give up. You don't dare to kill me. Lan Yu breathed a sigh of relief and sneered. Do you really think so? Wang Ting looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. Lan Yu's heart suddenly jumped, and he didn't dare to say another word. He saw a trace of indifference in the other party's eyes. He knew that this guy definitely dared to kill him. This person was more ruthless than he imagined. That's right. Compete honestly and I won't do anything. To you, at least for now, Wang Ting said. Lan Yu lowered his head and didn't say a word. His eyes were full of resentment. He would never forget such humiliation. Just you wait. Sooner or later, I will get back at you. He thought fiercely in his heart. Wang Ting smiled faintly and no longer looked at him. If it weren't for the sake of fleecing, there would be no need for this guy to stay. As for whether he would be a threat or not, to be honest, he didn't think about it at all. With Lan Yu's strength, even if he was given another 300 years to cultivate, it would be impossible for him to pose a threat to him. Oh, right, after 300 years, he didn't even know what realm he would be in. A moment later, Lu Yan suddenly opened her eyes and spat out a large mouthful of black-gray blood. Chi, the blood fell to the ground and immediately emitted bursts of black-gray smoke, exuding a foul smell. In fact, one could even see slender worms wriggling their bodies in the blood. It was a truly disgusting sight. Xianxia and the others were shocked and quickly retreated a few steps, for fear of being infected by the worms. This is the blue loach parasite poison? Their complexions were a little ugly. When they thought of this thing in their bodies, they felt uncomfortable all over. Lu Yan stood up. A trace of rosy color had been restored to her pretty face, and there was no longer that greenish-gray color. Apparently, the poison had been completely detoxified. She also looked at the worms, and her complexion became ugly. The disgust for Lan Yu in her heart deepened. But very soon, these bugs stopped moving. Clearly, they were deader than dead. This surprised everyone. This is indeed the antidote. You all take it. Lu Yan's eyes flashed, and she immediately distributed the pills to the rest of the Lu family members and said. Xianxia and the others naturally didn't hesitate. They quickly took the pills, sat cross-legged, and began to expel the blue loach parasite poison. I didn't expect you to trust me so much. Wang Ting looked at Lu Yan and said with great interest. At least you are a little better than him. Lu Yan glanced at Wang Ting and said indifferently. Just a little? Wang Ting asked. Hee, what do you think? Lu Yan said. The corner of Wang Ting's mouth twitched, and he decided not to continue this topic. He changed the topic and asked, now that the poison in your body has been detoxified, do you still want to come with me? Yes. Lu Yan immediately nodded. She was very clear about her own capabilities. If there was no Wang Ting, they would definitely be in extreme danger. She didn't want to experience something similar again. Okay. Wang Ting said. Why do you always look so disgusted? Lu Yan frowned and said. No, I just find it troublesome. Wang Ting said. Humph. Lu Yan snorted and said, you won't be able to find a girlfriend like this. Many people have said this to me, but unfortunately, I have disappointed you. Wang Ting said with a smile. You already have a girlfriend? Lu Yan raised her eyebrows and asked calmly. Fiancé. A figure appeared in Wang Ting's mind, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Lu Yan looked at his appearance and didn't know why she felt a little unhappy in her heart. She snorted and no longer said anything. What the hell? Wang Ting glanced at her, puzzled. These two adulterous couple. Lan Yu was mad with jealousy in his heart. He originally had some thoughts about Lu Yan. After all, she was a Heaven's Pride expert of the Lu family. Moreover, he was in a favorable position and had already obtained Lu Yan's favorable impression. It was all because of the appearance of the dark infestor that everything turned into bubbles. No, it's all Wang Ting's fault. If it weren't for that bastard, he believed that he could still deal with Lu Yan. At this time, he was completely blinded by hatred and jealousy. He seemed to have forgotten that if it weren't for Wang Ting, Lu Yan and others would have already turned into corpses. Xianxia and others quickly got rid of the blue loach goo poison. They stood up one by one and cupped their fists towards Wang Ting and said gratefully, Your Excellency Wang Ting, thank you. You're welcome. Wang Ting waved his hand and said indifferently, Since you have recovered, let's set off. Lu Yan and others nodded and followed behind Wang Ting, flying in one direction. Only Lan Yu was left in the same place. He really let me go? Lan Yu was surprised. Then, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He struggled to get up from the ground and looked at the departing figures of Wang Ting and others, muttering to himself, You are too conceited. Sooner or later, you will pay the price for this. Then, he didn't dare to stay any longer. He immediately turned around and left in another direction. No one knew whether Wang Ting would go back on his words and come back to kill him again. Lan Yu still wanted to struggle. Although the elixirs he had found these days had been plundered by Wang Ting, there was still a lot of time left. He might be able to start again. Wang Ting actually let Lan Yu go and didn't let him be eliminated. This Wang Ting is too confident. No, it should be said that he is too conceited. He is still too young. Yeah, letting Lan Yu go like this may cause trouble in the future. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. They felt that Wang Ting letting Lan Yu go was not a very wise thing to do. Cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Even if he didn't dare to kill Lan Yu in front of everyone, he should at least eliminate him so that he couldn't participate in the next round and reduce the threat to the lowest. Unfortunately, they didn't know what Wang Ting was thinking. They didn't understand the world of monsters. On the other side, Wang Ting, Lu Yan, and others flew in a direction under the guidance of the dazzling slug. Where are we going? Lu Yan couldn't help but ask. You will know when you get there, Wang Ting said. Lu Yan pursed her lips and didn't ask any more. After flying for a few minutes, they finally arrived at the depths of the mountain range and saw an incomparably majestic mountain peak. The peak pierced through the clouds and was surrounded by thick clouds. They didn't know how high it was. At the same time, powerful auras were faintly emitted from the peak of the mountain. Some weak star beasts didn't dare to get close. This place. Lu Yan and others' expressions changed slightly, and they immediately stopped. Is this the place? Wang Ting asked the dazzling slug on his shoulder. Yes. The dazzling slug nodded. Only then did Lu Yan and others notice the dazzling slug on his shoulder, and they were surprised. At first, it was inconspicuous, especially when it didn't emit any aura. They couldn't imagine that it was actually a peerless emperor-grade star beast. Wang Ting, this is... Lu Yan couldn't help but ask. My friend, Wang Ting replied casually. Friend? Lu Yan's expression suddenly became extremely strange. She glanced at the dazzling slug's small body with suspicion in her heart. The dazzling slug was also slightly taken aback. It glanced at Wang Ting but didn't say anything. Let's go. Wang Ting didn't hesitate anymore and flew toward the towering mountain peak in front of them. Roar. As soon as they got close, a roar suddenly sounded. Then, a powerful aura erupted from the mountain peak, crushing toward Wang Ting and others. This is a peerless emperor-grade star beast. Wang Ting's eyes narrowed slightly. He was a little surprised, but he also released his aura to block the aura. Then, he raised his eyes and looked ahead. The space fluctuated slightly, and a huge black ape suddenly stepped out and appeared in front of him. This is a peerless emperor-grade star beast. Lu Yan and others were shocked, as if they were facing a great enemy. Wang Ting's eyes flickered slightly as he looked at the dazzling slug. The dazzling slug was a little disappointed that it didn't scare Wang Ting, and it immediately said, Little Black, it's me. Little Black? What a sloppy name, Wang Ting ridiculed in his heart. You have the nerve to talk about it? Yuan Gungun couldn't help but ask. What do you know? I'm simple and unadorned. It's purely uncultured, Wang Ting said solemnly. As expected of you. Yuan Gungun was speechless. Roar. The black ape let out a low roar, and its gigantic body started shrinking. It turned into a 3-meter tall, and with a single step, it appeared 5 meters in front of Wang Ting. It looked at the dazzling slug on Wang Ting's shoulder. Dazzling slug, why did you bring a human here? Then, a deep voice came from the mouth of the huge black ape. It was actually speaking the human language. Lu Yan and others' faces were tense to the extreme. At the same time, they were extremely shocked as they looked at the dazzling slug. This peerless emperor-grade star beast was actually communicating with that little slug. Could it be that this slug was also a peerless emperor-grade star beast? This was too absurd. No matter how they looked at it, it didn't seem like it. However, they knew very well that if the strength of star beasts was not equal, they wouldn't communicate so politely. This was clearly not right. Moreover, the black ape actually called the slug dazzling slug. This name, the way Lu Yan and others looked at the dazzling slug immediately changed. Their thoughts were all over the place, and they couldn't help but ask, Wang Ting, what's going on? You don't need to know so much. Just watch, Wang Ting said. Lu Yan was extremely depressed. She was bursting with curiosity, yet she couldn't get an answer. This made her feel as if 100 claws were scratching at her heart. It was extremely uncomfortable. I want to take my spirit herb, the dazzling slug said. At this moment, Wang Ting clearly felt the corner of the huge black ape's eyes twitch. This big guy isn't being honest, he thought to himself. Is there a problem? The dazzling slug's voice became cold. Its body quietly emitted a terrifying aura. This aura was much more terrifying than that of a peerless emperor-grade star beast. It was this aura that made the subclass alliance dispatch 3 immortal rank experts. The huge black ape's eyes immediately revealed a trace of fear. Its tall body actually bowed slightly as it said, no problem. Follow me. Those spirit herbs are all in the same place. There's no problem. Take them if you want. That's good. The dazzling slug looked at it meaningfully. Wang Ting's mouth twitched. He didn't expect this big guy to be so cowardly. Its moral integrity was all over the floor. The huge black ape flew toward the mountain peak ahead. With it leading the way, Wang Ting and the others were unimpeded. The obscure auras on the mountain peak only swept over, but they didn't stop them. Although Lu Yan and the others were on tenterhooks along the way, they were relieved when they discovered that it was just a scare. Following which, they became even more curious. What was Wang Ting trying to do? He was being so mysterious. This place clearly had extremely powerful star beasts guarding it, and there was more than one. It definitely wasn't simple. The dazzling slug and the huge black ape were communicating mentally, so they didn't hear what they were saying. They also didn't know what exactly they were trying to do. Under the huge black ape's lead, they finally landed on the mountain peak. Right in front of them, a huge cave appeared in front of Wang Ting. The huge black ape took the lead and walked in. "Follow it," the dazzling slug said. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He nodded and followed it without much hesitation. There was a long and spacious stone path inside the cave, and one or two stone rooms would appear from time to time in the middle of the stone path. There were numerous star beasts with large bodies crawling inside. They emitted powerful auras, and they were at least upper-level emperors. When the huge black ape walked over, these star beasts all lowered their arrogant heads, expressing their submission. Such tight security made Lu Yan and the others even more apprehensive and suspicious. Wang Ting and the others passed through one stone path after another. After passing through 4 or 5 stone rooms, the path ahead finally opened up. A huge space suddenly appeared in front of them. "Have we arrived?" Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly exclaimed softly and looked around. "There are actually naturally formed marks of heaven and earth here. Please." The huge black ape gestured at Wang Ting and the others. Wang Ting nodded slightly and walked into the cave. Suddenly, an extremely rich medicinal fragrance wafted over, intoxicating them. This. Lu Yan and the others were stunned when they saw the situation inside. They were filled with disbelief. There are so many of them. Even Wang Ting couldn't help but gasp. He was flabbergasted. At a glance, all kinds of spirit herbs were piled up into mountains like trash. They were casually placed in every corner, giving off a huge impact. Wang Ting even saw some spirit herbs being gnawed on by something and then casually thrown on the ground. They were like leftover cabbages. "How about it? You can take any of these spirit herbs you want," the dazzling slug said calmly. Wang Ting looked at the dazzling slug on his shoulder. It was as if he could see 2 words on its forehead. Rich and overbearing, damn it, he had been fooled by it. Sky jade fruit. Ice spirit leaf. Nine-tailed dragon sunflower. Wang Ting walked into the cave, his gaze sweeping over the elixirs, and he recited their names as if he was counting his family's treasures. Lu Yan came back to her senses, and a strange look flashed in her eyes. Even she might not be able to name these elixirs immediately, but Wang Ting just walked by and called out their names. Such knowledge, there are so many elixirs. Xianxia and others finally couldn't help but exclaim. They looked at the elixirs in the cave, and all of them were shocked. Even a trace of uncontrollable greed rose in their hearts. Fortunately, they immediately shook their heads and looked at Wang Ting and the black giant ape. "Wang Ting, what the hell is going on?" Lu Yan suppressed the shock in her heart, took a deep breath, and asked. "Nothing." Wang Ting didn't explain too much and directly said, "Pick the elixirs you need, and pay me double the points." Lu Yan was a little mad. She clenched her fists, then loosened them and clenched them again, loosened them and clenched them again. This repeated several times. She wanted to pry open Wang Ting's mouth and let him tell her the truth, but unfortunately, she couldn't do anything to him. In the end, she could only turn her grief and anger into strength and bury her head to pick the elixirs she needed. To be honest, there were many precious elixirs here, and she wanted every one of them. As an alchemist, no one could resist the temptation of elixirs. However, she was powerless. Even if she wanted it, she couldn't afford to pay double the points, so she could only choose the elixirs she needed. "Can we also?" Xianxia and others swallowed their saliva and asked carefully. "As long as you pay the points, there is nothing impossible," Wang Ting said with a faint smile. When Xianxia and others thought of the double points, his heart was beating like a drum of retreat. You can choose as you wish. You don't have to worry about the points. A voice suddenly sounded in their ears. It was Lu Yan who was talking to them. As long as they could enter the finals, paying some points was nothing. These were the geniuses of the Lu family. If they could achieve good results in the exchange, it would be of great help to the Lu family. In this aspect, Lu Yan was very clear. The pattern was there. Xianxia and the others were slightly delighted. Nodding gratefully to Lu Yan, he immediately began to select the spirit herbs he needed. Wang Ting ignored them. He started choosing the items on his own. He wondered if the main medicinal ingredient that he needed was available here. There was still a lot of hope. After all, there were simply too many medicinal herbs here. He didn't believe that he couldn't find it. He directly opened the Eye of Truth. He scanned the medicinal herbs one by one. Some spiritual herbs were piled up at the bottom. It was hard to tell from the surface. Using the Eye of Truth could save a lot of time and trouble. He directly found the most valuable spirit medicine. However, there was one thing that made Wang Ting very angry. He couldn't help but say angrily, "Who is it who would eat these spiritual herbs for no reason?" He only took 1 or 2 bites before throwing it aside. What a waste. Cough cough. The giant black ape at the side had an awkward expression on its face. He stretched out his thick fingers and scratched his black ape face. Wang Ting immediately glanced at it. Sure enough, it was this black ape. What a wastrel. I asked you to help guard the spiritual herbs. Is this how you guard them? The dazzling slug said angrily. Well, I couldn't help it, the giant black ape said guiltily. Then why did you only take 1 or 2 bites? You might as well eat the whole plant. As if no one can tell. Wang Ting couldn't help but roll his eyes. He was speechless at its way of deceiving itself. It's not delicious. I didn't want to eat it after taking 1 or 2 bites, the giant black ape said. You are too wasteful, don't you know? Wouldn't it be better to refine it into pills? Wouldn't it be more fragrant? Wang Ting couldn't help but ridicule. So what if it was a top-notch emperor-level star beast? It was so brainless and wasted spiritual herbs. It was simply infuriating. Besides, with the dazzling slug here, he wasn't afraid that the other party would fly into a rage out of humiliation. What about the giant star beasts? You can try to fly into a rage out of humiliation. Humph. I don't know how to refine pills. I'm just a star beast, the giant black ape muttered. If you want to refine pills, you can ask him for help, the dazzling slug said meaningfully. You can even ask him if you want to leave this place. The giant black ape's eyes suddenly lit up. It looked at Wang Ting with a burning gaze and asked, "Can he really help me leave this place?" Motherf asterisk cur, I've been trapped here for over 1,000 years. 1,000 years, do you know what that feels like? I can't stand it anymore. Only by leaving this place will I be able to clear my mind. Only then will I be able to break through. You'll have to ask him about that, the dazzling slug said. Wang Ting sensed the giant black ape's gaze and couldn't help but feel a little guilty. It wasn't going to hit him, was it? He hurriedly asked the dazzling slug, "Why is it looking at me like that?" I told it. You can take it away from here, the dazzling slug explained. Leave this place. Wang Ting was slightly taken aback and said, "This is the planet that the Subprofession Alliance's headquarters specializes in cultivating spirit herbs. These star beasts are probably used to protect the spirit herbs. The Subprofession Alliance won't let it go so easily. I can't help it. It won't make much of a difference whether it's there or not. The Subprofession Alliance doesn't care that much about it. With your ability, you should be able to help it leave," the dazzling slug said. This? Wang Ting fell into hesitation. He had never done anything without benefits. What was he going to gain by helping a star beast for no reason? The dazzling slug seemed to know what Wang Ting was thinking and said a few words to the giant black ape. The black giant ape immediately looked at Wang Ting. He patted his chest and said, "Young brother, I'm sorry. Little brother, if you're willing to help me leave this place, I can be your bodyguard for a while. What do you think?" Bodyguard? Wang Ting had a strange expression. Having a black ape as his bodyguard was truly a strange scene. Wang Ting, don't be fooled by this fellow's appearance. Its origin is actually not small. Its talent should be the strongest existence on this medicine garden planet, the dazzling slug suddenly said in an extremely mysterious voice. Strongest talent? Could it be that it has some special bloodline? Wang Ting asked. That's right. The dazzling slug nodded and continued, look at its forehead. Wang Ting swept his gaze over and was immediately surprised. He hadn't noticed it before, but there was actually a silver-purple vertical mark between the black ape's eyebrows. It looked like a tightly shut eye. The three-eyed divine ape. Suddenly, a name appeared in Wang Ting's mind. It was rumored that in ancient times, there was a giant space beast called the three-eyed divine ape. It was extremely powerful, especially its third eye. Once it opened, it could release unparalleled divine light that could sweep through an entire star field. If an existence like that was angered, even a true god wouldn't dare to face it directly. Of course, that was the most powerful three-eyed divine ape. However, even if it was slightly weaker, it was enough to terrify immortal rank existences. They wouldn't dare to rashly make an enemy out of it. If some immortal rank venerables encountered it, they would have to retreat. Unfortunately, space beasts like that were extremely rare now. Even some immortal rank existences had never seen their true appearance. If it weren't for the memories of the nothingness beast, Wang Ting really wouldn't have known about the existence of space beasts like that. Wang Ting felt that the giant black ape before him was somewhat similar the more he looked at it. He couldn't help but feel slightly shocked. He took a deep breath and asked, it has the bloodline of the three-eyed divine ape? You actually guessed it. The dazzling slug was very surprised, but it soon relaxed. That's right. You can even recognize me, so how can you not recognize the three-eyed divine ape? I really wasn't wrong about you. It does indeed have some of the three-eyed divine ape's bloodline. I was also very surprised when I first met it. Does it know? Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he asked. I didn't tell it, said the dazzling slug. No wonder. If it knew about its bloodline, wouldn't it turn the world upside down against you? Wang Ting smiled gently. It wouldn't dare. The dazzling slug said disdainfully, if I hadn't discovered it and found many heavenly resources over the years to stimulate the power of its bloodline, it wouldn't have been able to grow to its current level. And if it wants to continue growing, it needs to leave this place and find the bloodline of the three-eyed divine ape. Otherwise, it'll still be stuck at the peak of emperor rank. Wang Ting nodded thoughtfully. Bloodlines were indeed extremely important to star beasts. Bloodlines were equivalent to their talent. If their bloodline was too inferior, it would be equivalent to restricting their growth. You want me to take it away? Wang Ting asked. It's up to you whether you want to take it away or not, said the dazzling slug. I just think it's quite strong, so I'm recommending it to you. Wang Ting smiled. He looked at the black ape before him and asked, how many years are you prepared to be my bodyguard? The black ape was immediately put in a spot. It scratched its head and asked, how long do you want me to be your bodyguard? 500 years, Wang Ting said casually. 500 years. The black ape was shocked. Its eyes widened as it said, no, 500 years is too long. I've only lived for a little over 1,000 years. If I have to be your bodyguard for 500 years, it'd be better for me to stay here. Then you can continue to stay here, Wang Ting said nonchalantly. The black ape was immediately speechless. Isn't 500 years a little too harsh? The dazzling slug couldn't help but ask. Although it had only known Wang Ting for a short while, it had an extremely clear understanding of his black-hearted nature. This person was truly black-hearted. It's not that long. For a Supreme Emperor-class star beast, 500 years is nothing more than the blink of an eye, Wang Ting said indifferently. The dazzling slug was speechless. There was nothing wrong with that. However, for a star beast that had been trapped for over 1,000 years, having to be bound for another 500 years was truly a bit of a scam. Take your time to think about it. I'm not in a hurry. Wang Ting no longer paid any attention to the black ape. He turned around and continued to search for the spirit herbs he needed. Just as Wang Ting was searching for spirit herbs, the people outside had already burst into an uproar. The sight of so many spirit herbs was truly a huge shock to everyone. Many people discussed spiritedly as they constantly exclaimed in surprise. Heavens, there are so many spirit herbs. Wang Ting has discovered a treasure cave, hasn't he? Speaking of which, why did that black ape lead them into the treasure cave? Didn't you see? It's that light-type star beast. They seem to be communicating something just now. Damn. Wang Ting couldn't have subdued that light-type star beast, right? Otherwise, why would it help Wang Ting? Many people were guessing the relationship between Wang Ting and the dazzling slug. After all, it was an extremely powerful Supreme Emperor-class star beast, and it was of the light type. If Wang Ting had subdued it, that would be truly awesome. Moreover, the cave was filled with spirit herbs. At this moment, if it weren't for the fact that they were in the Secondary Profession Alliance headquarters and couldn't openly snatch them, those sector lords and immortals would probably have already rushed up to snatch them. Not to mention the various large and small factions of the universe, even core alchemy families like the Dan family and the Lu family couldn't help but be envious. So many spirit herbs were enough to match their family's inventory, or even more. What kind of dogsh *T luck did Wang Ting have to be able to find so many spirit herbs? No, what kind of cooperation did Wang Ting reach with that light-type star beast for it to be willing to hand over so many spirit herbs? The three elders on the high platform were also momentarily stunned. This little fellow's luck was a little too good, wasn't it? At this moment, they also wanted to know what kind of agreement Wang Ting and the dazzling slug had reached. However, they could still make a fuss about the black ape. Although they didn't hear most of the conversation, they still heard some of it. They knew that the black ape wanted Wang Ting to take it away from the Medicine Garden planet. This wasn't impossible. If Wang Ting was willing to ask, they wouldn't mind giving him face. Not long later, Wang Ting suddenly exclaimed. His gaze landed on a corner emitting a gray glow, and he immediately walked over. He directly used his spiritual force to form a gentle force and pushed aside the spirit herbs on the surface, revealing a gray blade of grass in the middle of the pile of spirit herbs. Wang Ting took a closer look, and a name suddenly appeared in his mind. He couldn't help but be astonished. This is the daylily soulless grass. He didn't expect to encounter an extremely rare poison-type spirit herb here. He reached out with his hand, and his spiritual force formed a formless force that wrapped around the herb, causing it to float in front of him. With this poison-type spirit herb, I'm afraid not many people can detoxify the poison I concoct. A thought flashed through Wang Ting's mind, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The daylily soulless grass was extremely terrifying. If it was accidentally consumed, regardless of whether it was a star beast or a cultivator, they would unknowingly fall into a deep sleep. Then, their souls would disappear in their sleep, and they would die painlessly. The daylily soulless grass in front of him was at least 10,000 years old. This type of poison-type spirit herb was already rare, let alone one that was 10,000 years old. It was abnormally precious. He only needed a blade of grass, and after his concoction, he could easily poison a sector lord to death. Of course, he had to be able to make the opponent fall for it. If the opponent was prepared, no matter how powerful the poison was, it would be hard to do anything. And this wasn't the only use of the daylily soulless grass. Wang Ting also knew some other ways to concoct it. Wang Ting silently placed the spirit herb into a jade box, and then kept it, and continued to search for the spirit herbs he needed. Stalk after stalk of rare and precious spirit herbs were found by him, causing his heart to bleed. Too much, he probably didn't have enough points to buy them from the Secondary Profession Alliance. These spirit herbs, in the end, would probably all go to the Secondary Profession Alliance. Damn it. Wang Ting felt extremely helpless. Like this, he could only choose a small portion of the spirit herbs. Luckily, the Secondary Profession Alliance still had some conscience, and gave him a harvest fee. If he gave all these spirit herbs to the Secondary Profession Alliance, he would be able to earn quite a bit of points. With this, Wang Ting didn't know if he earned or lost. He could only tell himself not to be too greedy. Compared to the other geniuses, he had already earned a lot. The spirit herbs that Wang Ting wanted to find were very rare. But then again, as long as it was the main ingredient of a high-level pill, which one of them wasn't rare? Otherwise, Lu Yan and the others wouldn't have been unable to find it after so long. If they didn't follow Wang Ting here, who knew how much time they would have to spend to find it. Also, to find one spirit herb among so many spirit herbs was an extremely tiring task. If Wang Ting didn't have the Eye of Truth, he would have to spend even more time and effort. Time slowly passed, and after about an hour, Wang Ting's gaze suddenly fixed on a 2 to 3 meter tall pile of herbs. This pile of herbs was even taller than his height, which showed how many herbs there were here. Not to mention finding the herbs buried in it, it was simply too difficult. Wang Ting didn't hesitate at all, and immediately used his spiritual power to push away the spirit herbs on the pile of herbs layer by layer, as if he was pushing away layers of garbage. After pushing away half of the spirit herbs, Wang Ting finally saw the material he wanted to see. It was a strange purple flower with a total of 9 petals. On each petal, there was a silver white dot, like a vortex, and also like the acupoints in a martial artist's body. It was surrounded by silver white lines, like veins, which was extremely mysterious. On the surface of this strange flower, a strange power of thunder was spreading out, isolating the surrounding herbs, making them unable to get close. Even around this strange purple flower, the spirit herbs had become charred black, and the medicinal power in their bodies had been lost. Obviously, they had become waste. The power of thunder tribulation. A strange look flashed in Wang Ting's eyes. This strange flower actually emitted the power of thunder tribulation. No one understood the thunder of heaven and earth better than him. Almost at a glance, he could tell that the power of thunder contained in this strange flower was not ordinary thunder, but the power of thunder tribulation condensed by heaven and earth. No wonder it was so overbearing. The spirit herbs on the side were directly affected by its power of thunder tribulation and were all turned into waste. This should be the 9 orifices tribulation flower I'm looking for, Wang Ting said to himself and put away this strange flower. After finding this flower, his mission on the medicine garden planet was basically completed. What was left were some ordinary herbs, which were not difficult to find. Next, he spent a few more minutes to find all the spirit herbs. Lu Yan and the others also found the spirit herbs they needed. Then Wang Ting put away all the spirit herbs in the cave and prepared to leave. Have you thought about it? Wang Ting looked at the giant black ape and asked with a smile. The giant black ape could not help but show a struggling expression. The dazzling slug said a few more words to it, and finally it nodded heavily and said, "All right, 500 years it is. I, Old Black, will be your bodyguard for 500 years. Wang Ting nodded and was slightly happy. Star beasts were so easy to fool that they did not even know how to bargain. Originally, he expected that even if the other party reduced the time to 300 years, he would still agree in the end. He did not expect that it did not have this intention at all. After struggling for a long time, it finally agreed. Don't worry, I will only summon you occasionally when I need your help. You can do whatever you want at other times. Wang Ting saw its conflicted look and immediately comforted it. Really? The giant black ape was overjoyed when it heard this. It had been imprisoned on this medicine garden star for more than 1,000 years and had long been tired of it, so it was most afraid of being restrained. Now that Wang Ting had given it a guarantee, it was naturally very happy. I mean what I say, Wang Ting said. In addition, if you don't believe me, we can sign a soul contract. Okay. The giant black ape immediately nodded. Wang Ting immediately took out a soul contract and both sides left their soul imprints, confirming the employment relationship. You want to take it away? Lu Yan saw this scene and could not help asking in surprise. Wang Ting nodded and did not say anything. Lu Yan's eyes flashed and she was secretly surprised. This giant black ape was definitely a peerless emperor-grade star beast, yet it was willing to sign a soul contract with Wang Ting. This was really surprising. The more powerful a star beast was, the more unruly it was. It would not show the slightest respect to cultivators of similar strength, let alone cultivators weaker than it. It was unknown what kind of deal Wang Ting had made with it. You want to take it away from here? It won't be so easy, Lu Yan suddenly thought of something and said. I know, but I have to try. If it doesn't work, then forget it, Wang Ting said. As he spoke, a voice abruptly appeared in his mind. It's not impossible to take it away. Founding Elder Red Dust? Wang Ting was slightly taken aback. Yes, it's me, Founding Elder Red Dust's voice sounded in Wang Ting's mind. What are the conditions? Please tell me. Wang Ting's heart moved and he asked. There are still dark infestors on the Ur star and Spirit Beast star. Kill them and I will allow you to take the giant black ape away, Founding Elder Red Dust said. Okay. Wang Ting's eyes flashed and he agreed without hesitation. Oh? Founding Elder Red Dust seemed a little surprised and asked, can your 2 clones do it? Junior can try. Wang Ting smiled and didn't say much. Very good. Founding Elder Red Dust chuckled and said, take care of the dark infestors on the 2 planets and you will be the hero of the Subclass Alliance headquarters. Not only will I allow you to take the giant black ape away, but I will also reward you with some spirit herbs. I can make the decision to let you pick a portion of the spirit herbs you collected for free. Deal. Wang Ting's eyes suddenly lit up. Of course. Founding Elder Red Dust's voice slowly disappeared and didn't appear again. Wang Ting stood in place and his eyes kept flashing. He was very happy. We should go. What are you spacing out for? Lu Yan waved her hand in front of Wang Ting's eyes and said. Okay. Let's go now. Wang Ting smiled faintly and took out a token. He transmitted his voice to the dazzling slug and the giant black ape. You 2 go into my space first. We will leave this place. You opened up a space? The dazzling slug was slightly stunned. This fellow before it should only be at the universe level among human martial artists. How could he open up a space? You will know when you get there, Wang Ting said. Okay. The dazzling slug didn't ask any further and nodded. It wasn't afraid of Wang Ting doing anything to it. After signing a soul contract, it didn't have to worry about Wang Ting going back on his word. Wang Ting waved his hand, and the dazzling slug and the giant black ape immediately disappeared from the spot. Eh? Lu Yan's eyes flashed, and she was slightly startled. She subconsciously wanted to ask, but when she thought about how Wang Ting always refused to answer such private questions, she immediately pouted and swallowed the words back down. She didn't want to invite a snub. Let's go. Wang Ting held the token in his hand and said to Lu Yan and the others. Lu Yan nodded. A token also appeared in her hand, and she poured her origin power into it. Buzz, the token vibrated slightly and emitted a strange spatial fluctuation that spread out in all directions. A beam of light immediately enveloped Wang Ting and the others and soared into the sky. Their figures also disappeared from the spot. The next moment, their figures appeared in a square, and there was a burst of noise all around. When Wang Ting and the others looked around, they couldn't help but be slightly stunned. This was a rather large square, and it was divided into many regions. Above this square, there were many stone platforms that were neither big nor small. They were densely packed as they floated above the heads of the few people. Looking down, it was the square where the various factions were seated. In other words, from top to bottom, there were a total of 3 regions. One was the densely packed stone platforms, and it was located at the highest point. In the middle was a slightly smaller square, and below it was the huge square where the various factions were seated. This is... Wang Ting looked around in surprise. This is the place where the final competition will be held. Look at those stone platforms, it seems that some people have already come out. Lu Yan pointed to several stone platforms suspended above their heads in the distance and said. Wang Ting's eyes flashed slightly. Looking at the stone platforms with people on them, he suddenly understood. On those stone platforms, some people had already taken out their pill furnaces and started refining pills. Some people were forging, and there was a faint tinkling sound. Some people seemed to be mixing all kinds of medicines. They were either pharmacists or poison masters, and some people were cooking delicacies. These people were actually divided into their own regions. For example, although the alchemists were also scattered, they were all in the same area. The same was true for the blacksmiths, pharmacists, poison masters, spirit chefs, and so on. They were all in their own regions. These regions corresponded to the regions on the square below. At this moment, the genius secondary professions on the stone platforms also noticed Wang Ting and the others, and their complexions changed. These people were no strangers to Wang Ting and Lu Yan, the 2 top geniuses of the secondary professions. Now that they saw them return from the medicine garden star so quickly, they were naturally shocked. They could come back so quickly because they didn't pursue such a high ranking. The pills and poisons they refined were not too advanced, so they were relatively easy to find and didn't waste much time. However, the situation of Wan Ting and the others in the medicine garden star just now was also seen by these geniuses through the hologram, so they could only be envious. The spectators on the square below also saw Wan Ting and the others at this moment, and suddenly became a little excited. They're out. Wan Ting and the others came out faster than most people. How can they not be fast? They found so many spirit medicines, they are completely ahead of many people. Yes, they are too lucky. Many geniuses are still working hard to find spirit medicines, such as Dan Yuan of Dan family, Li Jin of Li family, and Ma Yan of Ma family. These top geniuses are still fighting with star beasts at this moment. The pills they want to refine are probably not ordinary things, and they definitely need a lot of advanced spirit medicines. Unfortunately, the advanced spirit medicines are guarded by powerful star beasts. Whether they can get them or not is still uncertain. What grade of pill do you think Wan Ting and the others will refine? Look at the spirit medicines they found in the end. They seem to be extremely rare, and I don't know many of them. It's hard to say. The pill recipes are strange of every description, and the spirit medicines needed are even more unpredictable. I'm afraid that even a saint-level alchemist can't tell what kind of pill they want to refine. We can only wait and see the result. Many people were guessing what kind of pill Wan Ting and the others would refine, but no one could tell. The pills that could be refined at this exchange must be the unique skills of the various genius alchemists. How could it be so easy to guess? Many of the people present were sub-professions, and what they said was true. There were too many pill recipes in the universe, and they were strange of every description. It was impossible to guess. However, not only did they not lose interest because of this, but they were even more curious about the pill Wan Ting, Lu Yan, and the others were going to refine. Their attention was drawn over. Wan Ting and the others were able to come out of the medicine garden planet in advance because of the terrifying collection of the dazzling slug. In this regard, they had an advantage over the other contestants. Therefore, everyone naturally had more expectations for them. Let's start the competition. Let me see your true level. Lu Yan's eyes revealed a trace of competitiveness as she said to Wan Ting. Along the way, she had been beaten so badly that she almost felt that she was useless. Now that she was finally back on her home ground, she felt that it was time to show off. Do your best. Wan Ting looked at her expression and a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He waved his fist at her. Lu Yan felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell what it was. She could only nod, fly up, and rush to a stone platform. Remember to return the points. Wan Ting suddenly shouted from behind. Lu Yan's figure in the air couldn't help but stop. She tilted slightly and almost fell from the sky. However, she quickly stabilized her body and landed on a stone platform. She turned around and glared at Wan Ting. Wan Ting smiled faintly. His figure flickered and turned into 3, each landing on a stone platform. One was for the poison Dao area, one was for the medicine Dao area, and one was for the alchemy Dao area. This scene caused the spectators below to be slightly startled. Soon after, an uproar erupted. On the square, everyone fell into a daze as they looked at Wan Ting's 3 figures in disbelief. What is he doing? The 2 clones on the Spirit Beast planet and the Ore planet have not been retrieved yet, and he actually created 2 more clones. Is this guy crazy? Alchemy, medicine, poison, how many side professions is Wan Ting going to participate in? Hiss. Crazy. Crazy. This guy is crazy. Everyone discussed and felt that it was a little unbelievable. Originally, when they saw Wan Ting enter 3 planets at the same time, they guessed that he would most likely participate in 3 side professions. But now, it seemed that it was not just 3, he was going to eliminate them all. Only a madman would do such a thing. Normal people would not even dare to think about it. The core family members were also in shock as they looked at Wan Ting's 3 figures, almost unable to believe their eyes. Through the previous series of matches, they indeed had a very deep understanding of Wan Ting's strength, but they never thought that he would participate in 7 side professions at the same time. Just as everyone thought, this was not something a normal person would do. This guy really dares to think. Lu Pan shook his head and said, with emotion, not only does he dare to think, he dares to do it. The Dan family head, Dan Guang's eyes flickered as he said with emotion, dividing his attention to so many side professions, what is this kid thinking? The Li family head, Li Jingqing, frowned. Who knows? The Mo family head, Mo Qingzhou, shook his head and said, I'm not very optimistic about his approach, let's wait and see. The eyes of the other family heads flickered, but they did not speak and prepared to wait and see. A trace of shock appeared on Lan Long's face, but it quickly turned into a sneer. Participating in so many side professions at the same time. This Wang Ting was too conceited. Sooner or later, he would be asking for trouble. He also wants to participate in the poison competition. The Lan family head, Lan Ji's eyes flickered as he was extremely surprised, this kid is troublesome. He thought of Wang Ting's previous performance. He was able to identify the Lan family's blue loge gu poison and even had a way to detoxify it. This wasn't something that an ordinary poison master could do. Not to mention later on. The other party had easily snatched away the goose snake and red scale insect that Lan Yu had painstakingly nurtured for many years. Even he couldn't figure out how Wang Ting did it. The Lan family's gu poison technique was inherited from the gu poison secret technique. It was something that their ancestor had accidentally obtained from an ancient land of inheritance. Since then, the Lan family had been able to walk on the path of glory today. To be able to create such a core family like the Lan family, it could be seen how extraordinary the gu poison secret technique was. The art of gu poison recorded in it. Ordinary poison Dao subprofessions would not be able to crack it. That Wang Ting was definitely not simple. So even now he was still a little apprehensive. Lan Ji was relieved that Wang Ting did not kill Lan Yu and even allowed him to continue competing. However, at this moment, he saw that Wang Ting was also participating in the poison competition. He could not help but have an ominous premonition. Release Lan Yu. This meant that the other party did not put Lan Yu in his eyes at all. What kind of confidence was this? It was different from what the other core family's patriarchs thought. It was precisely because he understood the power of his family's gu poison secret technique. He was even more aware of how terrifying that young man's talent was. This person would probably be the biggest anomaly in this exchange. On the other side, the Ma family's patriarch, Ma Lu, had an extremely solemn expression. He was very glad that Wang Ting had left the medicine garden planet early. He did not meet Ma Yan. However, Wang Ting's method of restraining that genius from the Lan family. It made it difficult for him to calm down. As a poison Dao family, he knew very well how difficult and terrifying the Lan family's gu poison technique was. However, such a method was easily resolved by that Wang Ting. This child was definitely a genius with an extremely powerful talent in the poison Dao. He had already decided to wait for Ma Yan to come out. He would immediately tell the other party to cancel the deal with Wang Ting. This deal. He quit. The patriarchs of the core families all had different thoughts. However, they all had one thing in common. They were all paying attention to Wang Ting. Unfortunately, after Wang Ting's figure landed on the 3 stone platforms, he did not move. Instead, he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to rest. On the high platform. Ha ha ha. Patriarch Tambeli glanced at Patriarch Red Dust. He could not help but laugh. This little fellow has finally revealed a bit of his background. Those core family members are probably very surprised. Patriarch Red Dust could not help but shake his head. He said, being surprised is one thing. Whether or not he can get a ranking will depend on his strength. Let's wait and see, Patriarch Bias said. But what is he doing? Everyone else can't wait to start refining, but he's still resting there, Patriarch Tambeli said as he looked at Wang Ting on the 3 stone platforms in surprise. Patriarch Red Dust and Patriarch Bias also found it strange. They could not help but shake their heads and look at Wang Ting on the stone platform. This guy. Lu Yan looked at Wang Ting's 3 figures. She could not help but take a deep breath. She calmed her fluctuating emotions. No matter what, she had to defeat Wang Ting in alchemy. She had to regain her confidence. Otherwise, she would not be able to raise her head because of this guy. As for the other sub-professions, she did not care. However, what surprised her was that why did this guy not start the competition immediately? What was he waiting for? Phew. Lu Yan exhaled slightly and secretly gritted her teeth. Forget about him. I have to hurry up. Even I don't have much confidence in refining that pill. I should familiarize myself with it as soon as possible. Even if I fail once, I can still try again. Boom, a rumble sounded in front of her, and then a pill furnace appeared. Thunder music furnace? Wang Ting opened his eyes in surprise and looked over. The furnace that Lu Yan had taken out was a thunder joy furnace. It was a real furnace. It was not a condensation of battle skills. As a blacksmith grandmaster, in his opinion, this thunder music furnace was quite extraordinary. It should contain a very special material called the Thunder Spirit Crystal. The Thunder Spirit Crystal was an important material for forging thunder attribute treasures. This Lu family could use it to forge a thunder music furnace. It showed that they were rich and had a deep foundation. When Lu Yan took out the thunder music furnace, the other alchemy family heads were also a little surprised. They looked at Lu Pan and said, I didn't expect your Lu family to forge such an extraordinary thunder music furnace for Lu Yan. My daughter's talent is outstanding. Naturally, she needs a thunder music furnace of excellent quality to bring out her talent and strength, Lu Pan said proudly. As he said that, Lu Yan on the stone platform suddenly moved. She stretched out a pair of white and slender palms, and wisps of purple-red flames rose. Huh. Wang Ting's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. This was a special flame, moreover, he could feel a trace of thunder force from this purple-red flame. With his eyesight, he could even see faint traces of thunder arcs jumping in the flame. What kind of flame is this? Wang Ting guessed in his heart. He compared the characteristics of the purplish-red flame and searched his mind for any relevant information. Even if he was very familiar with all kinds of flames, he couldn't understand all the flames in the universe. The universe was too big, and there would always be all kinds of strange flames. Some were very rare, and no one had ever seen them. Only some lucky people could find them and use them for themselves. This seems to be the Thunder Heart Flame. Yuan Gungun suddenly said. Thunder Heart Flame. Wang Ting was slightly stunned. Then, a white light flashed in his mind, and he suddenly remembered the relevant description of this flame. This Thunder Heart Flame is a relatively powerful special flame. In some places with extremely rich fire force, if it is ravaged by thunder all year round, it is possible to give birth to this special flame that contains the force of thunder, Yuan Gungun said. Wang Ting nodded. Yuan Gungun's information and the description in his mind were no different. This was indeed the Thunder Heart Flame without a doubt. This kind of flame could also be regarded as a kind of strange flame born between heaven and earth. However, compared to a real strange flame, there was still a big gap. Its power was not as strong as a real strange flame between heaven and earth. After all, the conditions for the birth of a strange flame between heaven and earth were too harsh. Even in the whole universe, the number of strange flames between heaven and earth was very small. It contains the force of thunder. It is very suitable for the Lu family's thunder music furnace, Wang Ting thought to himself. To be able to become a core family, the Lu family indeed had an extraordinary background. He was suddenly curious about Lu Yan's attainments in alchemy. At this moment, Wang Ting's eyes suddenly lit up. As Lu Yan used the Thunder Heart Flame, attribute bubbles suddenly fell around the purple-red flame. Pick them up. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately rolled out his mind power to pick up the attribute bubbles. He was not in a hurry to refine poisons, elixirs, and so on. He was waiting for these secondary professions to drop attribute bubbles so that his various secondary professions could reach the peak of the guru level. If he wanted to win this exchange competition, he had to win beautifully. Thunder Heart Flame * 1500, Thunder Heart Flame * 1000, Thunder Heart Flame * 1200, there were exactly 3 attribute bubbles. All of them converged into Wang Ting's body and turned into a purple-red flame that surrounded the 4 strange flames between heaven and earth. This Thunder Heart Flame did not resist at all. It immediately admitted defeat and obediently became a transparent flame. A hint of joy flashed in Wang Ting's eyes. He did not expect to pick up such a useful flame at the beginning. His luck was really good. For these special flames, the more the better. He would not mind if there were too few of them. The more flames he had, the stronger his true dragon war body, pseudo, would be. He wondered what Lu Yan's expression would be if she knew that he also had a thunder heart flame. Just as everyone was paying attention to the situation on Wang Ting's side, an amazing scene suddenly appeared on the light curtain in the sky, attracting everyone's attention again. Rumble, on the Ur star, on a vast plain, bursts of roar suddenly came out. The earth trembled, and huge cracks like a natural moat emerged. They crisscrossed on the ground and spread out into the distance. Countless dust rose and shrouded the vast plain. Above the plain, there was a figure standing in the air. His hands were stretched out in a grasping position, as if he wanted to grab something from the ground. Everyone could see that under the ground, it was as if an earth dragon was turning over. It seemed that something was struggling frantically. It's Feng Lu from the Feng family. What is he doing? Why is this scene so familiar? Could it be that he has also mastered the pulse-seeking dragon-catching technique? There was an uproar in the square, and many people looked in the direction of the Feng family's seats. Feng Hua, the head of the Feng family, could not help but smile at this moment. Feng Lu's talent did not disappoint him. He had mastered the pulse-seeking dragon-catching technique. This was a huge surprise for him. Previously, Wang Ting had performed the pulse-seeking dragon-catching technique, which shocked many people. Now, Feng Lu from the Feng family had also performed the same pulse-seeking dragon-catching technique. It was obvious that he was not inferior to the other party. Boom! At this moment, Feng Lu in the light curtain suddenly shouted. The ground shook even more violently, and then an ore vein was pulled out. The mineral vein was black in color and emitted strands of icy coldness. As the coldness spread, it actually turned into the shadow of a black python, which was extremely strange. Roar! When the shadow appeared, a roar suddenly echoed between heaven and earth. It was as if a terrifying python was roaring, deafening. The ore vein struggled more and more violently, as if it wanted to break free from Feng Lu's hand. However, under the suppression of his origin power, the ore vein could not break free. The shadow disappeared, leaving only the black ore vein. This is black cold iron. Many of the people present immediately recognized the true face of the mineral vein, and they were all shocked. It's actually a black cold iron vein. That's an extremely precious ice-type ore vein. I didn't expect such an ore vein to exist on the Ur star. This Feng Lu is really amazing. He actually found the black cold iron. Yeah, that plane didn't have any ice-type power. I didn't expect it to nurture black cold iron. Feng Lu's ore-seeking skills are really extraordinary. He's too strong. This black cold iron vein can be ranked in the top 10 on the Ur star. It's impossible to find it without a certain amount of luck. That is indeed the case. Luck and strength are both indispensable. It's actually black cold iron. On the high platform, Elder Tamburi's eyes revealed a trace of astonishment. It seems this Feng Lu will become a strong contender for the title of ore-seeking champion, Elder Bias said with a nod. That Sang family's genius is not bad either. It seems he'll find that ore vein soon. Elder Red Dust suddenly smiled and looked at another screen. Oh. Elder Tamburi and Elder Bias were startled and immediately looked at another screen. On the screen, Sangyi was floating in the middle of a desert. She was floating in the air, and the origin power in her body was gushing out endlessly into the ground. Below. Rumble, the desert below began to shake, and countless grains of sand rushed into the sky as if a huge sandstorm had been set off. This scene was truly shocking. Countless gazes converged on Feng Lu's side. They were all shocked when they saw the scene. This was too much of a coincidence. Feng Lu had just found a black cold iron vein, and the Sang family's genius, Sang Yi, had also found one. Moreover, from the looks of it, this vein was definitely not an ordinary one. Everyone stared unblinkingly at the scene on the screen, wanting to see what kind of ore vein was hidden under the desert. For these mining geniuses, these 10 days were enough for their footprints to cover the entire planet. They were able to select the ore vein they were most interested in from all the ore veins on the planet, so they were undoubtedly very confident. These geniuses were different from Wang Ting. They couldn't clearly see the ore vein below and could only make a judgment based on its external characteristics. Even Xianxia's profound radiant bright eyes only gave her a slight advantage. She couldn't clearly see the ore veins thousands or even tens of thousands of meters underground. Moreover, time was limited, so they couldn't explore them one by one. Thus, their only choice was to first select a few places that were most likely to contain precious ore veins. Then, they would make the final decision. This was a test of an ore-seeking master's eyesight and experience. Although they didn't want to admit it, Wang Ting had indeed cheated in this aspect. Boom, not long after, the ore vein under the desert was forcibly pulled out by Xianxia. One had to admit that the ore-seeking technique of these geniuses really couldn't be underestimated. Each and every one of them had mastered the vein-seeking technique. This was originally an extremely rare method, but now it was frequently used, broadening the horizons of the spectators. And the impact caused by Wang Ting being the first to use the vein-seeking technique gradually disappeared. At first, many people thought that Wang Ting's ore-seeking technique should be far superior to everyone else, but now it seemed that the other geniuses weren't inferior. It was really unknown who would be the champion in the end. At this time, after the ore vein under the desert was pulled out by Xianxia, its true appearance was revealed. It was an earthy yellow ore vein, and above it condensed the phantom of a black tortoise, vivid and lifelike, as if it was a living creature. Roar, a roar reverberated between heaven and earth, and the black tortoise phantom struggled constantly, trying to break free from Xianxia's hands. Unfortunately, it was futile. Since Xianxia and the other geniuses were able to reach the master level, their martial path strength was at least at the domain lord level, so as long as the ore vein was pulled out from the ground, the rest was much simpler. It wasn't difficult to control the energy of the ore vein. This seems to be yellow spirit gold ore. Yellow spirit gold ore. That's an extremely precious earth-type ore, and it's rumored that it's the most important material to forge sector lord-level weapons. Damn, this Sang family genius Xianxia is really amazing, to be able to find yellow spirit gold ore. This yellow spirit gold ore doesn't seem to be as precious as black cold iron, but I wonder what its quality is. In terms of value alone, yellow spirit gold ore definitely isn't as good as black cold iron, but the quality and content of the ore vein are also very important. I wonder who's better. Everyone saw that Xianxia's vein-seeking technique had actually found yellow spirit gold ore, and they were all extremely shocked, guessing who was stronger between her and Feng Lu. Sang family leader Xiangji's face was slightly solemn. Even though Xianxia had found yellow spirit gold ore, it wasn't that easy for her to beat the others. At least Feng Lu had found black cold iron that was more precious than hers. Xiangji, looks like your Xianxia might not be our Feng Lu's match. Feng Hua looked over and laughed. Humph. Xiangji snorted and said, "What's the rush, there's still a lot of time, who knows who will win in the end." Feng Hua smiled and didn't say more, but he couldn't hide the pride on his face. At this point, he didn't believe that Xianxia would be willing to give up the yellow spirit gold ore vein. After all, even if she gave up, she might not be able to find a better vein. If she didn't give up, then there was nothing to say, as black cold iron's value would definitely be higher. The two veins weren't too different in size, so the content wouldn't be too different either. As for the quality, that would really be an amateur watching the show, while an expert watching the craft. Could it be that they, who were saint-level beings in the Tao of ore exploration, could not see the quality of those two ore veins? Xiangji was just being stubborn. Judging from the strength of the shadows condensed from the energy of the two veins, it was enough to judge the quality of the two mountains. Time passed slowly, and geniuses emerged one after another. Some found extremely precious veins, while others were still looking for them. Some people had already left the ore star and returned to the square. Most of them were blacksmiths, and they were about to start the final forging. Time was very limited, so these geniuses didn't dare to stay on the ore star for too long, or they might not have enough time to forge. Suddenly, there was a burst of clanking sounds in the square, which were the blacksmiths forging their respective competition products. Boom! A group of volcanoes on the ore star suddenly erupted, and countless magma rushed into the sky, forming a red light beam, which was particularly spectacular. Just when no one knew what was going on, a figure rushed out from the bottom of the volcano. Behind him, a huge figure that looked like a fire dragon rushed out. What's that? F***ck. It seems to be an Orvain too. Someone found an Orvain under the volcano. Who is it? I don't know, he doesn't seem to be a member of any core family. It's Xianxia. Xianxia, our Nanli weaves or prospecting genius, Xianxia. The Nanli weave. I didn't expect a dark horse to appear in the Nanli weave. The Orvain Xianxia found seems to be quite extraordinary. As everyone discussed, the identity of the figure was revealed. It turned out to be a Nanli weaves or prospecting genius. There were countless geniuses in the universe, and the top geniuses weren't just limited to the core families of the Subprofession Alliance. Ha ha ha, the Nanli weave subprofession experts couldn't help but laugh, looking very happy. Xianxia's sudden appearance in front of everyone, and in such a shocking way, had undoubtedly made the Nanli weave subprofession alliance famous. If they could win the championship, the benefits would be too great. At this moment, even the patriarchs of the core families were looking at the figure on the light screen. Their faces were filled with astonishment. It was surprising that such a genius had appeared in the Nanli weave. Boom, a roar reverberated, and volcanoes erupted one after another. Then, as if they were blown up by some kind of terrifying force, they directly exploded. Fire dragons rushed out of the exploding volcanoes and gathered in one place, forming an even larger fire dragon. Xianxia suddenly stopped in the middle of the flames that filled the sky. Surrounded by flames, he was in a raging sea of fire. Roar, the fire dragon roared and shuttled back and forth in the flames, its momentum terrifying. Compared to the commotion caused by Feng Lu and Sang Yi, the commotion caused by Xianxia seemed to be even more terrifying. This made everyone's expression become particularly solemn. They didn't know what kind of Orvain that fire dragon was, but it could cause such a huge commotion. Suppress. At this moment, the corners of Xianxia's mouth curled into a sneer. He suddenly opened his hands, and a powerful force of water erupted from his body, forming a water dragon that roared and rushed out, entangling with the fire dragon. It was as if two true dragons were fighting, water and fire incompatible, neither giving way to the other. Chi, bursts of white smoke rose from the fire dragon's body, forming extremely dense white fog that pervaded the surrounding sky. For a moment, everyone couldn't see the situation clearly. Angry roars continued to reverberate in the void, causing everyone's heart to palpitate. No one knew what was going on inside. Not long after, the sound finally subsided. Everyone's mood tensed up as they looked at the situation in the light screen. Unfortunately, because of the light screen, no matter how high the cultivation of the people present was, they couldn't see the situation inside. Fortunately, the clouds that permeated the sky slowly scattered, revealing the situation within. It was a scarlet-red mineral vein that was suspended in the sky like a fire dragon. On the Orvain, mysterious patterns could be seen, like dragon patterns, all over the Orvain. If one had better eyesight, they would be able to see that there were even tiny dragon patterns swimming in the Orvain, looking extremely mysterious. Lava dragon crystal ore. A cry of surprise suddenly came from the square outside. Apparently, someone recognized the true identity of this Orvain. Lava dragon crystal ore, rumor has it that it is nurtured under a volcano and is constantly being roasted by lava. It is an extremely extraordinary fire attribute treasure. This lava dragon crystal ore can even be used to forge immortal rank weapons. Xianxia's ore-seeking attainments are actually so strong. He is truly a super dark horse. Yeah, lava dragon crystal ore is even more precious than mysterious dark cold iron. Why do I feel that he is stronger than Wangting? That Wangting only found a type of yellow cloud stone ore. Even Feng Lu and Sang Yi can't compare to him. Not to mention Feng Lu and Sang Yi, he can't even compare to those geniuses who aren't at the top. Other than the yellow cloud stone ore he found at the beginning, he hasn't found any other Orvains until now. If this continues, he will lose without a doubt. Looks like that Wangting isn't that powerful. Could it be that he was just bluffing from the beginning? Xianxia wasn't a genius of the core family. Many people couldn't help but compare him with Wangting. In the end, they discovered that there was a large gap between Wangting and Xianxia. The yellow cloud stone ore couldn't be compared to the lava dragon crystal ore at all. Suddenly, those who thought highly of Wangting had a change of heart. They believed that Xianxia would most likely become a big dark horse. Wang Ting didn't know about this. Even if he knew, he would probably just laugh it off. These days, his doppelganger on the Ore Star had been flying leisurely over the Ore Star, constantly picking up the attribute bubbles of the genius prospectors from various forces. He encountered many ore-seeking geniuses, including many geniuses from the core families. This allowed him to obtain a lot of inherited knowledge from the core families. It was a great harvest. Prospector, 30,000/30,000, Master, my ore-seeking master attribute has finally reached the complete master level. Wang Ting was extremely happy. After so many days of hard work, his ore-seeking master had finally reached this level. It really wasn't easy. Those geniuses were scattered all over the Ore Star. They were quite good at running, so he had to run around the entire Ore Star to pick up almost everyone's attribute bubbles. However, there were also some geniuses that he didn't encounter. He guessed that they had missed him. Especially those top geniuses, their whereabouts were mysterious. Ordinary people couldn't find them at all. I wonder which veins Sang Yi and the other core family's geniuses have found. Wang Ting's eyes flickered. In the past few days, he had traveled all over the Ore Star. Naturally, he had seen all the ore veins. There were indeed many good ore veins. He had also used the special method of the magnetic heart to quietly mine some precious ores and hide them. He had once discovered the yellow spirit gold placer in a desert and secretly extracted the purest part of it. When he was on Planet 5 Burial, he had seen this kind of earth attribute treasure, so he was very familiar with it. He knew that it was an extremely precious material and naturally couldn't miss it. He'd once discovered dark cold iron in a plane, and it was a precious material for refining ice-type weapons. He'd also discovered lava dragon crystals in a group of volcanoes, and they could be used to refine fire-type weapons. In addition, he'd even discovered dark wood jade crystals in a canyon, and they were extremely suitable for refining wood-type weapons. In short, Wang Ting had been to all kinds of places and found many wonderful ores. He had mined a lot of them. This method was thought of when his main body left the Medicine Garden planet. In order not to be discovered by the secondary profession Alliance, he had put in a lot of effort. After all, with so many ore veins, it really made his heart itch. Who could bear to enter a treasure mountain but return empty-handed? Originally, he thought that he wouldn't be able to get any benefits on the Ore Star. Unexpectedly, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought of the special use of the magnetic heart. After all, treasure hunting on the Ore Star was different from other places. Many ore veins were buried deep underground. If Wang Ting himself didn't enter, the secondary profession alliance's broadcast wouldn't be able to reach the underground. All he needed to do was to use his spiritual force to carry a space ring into the underground, and then use the magnetic heart to mine some ores and put them into the space ring. Then, he could quietly complete a theft operation. This was equivalent to a bug, and it was simply wonderful. This method could only be used on the Ore Star. Most of the time, it wouldn't work on the Spirit Beast Star and the Medicine Garden planet. Wang Ting was also helpless about this. At the same time, Wang Ting also did something else, which was also not discovered by anyone. It was a method he came up with based on the distribution of ore veins on the Ore Star. He had quietly set up a backup plan and was ready to use it at the last moment. In this way, he should have a sure win in the runes competition. Therefore, in the eyes of outsiders, it seemed that he had done nothing these days, but in fact, that was not the case. It was just that no one discovered what he had done. Even though saint rank and god rank existences didn't discover it. At this time, Wang Ting was standing on the highest peak of an island. He was surrounded by the boundless ocean. This was his last stop. If he still couldn't find a satisfactory ore vein, then he would return and choose the best one he had seen before. This would be the final result of the competition. He wouldn't waste too much time because he still had to participate in the blacksmith's competition. However, according to Wang Ting's speculation, there must be ore veins in this sea. Moreover, it was very likely that there was the most precious and largest ore vein. This wasn't a groundless rumor. It was the result of his speculation based on the topography of the entire planet, as well as the distribution of various origin powers. He didn't know if the other mining geniuses had discovered it, but he guessed that many people wouldn't be willing to enter the seabed to search. This was because, relatively speaking, searching for ore veins at the bottom of the sea was much more difficult than searching on land. The dangers at the bottom of the sea were unpredictable. Even these mining geniuses weren't willing to take the risk and waste too much time. Moreover, this ocean occupied 56% of the entire planet's surface area. It was not an easy task to find mineral veins in it. Wang Ting didn't hesitate and plunged into the sea below. It might be difficult for others, but for Wang Ting, there was no difference between the bottom of the sea and flat ground. His god-rank water-type talent and various strange physiques were enough for him to walk on the bottom of the sea as if it were flat ground without any obstacles. This was an advantage that other sub-professions didn't have. In the vast sea, a figure was shuttling back and forth in the deep sea like a flexible fish. This person was Wang Ting. In the sea, huge fish and sea beasts shuttled back and forth. Although there were very few creatures on the Ore star, there were still some. Even in those mineral veins, there were many star beasts guarding them. If the prospectors wanted to seize the mineral veins, they had to deal with those powerful star beasts. In the ocean, the number of star beasts had increased by a lot. I didn't expect there to be so many star beasts in the sea. Wang Ting was a little surprised. Before he entered the sea, he didn't see any sea beasts. He thought that there wouldn't be many star beasts under the sea, just like on land. But now he knew that he was too naive. How could there not be many? There were so many that it made people desperate. No wonder those geniuses with secondary professions didn't come to the sea. Many people must have come here before, but they were scared away. For those with secondary professions, the sea was too dangerous. Wang Ting didn't want to pay attention to these sea beasts. He quickly rushed to the bottom of the sea to find the mineral veins. Many people outside noticed Wang Ting's movement and were very surprised. Although many people had shifted their attention from Wang Ting to other geniuses with secondary professions. But there were still many people paying attention to Wang Ting. Seeing him enter the sea of the Ore star, many people couldn't help but be surprised. Wang Ting actually entered the sea. He has guts. Even on the Ore star, the sea is much more dangerous than on land. Yes, those geniuses with secondary professions have encountered many powerful star beasts in the sea. In the end, they were forced to retreat and had to give up. It's really difficult to find minerals in the sea. Ordinary people with secondary professions don't have the protection of powerful warriors. They don't dare to enter easily. By the way, isn't this a little unfair? What's unfair about it? This competition is meant to test one's ability. Even if Wang Ting enters the sea, it's still very dangerous. It's also very dangerous. But then again, I don't know how good Wang Ting's secondary professions are, but his martial arts strength is really strong. In the end, which one is his true body? It should be the one from the Medicine Garden planet. After all, he can create other clones. That's true. That should be it. It meant that the one on the Mineral Star and the Spirit Beast Star were just clones. The strength of the clone was probably not as strong as the main body. How dare you enter the seabed like this? Who knows what he's thinking? Maybe he's bold because he's skilled. Some people were not optimistic about Wang Ting, but some people still had a trace of hope for Wang Ting. After all, his previous performance was still extremely outstanding, even though later on people found out that he was going to participate in more than 3 side professions. Many people still wanted to see how far he could go. Being able to participate in more than 3 subclass competitions was already a very special existence. No matter what, such an anomaly. It was still worth paying attention to. Boom, Wang Ting didn't want to pay attention to the surrounding sea beasts. However, this didn't mean that the sea beasts would let him go. As soon as he appeared, those sea beasts were like sharks that had smelled blood. All of them swarmed over. Bursts of rumbling suddenly sounded. Large figures rushed toward Wang Ting. Troublesome. Wang Ting shook his head helplessly. He immediately threw a punch, and an azure blue fist mark exploded in the sea. Boom, the sea beasts that were charging toward him instantly exploded and died. They were directly crushed into meat paste by Wang Ting's fist mark. This scene made the corners of the spectators' mouths twitch unconsciously. So violent, the more they looked at Wang Ting, the more they felt that he didn't look like a side profession. Boom. Boom. Boom, Wang Ting sped toward the bottom of the sea while throwing out fist marks. He killed the sea beasts that were charging at him from all directions. Most of those sea beasts were middle-level emperors and below. Their strength wasn't too strong. The only thing that made them irresistible was their numbers. As a large number of sea beasts were killed by Wang Ting, the smell of blood instantly filled the sea. The surrounding sea was dyed blood-red. And after those sea beasts smelled the strong smell of blood, he even charged over like a madman. That scene really made one's scalp tingle. Damn, so many sea beasts. Wang Ting is in danger. 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 Ha ha ha, he's courting death. He really thinks that he's invincible. When the spectators saw this scene, they couldn't help but turn pale with fright. Just looking at it made their backs break out in cold sweat. Not to mention Wang Ting, who was in the middle of it. Many people couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for Wang Ting. However, there were also many people who were gloating. They didn't like Wang Ting to begin with. If a person was too different from the rest, it would inevitably make people feel uncomfortable and even reject him. However, Wang Ting's performance was very eye-catching before, and he didn't make any mistakes, so they couldn't mock him. Now, he finally encountered such a dangerous situation. These people couldn't help but emerge. In the Qian Empire's seats, Grandmaster Huayuan and the others looked worriedly at Wang Ting's screen, frowning. Wang Ting's main body had already left the Medicine Garden planet. However, if something happened to his clone on the Ur planet, he would be a runemaster and a prospector. Blacksmiths would lose their qualifications in these three subprofessions. Prospectors were a little better, but runemaster and blacksmiths were two of the most mainstream subprofessions. It would be a pity if he lost his qualifications just like that. They were not optimistic about Wang Ting participating in so many subprofessions, but this didn't mean that they were willing to see Wang Ting lose. In the end, they still couldn't help but hope for a miracle. This miracle couldn't be achieved by others. Only Wang Ting had a glimmer of hope. Wang Ting looked at the densely packed sea beasts around him and couldn't help but feel a headache. He thought to himself, this can't go on. It's too much of a waste of time. He wasn't afraid of anything. No matter how many sea beasts there were, they wouldn't be much of a threat to him. However, it was too much of a waste of time. Almost half of the time for the last round of the competition had passed. He didn't have time to waste any more time. Fortunately, he had left a lot of tricks in this clone. He could use them now. Shadow power, strands of strange energy began to circulate within his body. Then, it turned into a layer of shadow gauze on his surface, completely isolating him from the outside world. It was as if he had disappeared in an instant. The surrounding sea beasts suddenly stopped. Their blood-red eyes couldn't help but look confused. They looked around, but they couldn't find Wang Ting's figure. The feeling of watching their prey disappear in front of them made these sea beasts go completely crazy. Roar! 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 Roar suddenly sounded, echoing in the sea. Many genius prospectors who wanted to enter the sea hesitated again. In the end, they left the place with their tails between their legs. He disappeared. Wang Ting actually disappeared. Damn, how did he do it? How could he suddenly disappear when surrounded by so many sea beasts? Have you forgotten the concealment method he used on the Medicine Garden star? Even the top Emperor-level star beast of the light element couldn't find him. It's even more impossible for these star beasts below the middle Emperor level to find him. Now that you mention it, it's true. F*CK, a type of grass. Even his clone can use this kind of concealment method. How can the others compete? I remember that his main body and his clone have used some of his tricks before. Yes, that brick, all three Wang Tings have used it. Did he refine 3 identical bricks? Who the hell would refine 3 identical bricks for no reason? Cheating. Senior Yuan, I want to report someone for cheating. Come on, how is this cheating? At most, it's just a hack. This is not fair. Why is this guy so awesome? Some people instantly felt that it was unfair. They originally thought that Wang Ting was doomed. Who would have thought that even his clone could use such a wonderful concealment method? Many people knew that although the clone was very magical, it had many limitations. It couldn't exert the full strength of the main body at all, and some of its talent abilities couldn't be used. However, when it came to Wang Ting, this understanding seemed to have been completely overturned. Wang Ting's clone always had all sorts of tricks up his sleeves. It was very surprising. Especially that brick. Wasn't it supposed to be in the hands of the clone on the Spirit Beast star? How did it end up in the hands of Wang Ting's clone on this star? Even the main body on the Medicine Garden star had used it. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. They couldn't understand how Wang Ting had done it at all. Even those immortal rank existences couldn't figure it out. On the high platform, the three elders revealed a trace of surprise in their eyes. This little fellow's methods are astonishing, Bias sighed emotionally. Even we couldn't see through it. This little fellow is indeed something, Tambelli said. There. Elder Reddist's eyes flickered as he suddenly spoke. Tambelli and the other two were startled and immediately looked over. They saw the scene on the screen suddenly change, and a blue shark condensed from origin power appeared in everyone's vision. It was rushing toward the bottom of the sea. That's Wang Ting. Tambelli's eyes revealed a trace of astonishment. Yes, that's him. That should be some kind of water attribute method that allows him to move quickly in the sea. Bias's eyes flickered as though he had seen something. This method is truly astonishing, Elder Red Dust said. The three of them were able to discover Wang Ting so quickly because of the screen. This was the formation on the Ore star that locked onto Wang Ting's location through the token in his hand. Coupled with the three elders' extraordinary eyesight, they were able to discover Wang Ting's existence immediately. At this moment, many sector lords hadn't even discovered Wang Ting yet. They only thought that it was a strange shark-type star beast. However, some immortal rank existences still discovered some clues and revealed a look of surprise. In the sea, Wang Ting, who had transformed into a blue shark, quickly dove into the sea. The sea beasts behind him were all shaken off. Not a single sea beast could discover his tracks. A formless spiritual force swept over and picked up the attribute bubbles dropped by the sea beasts he had just killed. Water attribute star origin power * 500 water attribute star origin power * 600 blank attribute * 1500 blank attribute * 1800. Since the sea beasts' ranks weren't high, they only provided Wang Ting with some water attribute star origin power and blank attributes. There wasn't anything worth his attention. Wang Ting only glanced at them before he shifted his attention back to mining. Not long after, he crossed tens of thousands of miles and arrived at the depths of the sea. Here, even he had to be careful. He wasn't naive enough to think that there were only star beasts below middle-level emperor rank in the sea. In fact, he had already encountered a few upper-level emperor rank star beasts. He hadn't encountered a single top-level emperor rank star beast, but that didn't eliminate the possibility of its existence. At this moment, he was in the body of the Origin Power Shark formed by the Origin Shark Critical Strike skill. He activated the Eye of Truth and looked around. If one observed carefully, they would discover that the shark's eyes were emitting a faint golden light. It was especially strange in the pitch-black depths of the sea. At this moment, as Wang Ting shook off the sea beasts and arrived at the bottom of the sea, everyone finally realized that this shark was most likely Wang Ting in disguise. Otherwise, the image wouldn't have followed the shark's movements. No matter how brainless a person was, they should have thought of this possibility. Everyone was very surprised. Their gazes once again shifted from the other geniuses to Wang Ting. Good fellow, he can actually use this method to deceive those sea beasts. This Wang Ting's method is really unexpected. If it were us, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to discover his existence in the sea. Under the sea, Wang Ting swam quickly, looking for places where there might be mineral veins. The bottom of the sea was full of silt. It was difficult to see anything with the naked eye. Even the most experienced prospector would be greatly discounted in such a place. This was also the reason why many prospectors were unwilling to come to the bottom of the sea. Of course, many Grandmaster-level prospectors, as martial artists at the Domain Lord level, could disperse the silt at the bottom of the sea and see the terrain below clearly. However, it was very dangerous to do so. After all, no one knew if there were terrifying star beasts hiding under the silt. Time passed slowly. Wang Ting wandered at the bottom of the sea, day after day. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, but he still hadn't found any mineral veins. Many people couldn't help but shake their heads and then look away. During these few days, many geniuses in the Tao of ore seeking had once again found extremely precious ore veins, and it had shocked everyone. Yan Tu of the Yan family, Tai Lu of the Tai family, and Leopold of the Roderick family all found extremely precious mineral veins one after another. There were even many geniuses from other forces who stood out like dark horses from all the prospectors. However, there was still a gap between the mineral veins found by those geniuses and the lava dragon crystals found by Zhangjiang. For the time being, they couldn't surpass Zhangjiang's. While the other competitions were still brewing. The prospector competition had already entered a white-hot level. Some of the prospectors who found mineral veins were still searching, while others had already left the ore star and returned to the square to wait for the final selection. As for the runemaster, he remained on the ore star. His competition would be held on the ore star. After all, the runemaster's method was to inscribe formations. After inscribing their respective formations, they would enter a battle of formations. Whoever's formation could last until the end would be the final winner. It was simple and crude, but also the most direct and clear-cut method of selection. Everything was decided by strength. Therefore, at this moment, the runemaster was inscribing formations between the mountains and rivers of the ore star. At the last moment, they would enter a battle of formations. As for the spirit chefs, many of them had returned and began to cook their own spirit dishes. Waves of strange aroma drifted up and filled the square. It made people drool and cast curious gazes. What kind of delicious spirit dishes would these spirit chefs make? It really made people curious. However, there were still many people on the spirit beast star, such as Wang Ting, Yu Xianxia, and the 2 Feng brothers. The time needed to cook spirit dishes was relatively short, and the choice of ingredients was extremely important. Therefore, many top spirit chefs were still searching for the ingredients they needed on the spirit beast star. These 2 brats, why are they still taking their time? Lei Long's face was a little dark. For the past 10 days, he had been worried that Pei Jing and Feng Du would encounter Wang Ting. Now, Wang Ting had destroyed his own future and chosen to participate in many side professions competitions. He was showing signs of being unable to attend to one thing and lose sight of another. Naturally, this made him happy. However, he was afraid that Wang Ting would drag his 2 sons down with him. Therefore, he would rather the Pei Jing brothers leave the spirit beast star early than let them continue searching for better ingredients. However, that brat shouldn't be able to care about Pei Jing and Feng Du. Lei Long's mouth curled into a sneer. In his opinion, Wang Ting's martial strength was indeed very strong, but in terms of secondary professions, it might not be the same. At least for now, it was very likely that Wang Ting wouldn't be able to achieve good results in any of his secondary professions. Balanced development was sometimes a kind of mediocrity. Wang Ting was obviously walking on this path. What's going on with Wang Ting? He doesn't seem to be able to find any ore veins. It seems like he's just a facade. After searching for so many days, he still hasn't found any ore veins. I thought he would be able to reap some benefits by entering the ocean. How can it be so easy to find ore veins in the ocean? Even Feng Lu, Sang Yi, and the others don't dare to enter the ocean. This Wang Ting is too conceited. Yes, he's too conceited. In the end, he has dragged himself into such an awkward situation. Not only that, look at his alchemy Tao, poison Tao, and medicine Tao. He hasn't even moved for the past few days. I wonder what he's doing. Could this brat be here to play? This is too childish. Sigh, I originally had some expectations for him. Now, it seems like my expectations have been wasted. This is too unwise. Is such a good genius going to be ruined by his own conceit? The spectators from all over the universe were already somewhat disappointed in Wang Ting. As time passed, Wang Ting didn't make any moves. No matter how much patience they had, it turned into disappointment. At the same time, the blacksmiths left the ore star one after another and returned to the square to begin forging their respective items. On the square where the final competition would be held, all kinds of strange flames rose up, and the sound of metal striking echoed in the surroundings, as if forming a different kind of music. However, these sounds were limited to the blacksmith's area and would not spread to the other competition areas. Naturally, it would not affect the competition of the other subprofessions. Obviously, those areas were inscribed with soundproof runes. Otherwise, it would be impossible to block out the sound of forging so easily. Grandmaster Huayuan and the others could not help but feel anxious for Wang Ting. They knew that Wang Ting had not only participated in the ore prospector competition, but also in the blacksmith and runemaster competition. Now that he had wasted so much time on the ore prospector competition, it was not beneficial for the blacksmith and runemaster competition. What made them even more anxious was that he had yet to find an ore vein that could compete with those top geniuses. It was like picking sesame seeds and losing a watermelon. What should we do? Grandmaster Wang Ting won't make it in time, right? Grandmaster Hazel could not help but worry. Yes, if he doesn't start forging now, I'm afraid it will be too late. Grandmaster Mode frowned. Sigh, Grandmaster Wang Ting is still a little too conceited. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Grandmaster Cotton could not help but sigh. Grandmaster Huayuan, Grandmaster Alfred, and the others didn't say anything, but it was obvious from their solemn expressions that they weren't calm at all. Haha, the higher your expectations for him, the greater your disappointment. Suddenly, a sneer came from the side. Grandmaster Huayuan and the others could not help but frown and turn their heads to look. The person who spoke was the Raging Flame Sector Lord of the Pyrax family. Now that he saw Wang Ting in a predicament, he felt that there was no hope for Wang Ting. He immediately became happy again, so he could not help but speak up. As a sector lord, he should not be happy or angry, but when it came to Wang Ting, he could not help it. The Fire Sparrow sector lord frowned. He wanted to stop him, but in the end, he did not say anything. Obviously, he also felt that there was no hope for Wang Ting. Wasting so much time on mining was not a wise choice at all. Grandmaster Alfred wanted to refute, but Grandmaster Huayuan immediately pulled him back and shook his head at him. On the other side, the Grandmasters from the Namos Empire were elated too. Wang Ting's previous performance had given them a strong sense of danger. However, when they saw the other party destroying his future because of his suicidal behavior, they were gloating over his misfortune. At the same time, they heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. Ha ha ha, Grandmaster Huayuan, it seems that your Grandmaster Wang Ting is just SOSO. Grandmaster Dobin laughed from afar. Dobin. Grandmaster Huayuan frowned. This Dobin was really like a ghost. When he saw that Wang Ting had the potential to rise, he stopped. Now that he was in a predicament, he came out to ridicule him again. It was really annoying. After all, this exchange competition at the Subprofession Alliance headquarters was related to the reputation and future development of the various Subprofession Alliance branches. Therefore, these Subprofession Grandmasters could not help but participate in it to fight for their dignity. However, Grandmaster Huayuan did not want to argue with the other party because it was completely unnecessary. It was purely a waste of time. If Wang Ting could rise up, all the rumors would vanish like smoke. However, if he could not succeed, then all the words would be pale and would only be a joke. Grandmaster Huayuan, when Grandmaster Wang Ting comes out, you have to persuade him. When it comes to subprofessions, the most taboo thing is to be greedy. He must be calm in order to succeed. He can't be so impetuous. Grandmaster Dobin was even more excited when he saw that Grandmaster Huayuan did not speak. The Namos Empire's Grandmasters laughed as well. Their laughter was filled with disdain and schadenfreude. I agree with Grandmaster Dobin. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Grandmaster Huayuan, did you not teach Grandmaster Wang Ting this principle? On the other side, a Grandmaster from the Freedom Federation Zadara also spoke. You don't have to worry about that. We, the Qian Empire Subprofession Alliance Grandmasters, have our own reasons for how to develop. It's not something you can understand. Grandmaster Alfred finally could not help but speak up when he heard the mockery and ridicule from the two major forces. Haha, we are just reminding you out of kindness. Since you don't appreciate it, then forget it. Grandmaster Dobin laughed. In the alchemy competition area, Gu Luo sat cross-legged on a stone platform. A tall and quaint blue alchemy furnace floated in front of him. Wisps of blue flames burned quietly under the alchemy furnace. He had returned from the medicine garden planet in the past few days. When he saw that Wang Ting had arrived earlier than him, he was somewhat surprised. However, as time passed, Wang Ting still did not start refining pills. This made him puzzled. At this time, he slowly opened his eyes and frowned as he glanced at Wang Ting's stone platform. His eyes flickered slightly. "What are you thinking about?" On another stone platform, Lu Yan also looked at Wang Ting. She frowned slightly and no longer paid attention to him. She focused on refining her pills. The pills that these geniuses were refining now were naturally not ordinary pills. Therefore, even they had to be 120% focused at this moment. They did not have much time to pay attention to others. Being able to take a look at Wang Ting was already enough to prove that he was extremely special. On another stone platform, the genius alchemist of the Pyrax family, Gabriel, would occasionally look at Wang Ting. When he saw that Wang Ting had not started refining pills, he could not help but sneer. He silently removed Wang Ting from his list of opponents. His targets were the geniuses from the core families: Dan Yuan, Lu Yan, Li Jin, Xavier, Mo Qing, and even Gu Luo. These people were his opponents. He wanted to rise in this conference and show his family that even if his martial arts talent was ordinary, he could still stand at the peak of the universe. Spirit Beast Planet. On this planet, it was already 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. The sky was not yet bright. In a primeval forest, 2 figures were squatting under a big tree. Their eyes were burning as they stared at 3 strange ingredients in a pile of grass. Of the 2 figures, one was a black-haired young man and the other was a little girl who looked to be in her teens. "This is snow lotus pine mushroom, right?" the little girl muttered. In front of the 2 of them were 3 strange-looking mushrooms. They were shaped like umbrellas and had a bright color. The cap was brown and the stem was white. They were covered in fibrous scales and bloomed at the bottom like a snow lotus. When they got close, they could smell a strange fragrance that made one feel relaxed and happy. This was the snow lotus pine mushroom that the little girl had mentioned. It was an extremely strange ingredient. It had extremely special effects. It could beautify and nourish the skin, nourish the body, and nourish the kidney. Especially when cooked by a spirit chef, the effects were even better. Therefore, many martial artists liked this ingredient very much. No matter if it was a man or a woman, they were extremely infatuated with this ingredient because the effects were too good. Men would cry when they ate it, and women would blush when they ate it. In short, even martial artists with powerful bodies loved this ingredient very much. That's right. There are 3 snow lotus pine mushroom here. You get 1, and I get 2. Is there a problem? The black-haired young man asked. N. Although the ratio of spoils was a little unfair, the little girl didn't object at all. She even nodded happily. Then, the black-haired young man and the little girl looked at each other. They each took out a small jade shovel and began to dig the snow lotus pine mushroom in front of them. With this snow lotus pine mushroom, I can start making my spirit food. The little girl smiled happily. Look again. There should be more here. The black-haired young man said. Yes. Let's search again. The little girl immediately bent down like a squirrel and began searching around. These 2 people were undoubtedly Wang Ting and Xianxia. They had been together for more than 10 days. When they entered the spirit beast star, Wang Ting found Xianxia. However, he only brought this girl with him. He didn't care about the rest of the Yu family and let them fend for themselves. He originally thought that he would bring a burden, but he didn't expect this little girl to be so useful along the way. Many ingredients that Wang Ting didn't find were found by her first. Her eyes were sharp enough to be comparable to his eye of truth. He had to admit that she had an extraordinary talent in the path of spirit cooking. More importantly, this little girl might be young, but she was very tactful. Along the way, Wang Ting took the majority of the ingredients while she took the smaller portion. She didn't fight for anything and acted like she was easy to feed. This made Wang Ting think of Lu Yan. Look, she was also from a core family, but she couldn't even compare to this little girl. Therefore, Wang Ting didn't feel that Yu Xianxiang was a burden. Instead, he felt that she was a help. Along the way, the two of them cooperated very happily. The two of them searched for more than an hour and finally cleaned out all the snow lotus pine mushroom in the surroundings. Phew! Yu Xianxiang wiped the sweat on her forehead and let out a long breath. She smiled and said, "Little brother Wang Ting, where are we going now? Let's go ahead and take a look. There's a big river there." Wang Ting's eyes flashed and said, "Okay." Yu Xianxiang nodded and said, "You should have collected most of the ingredients, right?" Wang Ting asked as he flew ahead. "Yes, I can already start cooking my exclusive spirit cooking." Yu Xianxiang clenched her small fist and said happily. "Then why are you still following me?" Wang Ting said in surprise. "You helped me so much." "Of course, I have to wait for you." Yu Xianxiang smiled indifferently. "You little girl." Wang Ting shook his head and laughed. However, he didn't stop Yu Xianxiang. Since she was confident that she could complete her spirit cooking in a short time, then there was no need to say anything. The two of them flew for tens of thousands of li and passed through the dense forest. Finally, they saw a winding river flowing from the depths of the forest. "It's here." Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He looked down at the river from the sky. He hoped that the ingredients he was looking for could be found here. He didn't land. Instead, he flew directly above the river. He opened his eye of truth and scanned the river inch by inch. Balls of light appeared in Wang Ting's eyes. However, this wasn't what he wanted to see. Wang Ting immediately adjusted the eye of truth's penetrating power. He no longer saw balls of light. Instead, he saw the original appearance of the star beast under the river. What he was looking for was a type of fish. An extremely delicious type of fish, he just didn't know if the spirit beast star had it. Thinking about it, it should have. Because along the way, he had already encountered many ingredients that he had only seen in records. Therefore, it was very likely that this place had that type of fish as well. Many people didn't know about the existence of that type of fish because it was a description that Wang Ting found in the memory of the Void Devourer beast. Even many saint-level spirit chefs might not know about it. However, that type of fish appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Moreover, there were only a few of them. Even in some large rivers where the environment was suitable for their survival, they might not be able to find traces of them. Wang Ting and Yu Xianxiang flew above the river for 3 hours. They flew from the lower reaches to the upper reaches. During this time, they encountered many more precious fish ingredients. However, none of them were the fish that Wang Ting was looking for. He couldn't help but feel disappointed. Is there really nothing here? Wang Ting frowned and looked at the source of the river. If there wasn't anything there, he could only give up. Yu Xianxiang wasn't impatient at all. Because she could obtain many precious ingredients in the process, she couldn't be happier. As for the competition, there was no hurry. "Let's go." Wang Ting called out and continued flying forward. Boom, they hadn't flown far when suddenly, a rumbling sound entered their ears. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. He and Yu Xianxiang looked at each other. The two of them tacitly rushed toward the source of the sound. Soon, the two of them saw the source of the sound. It was the source of the river. They saw a waterfall that was like the Milky Way flowing down from a tall mountain. It smashed into the rocks below and splashed water everywhere. This scene was very spectacular. Even Wang Ting had never seen such a huge waterfall. The most spectacular waterfall on Earth's star wasn't even 1/10 of this. Eh? At this moment, two familiar figures suddenly appeared in Wang Ting's eyes. His figure paused, and he immediately pulled Yu Xianxiang to hide. The two figures below didn't notice Wang Ting. They were still waiting for something. By the waterfall. Their attention seemed to be completely attracted by the thing below the waterfall. In the outside world, Lan Long saw this scene. His face stiffened and darkened. The muscles on his face twitched uncontrollably. Damn it. The situation that he didn't want to see the most still happened. What an ill-fated relationship. Originally, he was rejoicing in other people's misfortune. However, at this moment, it disappeared without a trace. He stared nervously at the scene on the screen. It was hard to reject a favor, sacrificing a friend's book. Darkness descends, I can endlessly simulate. Introduction. After waking up, Jiang Chongkong came to the dark world where monsters ran rampant and awakened a life simulator. This simulation has ended. You can choose one of the following to materialize. 1. 9 transformations golden body, 10,000 years of cultivation. 2. Daluo golden pill. 3. Buddha's palm secret manual. Those who are interested can take a look. On the plaza, many of the core clans could not help but look at the C clan seat. Their gazes were somewhat strange as they looked at Si Long's black face. Currently, there were still many core clans that were paying attention to Wang Ting. Seeing Wang Ting and Si Jing's light screen overlapping, these people immediately knew Wang Ting and Si Jing's brothers had met. With regards to the grudge between Wang Ting and the Si clan, these core clans had already heard of it. Now that both sides met, it was truly a good show to watch. The Yu clan's patriarch, Yu Jing, chuckled and looked at Si Long with a gloating smile. No matter what, with Wang Ting around, their Yu clan could be considered to have gained an advantage. As for the Si clan, they were not so lucky. The other core clans of Spirit Chef clans also looked over and mourned for the Si clan. They were very clear that after meeting Wang Ting, the Si clan's brothers would definitely not be able to escape. Even though secondary occupation geniuses that they did not know, Wang Ting had already made them stand out, let alone the Si clan's brothers who already had grudges. On the Spirit Beast planet. With regards to meeting the Si clan's brothers, Wang Ting was rather happy. Especially when the other party was fishing for prey. It was actually the fish that he had been looking for half a day. It was truly a case of planting flowers but not blooming while planting a willow unintentionally. Thus, sometimes, there was no need to force certain things. What would come would come. Another example was this: retribution. Wang Ting and Yu Xianxia hid behind a few dense trees not far from the Si clan's brothers. They squinted their eyes and the corner of their lips curled up. They seemed to be catching fish? Yu Xianxia peeked her head out and asked curiously. Yes. Wang Ting nodded. He smiled and said, they want to catch fish. It's the fish that I have been looking for. Really, isn't that great? Yu Xianxia's eyes lit up and chuckled. Yes. Wang Ting also chuckled and instructed, when they catch the fish, I will make my move. Just wait here for me. Yes, yes. Yu Xianxia nodded. She knew what she was capable of, so she never bothered Wang Ting. Peijing and Fengdu didn't know that someone was staring at them from behind. Moreover, it was their enemy. At this moment, they were staring at the water with extreme caution, as if they were using some sort of concealment technique. He even retracted his aura. If it was an ordinary person, it was really not that easy to find them. Unfortunately, they met Wang Ting. Under his eye of truth, the two of them were as if they were naked. No. If Wang Ting wanted to see it, their clothes were just for show. But sorry, it was not a beauty. There was no such treatment. Big brother. Will that really work? By the riverbank. Fengdu seemed to be getting impatient. He asked in a low voice. Shut up. What do you know? Fishing for this ice jade humming fish requires patience. Peijing glared at him. He shouted through telepathy. But we've already waited for 3 days. It's too cunning. It ate all our bait, but it just didn't come up. If this goes on, the sea worms we caught with great difficulty will be eaten up. Fengdu said sullenly, and we don't have much time left. If we can't catch it, we'll really lose everything. Shut up. Peijing's expression was a little ugly. It was his idea to catch this ice jade humming fish. Now that he didn't catch the fish, he couldn't live with it. However, it was impossible for him to admit that he had made a mistake. He said coldly, now is the critical moment. If you let that ice jade humming fish escape, can you bear the responsibility? Fengdu opened his mouth and looked at his big brother's dark face. He didn't dare to say anything else, but his heart was filled with dissatisfaction. When he lowered his head, a trace of resentment flashed in his eyes. If it weren't for the relevant records in our family and someone had seen its traces on the Spirit Beast planet, I wouldn't have any ideas about it. Peijing glanced at him and said, it's such a good opportunity. we can't miss it. As long as we have this ice jade humming fish, we can basically win the championship. This is for the family. I got it. Fengdu's eyes flickered a few times as he nodded and responded. Time passed slowly. Pei Jing was like an extremely mature hunter as he waited quietly. No matter how impatient Fengdu was, he could only wait slowly with him. Dong, right at this moment, a soft sound suddenly came from under the water. Ripples spread out in the opposite direction as if something was about to come out from under the water. This place was very close to the waterfall. The water surface was constantly splashing and ripples from the waterfall. Therefore, if one didn't observe carefully, it would be very difficult to notice the abnormality under the water. But Pei Jing and his brother had been waiting for a few days. Naturally, they wouldn't miss such a movement. Pei Jing's spirit was shaken. His eyes emitted a bright light. Fengdu was even more excited and was about to speak. But he was immediately pressed down by Pei Jing. Pei Jing gave him a stern look. Fengdu immediately shut his mouth in embarrassment as he stared at the water surface. Give it to me. Pei Jing suddenly transmitted his voice. Big brother. This is the last sea worm. Fengdu hesitated for a moment before transmitting his voice. I know. Hurry up and give it to me. There's no time. Pei Jing stared at the water surface without blinking as he transmitted his voice urgently. Fengdu also knew that now wasn't the time to hesitate. He clenched his teeth and immediately took out a worm that was as long as an adult's arm. This worm had densely packed appendages that looked like limbs. It looked exceptionally horrifying. At this moment, it was still struggling frantically in Fengdu's hand. It was obviously still alive. Pei Jing grabbed the sea worm and threw it out with his force, allowing it to float on the water surface. The constantly struggling appendages seemed to be teasing the underwater creature. Suddenly, an extremely abrupt humming sound came from under the water. Pei Jing and Fengdu couldn't help but reveal a trace of joy in their eyes. Finally, they couldn't hold it in anymore. Behind them, Wang Ting couldn't help but reveal a trace of astonishment in his eyes. I didn't expect these two to actually catch a sea worm from the bottom of the sea. They are even more prepared than me. The ice jade humming fish was an extremely special fish. It was an ice and water type star beast. Its fish meat was crystal clear like ice jade and was extremely delicious. It was an exceptional ingredient. Everyone who had eaten it was full of praises. Even immortal rank existences or true god rank existences would find it hard to resist the temptation of this delicacy. The delicacy was only one of the reasons. More importantly, this fish had the effect of increasing one's life origin. It was extremely bizarre. It was also because of this that the ice jade humming fish was once hunted and killed wantonly. In addition, it was very difficult to artificially breed and had become extremely rare. They didn't expect the spirit beast star to have such a fish. No, there might be more than one. However, whether they could find and catch it would depend on their own methods. The ice jade humming fish was extremely cunning and was very fast in the water. Once it noticed someone approaching, it would immediately escape. It was very difficult to find it in the water. As for the origin of its name, one would know a thing or two from its cry. In addition, the ice jade humming fish's favorite food was worms. This ice jade humming fish lived in the river and shouldn't have eaten sea worms. It was a good move for the Pei Jing brothers to catch a sea worm. Even the ice spirit prawns that Wang Ting prepared might not be as good as this sea worm. Xianxia was a little surprised. When she heard that cry, she couldn't help but widen her eyes and asked curiously, "What fish is this?" It can actually make a "inging" sound. When Wang Ting saw her surprised look, he couldn't help but want to laugh. He transmitted a message: this fish is called the ice jade humming fish. When it cries, it sounds like "ing ing ing ing." Ice jade humming fish. Xianxia frowned, and her eyes immediately lit up. She said, "I remember now. I once saw this fish in my clan's records. I heard that it is very rare, but I can actually see it here. There are still many precious ingredients on the spirit beast star that we haven't discovered." Wang Ting lamented. Xianxia nodded her head in agreement. Inging by the riverbank, a clearer inging sound came from the water. Pei Jing and Xianxia were extremely excited. They slowly pulled the sea worm closer to the riverbank, as though the sea worm was crawling towards the riverbank by itself. Ing, the ice jade hummingfish's cries seemed to become urgent, and the ripples on the water surface became more intense. Big brother. Fengdu was a little anxious, as though he wanted to make a move. Don't move. Peijing shook his head and transmitted a message to stop him. At the bottom of the water, a black shadow gradually emerged. However, it was very cautious. It floated up tentatively before diving back down. Peijing was much more patient than Fengdu. He pulled the sea worm back and forth to test it. That black shadow gradually surfaced from the water surface. It was a big black fish. Its head was a little round and glossy. Under the sunlight, it actually reflected a black jade-like luster. Beside its wide mouth, there were two long tentacles that were constantly swaying, as though it was sensing something. When Peijing saw this scene, his heart tightened. He knew that he couldn't wait any longer and immediately shouted, "Do it." Fengdu couldn't wait any longer. He immediately rushed out and threw out a big net towards the ice jade humming fish. Boom, Peijing didn't stay idle either. He instantly burst out and condensed a red flame in his hand. It seemed to be some kind of beast fire and ignited the water surface. The ice jade humming fish was a water and ice type star beast. The flame could instantly raise the temperature underwater, causing it to leave the water. This method was indeed effective. The ice jade humming fish let out a series of urgent cries and subconsciously jumped out of the water surface. By the time it reacted, it had already fallen into the big net that Fengdu threw out. Great! Peijing was overjoyed. Boom, however, at this moment, something unexpected happened. The ice jade humming fish actually spat out a ball of ice mist and froze the big net. It then broke through the big net and returned to the water. Quick, stop it! Peijing's expression changed drastically as he immediately shouted. Fengdu was also caught off guard by this scene. However, when he heard Peijing's voice, his expression changed. He immediately rushed up and burst out with his force, wanting to restrain the ice jade humming fish. Bang, however, the ice jade humming fish only swung its tail and shattered Fengdu's force binding. Then, it rushed to the bottom of the river. Under the water, a black shadow flashed and was about to disappear in front of their eyes. Damn it! This scene naturally made Peijing so angry that they cursed loudly. Their faces were ashen. They waited for so many days and finally lured the ice jade humming fish out. They didn't expect the outcome to be like this. The other party was too vigilant, and its strength was beyond their imagination. It directly destroyed their plan. Sometimes, it was just so helpless. Everything was planned well, but the strength was not enough. This was very deceptive. The two wanted to stop the ice jade humming fish from escaping, but it was too late. Whoosh, right at this moment, an ear-piercing sound suddenly echoed. The two were slightly stunned, and their expressions changed slightly. They couldn't help but look behind them. They saw a tongue of fire condensed from flames suddenly passing through the void and appearing on the surface of the water. Then, it rushed to the bottom of the water without slowing down and entangled the black shadow that was about to go far away. A resounding cry suddenly rang out. Although it was still a humming sound, it became much more ear-piercing. Then, the black shadow under the water struggled frantically. Water splashed up and landed on the two Pei brothers who were still in a daze. What's going on? Fengdu asked while stammering. There's King someone. Peijing didn't want to pay attention to this stupid brother of his. He immediately looked at the other end of the tongue of fire and shouted, "Who is it? Come out." No one responded to him. Only the sound of water breaking suddenly rang out. Boom, Peijing couldn't care about anything else. He turned to look at the water surface and saw a black shadow being dragged out by the tongue of fire. What else could it be but the ice jade humming fish from just now? This. Peijing's pupils suddenly contracted, and his expression changed. He immediately made a move and grabbed at the ice jade humming fish. However, another tongue of fire suddenly shot out and ruthlessly whipped Peijing's body, causing an explosion. A miserable scream suddenly came out from Peijing's mouth. His entire body was whipped by the tongue of fire and was sent flying. Feng Du originally wanted to make a move, but when he saw this scene, his body instantly stiffened on the spot and he didn't dare to move. Pfff, Pei Jing fell heavily into the river and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was overwhelmed with shock. He was a Region Lord class martial artist, but he was actually sent flying. Who exactly was the other party? Who's there? Come out. Feng Du shouted sternly to the back, how dare you offend my Pei clan? Do you want to die? Ji clan, how impressive. A chuckle came from the forest behind them. Feng Du was slightly stunned. This voice was very familiar. Then, he saw a familiar figure walking out from the forest. His pupils involuntarily contracted as he cried out, "It's you. Long time no see." Wang Ting greeted. Feng Du, long time no see. He didn't want to see this bastard at all. Wang Ting. Pei Jing jumped out from the water and covered the wound on his chest. He stared at Wang Ting in disbelief. It's actually you. Isn't it me? Wang Ting chuckled. At the same time, he reached out and grabbed the ice jade humming fish. The ice jade humming fish let out an ear-piercing cry. Its smooth body struggled frantically, but no matter what, it couldn't break free from Wang Ting's tongue of fire. No one noticed that the flames that condensed into a tongue of fire weren't ordinary flames. You. Pei Jing watched helplessly as the ice jade humming fish that he had painstakingly guarded for a few days was taken away by Wang Ting. His face instantly revealed an anxious and resentful expression. Return the fish to us. It's ours. Feng Du couldn't help but shout. Yours? Wang Ting smiled disdainfully. You guys couldn't even catch it. How did it become yours? That's right. That's right. You guys almost let it escape. If it wasn't for Big Brother Wang Ting, you guys wouldn't have seen this ice jade humming fish. Xianxia also stuck her head out from behind and stuck her tongue out at the two Feng brothers. You. Feng Du was suddenly speechless. He was so aggrieved that he wanted to vomit blood. Even Pei Jing was speechless because they knew that the other party was right. If Wang Ting hadn't taken action just now, this ice jade humming fish would have escaped. Their sea worms would have been used up too. Now that the ice jade humming fish was on high alert, it was almost impossible to catch it again. However, they had guarded it for so many days, made so many preparations, and put in so much effort. Now, Wang Ting easily took the peach. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to take it. The two Feng brothers were instantly incomparably aggrieved. They stared at Wang Ting hatefully as if they couldn't wait to tear him into 1,000 pieces. Don't look at me like that. I gave you guys a chance, but you guys are useless. Wang Ting said with an extremely helpless look. He naturally said these words without any pressure. Although if they caught the ice jade humming fish, Wang Ting would also make a move, since they didn't catch it, he was standing on the moral high ground. No one could say that he was wrong. Pei Jing and Feng Du couldn't help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. Who the hell are you calling useless? You're the useless one, your whole family is useless. They clenched their fists tightly as if they wanted to rush up and fight Wang Ting. However, they weren't strong enough. If they made a move, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Especially when they saw Wang Ting's mocking expression, they didn't dare to act rashly. Let's go. Pei Jing took a deep breath and tried his best to calm himself down. He didn't plan to be entangled with Wang Ting anymore. If he continued, there wouldn't be any results. Instead, it might provide an opportunity for the other party to make a move. Feng Du looked conflicted. He glanced at the ice jade humming fish and was very unwilling. However, when he thought of the scene of him being beaten up, he couldn't help but shudder. In the end, he didn't say anything. However, did I allow you to leave? Just as the two of them were about to leave, Wang Ting said faintly. Pei Jing's body stiffened as an ominous premonition surged in his heart. However, he forced himself to calm down. He turned back to look at Wang Ting and said coldly, "Do you really think we're easy to bully?" "That's not the case," Wang Ting said with a faint smile. As soon as these words came out, the spectators were very surprised. This didn't seem like Wang Ting's style at all. When had he ever admitted defeat, even if the other party was a core family member of the Subprofession Alliance headquarters? He didn't seem to be afraid, right? What was going on now? Even Pei Jing and Feng Du were a little surprised. They didn't expect Wang Ting to say such cowardly words. The two of them looked at each other and couldn't help but sneer. They thought this guy was very strong-willed. In the end, when it was time to make a move, he didn't dare to do anything to them. Actually, I don't think you guys are easy to bully, but very easy to bully. Wang Ting suddenly continued. Pei Jing and Feng Du looked at Wang Ting in a daze. This was completely different from what they had imagined. Pfft. In the outside world, many people were still wondering about Wang Ting's behavior. When they suddenly heard this sentence, they couldn't help but burst out laughing. F***ck, he was too mean. How much did he look down on the Pei brothers? Let's go. Pei Jing's face turned green and white. He was so angry that his chest was heaving up and down violently. However, he gritted his teeth fiercely, shouted, and turned to run. He could already tell that Wang Ting didn't want to let them go at all. That was right. With their grudges, how could this guy let them go so easily? One had to know that fighting was allowed in this competition. Feng Du was slightly stunned. When he saw Pei Jing running away, he suddenly quivered and reacted. His expression changed slightly and he immediately followed. The two of them seemed to have encountered something terrifying. They ran faster than rabbits with wind under their feet. Wang Ting didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His figure flashed and his speed was much faster than Pei Jing and Feng Du. He appeared behind them and smashed the tumbling thunder brick in his hand. Wang Ting, don't you dare! Pei Jing felt the strong wind coming from behind him. He was so frightened that his face turned pale and he immediately shouted out loud. Why wouldn't I dare? Wang Ting rolled his eyes and smashed the tumbling thunder brick without any hesitation. Bang, crackle, a muffled sound accompanied by the sound of thunder was heard. Pei Jing's body twitched uncontrollably and he fell to the ground. Feng Du turned around and saw this scene. He was so frightened that his soul almost left his body. He was someone who had suffered such pain before and he didn't want to experience it again. However, Wang Ting obviously wouldn't let him go. He turned around and grinned at him. This smile was like a devil's smile in Feng Du's eyes. It was filled with terror. Don't come over. Feng Du's face was pale. Without thinking, a token appeared in his hand and he was about to forfeit. It's too late. A voice suddenly rang beside his ear. The Wang Ting who was smiling at him was just an afterimage. At this moment, he was slowly disappearing. What? Feng Du was so frightened that his hand trembled and he almost dropped the token. Bang, crackle, unfortunately, he still couldn't forfeit in time. A sharp pain swept through his entire body from the back of his head, causing his movements to become completely sluggish. Bang! Bang! Bang, crackle, Wang Ting wasn't just ruthless. He didn't have any intention of holding back and smashed Feng Du and Pei Jing's heads violently. It didn't take long for two pig heads to appear in front of everyone. On the plaza, at the Feng clan's seats, the corner of Lan Long's mouth twitched crazily. His expression instantly turned gloomy and his eyes flashed with coldness. This Wang Ting was too much. Not only did he snatch the ice jade humming fish that Pei Jing waited for with great difficulty, but he also beat them up to such a state, causing the Feng clan to lose face. He didn't put the Feng clan in his eyes at all. He clenched his fist tightly and his killing intent towards Wang Ting became even more intense. However, he also knew that he couldn't do anything to Wang Ting now. He couldn't even do anything to the Ma clan. Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to threaten Wang Ting. He could only think of another way. Humph. Lan Long suppressed the anger and killing intent in his heart and coldly snorted, I'll let you be proud for a moment. My Feng clan's face isn't something that anyone can casually slap. On the high platform, Founding Elder Red Dust shook his head helplessly. This little guy wants to offend the Feng clan to the extreme. Hee, I think it's no big deal to offend them. Founding Elder Tambri admired Wang Ting very much and said with a smile. That's right. It's just a spirit chef clan. As long as he's tough, no one can do anything to him. Founding Elder Bias also agreed. The two of them weren't members of core clans. In their hearts, they didn't like some of the ways core clans did things. Now that they saw Wang Ting directly slapping the Feng clan's face, the two of them admired it very much. Founding Elder Red Dust shook his head helplessly. There was really an insurmountable gap between core clans and other side professions. Who knew what would happen in the future? Wang Ting looked at the two masterpieces under his feet and nodded with satisfaction. He clapped his hands and put away the flipping thunder brick. Then, he used his mental force to sweep up the surrounding attribute bubbles. Domain Lord Spirit * 1200, Domain Lord Spirit * 900, Sigh of God * 2500, Fox Spirit Fire * 3000, Domain Lord Spirit * 800, Domain Lord Spirit * 1000, one attribute bubble after another entered Wang Ting's body. Suddenly, a realization stunned him. Sigh of God? Wang Ting felt the realization in his mind in disbelief. He felt an inexplicable sense of absurdity. An extremely complex and countless variations of spirit cooking comprehension continuously entered his mind. It actually made his mind feel like it was swelling. These were actually segments of spirit cooking comprehension. That's right, it was spirit cooking, not spirit cooking comprehension. To be more precise, this was the method of making spirit food. As the comprehension was digested and absorbed by Wang Ting, he gradually gained a trace of understanding. Then, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The Sigh of God was such a grand name, but it wasn't some god-tier battle skill. It was the method of making spirit cooking. It really made one speechless. Fortunately, as the memories were digested, Wang Ting knew that the origin of the Sigh of God wasn't simple. It was actually the method of making spirit cooking left behind by a legendary spirit chef. That spirit chef was said to be someone who walked to the peak of spirit cooking. Even true god-level existences would have to wait in line if they wanted him to make a spirit cooking. What kind of honor was this? Even with Wang Ting's current knowledge, he felt that it was a bit inconceivable. As expected, the peak of every sub-profession couldn't be underestimated. The famous spirit cooking, the Sigh of God, had been famous among true god-level existences for a long time. It was because even true god-level existences would sigh in enjoyment after eating it. At this moment, the comprehension that Wang Ting obtained from Pei Jing was the Sigh of God left behind by that legendary spirit chef. However, the comprehension in Wang Ting's mind quickly came to an abrupt end. The swelling feeling also quickly subsided like the tide. Sigh of God, incomplete 2500/10,000, basic, so it's not complete. Wang Ting's eyes flickered slightly as he sighed in his heart. To be honest, although the Sigh of God wasn't a god-tier battle skill, it was still the method of making spirit cooking. It was extremely rare, so he was very surprised to be able to obtain such an inheritance. But now, it seemed that everything was incomplete, and the Sigh of God was the same. Based on the inherited memories, the Lament of the Gods had disappeared a long time ago, and the Xi family had only obtained an incomplete inheritance by chance. They wanted to use the Sigh of God to win the championship in the conference and let the legendary reputation of the Sigh of God return to the universe, thus increasing the prestige of the Pei family. The reason why the Pei Jing brothers went through so much trouble to catch the ice jade humming fish was to make a spirit cooking in the Sigh of God. That spirit cooking was the part of the inheritance that they obtained from the Sigh of God. Unfortunately, all of this was destroyed by Wang Ting, and he even took away the attribute bubble of the Sigh of God. If the Pei family knew about this result, would they vomit blood and anger? Wang Ting thought through this, and his gaze toward the Pei brothers became extremely strange. He even sympathized with them. Sorry, I'll use the Sigh of God first. Wang Ting said in his heart, since you didn't catch the ice jade humming fish and can't make the Sigh of God, I'll reluctantly fulfill your wish. Then he looked at another attribute bubble, Fox Spirit Fire. This was a special flame that Pei Jing used just now. At this moment, the attribute bubble merged into Wang Ting's body and turned into a strange flame. It was shaped like a red fox. After swimming around his body, it went into his inner universe and joined its little flame companions. It's actually another beast fire. Wang Ting's gaze was strange. He sighed that these core families had a deep foundation. Even a spirit chef family like the Pei family could obtain a special flame. It should be known that even a beast fire wasn't that easy to obtain, especially when one had to take the flame out of some star beasts and use it for oneself. Without special means, it was absolutely impossible to do. Wang Ting didn't find it strange that a family with an extremely high flame talent like the Pyrax family could master some special flames. After all, they had a dragon bloodline with an extremely powerful flame talent. After countless years of development, it wasn't surprising that they could master some methods to seize flames. It wasn't even strange that an alchemy family like the Lu family could master a special flame. After all, alchemists were experts in playing with fire. However, the Pei family could also master a special flame, which surprised him a little. Although he didn't want to admit it, spirit chef was an extremely weak secondary profession. Fortunately, Wang Ting hadn't met a spirit chef with a special flame before. After being slightly surprised, he didn't take it to heart. Speaking of which, he had to thank the Pei family. If they didn't master the fox spirit fire, Wang Ting wouldn't have been able to obtain the corresponding attribute bubble. The fox spirit fire was relatively gentle and easy to control. It could be used to cook spirit food, allowing a spirit chef to do twice the work with half the effort. Finally, there were some domain lord level spirit attributes. He had recently obtained quite a few domain lord level spirit attributes and was more or less immune to them. Therefore, he only glanced at them and didn't pay any more attention to them. Spirit 114000/600000, Domain Master Level. After checking all the attribute bubbles, Wang Ting's gaze swept across the Pei Jing brothers. He then took off their spatial equipment and forcefully broke it open. Pooh, pooh, the two of them were mentally injured and spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. They looked at Wang Ting with fear and anger. Don't be nervous, I'll take something and leave. Wang Ting searched through the two spatial equipment and then left with imperial fragrance. He would keep these two for now and slowly harvest them in the future. Wang Ting, you and I are irreconcilable. Not long after Wang Ting left, an angry roar suddenly sounded and reverberated in the sky. Today is the 8th of March. Everyone knows, happy holidays to all the reading goddesses reader. What, this? Author has female readers? Don't enter the pugilistic world, don't be agitated, there really is. End of chapter 1666. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.